Chapter 1, Seeing the Success Rate. Shanghai City. Slum area. Cheap old silo. Piggy peach tattooed on your body. From now on you are a social person. The alarm bell rang over and over again. Jiang Nan was awakened and violently rose from the bed, glancing at the time, and immediately had a look of panic. Sleeping too dead. This is already the second time the alarm rang. It's too late to go to work. Hurriedly dressed and washed up. In his heart, he prayed that he would never be scolded by his boss. But this thought just had. But he froze, because in front of his eyes inexplicably skipped a series of numbers. 100%. Like an illusion. But very clear. Nima, what is going on? Jiang Nan was puzzled. But time is urgent. Anxious to go to work, and there is no time to carefully ponder. Backpack hurriedly ran down the rental building. While going downstairs while looking at the table, it will soon be 8 o'clock. According to past habits, if the 8 o'clock bus does not leave early, just to be able to catch up, the heart anxiously prayed, the bus must not be early. But this thought just had. In front of my eyes is another string of data flashed. 100%. I wipe. What is this situation? Once again this situation appeared. Jiang Nan felt even more that something was wrong. The footsteps going down the stairs stopped. However, a little later everything calmed down and nothing happened. Depressed. Jiang Nan shook his head, thinking that it should be because he didn't sleep well last night. Without thinking any further, he rushed to catch the shuttle bus. As a result, rushing to the waiting point, the shuttle bus had already passed. Bitter ah. He was so depressed that he gritted his teeth and couldn't afford to feel sorry for the money and called a taxi. He rushed to the company, and as a result, he was blocked by his boss just as he entered the door. More than 30 years old, the older woman forked the bucket waste. To Jiang Nan is a scolding. Spit flying. Jiang Nan grandson like dare not return the mouth. This job is hard to come by. Would rather be scolded, cannot lose their jobs, can only endure. At the same time in the heart silently curse. Curse you old hag, never married. 0%. Curse you for giving birth to a son without. 0%. My ass. What's going on? But the continuous data floating in front of his eyes made Jiang Nan not calm. Inexplicably disturbed in his heart. Not normal. This is definitely not normal. What's going on with this data? The mother tiger scolded tiredly, and only then let Jiang Sun go. But the last sentence almost let Jiang Nan did not cry. This month's bonus is fully deducted. Jiang Cheng's tiger's body almost flipped out, but in the end, he turned into a wimpy cat. Damn, there is no way. Now too much need for money. Job loss. Will have to sleep on the streets and eat dirt. Bitterly sat down in front of his seat to organize the information. Jiang Nan's job was a salesman. He looked through the previous contact. There is the intention to buy a house, guests, ready to call and then make an appointment to meet. In his heart, he habitually prayed, hoping that he would have better luck today and reach a deal to sell a suite. As a result, the thought just had. 0%. A string of numbers flashed before his eyes again. Rub. This allowed Jiang Nan to not pay attention, touching his chin, pondering what this inexplicably appeared in front of his eyes data is all about. A thought flashed. Could it be that the eyes are out of order? 0%. Scratch. Could it be seeing ghosts? 0%. Scratch that. There's a problem. There's definitely a problem. The data in front of him aroused Jiang Nan's strong curiosity. Quieting his mind, he properly speculated on the situation in which the data appeared, and then he seemed to have grasped something. Wait, what does this percentage seem to indicate? A bold idea rose in his mind. He began to try. I'll be late today. 100%. I can make $1 million today. 1%. I can make $10 today. 100%. God, this appears to be seeing success rates? Jiang Nan was shocked by this discovery of his. Chapter 2, Perfection. It's true. The small supermarket under the company. Jiang Nan stood in front of the beverage shelf, pretending to pick out black tea. This was one of his more favorite drinks. Most importantly, he remembered that the Imabari brand of black tea had a high winning rate, and he was often able to drink another bottle. That was why it was the purpose of coming here to the supermarket. A bottle of black tea was held in his hands, and the thought rose in his mind. Will win the lottery. 0%. He changed another bottle. Will win the lottery. 0%. Soon changed another bottle. Will win the lottery. 100%. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up, taking the black tea to pay the bill. After settling the bill, the first time he unscrewed the bottle cap, and another bottle. Nima, really won. Jiang Nan was so excited that he almost jumped up, but seeing the cashier lady noticed his giddiness and had already seen it. Immediately his expression became serious and lightened up. Walking back to the front of the cash register, he handed the winning bottle cap to the young lady. It's a winner. One more bottle. Sir, what luck. The cashier lady smiled. Then go pick another bottle. Jiang Nan sipped black tea beautifully while going to pick another. Will win the lottery. 0%. Will win the lottery. 0%. Will win the lottery. 0%. Would have won. 100%. Okay, there it is. Jiang Nan took the selected black tea and paid the bill, opening the bottle cap with anticipation and nervousness in his heart. Pop. A glance up. A few small words. Another bottle. Jiang Nan's mouth was almost crooked with a smile. Perfect. Sure enough, it's right. Lousy saw the success rate. Miss, won again. Jiang Nan handed the winning bottle cap to the cashier lady. Giggle. Mister, lucky you. Go pick another bottle. Soon, Shen Nan took another bottle of black tea out. Pop. Open it. Miss, won the lottery again. Miss Cashier, go get another bottle. Soon, Jiang Nan brought over another bottle. Miss Sister, won again. Cashier Miss. Jiang Nan left the supermarket holding a dozen or so black teas without bottle caps. The cashier lady had a hellish expression as she watched him leave. Nima, winning a dozen bottles in a row. The cashier lady had worked in the supermarket for more than 2 years and had never seen this before. This luck is against the heavens, isn't it? Although a dozen bottles of black tea didn't cost much, but if you buy a lottery ticket with this kind of luck, won't you become a rich man in seconds? Still buy black tea here. The loss is not worth it. The loss is not worth it. Back to the company. Xiao Zhang, have a bottle. Here, Xiao Wang, this bottle is yours. Hey, Lily, this bottle is yours. Jiang Nan beautifully distributed the black tea, a total of $3 to spend. More than 10 bottles, which feels cool. The crowd received the black tea, one by one puzzled. Rub, what's going on? The usually stingy Jiang Nan has changed sex? Yeah, a stingy iron rooster. When did he spare the time to treat everyone to a drink? Not normal. There's a problem, I guess. This must be to borrow money. First of all, declare that there is no money to borrow, not a single penny. Jiang Nan, borrow your sister. Jiang Nan, are you making a death wish? Just at this time, the doorway there is a high-octave hysterical shouting sounded, late for work, and now also blatantly bribed workers, delaying everyone's work. Work you do not want to do. Do not want to do immediately, give me a roll. The mother tiger again. Jiang Nan blocked a positive. Jiang Nan still has the last bottle of drink in his hand not sent out. Froze in place. Other people turned around in a hurry, pretending to go busy with their own work, and one also covered their mouths and snickered. Shen Nan alone with his back to the female boss, frozen in place. The picture style is super embarrassing. Chapter 3, It's Good to Be Rich. Jiang Nan slowly turned around. The expression on his face was not like that of a grandson as in the past. Instead, it was a mysterious and weird smile. You, what are you smiling at? You still have the heart to smile. You, the motherly female boss was dumbfounded. You guess. Jiang Nan responded with a faint smile. The tigress opened her mouth just to say something. Put. Jiang Nan's hand raised. All of a sudden the black tea splashed the boss of the tigress a face. At once a face of black tea juice. Along the tigress face played big face flow down. To be more woeful, more woeful. Ha, you dare to splash me. You give me a roll. Tell you, you lost your rice bowl. Still want to work here in my place. The door is not. The tigress was going crazy, looking at Jiang Nan with a gaze that wanted to kill. She could never have imagined that Jiang Nan would do this. This was really against the sky. He. Jiang Nan laughed. Work, Lousy has had enough. Lousy don't want it. After saying that, he took his backpack and directly left in the shocked gaze of the workers on the side. Nima, now you can see the success rate. But also work? Does not exist. It was impossible to be working. Not in a lifetime. Just left like that? The other employees in the company, after the shock, were dumbfounded. What was this situation? How did Jiang Nan suddenly become so bottomless? Weird, revealing weirdness everywhere? However, the feeling of throwing black tea in the boss's face is really unpleasant. I also want to do this. Phew. Jiang Nan, who walked out of the company, looked at the sky and exhaled deeply. The repression and anger that had accumulated in his heart instantly disappeared. In order to survive, enduring humiliation in this broken company, looking at the boss's face to act, and often being scolded and trampled on personality, really is too suffocating. Now finally is to leave. Do not have to suffer this bird gas. Now that the success rate is in the hand, the world I have. Jiang Nan is spirited, and the heart is already hesitant to do a good job. Gulp, the stomach called out. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. It seems that the current situation is that filling the stomach first is the most important. At the nearby roadside stall, he asked for soybean milk donuts, and while eating leisurely, he pondered how to make money with success rates next. The first thing that came to mind was gambling on stones. Right in Shanghai City, there was a small-scale gambling stone park. Jiang Nan had gone there before when he accompanied clients, and the raw stones for gambling were said to have been shipped from Burma. There has always been a popular saying in the stone gambling industry that one cut is poor. One cut is rich, and one cut wears sackcloth, a worthless piece of wool. If cut out a good emerald that can be worth a lot of money, it's a risky business that can make you rich overnight and instantly leave you with nothing. However, Jiang Nan was now able to see the success rate, so there would only be one outcome, a cut that was rich, becoming rich in seconds. After having breakfast, Jiang Nan waved his hand and hailed a cab, heading straight to the gambling stone park. Crossing his legs and sitting in the back of the taxi, his heart was happy. Previously, he had been squeezing public transportation, and taking a taxi was a luxury expense. On the guaranteed salary, a day down is not enough to pay for the car, every penny to break the finger counting. Now there is no need. This feeling is cool. Jiang Nan has deeply realized the feeling that money is spent and we will earn again. Earning money before was feeling so difficult, and now, although he was still just walking on the road to earning money, he couldn't help but already swell. The time is not long. Sir, the place is here. The cab driver stopped and said, a total of $75. Jiang Nan pulled out $100 bill and threw it over, saying in a flirty tone, no need to look for it. After saying this, the tiger's body shook, and pushed the door to get off the car with the general attitude of big money. This feeling was so damn cool. Thank you, sir. Cab driver rolled down the window, pandering to Jiang Nan kept saying thank you. One-eyed Jiang Nan into the garden, only to sigh and said, it's good to be rich. When can we mix to this part? Chapter 4, Don't Take Shortcuts. Entering the gambling stone garden, Jiang Nan slipped inside without slowing down. It was bustling. All sorts of people, but there were more people of advanced years. There were a lot of grandfathers walking birds with bird cages, and there were also some uncles in tang suits who looked moralistic and a bit profound. There are fewer 20-year-olds like Jiang Nan. The raw stones in the gambling garden are all categorized into small piles. Many people gathered in front of each small stall, talking and discussing. There were also people holding magnifying glasses, looking at the selected stones. Jiang Nan roughly skipped around and randomly chose a small stall on the periphery and stopped, because he noticed the price tag. The stones here were cheaper, at 1,000 per kilogram. They were the cheapest raw stones here, whereas in the upscale area, the marked price of the raw stone was already as high as 10,000 or even $100,000 a kilogram. The thief was scary, but although Jiang Nan does not know much, this can also be seen. The color of these raw stones is very different. High-grade area of those stones looks oily and glossy, with a rich phase, as if cut after. The inside certainly have the appearance of emerald. And the periphery of those small stalls, the color of the stone which is like the river picked up almost. Even Jiang Nan suspected that these stones are picked up from the river. Finished stacked here to sell money. $1,000 for 1 kilogram. Very pitiful. However, here itself is gambling. Clearly marked price. No one forced you to buy, so only willing to gamble to lose. Jiang Nan also noticed, in the periphery of these small stalls surrounded by the crowd, plainly dressed, basically are not what rich people. It seems to want to invest a little less. Finished to be able to pick up a big leak into the legendary knife rich. Jiang Nan squatted down, casually picked up a piece of stone. The idea of the heart crossed. Have jade, 0%. Snap, casually threw down. Picked up another piece. Has jade, 0%. Snap, throw it away. Picked up another piece. Has emerald, 0%. An old man next to him couldn't stand to look at it. The old man looks quite educated. Look, wearing glasses. Siswan, hand also held a magnifying glass, is against a stone with a magnifying glass to look at it. As a result, he saw Jiang Nan snapping and throwing stones. I say, young man, are you gambling with stones? How can you possibly win a bet if you're so furtive? Jiang Nan, gambling on stones, is a profound study. You know, you have to look carefully, listen carefully. 1. Look at the color. 2. Listen to the sound. Jiang Nan, young man, it seems that you are eager to achieve, only to come here to gamble on the stone. But a look at you do not know anything. Such a gambling stone, how much you have to lose. Listen to my old man, a word of advice to earn money. Do not want to take shortcuts. Go to look for a job to do a good job. Jiang Nan, turn around and leave. Nima, the old man to change the ground line? And I talk about what gambling stone? I look at the success rate, okay? However, because of the good intentions of this grandpa, Jiang Nan didn't have a general understanding with him. Just next to the stall, Jiang Nan continued to pick up the stone. Have jade, 0%. Snap, take another piece of. Have jadeite, 0%. Alas, nowadays, young people are too impetuous, so disobedient. Do not fall a big heel. Do not know to turn back. The boss of the next stall does not stop. Jiang Nan, really want to ask a question. UTMD don't want a knife rich to do here? And also at this time, when he took a piece of stone, the habitual thought crossed. There is jade, 100%. Chapter 5, can't stop wanting it. Jiang Nan was pleasantly surprised and shouted, "Boss, I'll take this piece." The stone was a good fit, only a circle larger than a fist, and visually estimated to be around a kilogram, and all of Jiang Nan's current savings added up to less than $2,000, which was the only stone like this that he could afford. Numerous people beside him looked at Jiang Nan. ***, this just came and you bought a piece? This kid chose this piece of stone. The color is gray. Definitely bought at a loss. There can't be emerald inside. Alas, hairy young man, I guess it's the first time to come. Think gambling stone so easy to bet in on the color of this original stone. It is also impossible to have emerald. A look is a piece of waste stone. I bet there is absolutely no emerald inside. If there is, I live to eat this piece of stone. Jiang Nan, Nima, none of them look good. A beautiful young lady twisted her thin waist and came over. A beautiful entertainer of the gambling stone garden. Sir, do you want this piece? Aha. Jiang Nan nodded. Kid, hurry up and stop. It's not too late. Kid, listen to people. Eat your fill. Don't pretend to understand. The loss is your own. The young lady took the stone and weighed it on the side. 25 kilograms. A total of $1,250. Cash or credit card. WeChat transfer. Jiang Nan took out his cell phone. The young lady entertained. Brought over a QR code. Jiang Nan swept the code and paid the money. $1,250 a stone bought to hand. The crowd next to him saw that the transaction had been completed, and the picture style immediately changed. Little brother, cut it on the spot and see, right? Yes, cut it on the spot. Everyone follow to see the fun. Jiang Nan did not immediately say anything. Thought for a moment on the side of the young lady asked, if cut out the emerald. We hear recovery not? Recycling. The young lady said, of course I will collect, and the price is fair. This old guest is well known. Right. I can testify to this. Not bad. I see many people cut out of the emerald are sold here. There are professional appraisers here, assessing the price. That's fine. Jiang Nan decided. Cut it, then follow me, said the hostess. We hear master free cutting. If you leave here, to other places to cut then also charge, and we hear cutting master professional, will not destroy the emerald. Jiang Nan nodded. Do not know anything about this. It seems that cutting on the spot here will save a lot of trouble. Do not have to think of how to do it yourself, and cut out the emerald can be directly into money. Very good. Jiang Nan said beautifully. Go to the cutting room, to watch the fun. Just go. But I still say that, my kind of stone can cut out emerald. I live eat stone. A group of watching the embracing Jiang Nan went to the cutting room. In the gambling garden this situation is very common. Once a transaction is completed, everyone wants to witness whether it can cut out the jade, and then also want to feel out some of the doorway and experience. In short, often feel very epiphany. However, when they buy the raw stone according to the epiphany, it will be a pot of cold water thrown down, and is lost to the bottom of the sky. A new round of epiphanies is needed. Gambling stone is this way, the money maker, but very few. Lose money is more, but it makes people want to stop. Chapter 6, just one word, pretend. ZZ. Cutting master knife skillful. The original stone was fixed in the metal fixture. Small cutting machine slowly downward pressure. The stone was cut millimeter by millimeter. Surrounded by 3 layers outside 3 layers. Surrounded a watertight. One by one. Stretching their necks. Waiting expectantly for the results. Jiang Nan's heart also seized up. Although he now trusted the success rate he could see. But this was the first time it had been used to make money. If it worked, then it was naturally good. If it didn't work, then it would be completely over. Very quickly, with one cut to the end, the cutting master lifted the toothless saw, then opened the holder, picked up the stone and split it in two, revealing a smile. Congratulations, the jadeite has been cut out, although it's not particularly large. As he spoke, he showed the cut 2 stones to Jiang Nan. In the center of the stone, there was the cut walnut-sized turquoise emerald. Phew, Jiang Nan exhaled a long breath. The heart was stabilized. Around, really cut out the emerald? Hiss, God. Actually really there. Hold grass. Really have. Now can only use hold grass to express my excited mood. Cough. Before I remember who said, if cut out the emerald live eat stone. Yes. I remember this was said by old Lu Head. The crowd looked at old Lu too in unison. That. Old Lu too looked embarrassed. I've been having trouble digesting lately. Crowd. A face of contempt. Sir. The hospitality young lady saw the jadeite cut out, and was even more smiling. You are going to sell it here. Right. I will take you to see our manager. Okay? He is responsible for these matters. Okay. Jiang Nan nodded, entertaining the twirling, thin-waisted young lady to lead the way in front. He followed with the emerald. Behind him was a group of envious and jealous eyes and murmurs. In fact, I would like to say, this piece of stone before I also fancy, but at that time hesitated. Alas, wrong hand, regret I seem to have sensed what? This piece of raw stone at first glance is back to basics. From the appearance of the inside looks like there is no emerald, and the more such signs may also be inside the emerald. To take the principle of Tai Chi, which is called the opposite of the pole of matter. Aha, makes sense, makes sense. In that case, there are quite a few leaks inside the pile of raw stones that may have jadeite raw stones. I'll quickly go and pick a piece. I'll go too. One by one, the Moncler jacket suddenly became fit as a fiddle. Sir, congratulations, have cut out the jadeite. At a glance you are a unique vision. Experienced. The male manager, wearing glasses and in his 30s, spoke to Jiang Nan with a smile on his face, and later instructed the hostess, hurry up and pour the tea. The hostess hurriedly went to pour the tea. Jiang Nan's status had turned into a VIP. He sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, casually surveying the luxurious room, which felt beautiful. I'll call the evaluator to come over, the manager said as he took out his phone and dialed. Aha! Jiang Nan nodded his head carelessly, a calm demeanor. It seems that he has seen a lot of big storms and waves, and this thing in front of him is a small thing. Anyway, it is just a word. To pretend. Sir, please drink tea. The receptionist young lady poured tea and served it to Jiang Nan's body, full of smiles. Chapter 7, Tough. This jadeite color is ordinary, and the waterhead is not enough. The appraiser is an old man in his 60s, wearing glasses, looks quite educated, holding a magnifying glass up and down to watch the walnut-sized emerald. Just say how much it can be worth. Jiang Nan said himself, this is what he cared about, $10,000, no more. The old man put down the magnifying glass. Jiang Nan saw it in silence. This gentleman, the manager said from the side. Mr. Liu is a senior appraisal expert, and he never looks at things out of sight. So think about it, and if you think it's okay, sell the emerald to us. Put down a sentence, he said to the appraiser. Liu, old man, I send you, said assisting the old man out of the room. Just out of the room. The manager didn't even say anything when the appraiser held out 3 fingers to him. The manager nodded his head to show that he understood. Then he returned to the room and said with a smile, how is Mr. Consideration? And Jiang Nan was having a thought flash through his mind. This jadeite can be worth 1 million. 0%. It can be worth 500,000. 0%. It can be worth 200,000. 0%. It can be worth 100. 000. 1%. Frozen slightly, he continued. Can be worth 80. 000. 1%. Can be worth 50. 000. 30%. Can be worth 40. 000. 35%. Can be worth 30. 000. 100%. A series of data. Let Jiang Nan a little mind-boggling. This data situation is a little imperceptible. Sir, how's the consideration? The manager was asking again. 10,000 won't do. Jiang Nan said. Don't treat me as an amateur. Jadeite I understand. On my piece of jadeite, less than 50. 000 can't. 50. 000? The corner of the manager's mouth just twitched. He said, this young man's eyes are poisonous. It's unbelievable that he's so young. This jadeite could indeed be sold for 50. 000 if there were good channels. But the water in this business is very deep, and good channels are not generally known. If 50. 000 dollars received, then there is no oil and water at all. 50. 000 is too expensive. The manager immediately shook his head and refused. Since you, guest, don't think we're trustworthy enough here, then go ask elsewhere. You might be able to sell it for a better price. A very righteous look. Good. Jiang Nan immediately stood up. In that case, there's no way the deal can be made. Turning around, he left. When he walked to the door of the room, the manager suddenly spoke up. In this case, take out my utmost sincerity. 20. 000. We'll close the deal if you're willing to do it for 20. 000. 30. 000. Jiang Nan said. No less. 3 million. The manager suddenly had the feeling of being robbed against his chest. Nima. A bite on his bottom line. How does this feel? A little bit of egg pain. Can't do it. Forget it then. Jiang Nan turned his head and continued to leave. Alright. 30. 000 is 30. 000. Deal. The manager said in a depressed manner. Jiang Nan nodded and returned to the room again. The emerald was left behind, and 30. 000 was transferred to him. Nima. Looking at the 4,000 behind the 3, Jiang Nan was in an exceptionally good mood. This was the largest amount of money he had ever seen in his life. No, is the largest amount of money he has ever owned. And Jiang Nan also basically figured out one thing. The highest value of this piece of emerald is probably this 50,000. If you meet the right person, 80,000 100,000 is also possible. However, if the transaction was completed here, it would sell for 30,000 at most. If you want to sell it for 50,000, you'll have to find other channels. All in all, if you trade here, you do the most benefit. Maisie, this C success rate strong looks like it can be used in many ways. Chapter 8, absolutely not allowed. Asterisk. This lad is eating smoothly. Again. Swell. Don't think you're lucky every time. Jiang Nan again came to the stone pile before picking, while the people next to them are talking. There are emeralds. 0%. There is jadeite. 0%. Snapping. Jiang Nan's speed is very fast. Each piece of stone in his hands to stay no more than a second. After about 5 minutes, there is emerald. 100%. After a slight pause, Jiang Nan continued. Worth 10,000. 100%. Worth 100,000. 100%. Nima, with a small excitement in his heart, continued a little later. Worth 200,000. 1%. Worth 150,000. 30%. Without continuing any further, Jiang Nan put the stone away. Started to pick up another piece next to it. Has emerald. 0%. After a few minutes, one stall was finished picking and there was nothing else to be found. Switched to another stall. And around. Almost everyone was stopping other actions, just looking at Jiang Nan with bated breath. The entire stone gambling park Jiang Nan had become the center of attention, with all sorts of murmurs. You guys guess? Does this kid have real skills to be able to see which one has emerald inside? Or is he betting on luck? Is there a legendary perspective eye? Hiss. Let you say this is horrible. In reality there will not be such a bloody thing, right? If that's the case, the owner of this would have to cry to death. Another is the stone pile. A few minutes later also fast pick almost when Jiang Nan is found another piece of stone with emerald, worth 50,000 pieces. The heart can't help but sigh. These stones appear emerald chances are really not generally low. This thing if for ordinary people. I don't know how many people have to pit to death to find this piece of with emerald. Unceremoniously put away. Looked around. The attention of more people. Almost time to close. Jiang Nan smoothly picked up 2 more stones next to him that were only the size of a fist, and the thought flashed. 0%. 0%. Okay, just the 2 of them, a little lighter, will be pitched a little less money. This was already planned by Jiang Nan. Today this situation has also attracted the attention of so many people. There must be a good ending. It was important to let the others think that they were just taking their chances. Otherwise, there was a chance that they would attract trouble. The so-called tree invites the wind. The gun hits the head. This reasoning he understands very well. To be a person or to make a fortune in a low profile is the king's way. Phew, so tired. Jiang Nan held the 4 stones he picked in his arms, stood up and stretched. Miss, check out. For this time, little brother, cut it on the spot this time too. Let us see it too. Yes, I really don't believe it. You can solve the emerald every time. Wait and see. Maybe there really is it. This kid makes me look quite evil. Jiang Nan's situation. The hospitality girl has also long been concerned, and also informed the manager. Even the manager was also concerned on the sidelines. After all, Jiang Nan had picked a piece with emerald. This was too unbelievable on the first try. If Jiang Nan really had any special ability, picking out all the stones with emerald here, then how could anyone buy the rest? This kind of situation they absolutely did not allow to occur. Chapter 9, be careful. For raw stones, a total of 56 kilograms, 560 pieces. The receptionist lady weighed them and quoted the price. Without nagging, Jiang Nan directly scratched the money over. Sir, is it still going to be cut on the spot? The receptionist asked with an expectant smile. She had already gone through the manager's authorization and must let Jiang Nan cut the stone here to see the situation. Of course. Jiang Nan smiled. Let's go. I'm very confident in my luck. I think I'll definitely be able to cut out the emerald this time as well. The hospitality girl smiled. Then congratulations in advance. Sir. Her twisting thin waist led the way in front, and Jiang Nan followed behind, followed by a large group of people watching. Arrived at the cutting room. Jiang Nan's hand reached into his backpack and took the stone in his hand and tested it. With emerald. 100%. Immediately replaced the other piece. Has emerald. 0%. This is to rest assured that took out. Handed over to the cutting master. Cutting master received in the hands. Fixed in the metal frame. Opened the small cutting machine. Around is surrounded by 3 layers, outside 3 layers. So many people are collectively silent. Not a word. Stretched neck to wait and see. The hospitality girl on the sidelines is also the eyes to see the momentary. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, showed a face of anticipation. The manager, on the other hand, had already run to the security room and watched the footage captured by the cutting room camera. Zip! The cutting machine sliced down millimeter by millimeter, and soon cut to the bottom. The cutting master closed the knife, opened the fixed metal rack, took the original stone in two and shook his head slightly. Bad luck. Oh, it's a piece of waste stone, said as he held it out to Jiang Nan. The surrounding crowd also took a glance and saw clearly. The whole stone did not have a bit of green. It was completely a piece of waste stone. Hoo! It was the sound of a long sigh of relief. Obviously, this is the way they can accept it. Sure enough, the last time was just a stroke of luck. Not bad, just good luck. This hit the face, but also picked so fast. Really think they will see through. A pick? The hospitality young lady on the side was also faintly and unaccountably relieved. The manager inside the security city skimmed his mouth, not at all in the heart, turned to leave. Asterisk. No? Jiang Nan looked furious. I still don't believe it. Today obviously counted a fortune. The upper sign set on the one hand, and from the backpack took out another outside a stone. After testing is 100% no emerald, handed over to the cutting master. The crowd quieted down again to wait and see. ZZ. Soon cut. The results came out. Another piece of waste stone. Ha. Really naive. Thought that counting a fortune would be able to pick the emerald. In that case, wouldn't everyone be rich? Alas. Forgive the ignorance of these young people. Without experiencing setbacks, they do not know what is despair. This time honestly, gambling stone is not so play. No years of accumulated experience. On the basis of luck there is only one way to lose death. The surrounding people are a piece of ridicule. Are dispersed. Jiang Nan is a face hid decadent look. Forlorn drooping head carrying the remaining two stones, slowly leaving the gambling garden. The back looks so depressed and lonely. A few people looked at his back, but also the seriousness of the admonition. Kid, be careful in the future. Find a job and get down to business. Chapter 10, A Little Drift. Take a taxi and return to the rented house. Jiang Nan sat on the old sofa giggling alone. Until now, it still felt a bit like a dream. Nima, less than a day's time, easily earned a small $200,000. This efficiency is a bit horrible. And most importantly, this is just testing the waters. Hey. Feel a little floating. Happy half a day. Jiang Nan only convergence of some, in the heart admonished himself. Steady. This is just how big a little thing. It is not just a life open the hang up to take off it. As for the so happy, but, he really too, encountered this kind of thing is not happy. Then really become, another half a day of silly joy. Forced himself to stabilize. He took the two stones out of his backpack, stroked his chin, and pondered what to do with the two stones and then not arouse suspicion. It was only when this was sold that it could be turned into money, and one could truly earn a small $200,000 easily. What to do? One by one, ideas crossed the mind. If, say, wait until tomorrow and also take the two stones to the gambling garden to offer them for sale, will it arouse suspicion? 100%. Jiang Nan. Sure enough, this path wouldn't work. It had to be sold in a different place. There. Suddenly Jiang Nan's eyes lit up and remembered a person. The previous company's workmate, Zhu Shishir. Zhu Shishir had sold properties in the same company as Jiang Nan 2 months ago. Then she couldn't stand the tigress and quit, and went to sell jewelry in an old jewelry and jade store. Not long ago and Jiang Nan had run into once, chatting in passing. And Jiang Nan here still has her contact information. Now this situation. You can contact her. Ask the old store where she is not to accept jade. If so, you can go out. Jiang Nan immediately took out his cell phone and dialed the phone. Soon the phone was connected, and a nice girl's voice came from the opposite side. Jiang Nan. How suddenly remembered to call me. If I say, I want you, don't know if you believe it. Jiang Nan said with a faint smile. Giggle. The other party laughed. You don't want to chase me, right? Don't blame me for rejecting you. Your face value can completely pass. However, 1 has no car and 2 has no house. You also know that this person is more realistic. No house and no car cannot work. Jiang Nan also smiled. Car house is not a problem. The problem is no. Cut. Again began to pour mouth. Well, call me what business? I'm at work. Answering the phone will result in a bonus deduction if the boss finds out. I wanted to ask, is the place where you work an old jade store? Yes. Didn't we talk about it last time? What? Is it that the job of selling real estate just can't be done anymore? And that tigress scolded you again? So you want to jump ship and come to my place? This can't be. We only need girls here. Jiang Nan, why don't you say anything? Could it be that I've really hit the nail on the head? Alas, In with that tigress under the work is really enough. I'm not can't stand. How will jump ship to here? Cough cough cough. That, the work, I am resigned, but not looking for a job. I just want to ask, your store accept jade, receive emerald? Opposite voice paused for a moment. A little later continued, you are saying that the old goods pendant jewelry and so on. Collect, our store collect, not old goods pendant, jewelry or something. Jiang Nan explained, just cut open the jadeite raw stone. This I'm not too particularly clear. I help you ask the boss. A moment to call you. Click. The phone hung up. Jiang Nan, damn hang so fast. He wanted to say not clear even if. As a result, the phone had already hung up. Chapter 11, Chicken Ribs. It wasn't long before the call came. Jiang Nan looked at the number and without any surprise it was Zhu Shishir. Picked up. Zhu Shishir nice voice rang. Jiang Nan, I asked the boss. The store inside the collection of emerald. But, do you have emerald to sell? Yes, just a short time ago. The old family a long gone cousin uncle. Back home a trip. He is in Burma to do the jade business. Very profitable. So I followed him to do the jade business. This is Jiang Nan has thought of a good excuse. Is like awesome you are doing up the jadeite business. Really surprising Oh, small fight. By the way, the emerald business is how to do. I'm also very curious about this. Our emerald store owner is really too rich. It is said that also from the emerald business to do this well, said too complicated. Wait for us to meet and then talk about it. You send me the address of your store. I wait for busy hand over a trip, and your boss to meet a face. Good, then let's meet and talk again. Click. The phone hung up. A little later, ding dong the location was sent over. Jiang Nan checked it slightly. East Lake Road East Antique Street, and memorized it in his mind. The next step was to embark on his own plan. Took out his cell phone and began to shop online for a small cutting machine. A one-by-one look over. Quickly selected a suitable. 666. It is very good. Ordered the next order. For the gambling stone, Jiang Nan have paid attention to it before, because it is an opportunity to get rich overnight. In addition to betting on the stone, and buy lottery tickets and so on, this is the object of Jiang Nan's attention. In short, to be able to lie down to make money. Make a lot of money. Our Jiang Nan cannot sleep when thinking about things, dreaming of pie in the sky. But this time, the sky is really falling pies, but also a big pie in the sky. Jiang Nan purchased the small cutting machine. The purpose does not need to cut the emerald, but another way of gambling stone business. There are two kinds of transactions in the way of gambling on stones. One is to buy the original stone. The second is that after opening the window and seeing the green, without cutting, this is the way to trade. Gambling is, jadeite inside is certainly there, but the size of the value of the jadeite depends on their own eyesight and experience. And Jiang Nan is now in need of this situation. So out of the time, each piece of raw stone inside the jadeite there is no good surprise. Would have been to open the window, sure to have jadeite. Of course, this kind of transaction to buy the price and the original stone on the world of difference. To be precise, there is no accurate price. As long as you love me, to be able to reach a deal on the line. In short, a word or gambling. Experienced stone gamblers, is to look at the slightest bit of gap jade color to estimate the price. The small cutting machine will not arrive until tomorrow. Jiang Nan glanced at the time, already half afternoon, picked up the phone and began to download the double color. Soon, get it done. However, when Jiang Nan intended to buy a double color ball and come to a super jackpot, he bitterly realized that he saw the success rate, and it was simply too troublesome to buy a double color ball, because each number of different combinations are related to the possibility of winning the lottery. So many numbers. I'll try again to select a pop-up number. I guess their beard is white. Pull down. Do not buy. Still betting on the stone to save heart. Putting the cell phone away. Jiang Nan went straight downstairs to prepare some delicious food to make up for the harm he had just suffered. After laboring to download a double color ball, it turned out to be a chicken rib. Chapter 12, Wonderful Uses Everywhere. The small restaurant downstairs. Jiang Nan chose a secluded corner and looked at the menu. Chopped pepper fish head, steamed pork, East Slope pork, spicy mushrooms. Bored and excited, the idea rose in his mind. Chopped pepper fish head suits my taste. 90%. Dongpa pork. 40%. Spicy hot pot. 10%. Steamed fish. 50%. Oh, interesting. The corner of Jiang Nan's mouth curved up into an arc. The success rate can be used everywhere. Then verify it. Just at this time, the waitress lady also came up, softly asked, what dish does the guest order? Minced pepper fish head, steamed fish, spicy shiitake mushroom, dongpa pork, and 2 more beers. Hurry up. Okay. The waitress went to the kitchen in a hurry to urge the dishes, and in her heart, she couldn't help but mutter, a person who ordered so many dishes, so able to eat. It didn't take long for the dishes to come up one after another. Jiang Nan first took a bite of chopped pepper fish head and put it in his mouth. It is really good. The flavor is great. Exactly what he likes. Eat the beautiful. Then came a mouthful of spicy hot pot. Just under the mouth. Cannot help but almost spit it out. Too damn hard to eat. Sure enough, it is not worth only 10% of the dishes. Come to a mouthful of water to rinse out the mouth. Before going to taste the other dishes. This time it is 50% of the steamed fish. The flavor is not bad. Can eat. Then came a bite of dompa pork. The flavor was not great. Barely edible. Jiang Nan has completely come to the conclusion that this success rate is wonderfully useful and can be used in all aspects of making money and living. Other dishes are not eaten. Drinking beer. Eating chopped pepper fish head. Occasionally come to mouth steamed fish eat beautiful. That said, he has not eaten so comfortably since he grew up. A meal leisurely eat to the evening. Check out. Go. The waitress looked at the rest of the almost untouched dishes, raised a nice eyebrow, whispered, rich people are so defeatist? She couldn't help but look at Jiang Nan's back a few more times. Tall and handsome. Inexplicably, there was one more thought in his heart. If only he could find a boyfriend like this. Eating a meal is so extravagant. So he must be a rich man with a car, a house and savings. Evening. Take a taxi straight to the movie theater. Blockbuster. See enough. Before going to the cinema to see a movie, or Jiang Nan want to go and dare not go things. No way, just one word. Poor. The result to the movie theater. Jiang Nan more hurt. Nima. Everywhere are pairs of dog food. Either a group of buddies and brothers, or a group of young ladies. A single person like him looks so different. Cannot say there is no, but, looks very frequent danger. Coincidentally, even more unlucky, wandering in the distance, there came two acquaintances, two colleagues from the company, Lily and Zhang Yuan. In the company, Jiang Nan also knew that these two people were making friends. I did not expect so encountered here. Of course, the important thing is that people in pairs, their own lonely. This awkward a match ouch. Jiang Nan. Just at this time, Zhang Yuan has seen Jiang Nan. You also come to see the movie? How come you're alone? Go, how to talk. Lily, however, interjected. Why would Jiang Nan come here alone to watch a movie? It's obvious that he's talking about a friend and waiting for his friend here. Right, Jiang Nan? While saying that, she also looked like I understand and batted her long false eyelashes. Right. Jiang Nan smiled awkwardly. Not bad. All recognized by you. I'm waiting for a friend. Chapter 13, Bastard. Jiang Nan, okay, sneaking around making friends, but not telling us. No, must treat. Zhang Yuan said. Jiang Nan, asterisk. Still so stingy. Shouldn't we treat our friends? Jiang Nan, okay, let's go in first. Lily said. Jiang Nan has lost his job now. He should be more understanding. Jiang Nan, alright, let's go in first. The two entered the theater. Jiang Nan rubbed his face, a face of obscurity, came to have fun and ended up making it so awkward. And right at this moment, a tall, airy, beautiful woman brushed past him and walked towards the ticket gate. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Such a beautiful girl cannot be seen often. And later on, he was surprised. What's the situation? Such a superb girl even came to see the movie alone? Not normal. Inexplicably he had a burst of heart. The heart silently thoughts crossed. The chances of success, 100%, of inviting this girl to watch a movie. 100%? Jiang Nan himself was shocked. He was just having fun trying it out and didn't expect this result. Seems like there is a story here. He became more and more interested. One thought rose. This girl is naturally flirty and easy to pick up. 0%. Not because of this. Then, this sister is in a bad mood. 100%. There's a situation. This girl lost her love. 0%. Gambling with her family. 100%. Still a virgin. 0 girl. 100%. The last item, Jiang Nan just casually tested it, and I didn't expect it to be a fledgling. Not bad. Such a girl can get her hands on a little. Jiang Nan stroked his chin and made a decisive decision. Because the girl has already walked to the ticket gate, about to buy a ticket. No ink. Jiang Nan quickly rushed over. With a smile on his face, a gentleman's posture said, girl, a person? Yes. The beauty in Jiang Nan glanced coldly, answered a word, and beside it, several boys were secretly paying attention to her. After all, a woman as beautiful as her was very rare, and wherever she went, she was a very eye-catching presence. Jiang Nan came up to strike up a conversation this time. It immediately attracted the attention of a few people. Not knowing whether it was jealousy or envy, Jiang Nan even had the guts to accost a beauty of such a level, making them feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Disgruntled whispers muttered up. Oh, even accosted. Is there not a bit of self-awareness? But also want to ask about this level of beauty. Look at the temperament of others. Do not take a piss and look at their own body all over the cheap ground goods. Toad wants to eat swan meat. Such a dog blood plot. Actually really encountered. Their muttering voice is not big, but Jiang Nan also heard it, but simply lazy to take care of them. Continued to say gentlemanly, just now. I'm alone. Can I be a companion? Please watch the movie with you? Yes. The girl's voice was cold and spat out another word. Ha! Jiang Nan laughed and threw the ticket girl 2 old people's heads. 2 tickets. Next to a few single dogs. A face of unbelievable eyes staring greatly. Nima, what's the situation? Surprisingly agreed? How could this be? How could this be? Jiang Nan took the tickets and walked into the theater side by side with the extreme girl. A few goods looked at the backs of the 2 of them with complicated expressions. They were puzzled. Chapter 14, The Bag Causes Trouble. At the entrance of the screening hall, Jiang Nan bought 2 more buckets of popcorn and tossed one to the sister in passing, also without saying a word. The girl glanced at him and took it, again without speaking. The eyes were cold. She also had a little interest in Jiang Nan at this time, even wanted to pick her up. A cheap ground goods. Also do not look at their own a few pounds and 2. Think about the consequences? The girl's name is Angel. In Shanghai City, that is a person with a background. Grandfather is a famous collector. Antique collection industry Ding Ding is in Lao. Dad is the president and director of the most powerful hospital in Shanghai City. And hospital. Older brother is a big brother on the road. Under the more than 100 little brother. Can say that the in family any take out a person? Shanghai City, that is a powerful figure. And in Chi is the heart of all the in family. Grandpa spoiled. Old dad spoiled. Old brother even more spoiled. Dare to have the courage to have bad intentions close to In Chi's man. The end will be absolutely miserable. Even In Chi had already thought of the scene where Jiang Nan would get his legs broken. As long as this bastard once had any nasty behavior, she would have a long line of convoys killed over with a single phone call. The 2 people, one after the other, walked into the screening hall and looked for a seat. And right at this moment, a person not far away stood up and greeted Jiang Nan. Hi, Jiang Nan, you guys are also in this screening hall. Jiang Nan looked over and it was none other than Zhang Yuan. Yeah, it's quite a coincidence. Jiang Nan smiled, while Zhang Yuan looked at In Chi beside Jiang Nan with a surprised face. His breathing was a bit unsteady. He was completely stunned by In Chi's face value and temperament. His heart turned over in shocking waves. I rubbed. What kind of luck did Jiang Nan's brat have to pick up such a superb beauty? God, this figure, this face value, this temperament, and all dressed up. Cootie, all can be seen, is a famous brand. The satchel, Hermes limited edition, a bag tens of thousands of dollars. Nima, too exaggerated it. The eyes of Lily on the side were also wide open. Staring at the Hermes bag, eyes refused to move away. The heart was unsettled. Back to chat. Jiang Nan greeted Zhang Yuan and the 2 of them went to find a seat and sat down. Lily, what do you think is going on here? I'm a bit confused. Zhang Yuan asked Lily in a very unsettled mood. Don't ask me. My heart is in turmoil. Damn it, Zhang Yuan, when can you buy me a Hermes bag too? I don't want a limited edition. It's just Hermes. Zhang Yuan. Jiang Nan, you are trying to kill me. Lily, I bet Jiang Nan's girlfriend's bag. Definitely not Jiang Nan bought it for her. Jiang Nan just lost his job. And you're not unaware of it. This kid must have had no idea what kind of luck he had, and was by a rich woman. I don't care. If you don't buy me a Hermes bag, I'll break up with you. Zhang Yuan. Soon, the screening room was quiet. The movie started. It was a well-received domestic movie, not The God of Medicine. Jiang Nan watched with great interest, clicking and eating popcorn, completely ignored the presence of the sister beside him. It was originally just a whim. The In Chi beside her, however, was puzzled by this reaction of Jiang Nan, suspiciously stealing a glance at Jiang Nan from time to time. She also clicked her tongue and ate popcorn. The desire to watch the movie was gone, and in her heart she muttered in a small way, "What's wrong with this guy? What's the deal with picking up girls without saying a word? Is it a new way of doing things? To capture the reason for indulgence? To catch a big fish with a long line?" Chapter 15, A Windfall. All the way to the end of the movie, Angie's mind was playing tricks on her. She had a habit of coming to the movies alone when she was unhappy to quiet herself, and the same was true this time when she was angry with her family. However, this time, she didn't quiet her mind at all while watching the movie, letting Jiang Nan, the oddball, disturb her, asked her to watch a movie and didn't say a word during the time. How could there still be this kind of operation? Angie originally intended to wait for Jiang Nan to show any dirty thoughts, to punish him properly, out of a mouthful of these sulks in her heart, pranking and messing with the stinky man. Maybe her mood will change for the better, but never thought it would be this situation. Jiang Nan calmly and steadily like a mountain watching a movie. She, on the other hand, was getting upset. The movie ended. The crowd began to walk out of the screening hall one after another. Shall we go too? Jiang Nan said to Anqi with a smile while standing up. Go, Anqi coldly said, and after dwelling on it for a long time, her heart was slightly pleased. I'm afraid that the tail of the fox is showing again at the end. I guess, the next thing must be to invite to eat a late-night snack, drug and so on these old ways. The two left the screening room. Walking out the door, Zhang Yuan and Lily were waiting at the door. Seeing Jiang Nan and the two of them come out, Zhang Yuan smiled and showed his big teeth. Jiang Nan, you guys line introduce While speaking, his eyes drifted towards Anqi. The meaning was already obvious. Jiang Nan froze for a moment, pondering how to cope with the past. That, some other day I invite you to dinner. Let's have a good chat, said with a wink. The meaning is obvious. This situation is not convenient to talk. Turn around and talk alone. Oh. Zhang Yuan understood in a second. Mysteriously smiled. Good. Talk is good. I can wait for your phone call. When to hold a few hard dishes. Good to say. Jiang Nan smiled. Sister Anqi was very cooperative, not saying a word the whole time, but her face was icy cold. Zhang Yuan left with Lily, whose eyes were full of grudges, and she even glanced at Anji's Hermes bag on her way out. Thanks. Bye. Jiang Nan smiled in a gentlemanly manner and said to Anji as he turned to leave. Anqi, a face of confusion. What kind of situation is this? Thank you. Goodbye. And this kind of operation? She couldn't understand it at all. Looking at Jiang Nan's back getting farther and farther away, her small face became icy cold with a feeling of being tricked, and cried out chirpily, You wait. What's wrong? Jiang Nan stopped and turned back with a puzzled look. What exactly do you mean? What do you mean? Jiang Nan looked like he didn't understand. It means that I invited you to watch a movie with me, now that the movie has been seen. Anji opened her mouth, speechless. That didn't sound wrong. See you later. Jiang Nan smiled and turned to leave. No, wait. You, me. Anji held her heart, stammered but didn't know what she wanted to say. Is there anything else? Have something to say quickly. I'm busy, Jiang Nan said. You, and she held back half a day and said, I don't have the habit of strange men shelling out money for me. The money for the movie tickets and popcorn is returned to you. While saying, she touched out a few 100 yuan bills from her bag, walked to Jiang Nan. A hand threw the money in front of Jiang Nan, turned around and gas flocked to look, clicked her heels and walked away. Jiang Nan, a face of confusion, looking at the several 100 yuan bills scattered on the ground, bent down and picked them up, counted a total of 6, or a lucky number. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up in an arc. $600, also earned, by movie tickets and popcorn for the girl together is less than 100 yuan. Net profit 500. This business is doing well. Just experimenting with the success rate. I didn't expect to have a windfall. Maisie, Chapter 16, Little Sister of the Anchor. We're different, not in the same situation. Taking a taxi back to the rented house, Jiang Nan hummed a song while going upstairs. His mood was so good that his feet floated a bit as he went up the stairs. This was the most wonderful night he had ever felt. No more worrying about earning money tomorrow. No more worrying about being scolded by his boss for being late. One could sleep as much as they wanted until they woke up naturally. Thank you, little brother, for the reward. Thank you. Love you, yo. Almost walking to the door, next door came, whiny and nice girl's voice. Jiang Nan's footsteps stopped for a moment, then knocked on the door. The tenant living next door to him was a little sister. A webcast. Little brothers, wait a moment. Bebe has a guest here. I'll be back soon. After the nice voice rang through, the door opened with a creak. A small head with heavy makeup. A very pretty person, wearing rabbit ears poked out. Brother Jiang, it's you. Is there anything else? I'm doing a live broadcast. Nothing else? Here, Jiang Nan said as he gave the anchor little sister a large package of potato chips, a snack he bought on the way back. I bought them on the way back. I bought several packages. Take them as a midnight snack, said the side of the hand of several large packets of snacks, to the anchor little sister to see. Yeah, anchor little sister instantly happy. Thank you so much, brother Jiang. Love you, yo. I hurry to go live. It's not easy for someone to reward. Chat some other day. Go. The door closed. The anchor little sister went back. The nice voice quickly came out. Little brothers, I'm back. Come, let's continue to chat. What to see? Dancing. Don't dance, okay? People dancing is not beautiful. Jiang Nan stayed a little, helplessly shrugged his shoulders and went back to his own room next door. Several large bags of snacks and some drinks, casually still on the side. Guyu lying on the sofa. Hey, silly music. Happy half a day. Before stopping, smoothly take over a packet of snacks to open, and a bottle of black tea, take over to open, and then touched out the cell phone. Logged on to the live broadcast platform, directly clicked on the live broadcast room of Bebe. In the live broadcast room, Bebe is twisting the small waist dancing, although not professional, but because of the small model looks good and beautiful, the body is also good, looks very cute, very cute. Bebe and Jiang Nan are old neighbors, renting together for almost a year. When Jiang Nan saw Bebe before, he didn't dare to speak, facing such a pretty little sister. The poor man felt a little inferior, but later, Bebe often looked for him to repair water pipes and other strength work. One by one, the two people became familiar with each other. Of course, Jiang Nan never had any bad thoughts about Bebe, which made Bebe trust him. Bebe had just turned 18. Jiang Nan was 4 years older than her, so Bebe always called Jiang Nan Jiang. The relationship between the two siblings was quite cordial. When there was any strength, Jiang Nan would go over to help. Of course, the thing to buy things will not go to do, or that sentence, poor. Jiang Nan on Bebe is also a kind of understanding. She is also from the countryside. The family is very bad. The father has a disease, paralyzed in bed, have to take medication for many years. The family also has 2 younger brothers who go to school. She is also very helpless, only is to sell sex, do live broadcast, hope to earn more money, can subsidize the family. As a young girl, Jiang Nan saw that it was not easy for her. Sometimes it was clear that she was in a very bad mood, but when she was live streaming, she still had to smile brightly and have a sweet mouth to please her fans. And there were some very poorly qualified fans who said things that were very revealing and even trampled on personalities, all of which had to be endured. Chapter 17, The Deep Love Card. Jiang Nan watched for a while. One by one the pop-ups brushed up, and from time to time there were small rewards. Bebe didn't have many followers, only less than 10,000. It was all pulled up little by herself. Live this line, the water is very deep, there is a backer. Someone pull, can read, or make money is also very not easy, especially like Bebe, this kind of no backer and no one network, can only rely on their own little by little. Obsessed with your little sister body good drooling. Uncle is very rich, also said will not dance, jump quite good looking especially the small savage waist, so thin do not know uncle a hand cannot hold, he. Uncle is very rich, rewarded 5 shark fins, thank you, uncle's reward, love you yo. BB's nice voice then rang, damn, old thing, a handful of years old. Jiang Nan cursed angrily, think about this little sister is really not easy, before is no money, no way to help her, now rich, can help him a hand, directly recharge, $5,000 enough to buy 10 rockets, rewarded out. Bebe, this small live room, such a large amount of reward, is simply something unique, instantly topped the most eye-catching position to dominate the screen, and with the special effects of the reward, rockets flying roar constantly, eye-catching big letters, Love Sun salty fish rewarded 10 rockets. Bebe, who was dancing, stopped at once, her eyes reddened and she almost didn't cry. Xiao Xiao Linglong's body was trembling a little, since she had been an anchor. The largest reward she had received was not even 500. This suddenly came a 5,000 reward. She was stunned and excited. The live broadcast room instantly exploded. Grass, surprisingly appearing tycoon, $5,000 at a time. This dude is ruthless. Damn, it's already the first on the list. I guess this guy must want to take a shot at Bebe. Ugh, so worried about little BB getting eaten. ID is a salted fish that loves the sun. It seems like it's never said anything. Society. Piggy Peach tattooed on the body. From now on I am a social person. Social my fish brother. People are ruthless and don't talk much. Those who don't talk are the real hoe. Rich people are all as stingy as gold. Bebe only reacted at this time, and hurriedly said in a nice voice, thank you. Thank you for the reward, brother fish. Brother fish is really hoe. Love you. Her whole person was now confused, because the sun-loving salted fish, was too strange, had never spoken before, and had never rewarded before. Hey, earthy brother, say something. Yeah, $5,000 thrown out. Gotta say something, right? I guess. Earthy brother wants a date? Top floor. Same top. Jiang Nan originally did not want to say anything, but saw so lively in the live room, touched his chin and thought for a moment, quickly typed a string of words and sent it up. Salted fish in the sun, go to bed early tonight, don't be too tired. Instant. The live broadcast room exploded again. Grass. What a deep set. Deep sign. Old driver Old driver. Bay. 100,000 fire emergency. High energy in front. High energy in the rear. Alert. The city set is deep. I want to go back to the countryside. Thank you fish for your concern. I'm still a little tired. How about we stop here today? Said Bebe's nice voice. Finished. Bebe's teenage heart is poisoned. Bebe, don't fall for it. Such an old routine. There are so many of us old drivers pointing the way. You can't still fall for it? The fans in the live broadcast room, one by one, were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Chapter 18, Repentance. However, Bei could not care what they said. Close the live broadcast. Today is really a little tired. Little brothers, chat again some other day. Goo. Finished. Regret not no Bei such a reaction. I also come to 10 rockets. Cut. What's the point of saying that now? And also, do you play the deep love card? Yeah. I really did not think that playing the deep love card is still so useful. I thought I had been chatting to catch the girl. Alas. Originally a good hand of cards. Was I played so bad? Click. The live broadcast closed. Phew. Bei let out a long breath and sat in front of the live streaming table, fuming. A little later, opened his fan list, and at the top of the list was Jiang Nan, a $5,000 bounty that instantly made Bei's small live broadcast that wasn't very popular a top-tier existence. Salted fish in the sun. Bibi chattered in a small voice and tapped to view the details, instantly discovering something strange. This fan was actually an iron fan who had been added in ages ago, only it had always remained silent, never speaking or rewarding, as if it didn't exist. What in the world is going on? Bei half bit her lips pondering things with an expression, her delicate little face, revealing the maturity of a different age. She was mixing in Shanghai City by herself, and had opened a live broadcast, dealing with a group of greasy old drivers, still exercising with a maturity that surpassed that of the same age. Although she was only 18 years old and looked cute and adorable on the outside, her heart wasn't just 18 years old. Thought for half a day, she finally came to a conclusion. This Love Sun salty fish must be an old driver, must be a step-by-step under the bait, if not unexpected. The next step, to their own contact information, add microblogging and so on, and then it is about the meal to meet. And then, want to understand these? She smiled wryly. Want to cheat her is not easy, the reward money to collect. Want to take advantage of the impossible. She is a small child, and she understands one thing very well. If she can't eat it, then there may be a reward later, but if she lets him eat it, then nothing is left. Thinking about all this, her heart was clear. Today's income was good. This tycoon's reward, she could share more than $2,000. Her mood was suddenly very good. Grabbed the potato chips that Jiang Nan sent her, and ate them beautifully. The flavor is so good. Brother Jiang is so sweet. The person is also handsome. Alas, it's a pity that he's too poor. Otherwise he'd be a really good candidate for a boyfriend. The next day, early morning, Piggy Pachy tattooed on your body. From now on you are a social person. The alarm bell rang. Jiang Nan was awakened and climbed out with a jolt. Glancing at the time, his face was aghast. Holy, it's almost late again. Hurriedly putting on his clothes. However, the movement stopped halfway through wearing it. Only then remembered what? Silly music. Silly. Forget to turn off the alarm. Thought to go to work. Lousy has money, but also on the bull **** class. Just at this time. Bang bang bang. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Jiang Nan was surprised and asked, "Who?" "Brother Jiang." "It's me, Bei." Bei's nice voice sounded outside the door. "It's Bei. Wait a moment, I'll go open the door." Jiang Nan hurriedly put on his clothes, looked in the mirror, briefly combed his hair and opened the door. "What's wrong, Bei? Is the water pipe broken again?" Chapter 19, The plumbing isn't broken. The plumbing isn't broken. I want to buy you breakfast. Surprise, Bibi said. Treat me to breakfast? Jiang Nan also laughed. What's going on? The sun came out of the west today. What? Bei pouted. Last night you sent me such a big bag of snacks. I ask you to eat breakfast and do not eat good. Downstairs of the soybean milk donuts, with not a few dollars. That's fine. It's too much fun to have a beautiful woman treat you to dinner. Jiang Nan smiled. Let's go. Bei led the way before her head, and the two of them went downstairs. She was in a good mood, and was humming quietly along the way. Not far downstairs was a simple breakfast stall. Soybean milk, donuts, wontons, fried cakes and other snacks. It was very lively, and many residents in the neighborhood ate here. The two of them chose a seat on the edge and sat down. Bei raised her good-looking little face and shouted, "Boss, 2 bowls of soybean milk, 6 fritters." Bei, Jiang Nan said with a smile, "You're in such a good mood. I guess you must have met something good, right?" Bei mysteriously smiled happily. "Let you guess right. Then can you guess again? What good things I encountered? This not good guess. Can't guess. Jiang Nan cupped his chin and pretended, while secretly he was doing a test, whether he was happy because of the 10 rockets he rewarded last night. 100%. Will you just guess? Bibi's half-petulant tone. Okay. Jiang Nan helpless, trying look said, talking about boyfriend? Go. Bei rolled a good-looking white eyes. It's not. Keep guessing. Jiang Nan again thought for a moment. Look, buy a lottery win? Cut. It's not. Jiang, why are you so stupid? You have to think about what I do. Bei reminded anxiously. You're an anchor. This I know. Then you're still guessing so outrageously. I've never seen a man as stupid as you. Jiang Nan looked like he suddenly realized. I see. Someone rewarded a lot of money, right? He. Bei suddenly smiled brightly. Finally guessed right. He. Congratulations. He. Bei, a pair of good-looking big eyes are smiling into a crescent moon. Then you guess again. How much money rewarded me? Jiang Nan pretended. $100? No. Keep guessing. $50? Cut. Guess more. $500. No. God. It can't be $1,000 can it? Jiang Nan looked surprised. He. Bei laughed even more. No, it's not right. Keep guessing. Gosh, more than $1,000? Jiang Nan looked completely incredulous. Could it be $2,000? He. Keep going. Difficult. Could it be $5,000? Jiang Nan showed an unusually exaggerated expression. He. Got it right this time. Bei looked at Jiang Nan's appearance, happy like a child who had gotten a new toy. It could be seen that it was a smile that flowed from the bottom of his heart. Good guy. $5,000. Jiang Nan looked shocked. Unthinkable. Too scary. He. Hiss. Kind of struck with envy and jealousy. He. Bei laughed happily from ear to ear. Chapter 20, Feet in Two Boats. Soon, breakfast came up. The two people were just about to eat. The brakes of a squeaky battery car sounded at their side. Jiang Nan glanced at it suspiciously and instantly smiled. Zhang Yuan. And Zhang Yuan was looking at Bei opposite Jiang Nan with unbelievable eyes. Who are you? Bei said unhappily. Why are you looking at me like that? Oh, Jiang Nan hurriedly explained. My co-worker. He almost instantly figured out why Zhang Yuan was looking at Bei like that. Jiang Nan, come over to the side with me for a moment. As Zhang Yuan said this, he added the electric gate and rode the battery bike a short distance to the side. Bei, you eat first. Jiang Nan said and followed. Holy, Jiang Nan, you're good. Even stepping on two boats, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Zhang Yuan looked Jiang Nan up and down, with an appearance of having just met him. Jiang Nan, served, capitalized served. Damn jealous of me, a goddess model, a lowly model. Brother, how did you do it? Teach brother two hands how? Jiang Nan, sincerely begged to teach. I really didn't expect that brother is so powerful. I think you should be late, right? Jiang Nan skimmed his lips and said, Ha? Zhang Yuan was shocked, then remembered what? His face changed greatly. Finished. I'm harmed by you. See you later. Don't be blocked by the mother, old man, said Windy, riding a battery car, and ran away. Jiang Nan, looking at Zhang Yuan's back, he shrugged his shoulders and returned to the breakfast stand. Brother Jiang, what are you two sneaking around saying? You guess? Jiang Nan smiled, picked up a donut and took a big bite. Humph. Bei smiled wryly. Is it related to me? You're really a man-child. Jiang Nan took a sip of soy milk. Guessed right. He asked me if you're my girlfriend and misunderstood seeing the two of us together. He. Bei smiled. I guess so. So what did you say? I said it's my sister. He. Bei laughed happily. Did he believe it? Doesn't matter if he believes it or not. Jiang Nan's sinister look smirked. He was killed by curiosity. He will be late. He will be scolded by his boss. It's so happy to think about it. Giggle. Bei laughed even more. Big brother, you're so bad. This sentence is a little loud. A lot of people around, all looked over in unison. Look at Jiang Nan. Look at Bei. With strange eyes. Bei saw this situation. Immediately the small face became red. Whispered. Bad. Was misunderstood. Hurry up and eat. Finish eating and leave. The two people hurriedly ate their breakfast and left. While going upstairs, Bei seems to have just remembered something. The difference asked. Brother Jiang, why don't you go to work? I got fired. Jiang Nan said. Lost my job. It's like this. Bei nodded and said comfortingly. Brother Jiang is not in a hurry. You can find another one if you lose your job. Aha! Jiang Nan nodded. I don't intend to go to work anymore. I intend to learn how to do business. Doing business is good. Bei said. Doing business is more profitable than going to work. Jiang Nan smiled and didn't say much. Going upstairs to his room. Of course did not want Bei to know that the person she rewarded was him. He was waiting for when the small cutting machine would be delivered, and did not dare to go far, so he had no choice but to helplessly nestle in his room and pick up his cell phone to play some games. Fast approaching noon, the knock on the door sounded. The delivery of the courier arrived. Chapter 21, a good place to pick up the pieces. Phew, Jiang Nan gently exhaled, calming his mood. The raw stone had already been fixed on the metal frame, and it was just a matter of getting off the knife and cutting it. This piece of raw stone to be cut was the one with a lower value, with a success rate test price of around $50,000. Before cutting, Jiang Nan did the test. 1 centimeter will see green, 0%. 2 centimeters will see green, 100%. You can see green in 1. 5 centimeters, 100%. You can see green in 1. 3 centimeters, 0%. 1. 4 centimeters will see green, 100%. Okay. Jiang Nan set the depth to be cut and directly stuck the depth on top of the small cutting machine. 1. 4 centimeters. This kind of cutting is only possible for him, if it is the other cutter, to open the window in a way. Then it will be a millimeter by millimeter cutting. Did not cut a millimeter to close the knife to see. If you see green, then close the knife, and vice versa. Continue until you see green. Of course in the end cannot see green, that is the waste stone. ZZ. Set the depth. Soon Jiang Nan cut, put away the knife, blew a breath, blew off the stone foam, took the flashlight from the side, and shone it down the cut. Vaguely saw the green emerald inside. Not bad. The corner of Jiang Nan's mouth curved up in an arc, putting the cut stone away, then stuck the other piece well on the metal slot, doing the same test. 1 centimeter see green, 100%, 0. 5 centimeters see green, 100%, ha, 0. 2 centimeters see green, 100%, ha, 0. 1 centimeter see green, 0%. The conclusion is there. Just cut 2 millimeters deep. It's almost a thin layer of stone skin. No wonder this piece of raw stone is only half the size of a big kid's fist, but the value is as high as about $150,000. The emerald inside is not small. Jiang Nan fixed the depth, gently cut down, instantly, collected the knife, the same blew off the stone foam, simply do not need a flashlight. This depth can see inside the very beautiful emerald green. Put both stones into the backpack. Jiang Nan thought for a moment, put the small cutter on the bed, felt out the cell phone, dialed Zhu Shishir's phone. The call was soon connected. Jiang Nan, is this going to be the time to come over? Zhu Shishir's voice came over. Yes, is your boss there? Went out for dinner. We'll be back in about 2 hours. Come over after 2 hours. Okay. Jiang Nan hung up the phone, and didn't continue to stay in the room, moved to go downstairs, have lunch on the way and then rush over just right. When he passed by Beibei's door, the door to the room was tightly closed, and there was no movement at all inside. Jiang Nan smiled. This is also Beibei's habit, staying up late at night to broadcast live, and catching up on sleep during the day. He went straight downstairs, the small restaurant that had been there last time in that neighborhood, and familiarly ordered food, chopped pepper fish head, 2 servings, 2 bottles of beer. Soon, the wine and food came up, Maisie feast, then take a taxi to rush to Happy Road. Arrived at the Curio Street, Jiang Nan realized that the entire Curio Street is a pedestrian street. Vehicles are not allowed to enter. The cab just stopped at the intersection of the Curio Street. He got out of the car and slowly skipped towards the location that Zhu Shishir had sent over, skating while looking at the many stalls selling antiques bosses on both sides. Many stalls are standing a small sign, all antiques 300 yuan 1 piece, or 200 yuan, 500 yuan 1 piece. It was almost as if the streets often shouted $2 a piece. This makes Jiang Nan cannot help but be happy. On this urine, absolutely no good things, which is what antiques are, just like the street cabbage. However, this situation, it is possible to really pick up leaks. Inside really mixed with the previous do not know is not certain. This idea of his, on a whim, when passing by the antique stall, he will throw a thought. This stall has something worth 100,000. As a result, immediately before his eyes was a string of data floating. 0%. Chapter 22, Mysterious Objects. However, this didn't delay anything. Jiang Nan slipped around while testing every stall he walked past. There are things worth over 100,000. 0%. There are things worth over 100,000. 0%. Jiang Nan, the reason why the pricing 100,000, because the money is too little then. He is not interested at all. Even if it is able to pick up leaks, can find a couple of $1 million, but also delayed. He simply do not want to bother with this heart. Betting on the stone 100,000, 80,000 to earn up is very easy, and then the money is less than uninteresting. There are things worth more than 100,000 yuan. 0%. There is something worth more than 100,000. 100%. Ha! However, to Jiang Nan's surprise, while passing by the 5th stall, he really did pick up a big leak, testing to have something over 100,000 pieces. Jiang Nan's footsteps stopped. Looking at the stall, a small sign was similarly inserted, 500 each. An old man sat listlessly at the stall and dozed off. The stall is fragmented more than 30 things. There are porcelain. There are also some jewelry. the variety is very mixed. From the selling point of view they were all old objects. However, although Jiang Nan had not dabbled too much in this business, he had heard that many of the things that looked like old objects were in fact purposely made to be old, and they were all deceptive things. If he didn't have a success rate, he would never come to this kind of place. There would definitely be only one result of being duped. Young man, there's something you're looking at, ah? The old man saw Jiang Nan stop, suddenly came to the spirit. I can be all good things here, all collected from the countryside. My eyesight is not good. Just more or less earn a little and then sell it. There may be hundreds of thousands or even millions of things here. Jiang Nan, damn, adulterer. This old guy is definitely know how to do or find someone to put over the eyes. If there is really a leak, that is this thing is not particularly proficient connoisseur cannot see. Young man, pick one if you like. Well, I'll take a casual look first, Jiang Nan said. Then a thought rose in his mind. The northern half has something worth more than 100,000% The southern half has something worth 100,000 or more, 100%. Okay, the scope of Jiang Nan's search had been narrowed down by half again. There were only 12 things in the southern half visually. Jiang Nan bent down and picked up one in a very casual manner, silently testing. Worth more than 100,000%. Put down. Picked up another piece, worth 100,002%. Then a third piece, a fourth piece, a fifth piece. At the seventh piece, a value of 100% surfaced before his eyes. Only then did Jiang Nan pay close attention to this thing. It was rather strange. It looked like a trigger finger made of a black and ghostly stone. Said trigger finger and relatively narrow? Not at all trigger finger so wide, only almost half a centimeter wide. Moreover, the surface of the black stone was rough, and it didn't look good, and it didn't look like an old object. Jiang Nan was a bit confused. What exactly is this thing? Young man, do you like this? The old man immediately said with a smile. You really have an eye for it. Old master, I'm just curious, looking at something strange. Jiang Nan said. What is this thing? The old man froze for a moment. Said, young man, this time you really put me on the spot. This thing is really strange. I think it should be a wrench, but it doesn't look too much like it. It's something I received from the countryside. It is definitely something good. According to the owner of that house, the old ancestor of their family before was a grave robber. This thing was stolen from the cemetery. Do you think something stolen from the cemetery cannot be a good thing? Chapter 23, Priceless Treasure. Jiang Nan. This old man was really a big flake. He directly threw this thing again in the original position, and then continued to test one by one, because it is not necessarily the other and then there is no valuable things. It is not possible that the stall is worth millions of things, and it is several pieces. But, the results prove that the leak is not so good to pick up. The data of the remaining few things are all 0%. Maybe there is worth a little bit, absolutely no more than 100,000 yuan. That is to say, the only thing of value on this stall is this one. The 4 unlike that looks like a trigger finger. However, Jiang Nan also had an extra thought, and didn't immediately go to take that 4 unlike, but first chose a pretty good looking gemstone bracelet and said, this one looks pretty, 500 bucks. It doesn't matter if it's worth it or not, I'll take him. Young man, you really have an eye. The gemstone of this bracelet is from the distant ancient Greece. Jiang Nan, you damn quick don't fool around. It's all fooling around and leaking. He took out his cell phone and asked, can the boss transfer money on WeChat? Of course. The boss hastily took out the QR code from his bag. Jiang Nan scanned the code and said with the look of remembering something, let's do it this way. Good things come in pairs. I'll directly send you $1,000 to pick another one. Yes. The old man is happy, smiling so much that his mouth is crooked. These things, that are full of water. One piece of $100 or less then, as long as it is sold one piece, that is at least $400 of profit, can be said to be 3 years do not open to eat 3 years of business. Jiang Nan directly scratched the boss $1,000, and then bent down to pick up the 4 unimaginable casually, waved his hand to the boss, turned to go. Young man, come often. The old man also shouted at Jiang Nan's back, I'll be licking new things here often. Jiang Nan didn't pay any attention to him at all. He was rushing towards the jadeite store while playing with the 4 unimaginables in his hands, silently throwing out a thought once again. It's worth $500,000. He was just casually trying it out, not even daring to think that it could be worth $500,000. As a result, the next moment, a string of data floated before his eyes. 100%. Holy! Jiang Nan froze and immediately smiled. This time he had really picked up a treasure. Continue testing. Worth 1 million. 100%. Hiss. Even though Jiang Nan was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Steady. Calm down and continue the test. And the lion's share. Directly. worth 10 million, then nervously gulped a mouthful of water. The next moment in front of his eyes a string of values floated by. 100%. Ha! Jiang Nan's unbelieving expression. Surprisingly 10 million or 100%? The value of this for unlike is a bit scary? Calm down, calm down. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Nan continued to test. Worth 100 million. 100%. Hiss. Jiang Nan then felt his scalp numb. His hands involuntarily trembled, and gulped several mouthfuls of saliva continuously. The heart couldn't even tell what kind of mood it was. Like a dream in the clouds. Almost mechanically continue testing. Worth 1 billion. 100%. Jiang Nan. The brain became blank, and the whole person went numb. Worth 10 billion. 100%. Worth 1. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 100%. Worth 10 million billions. 100%. Jiang Nan. It felt like his brain could barely turn. Ghostly a word appeared in his mind. Priceless. This thing was already something that money couldn't measure. Chapter 24, Other Cave. It was only after he had walked all the way to his destination that Jiang Nan's shocked mood calmed down a bit. Very carefully, he put away the 4 images and looked up at the signboard of the store in front of him. On the plaque were 6 big, hot gold letters, the Zhao's century-old shop. Then walked in. Inside the store was not too big. All kinds of jadeite pendants, jewelry, and large pieces of Bodhisattva jade Buddha and so on. In addition, there were also 2 sales clerks. One of them was none other than Zhu Shishir. Jiang Nan, you came over. Zhu Shishir also saw Jiang Nan at this time and greeted him with a smile. Has the boss come back yet? Jiang Nan asked with a smile. No, you sit for a while. I'll pour you a cup of tea. It should be soon. Zhu Shishir brought Jiang Nan to the spring and autumn chairs in the rest area and sat down. The things here were antique. The tea table and the spring chairs looked like they were made of red mahogany, and at a glance, they were not ordinary. Even the tea set was also antique and stylish. Jiang Nan sat down while surveying the environment. Zhu Shishir poured him a cup of tea and also sat down next to him. How about it? Still happy working here? Jiang Nan said with a smile. Much better than before. Zhu Shishir also smiled and said, although I don't earn too much more than before, but the boss is very easy-tempered and has never lost his temper with us, so I'm quite happy doing it here. That's good. Jiang Nan nodded. The two casually chatted with pleasantries and waited for the boss to return. A cousin of yours is in the jadeite business in Burma? Zhu Shishir asked. So you followed into the jadeite business? Yes, Jiang Nan said. You also know that the previous job, it was very unsatisfactory, so I wanted a different way to make a living. I heard that the emerald business is a very deep water, or else you will lose your head. Zhu Shishir said with some concern. Jiang Nan, you do this kind of business. Be careful. This kind of business is generally rich people play. We poor people can't afford to play. In a word, the words, earn can't afford to lose. Yeah. Jiang Nan is also emotional. Look said, if it is not a cousin uncle with me, I do not dare to get involved in this emerald business. Also, there is a person who knows how to bring, to be much worse. The two people chatted for a short time, and an old master returned to the store. The old master was about 70 years old, looked hale and hearty, wearing a tang suit, looked very educated. The boss is back, Zhu Shishir hurriedly said, while standing up and said, Boss, this is Jiang Nan, my previous colleague, that I told you about. The old man looked at Jiang Nan and nodded with a smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. The tone was easygoing and polite. Just arrived not long ago as well. Jiang Nan smiled. I heard Shishir say that you have emeralds for sale? The old man asked directly to the point. Not bad. Jiang Nan nodded. Then follow me. Putting down a sentence, the old master followed the back door and walked towards the backyard. Jiang Nan, you go. I still have to watch the store, so I won't accompany you. Zhu Shishir said. Good. Jiang Nan nodded. Following behind the old man, he went to the backyard. Only after entering the backyard did Jiang Nan realize that there was something else here. There was another row of rooms in the backyard, a jadeite processing room. There are several workers. Master is carefully carving the jade, the natural jadeite stone, carving heavy various jewelry. Several people, but very quiet. Everyone is very engaged. Serious carving. Chapter 25. I'm afraid I'm going to suffer. Young man, take out the jadeite you brought. Entering the room on one side, the old man opened his mouth. Straightforward in nature. He seemed to have no procrastination. Jiang Nan didn't say much, took the 2 stones out of his backpack and handed them to the old master. Oh, the old master froze for a moment when he saw the 2 stones and said with a smile, I thought they were already cut open, but it turns out that they are just open windows. Yeah, Jiang Nan smiled and said, I was planning to come here to cut it open, and then old master you give an estimate, and if the price is right, I will sell the jadeite here. Okay. The old master smiled and nodded. You can rest assured. I'm here as 100-years-old store. Pay attention to a fare and reputation. I do not dare to guarantee that I will give you as the highest price, but at least I will not do things with a clear conscience. I may as well tell you. Good jadeite words. If you want to sell out the highest price, that can only go to the auction. Bidding auction interests maximize. Of course, that's a relatively good jadeite. The general quality of the jadeite auction simply will not be accepted. Jiang Nan nodded and said, Master, I believe you? At the same time silently doing the test. The old master just said the words are true. 96%. Jiang Nan instantly put down his heart. 96% truth. This integrity was already high enough. Come with me, let's go to the cutting room, the old man said, leading Jiang Nan to another room. The two came to a side room on the east side. Jiang Nan surveyed the situation of the room. It was a small cutting room with 3 small cutting machines. However, no one was in the room at this time. Little Lou, the old man called out to the door. Come here for a moment. Okay, boss, wait for a small moment. I'll finish this carving and go over. A reply rang out from the door. Young man, wait a moment. The old man said to Jiang Nan. No rush. Jiang Nan smiled. There were no stools in this room at all. It was a workroom, and it seemed that when there were emeralds that needed to be cut here, the workers also worked standing up. While waiting, the old man was looking at Jiang Nan's 2 stones. While looking at them, he asked, Young man, is it convenient to ask, how much did you get your hands on these 2 pieces of raw stone? One for 30,000 and one for 100,000. Oh, this less than 2 millimeters to see green. Only a thin layer of stone skin is not 100,000 yuan? Not bad. Young man, your eyesight is good. Just from the current situation. You earned, on the current situation of the open window, 100,000 to get their hands on the other side, may be in a hurry to use the money. To my eyesight, on this kind of character, at least 130,000. Of course, this is also a component of the gamble. The real value of the cut to be able to estimate it. Master, this is not my eyes. Jiang Nan smiled awkwardly. These 2 pieces of emerald are both selected for me by my cousin uncle, who has been in the emerald business for more than 20 years. Oh, so that's what happened. The old man looked like he suddenly realized. I was wondering, you are so young, how can you have such a good eye? So it is so. A little later the old man, and then looked to the 30,000 that, slightly coarse a little brow, again said, this is 30,000 to get hold of? Not bad. Jiang Nan nodded. With my eyesight, I'm afraid this one is going to be a loss, the old man said. Of course it's still the same thing. The real result will only be known after it's cut. Chapter 26, Inertia. Soon, Xiao Lu came over, a middle-aged man in his 30s. His attitude was very humble when he saw the old master. Master, is there anything? Cut these 2 pieces of material, the old master said. Okay, Lu. Xiao Lu came over to the 2 stones, and even took a good look at them before he started cutting. The first stone that was set up on the metal slot was valued at around $50,000 in Jiang Nan. ZZ. Soon after the cutting was done, Xiao Lu closed the knife, loosened the slot, and took down the 2 stones and put them aside. The movement was very skillful. Then he started cutting the second piece. The old man, on the other hand, picked up the 2 stones and looked at the central egg-sized jadeite. His eyebrows raised in surprise, then smiled bitterly and said, Look away. Young man, you this piece of seed material 30,000 did not buy a loss. Is that I look away? You see, this piece of jadeite edge position green is not glossy. And open the window, just open here. So I judge this as the quality of the jadeite is not very good. Even if there is an egg, such a large piece of jadeite, at best, it is also worth 10,000 looks. So you 30,000 is definitely a loss. Said here glanced at Jiang Nan, and then continued, but look at this piece of jade. To the inside but green is very glossy, but also has some head of water. Is a piece of jadeite still make do? If I here to collect words can give you out to 50,000. You but earned, net income of 20,000 yuan. I have to say that your cousin's uncle eyesight is really can be. Really, that's good luck. Jiang Nan smiled. In his heart, he was silently testing. The highest price the old man can accept is 100,000. 0%. The highest price that can be accepted is 80,000. 0%. The highest price that can be accepted is 60,000. 30%. Highest price able to be accepted 55k. 50%. Highest price able to be accepted 50k. 100%. When the test came to an end, Jiang Nan smiled to himself in his heart. He was not reacting much, just subconsciously tested, almost inertia, and it was only then that he remembered that the old man had already said 50,000 $000 before that he was receiving. Got the results of the test. He quickly calculated in his mind how to do better, and immediately came to a conclusion. Simply do not bargain with the old master. Just 50,000 yuan to him, because if he asked for more than 5,000 more, the chance of success would only be 50%, and then it would also appear that he had no temperament and was too petty for a person, which would be more of a loss than a gain. Anyway, it was very easy for him to get a piece of emerald. The most important point, he also wanted to cooperate with the old man for a long time. Having a good start and trusting each other was definitely better than being calculating now. Just then, the second stone had also been cut. Xiao Lu removed the two halves of the stone and put it aside, saying, "Master, is there anything else?" "Nope," the old master casually said as he took the two stones that were cut apart. "Then I'll get to work," Xiao Lu said and left. The old master's mind had already been completely on top of the cut jadeite. With a smile on his face, he let out a tsk praise. Tsk, young man, this you more earned. Your cousin uncle is really good eyesight. Let me feel admired. You see this piece of jadeite good quality. In my place I can give up to 150,000. You but another net profit of 50,000 yuan. If every time have such eyesight, that can really developed. Oh, Jiang Nan laughed. Luck is just. Chapter 27, a little bit. In the time it took to speak, Jiang Nan silently did a test. The old man's highest psychological price is 0%. Highest psychological price, 170, 10%. Highest psychological price, 160, 50%. Jiang Nan pondered a little. It was similar to the first piece. If he asked for 10,000 more, there was a half chance of a deal. It seems that the old man is indeed a very honest person. There is not much fluctuation in the price. Of course people must have some profit to do business. So in seconds he made a decision to take the same no counteroffer. At this time, the old man has been inquiring, "How about the young man? My prices are said to you, may as well tell you. I'm such a straight temperament, talking does not like to beat around the bush. The price you think you can stay, think not can be taken away. We are still friends as usual, and in the future, there are emerald want to take it over to sell it can also be. Master, I believe you." Jiang Nan didn't blink an eye. "Just according to the price you said, both pieces of jadeite are for you." Ha ha ha. The old man burst out laughing happily. "Young man, good job. A person who speaks honesty and integrity. A person with a character like you. I also like it very much. In the future, if you have jadeite directly bring it over." I still have that sentence. The price is not guaranteed to be the highest, but definitely will not be heartless to lose you too much. Definitely will. Jiang Nan smiled. Then I'll put away the two pieces of jadeite. After that, I'll transfer the money to you when I get to the front hall. There's no rush. Little Lu. The old man is again shouted at the door. These two pieces of jadeite you collect, and then arrange what kind of jewelry should be carved into. Okay, wait I will go over. Xiao Lu replied with a cry. Go, let's go to the front hall and have a cup of tea. The old man led the way at the head and brought Jiang Nan back to the store again. Taking his seat in the lounge area, the old man called out to Zhu Shishir. Sure, come pour the tea. Yes, boss. Zhu Shishir hurriedly came over to pour the tea. Young man, tell me your account. I'll call my assistant to transfer the money to you. Good. Jiang Nan nodded and told the old man the account. The old man fished out his cell phone and dialed a number. Soon the phone was connected. He directly said, I'll give you an account. You transfer 200,000 over. Soon hung up the phone. Time is not long. Jiang Nan's cell phone ding-dong a prompt sound. There is a binding message sent over. Looked at the account to 200,000 yuan. Just at this time, the old man's cell phone rang. He looked at it, embarrassed, said to Jiang Nan, young man, I'm going to take a call. Let Shishir accompany you to talk. After saying that, he got up and left to answer the call. Shishir sat down next to Jiang Nan and asked, Emerald our boss collected? Aha! Jiang Nan nodded. The deal is done, and I have to thank you for this. Thanks for what? They are old friends. Shishir said, how is it? Did you make any money? Made a little bit. Jiang Nan said, it's good to make money. Zhu Shishir looked relieved. I was quite worried that you would have lost money. Good luck this time. Jiang Nan smiled. Right, how much did you earn? Zhu Shishir asked again. 70,000. Jiang Nan said with a smile. He didn't need to hide this one. There was still the old man there. He couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. Ha! Zhu Shishir was just shocked and covered her small mouth. 70,000. This is still a little bit? Chapter 28, cannot see through. Jiang Nan laughed without saying anything. My gosh, Jiang Nan you are getting rich. Zhu Shishir's mood is hard to calm down. Your business down this trip, more than my salary for a year. Doing business, there is profit and loss. Jiang Nan said. It's luck this time, but not necessarily next time. That's true, Jiang Nan said. Zhu Shishir feels psychological balance some. Otherwise it is really difficult to accept. Their own hard work for a year, the salary is only tens of thousands of dollars, while others, this blow is a bit big. Jiang Nan, I advise you to be lucky this time. Make so much money, quickly stop. Don't engage in this high-risk industry again. Zhu Shishir said with a heavy-hearted look. With this amount of capital, do some small business, the reliable kind. That makes sense. Jiang Nan nodded. I'll ponder over it. Well, is that right? Zhu Shishir said. Learn to take what you can get. Makes sense. Makes sense. Jiang Nan didn't argue at all. After chatting for a little while, he got up to say goodbye. Back to the rental house. Jiang Nan played with his cell phone in his hands, pondering whether to make a call with home and tell mom and dad, but a little later, the thought was dismissed. It was better to wait until he had accumulated more wealth, and then make a trip back to his hometown to surprise them. It was dark. Went downstairs to the same small restaurant not far away to finish eating. Just sat down without waiting for him to order. The waitress lady came over. Is it also want the chopped pepper fish head 2 copies, plus 2 bottles of beer? Jiang Nan, breathless, nodded. Soon, the dishes came up. He ate and drank, pondering his next plan. Was it to go to the gambling stone garden again? Would he be suspected if he went? When he thought of this, a thought flashed in his mind and threw out a test. Will another trip to the gambling stone garden be suspected? 20%. The chances of being suspected are not great. Plus acting operation. First get 2 pieces of waste stone to cut. 5%. Ha! Jiang Nan was happy. This is good. Only 5%. Not a thing at all. Just decided. Tomorrow another trip to the gambling garden. And get a few pieces of emerald back. The day of earning small money every day is beautiful. I don't know if it is a good mood. Or drink 2 bottles of beer. Go home after dinner. Walking 2 legs or floating. Thank you little brother for rewarding the shark fins. In the live broadcast room, Bebe played the treasure in cute to please the fans. However, there was a constant focus on whether or not the sun-loving salty fish would come online. A heart has been hanging on, so much so that today's live broadcast was a bit distracted. From time to time in the live broadcast room by the pop-up screen brush up, the tycoon who brushed 10 rockets yesterday. Why didn't he show up today? Aha! Operation is not right. Yesterday so much reward, obviously paved the way. Today should bubble only right. Maybe it is done drinking high. A moment of feverishness. Makes sense. I guess that's what it is. Jiang Nan, who was next door, was lying on his bed in a salty fish-like manner, playing with a 4-pronged finger-like wrench in his hand. Looking around, how can't see through what this thing is in the end? And also test it over and over again. It is metal. 0%. It is jade. 0%. It's stone. 0%. It's a mineral. 0%. It's a trigger finger. 0%. It's what you eat. 0%. It's your mom. 0%. Jiang Nan. Headache. Non-gold. Non-jade. This is a priceless treasure. What the hell? Chapter 29, Old Stocks. The 4 images was in his hands until midnight before Jiang Nan carefully put it away. Although he couldn't understand what it was a treasure. So don't lose it. $500 to buy it. Felt out his cell phone. Habitually logged into the live broadcast platform of a certain fish, and clicked on Bebe's live broadcast room. This has almost become his habit. Before every night, almost every night on to take a look. Also do not speak. Also do not reward. Live broadcast room. Bebe seems to be in a low mood. Is singing a song. The tune has run to the grandmother's home. A few old drivers were still sending out pop-ups. Bebe, don't sing. Dance. The hot kind. Yeah. Miss your little waist. Jiang Nan glanced slightly, then looked at the time. 11 o'clock and more. Directly purchased is a rocket. Brushed out. Instantly again was dominated by the screen, accompanied by the special effects of the reward. Jiang Nan's registered ID sun-loving salted fish rewarded 10 rockets. It appeared particularly conspicuous. Wow, here it comes. BB, who was listless, instantly just lit up. The live broadcast room instantly exploded. Grip grass. The tycoon is here again. Another $5,000. Trench. This is really trench. Thank you. Salty little brother's reward. Bebe also said in a nice voice, salty little brother? Twice so many hitch rewards. Bebe don't know what to do. Salty brother, do you want to hear me sing a song? Do you want to hear me sing a song, brother salty fish? Or do you want to see me dance? Jiang Nan quickly knocked a string of words and sent it up. Don't sing. Don't dance. It's getting late. Turn off the live broadcast. Rest. It's not good for the skin if a girl sleeps late. Bebe froze. although she heard such words for the second time, but inexplicably it still made her heart warm. Her eyes were hot, and her eyes became wet. The live broadcast room exploded again. The deep love card. Again the deep love card. But how is it that such an old routine has a different feeling? It feels like Bebe is really a bit touched to it. Not bad. Finished. Our Bebe eyes are red. Alas. Miscalculation. Miscalculation. I did not think that the deep love card can still be played this way, using the same terrier. The next day. Remember to cancel the alarm, Jiang Nan. Finally a lazy sleep, a natural awakening. When I opened my eyes and looked at the time, it was already close to 10 a.m. Not in a hurry to get up and wash up, looking at his humble little room, pondering that it is also time to change the house to live in, while brushing his teeth, thought for a moment, and then a little more money is to buy a suite in Shanghai City, or temporarily rented, such as later determined to want to live in that city and then buy a house? After all, Shanghai City is only a second-tier city. Perhaps in the future your own identity. You have to go to Yinjing or Magic City such as the city in order to meet their own identity. With this idea, he decided to rent a house in Shanghai for the time being. When he locked the door and went downstairs to leave, Jiang Nan touched the gemstone bracelet in his pocket that he had purchased at the Antique Street stall yesterday. At that time, it was just for the sake of caution that he bought this string of gemstone bracelet in passing. The string of bracelets still looked beautiful, and it was too cumbersome for him to carry in his pocket. So after thinking for a while, he backtracked a few ways, arrived at Bibi's door, and knocked on the door. Who is it? Bibi's voice came from the room. Jiang Nan said, me, your brother Jiang. Why are you still awake? Chapter 30, Willing to Marry. No, I woke up long ago, said Bebe in the room. I'm washing my face. Wait a bit, I'll open the door for you later. Jiang Nan, waiting for about a minute or so, squeaked the door open. Bebe's long hair wet, delicate little face although no makeup. The same budding kawaii is very cute. What's up, Jiang? Bibi looked happy. Here, Jiang Nan brought the bracelet that to her. There's a trinket for you. So pretty. Bebe happily picked it up, looking left and right. Brother Jiang, how did you remember to send me something? Picked it up on the road. Jiang Nan said, it looks pretty, so I'll give it to you. Wow, Brother Jiang, you are so lucky. You can pick up such a beautiful gemstone necklace. This one gemstone looks so beautiful. This thing must be worth a lot of money, right? Not much money, Jiang Nan said smoothly. $500. After saying that, he was just stunned. Bibi was also stunned. A little later, she let out a giggle. Giggle, Jiang, you bought it on purpose to give it to me, didn't you? Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile. If I say it's not, do you believe it? Cut. Bebe threw him a good-looking blank stare. Still lying. A little later the good-looking big eyes narrowed. A mysterious look at Jiang Nan said, Brother Jiang, you will not be secretly like me, right? Ha! Jiang Nan smiled. Do you want me to say yes, or do you want me to say no? Brother Jiang, you're so bad. Bebe pouted. Originally I was asking the question. How did it become me answering the question? Okay, I know you like me, but you're a good person. Are you treating me as a sister? That's why you usually help me so much, right? Jiang Nan laughed bitterly. You're handing out the good guy card here. What else can I say? Well, I'm leaving. He. Bebe was happy. Jiang Nan turned around and went downstairs. Just down a step, Bebe's voice again and the voice again sounded behind him. Brother Jiang, tell you something happy. Say it, at most I'll give you a half-minute audience. Jiang Nan turned back and said with a smile, knock on the blackboard, draw the key, pick the key to say, trivial little things I don't listen to. The lowest level is also about the survival and extinction of mankind. Cut. Bebe gave Jiang Nan a blank stare and said happily, last night, it was that godly man who rewarded me 5,000 again. He. Isn't it great? Jiang Nan, hands clasped, congratulations on the fortune. There are other things? No, then I go, but also to find a job, again or eat dirt. Humph, look at your face, are not happy for others. Bebe pouted and said, isn't this a happy thing? No. Jiang Nan looked bitter and hateful. I'm jealous. You a little sister earns so much money a day and night, but I'm working without a job. How can I be embarrassed? Allow me to go to the toilet and cry for a while. He. Bebe laughed happily. Brother Jiang, don't be afraid. I'll support you when you don't have any food to eat. Really? Of course it's true. Then do I count as being ked by a rich woman? He. Bebe laughed unusually happily. Brother Jiang, only in front of you can I be like a little kid. Generally want to say whatever I want to say. To tell the truth, although you are a few years older than me, if you are not so poor, I'm really willing to marry you. Chapter 31, right next door. Gambling Stone Garden. Jiang Nan acted low-key this time, quietly walking in front of piles and piles of raw stones and throwing out a test. This pile has jadeite raw stones worth more than 200. 0%. This pile has emerald stones worth over $200. 0%. This pile has emerald stones worth over $200. 0%. He has expanded this time. His appetite is big, since he intends to get only a few pieces. Then he will get a few pieces of higher value. Anyway, there are so many raw stones here. He doesn't believe that he can't find more than 200. 000 yuan. A pile of walking through. Peripheral stalls on these cheap. Only 1,000 pieces of a kilogram of raw stone almost finished by him when he found. In this pile in front of him, the tip was 100% success rate. Jiang Nan's mouth slightly upward, curved up an arc. A smile floated on his face. Stopping his body, he squatted down in front of the pile of stones, where a few people were also picking out raw stones, holding one in their hands, looking left and right. Jiang Nan began to sift as he threw out the test. Half a pile on the left. There are $200,000 worth of raw stone emerald. 0%. The right half of the pile has $200,000 worth of raw stone jadeite. 0%. Ha, what's going on? Jiang Nan was a bit confused. Surprisingly, there was none. It shouldn't be a little thought. Immediately laughed. He then noticed that the stone pile of a few people, the hands are each holding a stone to study it. Laughing to himself, immediately threw out another test. These people have jadeite raw stones in their hands worth more than 200. 100%. Ha, that's right. It's really in these people's hands. There are currently 8 people by the pile of stones. So first we have to determine in which one's hands. The original stone worth $200,000 is in the hands of the old man opposite. 0%. In the hands of the middle-aged man diagonally opposite. 0%. In the hands of the old man next to it. 100%. Found it. 200,000 is right next door. Jiang Nan looked over. The old man was looking at the fist-sized stone in his hand, shaking his head while looking at it. Then, with a snap, he put it down and replaced it with another piece. Jiang Nan's eyes were quick, and he picked it up in his hand and turned away. The old man noticed something, turned his head to look at Jiang Nan, slightly froze, did not care, continued to pick. Jiang Nan loaded the stones into his backpack, and walked past the remaining piles of stones, worth 200,000 or more. 0%. Worth over 200,000 0%. Nothing more was found. The outer cheap area is gone. The next stall had a higher price tag, going for $3,000 a kilo, but the stones were much better in color and sellability. A little pause. Jiang Nan walked over, here to pick much less people, and one looks more solemn, but this does not prevent Jiang Nan's operation. Walked to the first pile, threw out the test. There are 200,000 or more raw stones. 0%. Would like to leave immediately. Jiang Nan at this time more than one idea. Want to measure like this 3,000 yuan 1 kilogram stall above can get out of the chances of emerald? So the mind threw out another test. Raw stones above 50,000 pieces. 100%. This one has. After a little thought, the test continued. There are 2 raw stones above 50,000. The next moment a string of data 100% appeared in front of his eyes. Oh, good. Jiang Nan continued. There are 3 pieces of raw stone above 50,000 pieces. 0%. It was obvious there were just 2 pieces as well. After a little contemplation, Jiang Nan tested again. There are raw stones worth more than 180,000 pieces. 0%. At once Jiang Nan lost any interest. If there is a raw stone close to 200,000, it can still be considered. And then the cheap ones are not interesting at all. Toward the next pile. Chapter 32. Close your hand. Not for long. Jiang Nan selected 4 stones, felt that it was about time, and called it a day, and killed back to the outer stalls, randomly taking 2 stones. Used to continue to show off his acting skills and blindfolds. Here is a lot of people messy, and this time he showed a very low profile. Deliberately do not attract attention. Everything so far very smooth. Did not cause other people's attention. The next step was the weighing session, and there was no way to avoid people's attention, because Jiang Nan noticed that the person in charge of this matter was still the same young lady from yesterday. Although this place is very busy, but not many transactions are facilitated every day, and the person responsible for collecting money is this lady. Not even a second person can only go to her place to pay. There is no other family, no choice. Taking 4 real and 2 fake 6 stones, Jiang Nan came to the front of the young lady. It's you again? The first time she saw the young lady she recognized Jiang Nan. Yes, I don't believe in evil. Since I won the bet the first time, I will bet against it in the future. Jiang Nan said with a look of determination. I want all 6 stones, all the money I earned from the first time I gambled. If I don't win again this time, I won't gamble again in my life. Completely a posture of putting death before life. Well, sir, your luck will definitely be good. I guess one of them must have emerald, the young lady said with a smile while weighing it. This kind of words came out of her mouth almost casually. Coming here was all about luck. She definitely wouldn't say the kind of words that added to the situation. Soon the weighing came out, and the nice voice of the young lady said, 1,000 for 1 kilogram, 3 for a total of 5, 2 kilograms, 5, 200, 3,000 for 1 kilogram, a total of just under 5 kilograms, a total of 15,000, add it all up, 20,200, so much money, don't ask for the change of $200. Jiang Nan pretended to bargain. Sir, this can't be done. I'm just a staff member. I don't have this right. If the $200 is erased, this money will have to come out of my pocket. My one day's salary doesn't have $200. Then forget it. Jiang Nan did not dilly-dally. Directly WeChat payment. The transaction was completed, and the young lady said, is Mr. still cutting directly like last time? Not bad, cut it. Jiang Nan said, I can't wait. Good, follow me. Like last time, the young lady led the way in front. By this time, there were already people around who had noticed, and seeing that someone was going to cut the stone, they immediately moved to watch the fun. Someone is going to cut the stone. Watch the crowd go up. Aha, this kind of lively can't miss. A large number of people soon followed. To the cutting room. Jiang Nan was already familiar with the process, and directly took out one of the 2 pieces of waste stone and handed it over to the cutting master. The surrounding people as well as the young lady were all watching attentively. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, was secretly observing the situation of the people around him, not realizing that someone was now paying special attention to himself. Soon the stone was cut. Bad luck. A piece of waste stone, the cutting master said while taking it down. The surrounding murmurs rang out. Another basket case. This is stone gambling. How big the expectation is. How big the disappointment is. I just don't believe it. Jiang Nan was very gambling and took out the second piece of waste stone again. The cutting continued. It was quickly cut. No surprises. Another piece of waste stone. The surrounding people also shook their heads and sighed. Chapter 33, Acting Mode. Jiang Nan had already prepared himself mentally and activated the acting mode. His entire person becoming disheveled and lost, with a look of being deeply struck. Sir, is the rest still cut? The young lady asked. Jiang Nan had a lost look and didn't say anything. The whole person was dazed. Sir, then you take your time to think about it first. I still have things to do. I'll leave first. Seeing this situation, the young lady left a sentence and turned to go. The others also dispersed while shaking their heads. Jiang Nan threw a test at the young lady's back. Will get suspicious? 0%. Ha, perfect. Jiang Nan was happy. His own divine acting hadn't aroused Missy's suspicion at all. The people dispersed. The cutting master asked, young man, still cutting? Not cut. Dead-hearted. Jiang Nan lost his soul instantly. Never gamble on stones again. Said while lost soul to leave. AI. This child was hit by the light. I do not know whether it will not be able to think, or too young. Did not do a good job in the heart of the preparations on the stone. This cannot afford it. Cutting master looked at Jiang Nan's back and said, returned to his hut. Jiang Nan lined up the 4 stones and started the second precise valuation. When he chose in the gambling stone garden, he just chose a minimum value of 200,000 minimum, and with these 4 stones, how much the maximum value was had not yet been determined. First to this first test, worth more than 300,000, 20%, not bad. Jiang Nan smiled. There was a surprise. Continue testing. Worth more than 28 points, 40%, worth more than 270,000, 50%. Okay. Jiang Nan quietly made a mark. Number 1. A rough price of 270,000. Jiang Nan remembered in his heart on the line. As for the price of the transaction, and the old man of the 100-year-old store transaction, but also to test the other party's psychological price before, as long as the upper and lower close, almost on the line, once again began to test the second. Soon the results came out. 230,000 is 50% success rate. The same marked down. 2 number. Then the third. However, this time it scared Jiang Nan. The 300,000 test result was 100%. Jiang Nan instantly came to life, excitedly continuing the test. Worth 400,000 or more. 100%. Hiss. Worth over 500,000. 50%. Good luck. Jiang Nan was gorgeous. A mark. 3 was marked. Then the 4th piece. This time the surprise was gone. 250,000. 000 success rate 50%. Mark to mark. 4 number. Then start cutting and open the window. Test the depth of the cut and lay the knife down. Soon, everything was done. Jiang Nan glanced at the time. It was just past noon. Touching his cell phone, he dialed Zhu Shishir's number. The phone was connected, and without waiting for Zhu Shishir to speak, Jiang Nan directly asked, "Is the old man there?" In. Zhu Shishir's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Jiang Nan, how come you're still continuing in the jadeite business? It's still the same batch that we traded together last time." Jiang Nan explained, "Yesterday I just took over 2 pieces, mainly because I wanted to see if the old man was fair in his dealings, and now that I know, the old man is very trustworthy, so I still have 4 pieces here, so I'll take them over to him as well." Oh, it's like this. Where is the boss? Come over then. Good. Jiang Nan hung up the phone and didn't delay. He directly went downstairs to have a lunch by the way, and then went to the 100-year-old store. Chapter 34, Want to Cry So Badly. Zhao's century-old store. The room was quiet. The old man was looking around with the 4 stones Jiang Nan had brought. The excitement on his face was hard to hide. This time Zhu Shishir curiously followed him in and stood beside Jiang Nan. Half a day later, the old man spoke happily. "TSK, lad, what you brought this time are all good things." "Not bad, my cousin uncle said the same thing." Jiang Nan smiled and chimed in. "Especially this piece." The old man held no. "3, if you let me estimate the price. This thing can be taken at $300,000. This is so valuable. 300,000? Zhu Shishir on the side was shocked with her small mouth wide open. "Young man, how much did you get your hands on this piece?" "My cousin uncle and you valued it about the same." $300,000. Jiang Nan said. Not bad. The old man nodded with satisfaction. "Your cousin uncle is really a person who knows his business. If you have the opportunity, you really want to meet and sit down to talk." "Ha!" Jiang Nan smiled and casually made a perfunctory remark. "There will be an opportunity. If my cousin uncle returns to China, I'll bring him over." "Well, be sure to come over and sit down." "My treat," the old man said happily. Then the conversation turned. "Go, cut the stone to go. Cut it to know the real value. These pieces today. I'm very interested. The grade is much higher than those 2 pieces before." Cutting room. Xiao Lu was greeted again and started cutting the stones. The first piece was the one worth $500,000. ZZ. It was quickly cut. Xiao Lu's eyes just lit up when he took the 2 halves of the stone down from the fixing frame, and he couldn't help but say, "Good stuff ah." The old man looked over and instantly had a somewhat shocked expression, quickly taking it in his hands to watch. Almost just looked less than 2 seconds. "Is the expression exaggerated?" said, "Earned. Young man, you have earned." Unexpected chicken heart red. Jiang Nan was prepared, but still pretended to have an expression of some surprise. "Really, old man? Earned? So how much can it be worth?" The old man froze slightly before he was saying, "This thing can go to the auction house. The reserve price can be set at 500,000. The possibility of a runoff is not great, but if I say so, 500,000 is a bit of a stretch. Of course not because of the lack of money, and my profit margin will not be big, but less 10,000 or 20,000 and feel trivial." And Jiang Nan has also thrown a test to the old man. The odds of a successful transaction of 500,000 yuan, 70%. This result Jiang Nan heart clear. The old master may give him 500,000, but the heart to hold back a little. Since the old master is benevolent, he will not let the old master to lose in the future, but also to cooperate more with the old master. To build a good emotional foundation is more important. So said, "Master, this way, all cut, give a total price." "I believe you." "Almost. Good. Young man, good. You are also benevolent enough." Small Lu, continue to cut. All cut. The old man is happy. And aside live Zhu Shishir, a face of shock. Unbelievable look at Jiang Nan. Speak all stuttered. Jiang Nan, so you this piece of emerald earned 200,000? Oh. Jiang Nan smiled faintly. Luck is only good. I. Zhu Shishir the whole person do not know how to speak. Hold a good half a day before stifling a sentence. Compared with you, I so want to cry. Chapter 35, Zhu Shishir with mixed emotions. Zip. The second piece began to be cut. The old master was looking forward to it and said, "I wonder if this piece will have any unexpected luck." "Luck won't always be this good," Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile. He knew in his heart that other than this unexpected joy, the others could no longer be considered unexpected joy. Just at this moment, another young lady inside the store who was watching the store, came into the backyard and shouted, "Boss, Eldarin is here." "Eldarin?" The old master froze for a moment and immediately said, "I'll go over right away." turning his head to Jiang Nan. Come friend, when these pieces are cut, you take it to the front hall. I will take another look, to discuss the price. Good. Jiang Nan nodded. The old man moved to the front hall. In the front hall, an old man and a young man, 2 people have already sat on the spring chair. Seeing that the operation was very not taking themselves as outsiders, it looked like old acquaintances. The clerk is pouring tea for them. The old man is 70 or so years old, hale and hearty, eyes have got the same dressing habits as the owner of the jade store, also a tang suit, and next to him was a very pretty beauty with a tall figure and outstanding temperament. It was the old man's granddaughter, and she who had watched a movie with Jiang Nan. In a few steps the old man arrived at the front hall and smiled. And Lao, you came over. Yes, Elder Zhao, here to trouble you again. Elder and also smiled lightly. Recently got an object, is a jadeite pendant, according to the seller, is the Qin dynasty things? I quite like it on the collection, but in the end is not the Qin dynasty some uncertainty, brought over to let you long eyes. While saying that he looked to the side of Anshi, and she took out a delicate small wooden box from her Hermes bag and put it on the coffee table. Alright, let me take a look. As Elder Zhao spoke, he picked up the exquisite wooden box and opened it. Inside the box was a jade pendant wrapped in brocade cloth. It's a jade pendant worn around the waist. Elder Zhao just said, Elder and nodded. Elder Zhao slowly took it out and began to look at it carefully. He looked very carefully and especially slowly. On the side, Elder and she appeared to be very used to this state of Elder Zhao, and didn't say anything on the side, keeping silent and slowly drinking tea. Backyard cutting room. Time is not long. 4 pieces of jade all cut. Xiao Lu took a look inside. Good. All good things. These things together at least more than 1 million. Young man, you are really lucky. I'm afraid that this one can earn a lot again. Indeed this time good luck. Jiang Nan said smilingly. Zhu Shishir was on the side, looking at Jiang Nan with complicated eyes. Good. You take out all these pieces of jadeite and let the old master take a look at them before finalizing the price. Xiao Lu said again. I'm going to get busy. Okay, thank you, Master Lu. Jiang Nan nodded. Xiao Lu left. Jiang Nan packed up his things and went to the front hall. Zhu Shishir followed behind him with mixed feelings. Her heart was mixed, thinking about yesterday's words. Yesterday she advised Jiang Nan not to do the jadeite business. The risk was too great. However, turning back, Jiang Nan earned $200,000 to $300,000 on this one. This is what she has to work hard for years to achieve. Jiang Nan entered the front hall and casually glanced at Master Zhao's guests. However, instantly it just froze. What a coincidence to run into an acquaintance. And at this time, and she also saw Jiang Nan. Chapter 36, What's going on? It's you? Angie reacted even more, standing up with a flourish. Oh, Eldarin blinked and asked, you know each other? Yes, and she said, but the words just fell, as if she remembered the look of something, and immediately said in a panic again, don't recognize. Looking flustered, Jiang Nan? A test was thrown. Afraid that the old man knows about watching a movie together? 100%. Jiang Nan laughed, said nothing, and certainly had nothing to say. And girl, what's wrong with you? An old man but looked at and she asked. And yes and no. In the end, what is going on? Him. And she did not know what to say for a moment, stammered and could not answer. And the more this look, Eldarin's face became more and more ugly. I'll say it. Jiang Nan interjected. And Jiang Nan's words made and she instantly just turned pale and panicked, as if she was very scared. Jiang Nan said slowly, as for us, we don't really know each other. It's just that 2 days ago, there was a little car accident on the road, and a little friction happened. And she heard Jiang Nan say this, and immediately her pale face recovered its blood color, and her grateful gaze was cast towards Jiang Nan. Oh, so that's what happened. Eldarin nodded. Then has it been dealt with clearly? It's already fine, Jiang Nan said with a smile. That's good. Eldarin no longer looked at Jiang Nan more than once, clearly not taking it to heart at all. Young man, sit down and have a cup of tea. Wait a little while. Elder Zhao, on the other hand, glanced at Jiang Nan. I'll take care of the matter at hand for a while, then we'll talk about the jadeite matter. I'm now filled with this jade pendant. I'm not in a hurry. Jiang Nan sat down on the side. Zhu Shishir hurriedly poured her a cup of tea. Elder Zhao continued to look at the jade pendant with a sinking mind. Jiang Nan sipped his tea while watching the fun. And she, on the other hand, chilled her little face and stole a glance at Jiang Nan from time to time. A moment later, Master Zhao spoke. An old man. This jade pendant is indeed an old object, but I can't tell if it's Qin dynasty or not. This jade pendant style is too rare. I've never seen a jade pendant like this in Qin dynasty, and the shape. There are 2 places that match the characteristics of the Qin dynasty's jade pendant, but then there are a few places that don't look like something from the Qin dynasty. It is very unimaginable. Elder Zhao, you can't see through it either. You can't be sure it's something from the Qin dynasty? Elder An said. 80% I had to buy something at a loss. How much did you get it for? Elder Zhao asked. 50 million. Originally, Jiang Nan on the side didn't take it seriously at all, but once he heard 50 million, he was a little shocked. He couldn't help but look seriously at the small jade pendant. In his heart, he smiled to himself. He now has a few pieces of jadeite more than $1 million in hand, and he feels beautiful, but a small piece of ancient jade from others is $50 million. So then, oneself is still a poor and instantly also came to be interested in the jade pendant through a test. Can be worth 50 million. 0%. Ha! Jiang Nan laughed in his heart. It was still a loss. Continuing the test. Can be worth 40 million. 0%. Ha! It's even more interesting. 40 million isn't even worth it. Can be worth 30 million. 0%. Jiang Nan. Can be worth 20 million. 0%. Can be worth 10 million. 0%. Chapter 37, A Shallow Relationship. Jiang Nan was practically speechless. Not only did he lose money, but he lost a lot of money. 10 million was not even worth it. He continued to do the test. It can be worth 5 million. 50%. Jiang Nan had the results. It was barely worth 5 million. It was a bit funny that it was a whole 10 times as much as 50 million. After a little thought, he continued to test. It's something from the Qin dynasty or before the Qin dynasty. 0%. Ha! Jiang Nan secretly laughed in his heart, thought for a moment that it was only worth 5 million, and estimated that the time period was not too long, so he continued to test. It is something from the Qing dynasty. 100%. Sure enough, it is stable. Elderly, I suggest you find a more knowledgeable eye to take a look at it. Master Zhao shook his head helplessly and said, this shouldn't be something from the Qin dynasty, but from the Qing dynasty. Jiang Nan interjected, if this thing is really bought for $50 million, it's definitely a loss. Ha! Elder Zhao, Elder and both looked at Jiang Nan at the same time. Elder Zhao said, young man, you know about ancient jade? A little bit. Jiang Nan said with a smile, if it wasn't for An Chi's presence today, he wouldn't have wanted to make this appearance at all. It was because An Chi had been looking down on him a bit with that expression that made Jiang Nan a bit upset, so he wanted to show off. Where did you see that this is something from the Qing dynasty and not from the Qin dynasty? Elder Zhao asked again. Elder An was also watching with unblinking eyes. This is not convenient to tell. Jiang Nan, who knew this, said in a mysterious manner. Elder Zhao. Ha! Master An's instantly was a sneering expression. It's inconvenient to inform. You are not understanding at all. Right. I really don't believe that you are so young and have such good eyesight. Whatever you think. Jiang Nan smiled indifferently. I don't need to prove anything to you either, but I'll put my word down here. This thing of yours which is from the Qing dynasty is worth about $5 million. No more. Elder Zhao. Who is this person? Elder An looked at Elder Zhao and asked. A guest. Master Zhao smiled bitterly. Don't attempt to ask me to prove whether this little brother understands ancient jade or not. We've just met not long ago, but this little brother is nice and honest, very much to my liking. Oh, Elder An looked at Jiang Nan 2 more times before he turned his head to look at Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao. Then I'll leave first. Make a trip to Yanjing and look for Master Dong to take a look at it. He should be able to figure this thing out. That's right, Elder Zhao said. Master Dong is the Tarzan of this line of work. He will definitely be able to see it. I'll be off then. I'll see you. Off. And she left with Elder An behind her, glaring at Jiang Nan on her way out. Jiang Nan, did I provoke anyone again? Elder Zhao quickly returned and said with a smile, little brother, I'm sorry for making you wait so long. It's fine. It's not like I'm in a hurry. Jiang Nan smiled. Come, me to take a look at a few pieces of emerald. Jiang Nan handed over the emeralds. The old man looked at it carefully. Jiang Nan, Zhu Sure. However, whispered from the side, how do I see that you and Elder An's granddaughter, An Chi, are very close? Jiang Nan, how is it a shallow relationship? It's just a farce that happened for the success rate of the test, and he only just realized that the girl's name was An Chi. Chapter 38, Being Despised. After leaving Zhao Lao's century-old store, Jiang Nan's card had nearly $4 million lying in it again. It could be described as a small rich young man with a small fortune. Maisie, in the antique street sneak. Time is still early. A little thought. He intends to sneak around here to see if that will be like the last time to pick up the leakage. 100-years-old store in the middle of the street location. Jiang Nan also just passed by and half of the ground stalls have done the test. In addition to that cup of similar to the trigger finger of the 4, there is no other gains. The remaining nearly half of the ground stalls, and he had not been there yet, and there were also a lot of stores. He did not go in to sneak around, with a decision, did not return the same way, but began to sneak in front of a stall that had not been there. Walked to the ground stalls, do not say anything. Eyes locked ground stalls on all the things. throw a test. There are worth more than 100,000 yuan. 0%. Immediately negated. Didn't stop to walk to the next stall. There's over $100,000. 000 worth of. 0%. And then the next. Have over $100? 000 worth of. 0%. It didn't take long. All the ground stalls were slipped through, and there was no gain at all. Jiang Nan secretly smiled. First said that the leak is really not good to pick up. Directly into the next home store again. Store things are very mixed, very lively, all kinds of bronzes, porcelain, wuqi miscellaneous 8 anything, so many things, and there is no explicit price. Want to pick up leakage is not easy This is the first situation Jiang Nan got. Thinking a little, threw out a test. This room has something over 5 million. 100%. Blinking his eyes, he continued the test. There is something worth 10 million or more. 30%. Is close. There is something worth 9 million. 50%. There's something worth 8 million. 100%. It was also at this time that the owner of the store noticed Jiang Nan and came over smilingly. Guest, do you have a favorite? I hear are absolutely all genuine, all kinds of antiques. Reputation old store, fake one compensates 10. Take out the best antiques here for me to see. Jiang Nan said, I have a habit, to be the best. General things do not see. Oh, and the boss is squinting eyes to look at Jiang Nan. A questioning face, smiled and said, guests, our best thing here, that can be worth a high value, to a few million it, are you sure you have the financial strength? It was obvious. Jiang Nan was covered in ground floor goods, and was already looked down upon by the boss, not to mention the intention to show him something. Humph. Jiang Nan snorted coldly. In that case then forget it, don't regret it, maybe a business is gone. After saying that, he turned around and left. He. The boss laughed coldly at his back. Looks like a poor guy, still pretending here. I've seen this kind of person a lot. This Jiang Nan also heard, did not turn around. The heart sneered. We'll see, the old man is now not enough money. Wait for a while to see, the old man to take the money to hit you in the face. The mood is more upset. He also did not have the heart to continue to pick up leaks. Left the antique street, and did not return to the rental building, but got into a cab, said to the boss, go to the nearest real estate agency. In order not to be led around in circles by the driver, deliberately traveling more distance, he directly threw the driver $100 and said, remember your own real estate agency, and this money will be yours when you get to the ground. Good. The driver was as happy as anything, and quickly started the car and melted into the traffic. Chapter 39, Shocked Bibi. Evening. Jiang Nan, who had returned to his rented house, packed up the things in his room, and the cab was waiting below. Because it is not bad money, renting a house is a very easy thing. 30,000 yuan per month of luxury rent. He directly leased a luxury location of the 3-bedroom. Everything is complete. You can directly move in. The location is great, with movie theaters, shopping malls, and clubs all within very close proximity of the surrounding location, making it an ideal location to enjoy life. There is not much in the rental. A suitcase, and small cutter to fit into the suitcase and nothing else. Ping pong pong pong. It was estimated that the sound of packing things was a bit loud, and the BB next door was startled and ran to the door, probing to look inside. Seeing Jiang Nan who was packing up his things, she asked curiously, Brother Jiang, are you leaving? Yeah, I'm finding a new place to live. Jiang Nan nodded while packing his things. Really leaving? Bei was immediately a bit nervous. Then who's going to help me fix my plumbing and stuff when it breaks down in the future? You're the only one I can trust here. Jiang Nan also froze for a moment, stopping his packing and furrowing his brows in thought. A moment later, he said, Bei, the house I'm renting this time is quite spacious. Currently I'm the only one living here. There's an extra room. If you trust me, you can move over and live with me. Give you a separate room, and as usual, you can be your main live. Share a room? Bibi blinked her nice big eyes. Which rent? How much do I have to share a month? Is it bigger than here? A little bit bigger than here. Jiang Nan said, you don't have to pay the rent. I'll do it myself. You can take care of the hygiene situation and clean the room when you're not doing anything. Like this. Would that be too embarrassing? Bibi said, this is not a problem. Jiang Nan smiled. Still, do you trust me? There are only 2 of us alone inside a suite. Of course I believe it. Bei said, the 2 of us have lived next door for so long. Brother Jiang, I know very well what kind of person you are. That's good. Pack up your things, the cab is waiting down there. Pack up the expensive things, and leave the rest. Cluck cluck. Bibi laughed. Brother Jiang, listen to your meaning as if you are a big money. Ha! Jiang Nan laughed lightly and said, what I mean is that the cab doesn't have much space to bring too many things that won't fit. Oh, I understand. I'll go pack up my things and only take the important ones. It was just getting dark. The cab stopped at the Liyuan neighborhood. Jiang Nan and Bei Bei got off. The driver attentively helped the two people take down their things, and having a tip made the driver become extra diligent. Bei Bei looked at the Liyuan neighborhood, where only rich people could move in. With a little dazed, weakly, she asked to Jiang Nan, "Brother Jiang, you wouldn't have rented a house here, right?" "Yes, why?" Jiang Nan asked back. "Nothing much, I just want to ask. It should be expensive to rent an apartment here, right?" "Not expensive," Jiang Nan said lightly. "Really not expensive?" "Of course." Jiang Nan smiled. "Digressing, let's go. Take the bag while we go upstairs." Oh. Bei Bei was a bit confused throughout, tugging the big bag and following Jiang Nan, entering the elevator of one of the buildings. While the elevator was rising, Jiang Nan instructed, "Remember, the place where we live is Block 8, Unit 1, 16th floor." Good. Bibi was still a bit confused, shocked by the luxury of every aspect of the place. Soon arriving at the 16th floor, the two of them stepped off the elevator and walked through a section of corridor before Jiang Nan opened the door. Instantly, a room of more than 130 square feet, spacious and luxurious, was reflected in Bibi's eyes. It made her entire being even more dumbfounded. "Come in, don't freeze," Jiang Nan said as he walked in. However, the luxurious decorations inside made Bei Bei a little afraid to enter. A 3-bedroom apartment with a monthly rent of just $30,000 and an annual rent of more than $300,000. Just think about it and you can know how the grade is. Moreover, Shanghai was a second-tier city, not a first-tier city. This, Bei Bei stammered for half a day before he was asking, "Such a luxurious, such a big house, how much does this rent cost?" Chapter 40, It's weird to believe you. "Oh, not much," Jiang Nan smiled. $30,000 a month. Ah, Bei Bei was so scared that she lost her color. "How is it? Not bad?" Jiang Nan smiled. "Which room you like? Pick it yourself." However, Bibi hadn't yet awakened from her shock. It was only after a while that she said incredulously, $30,000. A month's rent is $30,000. My God, can you afford to rent such an expensive house? How much money do you only earn in a month? You don't have to worry about this. Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Didn't I say it? And don't let you take the rent. Just be responsible for the hygiene." Brother Jiang, how did you get so rich? Although Bei Bei was small, he could see and understand in this situation. Jiang Nan had become a rich man. Jiang Nan smiled. "If I say I was lucky and won $2 million by buying a lottery ticket, do you believe me? Did you really buy a lottery ticket and win?" Bibi said. Jiang Nan smiled and didn't say anything. "It should be." Bibi nodded. "Brother Jiang, other than this, I can't really imagine how you suddenly became so rich." "Alright, it's time for dinner. What do you want to eat?" "I'll take you out to eat," Jiang Nan said. "Well," Bei Bei turned her big beautiful eyes. "Brother Jiang, you're rich, so can't we have a nice meal?" "Of course, as long as you like. Just order whatever you want, provided that I can afford the bill." He, don't worry about it. Well, just eat some relatively good. Won't spend too much money. Even if you buy a lottery win, can't just trash the money. Have to save up. Have to save up the wife's book. Later marry a wife. Bibi said wryly. Also, Jiang Nan smiled. Before there was no money, didn't dare to think about this matter. Now that there is money, it seems that it's time to find a sister-in-law for you. Humph. However, at Jiang Nan's words, Bei Bei snorted coldly. "What?" Jiang Nan asked in disbelief. "Nothing," Bei Bei said. "It's just that I think you're a bit stupid. There's a girl right in front of you who doesn't try to chase after her, but also seeks to go far away." "Ha?" Jiang Nan pretended to be somewhat confused and asked. "What does that mean?" "Hate it. Not talking to you." Bei Bei pouted. "Eating Western food? This is expensive, right?" In front of a luxurious Western restaurant, Bibi was a little afraid to go in. "I'm just asking if you like it," Jiang Nan said. "I should like it," Bibi said. "I haven't bothered to eat it before." "Then there's nothing to hesitate about. Come in with me," Jiang Nan said as he entered the Western restaurant. Bei Bei timidly followed behind him, looking for a secluded spot to sit down. The shopkeeper's sister immediately came over. "What would you two like to order?" Jiang Nan didn't say anything and first threw out a thought. "The best steak here costs more than 1,000 yuan per serving? 100%. Above 2,000 yuan per serving? 0%. The situation is understood, and there is a bottom card in his heart," Jiang Nan said in a breezy manner. "How much does the best steak here cost per serving?" 1888. 2 servings of the best steak, 8 minutes cooked. And for drinks, 2 cups of freshly squeezed pineapple juice, Jiang Nan ordered. It was casual and natural. The number of times he had eaten Western food was not that many. He had accompanied guests before, but he had a fondness for the flavor of steak. Okay, please wait. The sales clerk lady then went down. Bibi was however surprised, her eyes wide. A steak 1888, almost $2,000. Hiss, this is also too expensive, right? Not much. Jiang Nan smiled. Brother Jiang. Bebe re-looked Jiang Nan up and down again and said, I seriously doubt that you bought a lottery ticket not to win 2 million. 2 is to win 200 million. Otherwise it can't be so burnt He. Jiang Nan smiled, not explaining anything too much. Will not be really won 200 million, right? Bebe's eyes were even more wide open. No. Jiang Nan smiled. It's really $2 million. Cut. Bebe looked like she didn't believe it at all. It's weird to believe you. Chapter 41, Full-Time Maid. Yanjing. On the outskirts of the southern city, a villa built on the mountain. Inside the parlor on the first floor, and she as well as Eldarin were sitting on a side sofa, slowly drinking tea. On the side opposite, an old man with white hair but hale and hearty was using a magnifying glass, watching a jade pendant. The room was quiet. A few maids stood on the side, ready to serve tea and pour water, but none of them dared to make a sound. Time passed by minute. About 10 minutes. The white-haired old man put away the magnifying glass and handed the jade pendant to Eldarin, while asking, how much did you get this for? 50 million. Lost, and lost a lot. Masterin was shocked. Master Dong, then how much do you think this thing can be worth? Well, 5 million, no more. Master Dong smiled. Hiss. Masterin drew in a breath of cool air. The shock was not that he had lost more than $40 million on this jade pendant, but that he remembered that a young lad had once said this. Master Dong, then is this thing from the Qing dynasty? Masterin continued to ask. No, it's from the Qing dynasty, Master Dong said. To be precise, it's from the late Qing dynasty during the Guangxu period. Hiss. Eldarin drew in another breath of cold air. He likewise remembered very clearly that the young lad had said the same thing. Although he hadn't said very clearly that it was from the end of the Qing dynasty and the Guangxu period, he had said that it was from the Qing dynasty. Thank you, Master Dong. Trouble you, old man. Eldarin suddenly rose with the thought of meeting that young man again, and could not sit down at all. No harm. Master Dong smiled and said, friends, this favor is nothing. Master Dong, then you're busy. We'll take our leave. Eldarin said another polite word, greeted in Shi and left, returning to Zhanghai City in the night. Wow, worthy of a steak close to 2,000. It's so delicious. Western restaurant door Bebe can't get enough of it. Nice big eyes. Smile curved into a crescent moon. If you like it, I'll come back to take you to eat in the future. Jiang Nan said. No, Bebe said in a hurry. It's too defeatist. As long as you like it. Jiang Nan smiled faintly. Bebe looked at him and didn't say anything, and a little later her eyes became red, unexpectedly wanting to cry. What's wrong? Jiang Nan asked in surprise. Just now you were fine. How did you suddenly become like this? It looks like you want to cry. I didn't bully you, right? It's not you bullying, Bebe said pitifully. Brother Jiang, you're so good to me. What does this make me do in the future? Jiang Nan laughed bitterly. So I'm still doing wrong. No, you're not wrong either, Bebe said. It's that life is too good now. I'm starting to be afraid of losing it. This is the life I dreamed of wanting, yet I'm afraid of when the dream wakes up. Alright, don't think so much. Jiang Nan smiled. Let's go back. You're not going to broadcast live at night? It's getting late. Your fans should already be waiting for you. Right, I still have to broadcast live. I still have to earn money. Bebe cried and mourned. Brother Jiang, this job is hard work. I especially don't want to do it anymore. Thinking about how I have to try to please those old men in every way possible, and I only get a few $1,000s a month, while you rent a house for $30,000 a month. It's especially painful in my heart. Since this is the case, if you don't like it, don't do it, Jiang Nan said. Why don't you be my full-time maid? Help me clean the house, and I'll give you a salary of $10,000 a month. How about it? Really? Bibi's eyes lit up, her face full of joy. Of course, Jiang Nan smiled. My rent is just $30,000 a month. Do you think you'll struggle to give you a $10,000 salary? This won't. Bebe smiled awkwardly, and a little later remembered something and said, but I just got a fan who hitches a ride with me for $5,000 every night. I'll be able to share too. $500 in one night. It's a bit hard to give up. Chapter 42, Tarzan Beidou. Jiang Nan smiled. No need to be heartbroken. Why Bebe said. A day is $2,500. $2,500 a lot of money. Because, Jiang Nan laughed, while saying took out his cell phone and handed it to Bebe said, tap my cell phone. log in to a certain fish live, and then tap your room to know. Ha! Bebe was unsure and did as Jiang Nan said. The operation was soon completed. Her face became wonderful as she looked at Jiang Nan. Brother Jiang, so you're the salted fish basking in the sun, so you're the one who rewarded me with $5,000 every day. Jiang Nan smiled and didn't say anything. Brother Jiang, you're really annoying. Bebe's small face turned red. Before, I was still showing off in front of you, while you still lied to me and didn't even poke at me. You're really annoying. While saying that, she swung her small fist and gave Jiang Nan's chest a whack, but the fist didn't use much force at all when it landed. A lovely scent came out. After hammering a few times, Bebe stopped and threw Jiang Nan a nice blank stare. Brother Jiang, you're so bad. Amusing you? Jiang Nan smiled lightly. Wasn't it happy then? Happy. Bebe suddenly became a birdie smile again. Not just happy. Suddenly someone hit on $5,000. Very excited about it. But I didn't expect it to be you. Humph. Well, after you've eaten and drunk enough, what's next? Go home or go play? If I'm not worried about money, of course I'll go play. Bibi was excited like a little sparrow. Then how about going to a movie? Jiang Nan said after thinking for a while. Yeah, the movie theater is not far from here. Let's sneak over and go. So happy. Didn't expect to live like this one day. I feel like dreaming. Shanghai City Airport. Eldarin and she walked out, followed by 2 full-time bodyguards in black clothes and black sunglasses. Not far from the waiting hall, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was waiting in place next to them. Just as she was about to get into the car, and she suddenly said, Grandpa, you go home first, I want to walk alone. Alright then. The old man nodded. Have accompanied me all day? You go have fun. After saying that, he got into the car and the Rolls-Royce blended into the traffic. And she beckoned. A cab came over. She pulled the door and got in. Said, Cinema. Inside the Rolls-Royce car, Eldarin fished out his cell phone and dialed a number out. Soon the call connected and a laughing voice came out. Eldarin, calling so late. What's so urgent? Elder Zhao, I would like to ask, that young man that I met at your place during the day, do you have his contact information? This one really doesn't. I forgot to leave that young man's phone number. Alas, that's a pity. Nothing else? Elder Zhao, you get busy. I'm hanging up. Wait. And just then Elder Zhao said, come to think of it, there's a clerk in my store who was classmates with that lad. She has his phone number. Really? That's great. Eldarin was instantly happy and said, Elder Zhao, I'll trouble you with one more thing. Can you contact that young man to come to your store? I want to meet with him again. This is certainly no problem. Elder Zhao said. A little later, he asked suspiciously, Eldarin, you want to meet him all of a sudden here? What is the situation? Is it convenient for me to ask? It's nothing. Of course it's convenient. Elder Zhao smiled and said, it's that jade pendant I showed you. That young man at that time said I bought it at a loss. You still remember, right? Remember. Of course I remember. How could it be that I really bought it at a loss? Yes. An old man sighed and said, I just rushed back from Yanjing on a plane. Something to Master Dong has seen. You guess how? Difficult. Could it be? It's pretty much the same as what that youngster said? Master Zhao said in a somewhat aggravated tone. More than almost. Eldarin smiled bitterly. It's almost exactly the same. Master Dong is also saying that this jade pendant can't be more than 5 million. And the dynasty is the Qing dynasty. Hiss. Elder Zhao on the phone just let out a breath of cold air. My God. If that's really the case, then that young lad's eyesight is also too terrifying. My eyesight of more than 30 years is too much different from him? Yeah, I'm stunned as well. Eldarin also agreed with a bitter smile. Is it hard to believe that his eyesight is already on the same level as Master Dong's, a Taishan Beidou level existence? Elder Zhao's voice trembled a little, and one could feel the abnormal unrest. Chapter 43, Roadrunner. Squeak. With a brake, the cab stopped in front of the theater, and she got out of the car, twisting her thin waist towards the entrance of the theater. Her arrival, super high face value, unassuming temperament, and more importantly, a single girl, attracted the eyes of many male creatures to look over. Click click click. The sound of high heels hitting the ground made the heartbeats of so many male creatures beat along. However, and she was dressed in a famous brand, Hermes bag. At a glance, it was not a good figure to provoke, which made a crowd of male creatures although their hearts were itching, but no one dared to go up to accost them. And she walked to the entrance of the movie theater, but did not go in, but walked around the entrance, and from time to time looked around. She came this time with a purpose, which was to try her luck and see if she could run into Jiang Nan. What she had seen at Master Dong's place in Yanjing. Not only was her grandfather, Master An, surprised, she was also very surprised. And she was also very fond of collecting and dealing with antiques, and was usually learning from her grandfather to grow her insight and eyesight. The grandparents and grandchildren smelled alike, which also made Grandpa and likened she even more. It could be said that seeing the situation at Master Dong's place, the shock in Chi's eyes was even greater than that of Eldarin. Also being a young man, Jiang Nan had such eyesight. She was really shocked. Somehow, the figure of Jiang Nan lingered in her mind all the way back to Yanjing on the airplane. It should be said that ever since they watched the movie together that night, Jiang Nan's inscrutable performance had already branded a mark in Chi's heart. Now she just wanted to see Jiang Nan very impulsively. It was hard to say why. Or it was because that night she thought that Jiang Nan had tricked her and made her suffer. So she felt uncomfortable and wanted to find a chance to get back at him. Or maybe it was because she wanted to meet Jiang Nan to discuss her knowledge and insights about antiques. However, she couldn't contact Jiang Nan and only thought of one possibility, that Jiang Nan might come to the movie alone. So she came here to try her luck. However, she all felt that this kind of luck was simply very ridiculous, almost without a little bit of certainty. But she just let herself die. Has been walking around in front of the movie theater. She is still preoccupied. And that day Jiang Nan abruptly asked her to watch a movie. Scene in her mind echoed. Suddenly there was that sentence, "Can I ask you to watch a movie together?" When she thought of this, she couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. At that time, she really felt very abrupt and inexplicable, and she had agreed to watch a movie with a man. I should say for the first time, without saying a word to a man, watched a movie that kept upsetting herself, thinking about things on her mind. She walked back and forth, but completely immersed in her own thoughts, forgetting that she had come here to wait for Jiang Nan, forgetting to look around from time to time. Suddenly a voice rang out in front of her. "Hi! I didn't expect such a coincidence." Running into each other again. And Chi's footsteps were just a beat. Then surprise, so familiar voice. It was the very person she was waiting for. I didn't think it really came. She jerked her head up, with a smile on her face. However, in the next moment, the smile disappeared and turned into a face of icy cold. Her eyes fell on, beside Jiang Nan, Bebe, who was still holding Jiang Nan's arm. "Coming to watch a movie again?" Jiang Nan continued smilingly. "I want you to care?" Angie said with an angry expression. "Jiang Nan, who is this?" Bibi then asked curiously at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan froze for a moment, not knowing how to introduce himself, and organized his language before he was saying, "Sort of a passerby." And she suddenly became even more angry, gritting her teeth. "I want to bite you to death." After saying that, she turned around and stomped away on her high heels. "Jiang Nan? Bei? Brother Jiang, what's going on? Who the hell is she?" Bibi was full of confusion. "Didn't I say so?" Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. "Passerby. Doesn't look right." "Yo." Bibi pinched her pointed chin. "It looks angry. And it's seeing me. She can't be your girlfriend. Seeing me angry. And she's so pretty." Bei looked at Jiang Nan while asking this. Her little face was nervous. How could it be? Jiang Nan smiled and said, "If it's my girlfriend, I've already gone after her. Let's go. Don't delay. Go into the theater. Like a big bucket of popcorn or a small bucket of whatever." Bei, however, had a preoccupied look. While walking inside with Jiang Nan, he looked back and glanced at Angie, who was getting into a cab. Chapter 44, Getting Angry. When the movie ended and she walked out of the theater, Bibi was happy as a bird, and the first thing she did was to take Jiang Nan's arm, saying happily, "It's so nice to not have to worry about money. I feel the same way." Jiang Nan smiled and said, "It seems that the two of us have the same opinion." Bei rolled a nice white eye. "I'm afraid there are 99 out of 100 people who have such a view." "I see." Jiang Nan looked as if he had come to a realization. "You're so annoying, deliberately teasing me, aren't you? If you have to think so, I can't help it." Jiang Nan spread his hands. Humph. Bei grunted repeatedly, and her small white hand twisted Jiang Nan's waist at the soft flesh position, but she didn't use much force. She just did it for show, called a taxi and soon returned to the residence. "The room with a separate bathroom is yours," Jiang Nan said. "It's more convenient for you to stay that way." "Aha!" Bei nodded her little head a little shyly. The little face was as red as a big apple. After all, this was in a sense, the two were considered to be living together. "Good night. Rest early," Jiang Nan said. "Good." Bibi nodded her little head and turned around to go back to her room. Entering the room, Bibi closed the door with her hand, feeling her little heart beating like a fluttering deer. After a moment's thought, he locked the door with a click. But instantly again is feeling wrong. Again is to open the lock. Beautiful little face on the dark color tangled and complex. The next day, what ghostly legends, what demons and ghosts and demons, only that heron eagle in the ghostly high song. Jiang Nan, who was sleeping comfortably, was woken up by the ringing of the phone. Confused, he touched his cell phone, looked at it. Zhu Shishir called, connected the phone. Before he could speak, Zhu Shishir's voice came over the phone. "Jiang Nan, what are doing? Sleeping?" There was a moment of silence on the opposite side. Only a little later did Zhu Shishir's voice come over again. What time is it? You're still sleeping? I haven't looked at the time yet. While saying Jiang Nan, he looked at the wall watch on the wall. It was already more than 10 a.m. And said with a bitter smile, it's so late. Overslept. Envious. It's so good to not work anymore. You can sleep until so late to get up. Zhu Shishir's envious tone. Jiang Nan subconsciously pulled up an arc at the corner of his mouth and said that this kind of life is indeed cool. Right, Jiang Nan, you don't have anything to be busy with today, right? Zhu Shishir said again. No, not busy today. Resting. Come to our store. Okay, our boss wants to meet you. There are things to say to you. Sure, Jiang Nan said. I'll wash up and go over in a while. Okay. Hanging up the phone, the call ended. Jiang Nan got up and went out to wash up. Just opened the bedroom door. He saw Bei Bei was tidying up the room. Bei Bei was dressed especially sexy today. The upper body beige and blue camisole. It was very short. The top saw the ditch. The bottom saw the waist. It was just a not too much part of the middle zone that was covered. Below is a black ultra-short skirt. Hollow lace. Her white thighs was reflected very charming. On her legs was black silk, so that Jiang Nan couldn't help but look twice more. Couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This little ninny is really hot. At this time, Bei Bei saw him come out and immediately raised her pretty little face to greet him. Brother Jiang, you're awake. Bei Bei, when did you get up? Jiang Nan smiled. There's nothing to sleep a bit more. It's too comfortable in this room. I'm too excited to sleep. Bei Bei said with a happy smile. I've gone downstairs and bought breakfast, just waiting for you to get up. But I don't have much money on me. I still bought soybean milk and donuts. For this I also ran a long way. There is no such breakfast stand nearby. Now that you have money, I don't know if you are still eating it or not. Chapter 45, Meeting Again. Of course I'm used to eating, Jiang Nan said. Although I got lucky and made a small fortune, I'm not a pampered master. That's good. That's good. Bibi was happy. The two ate breakfast together. Jiang Nan said, Bei Bei, after eating I'm going out for a wave. No, I'm going out for a trip. You clean up the dishes. You can go out and play if you want to when there's nothing else to do. Okay. Bei Bei nodded her head obediently. Jiang Nan moved to go downstairs. In his heart, Bei Bei has such a small girl at home to take care of. It's very worrying. It can be said to be living a life of food, clothes, and hands. This kind of life, comfortable. Antique Street, 100-years-old store. Jiang Nan slowly slipped along the antique street. Arrived at the time, the corner of the mouth is pulled up an arc smile, because he saw a familiar face inside the store, and she was also there. This girl Jiang Nan was still relatively impressive. After all, beautiful women like her were very rare. Jiang Nan smiled and said, Meeting again, such a coincidence. Humph. And she snorted coldly with an angry look, unwilling to take care of Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan? A bit puzzled. I don't remember provoking this girl? Why does it look like a deep hatred? Habitually threw out a test. In angry with me? 100%. Rub? This time Jiang Nan was completely confused. And right at this moment, Eldarin reprimanded and she. People are talking to you. What kind of attitude do you have? And she opened her mouth to say something, but nothing came out. Hurry up and apologize, Eldarin said to Enchi again. Apologize? Enchi was dumbfounded. Jiang Nan, similarly dumbfounded. Wasn't this old man not in love with himself? Why was his attitude a bit abnormal today? Habitually throwing out a test. Could it be that he has a request for himself today? 100%. Still true. Yeah, sorry. And she looked very afraid of her grandfather. Although very reluctant, still said sorry to Jiang Nan, but the aggression in her eyes was very obvious. Oh, Jiang Nan smiled smugly. It's okay, adults don't care about small people. In the future when you see me put some respect. Don't be so no big or small. On the side, Elder Zhao. Damn, this is a bit too much, right, Eldarin? Doll, you really aren't modest. And she was even more angry and gnashed her teeth. Want to bite him to death? How to do? Wait online. Quite urgent. Master, what's the matter with calling me here? Jiang Nan didn't care what the others were looking at, sitting down beside Elder Zhao while asking. It's An Lao who wants to meet with you, Elder Zhao said with a smile. So? Jiang Nan looked towards Eldarin with an expression of what are you looking for from me? Little brother. My old master didn't beat around the bush and said directly. First of all, I apologize to you. My words yesterday were abrupt. I take them back. I shouldn't have underestimated you because you're young. Oh, nothing. Jiang Nan smiled lightly. I didn't even put it on my mind. It's not worth it at all to get angry with a passerby over a word. The corners of Elder An's mouth twitched. Why did he feel that the flavor of these words was not right? It was as if people didn't care at all. However, after careful consideration, it seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. I'm old master, are you looking for me for something? If there's something, just say it. I'm rather busy, Jiang Nan said while picking up the tea Shir had just brewed for him and slowly sipping it. Chapter 46, Uncle. It's like this, little brother. Wasn't that jade pendant that you looked at yesterday? I want you to help me continue to show it to me. Elder N's tone of consultation. Jiang Nan pondered for 2 seconds. Give me a reason why I should help you? Putting aside in normal times, Jiang Nan was an easy person to talk to, but yesterday this old man's attitude on really upset him. So, Elder N. In Zhanghai City, it was still the first time he had encountered someone who spoke to him like this. Elder Zhao. In Zhanghai City, it was still the first time he had encountered someone who spoke to Elder N like this. Helplessly, he covered his face and said that it's not likely. Something is going to happen in Jiangnan. Elder N's bad temper is notorious. But, what he could not have expected was that Elder N had a very good attitude and said with a bitter smile, "This little brother, if you want a reason, I can't really find anything to convince you. If I say I'll pay for it, what do you think? Money?" Jiang Nan laughed. It's not impossible to offer money, but how much do you offer? If I offer it, I can't afford to look down on it if it's less money. If it's more money, I'm afraid you don't even have enough for this thing. Hiss. Jiang Nan's words made Elder Zhao just draw a breath of cold air. The words were big enough, so big that they scared him a little. The value of Elder N's jade pendant, which everyone knew by heart now, was worth $5 million. So what Jiang Nan meant was that it would cost $5 million if he was allowed to make a single bid. This was too exaggerated and too ruthless. Oomph. And she immediately snorted coldly as well. You mean it's $5 million for one shot? Are you poor and crazy? And girl, shut up. However, Elder N just gave a reprimand to Enchi. This caused both Enchi and Elder Zhao to be surprised. Looking towards Elder N, their faces were full of confusion. Thinking, Elder N would agree to $5 million for a single offer? Even Jiang Nan was a bit puzzled. Nima, giving $5 million for one bid? If that's really the case, this is too good. Lying down and earning money. Little brother, Elder N's attitude is still so good, with your eyesight. I also know that you are not poor in money. It is also true that it is not good to talk about money in front of you. It is too vulgar. My Olden does not have much, but there is still some face in the city of Zhanghai. I am just sincerely wanting to make a friend with you, little brother. To be a friend for the past years, I hope that the little brother will help me in a convenient situation. Of course, if in the city of Zhanghai little brother can use me, just open your mouth. No second thoughts whatsoever. These words made Jiang Nan just light up. The so-called more friends, more roads. Jiang Nan did not have many friends. Then now is really a good opportunity. And his own success rate in hand. To help the old man identify some antiques and other things is simply too easy. Thoughts flashed. He had a decision, said with a slight smile, since the old master have said so. This person is also a person who likes to make friends. People respect me a foot. I respect people a 10 foot. Good. I'll make a friend out of you, old master. Ha 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 ha. Elder N instantly just laughed happily. I knew that, little brother, you are a person of nature. Good, good, great. In the future we will be forgetful friends. Little brother, what's your name? Jiang Nan. Good, 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 good name. Little brother Jiang. Elder N looked very bold. My name is Chong Lu. From now on, you can just call me Elder Brother N. Jiang Nan smiled lightly and shouted, Elder Brother N. Ha ha ha. Elder N laughed happily. Great. Today at noon, the VIP building. I'll be the host. Let's have a good get-together. Jiang Nan was slightly interested, looked to the side of Enchi and said, Older brother, this is my granddaughter, Enchi. Elder N happily introduced. Oh, Jiang Nan's face seemed to smile as he looked at Enchi and said, when we meet in the future, we'll have to shout uncle. Chapter 47, The Ancient Well. You. Enchi was infuriated with a small red face. Surprisingly, she couldn't say anything and turned her head to look at the old master. Grandpa, it's all you. Ha ha ha. Old master N said with a laugh. You young people talk about each other. Poof. And she looked at Jiang Nan and said with a petulant grunt. Hear that? To each his own. We're about the same age. It's impossible for me to call you uncle. Jiang Nan. Everyone exchanged pleasantries and sat down. Elder N took out the jade pendant from before and handed it to Jiang Nan while saying, Little brother, would you take a closer look? Didn't I already look at it before? Jiang Nan picked it up. It's worth $5 million. Something from the Qing dynasty. What else is there to see? Little brother, I want to know what period of time he is from the Qing dynasty. Are you able to tell? Elder N asked. A very expectant look. This was also the purpose of him asking Jiang Nan to look at this jade pendant once again. He wanted to know what level Jiang Nan's eyesight had reached. This can be had. Jiang Nan nodded. His eyes locked onto the jade pendant, and his thoughts were thrown out. Early Qing dynasty, 0%. Late Qing dynasty, 100%. Elder brother N, This thing is from the late Qing dynasty. It's truly divine. The excitement on Eldarin's face was hard to hide. Can it be more detailed? Eldarin asked. More detailed? Jiang Nan was a bit confused. To what extent? This is not easy to answer. Give some hints. Elder Brotherin. Which emperor's period? Can this be seen? Eldarin said. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment. Which emperors in the end of the Qing dynasty? The heart bitter. This is still very test history. Luckily remembered. There were 3 emperors, Emperor Tongji, Emperor Guangxu, Emperor Fui. 1 by 1 test is okay. The period of Tongji Emperor, 0%. During the reign of Emperor Guangxu, 100%. Okay, there it is. Elder Brotherin, this is an object from the time of Emperor Guangxu at the end of the Qing dynasty. Hiss. Grandmasterin just drew a mouthful of cold air. It was exactly the same as what Master Dong, who existed at the level of Taishan Beidou, had said. But how big was Jiang Nan? Even though he was mentally prepared enough, Grandmasterin was still so shocked that he couldn't calm down at all. And Qi, who was at the side, also looked at Jiang Nan with complicated eyes. She, who was also in this line of work, knew very well what Jiang Nan's current eye power meant. Master Zhao is also extremely unsettled mood. He is now thinking of a problem. Jiang Nan before taking over the emerald. I'm afraid that this is not because there is a what cousin uncle, but he himself by a very poisonous eyesight. Little brother, get in the car. We must get drunk today. Outside the antique walking street, a black-clothed bodyguard pulled open the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and Eldarin happily signaled Jiang Nan to get in the car first. Jiang Nan was not polite and got into the car unhurriedly. Afterwards, Eldarin, Elder Zhao, and Qi and Zhu Shishir also followed and got into the car. The extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom was spacious enough inside. It was simply a small room, and several people sat in it for a day without seeming crowded. This car is not bad. Jiang Nan surveyed the car. His insides were unsettled and pushed, but his face still looked ancient and unruffled. If he said before, facing such a luxury car, his heart would be very nervous. In case he didn't pay attention to others and broke it, he couldn't even afford to pay for it. However, now his heart is calm. He knows very well, in a short time, he wants to buy such a car as easy as a slap in the face. Can see the success rate? This world has endless wealth waiting for him to pick up. Zhu Shishir, however, was very nonchalant and said with an exaggerated expression, not only is it good, it's simply fantastic. I never dreamed that one day I would be able to sit inside such a car. Chapter 48, Acquaintances. Temperance. Jiang Nan said with a slight smile, a car? It's just a means of transportation. Ha ha ha. Right. Eldarin said. Little brother said it well. The view is just different. It's really a deep hide. If it was someone else who said this sentence, he would be extremely disdainful, and would even give a cry that he couldn't eat grapes and said grapes were sour. However, when this sentence was said by Jiang Nan, his feelings were very different, especially now that Jiang Nan, dressed in a way that looked very ordinary, but had such an eye. In his eyes, Jiang Nan was deliberately disguised in this way, a stealthy big brother. It was the kind of operation that was deeply pretentious and forced, and he himself was already admonishing himself that he should learn to do this in the future. It wasn't much longer. The Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of the VIP House International Hotel. The bodyguard was the first to get out of the car, opened the door, and the people got out one after another. The VIP House International Hotel was one of the top hotels in Shanghai City. As the time was still early, not even 11 o'clock, the hotel was not busy. A few waitresses in the lobby, the young ladies, were getting together to chat, looking out through the large glass windows from time to time, and the top luxury Rolls-Royce immediately caught their attention. Wow, another big guest has come, one of the young ladies said. This car is so beautiful. When can I find a boyfriend who can drive a car like this? Cut. A group of cutting voices threw over. Don't be a nymphomaniac. Advise you to wake up. Don't dream. A golden turtle son-in-law isn't that easy to catch. Even finding a rich old man like this isn't easy. Ha, Jiang Nan? At this time among a young lady, suddenly eked out. Looking at an old man among Jiang Nan was very surprised to mutter a small voice. If Jiang Nan had seen it, he would have recognized it at first glance. His university classmate Zhao Yiman. Although Zhao Yiman's voice was small, it was still heard by a waitress lady right next to her, and said with a teasing smile, What, Zhao Yiman? You don't want to say that there is someone you know in this? Zhao Yiman froze for a moment and said, It just looks like one of my classmates, but I'm not sure. Is your classmate a rich second generation? No, he's from the countryside, Zhao Xiaoman said. Che, that's definitely because you recognize the wrong person. You don't look at what kind of characters these people are. A college student from the countryside can't possibly come together with them. It's not the same way at all. Also, Zhao Yiman nodded. I must have misrecognized them. In the time it took to speak, Eldarin and Jiang Nan had already entered the hall and walked straight towards the elevator. Watching from a close distance, Zhao Yiman felt more and more like Jiang Nan, but she didn't dare to go up and recognize him, fearing that she might be mistaken. Jiang Nan all the way and an old man chatting, did not pay attention to the surrounding. Into the elevator, directly on the top VIP floor layer, Zhao Xiaoman also did not put it on the mind again, continued to chat with the little sisters. Time is not long. The elevator doors opened, and the hall manager hurriedly walked out, shouting at Zhao Yiman and the girls, "Quickly, the VIP room on the top floor 888 ordered food. You few hurry to the kitchen to serve the food." Okay. This was a 5-star hotel with strict rules, and a few waitress ladies hurriedly moved and ran to the kitchen. Zhao Xiaoman was among them. When they arrived at the kitchen, the head chef instructed, "When serving the dishes, you guys can be careful. The dishes ordered by today's guests are extremely expensive. Don't damage them, or else deducting your 1 month's salary won't even be enough to pay for one dish." Alas, envy and jealousy. Rich people's lives are really extravagant. One of the waitresses sighed. "Well, don't sigh. Blame your life is not good. When you find a rich husband to marry, also live this kind of life. You are the first dish, served upstairs it," the head chef ordered. Then it was said, "Zhang Xiaofang you the second course, Zhao Yiman the third course." Chapter 49, Mixed Meals. Zhao Xiaoman served the third dish, and the two waitress ladies in front of her went into the elevator to go up the stairs together. Soon arriving at the top floor, they exited the elevator and walked down the corridor to the entrance of VIP room number 888. Bang bang! The waitress young lady who walked in the forefront gently knocked on the door before softly saying, "The dishes are here." Only a little later did she gently push open the door and walked in with her specially trained steps. Zhao Xiaoman and the girls followed between them, walking into the room, gently placing the dishes without looking away. These were the rules. "Zhao Xiaoman, is that you?" And just then a voice rang out. Zhao Xiaoman subconsciously looked over at the voice and saw Jiang Nan who was looking at her and smiling. Zhao Xiaoman first froze for a moment, and was surprised a little later. "Jiang Nan is really you?" "Yes." Jiang Nan smiled and said, "I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that I was able to run into you today." "Yeah, what a surprise." Zhao Xiaoman was more or less in an excited mood. "Elder brethren, you guys sit down for a while. I ran into a college friend. It's been a long time, let's have a chat." Jiang Nan said and stood up, saying to Zhao Xiaoman, "Chat a few words outside." Right, haven't asked if it's convenient for you now." Another waitress young lady immediately said, "Zhao Xiaoman is fine. We have us for serving the dishes. Since we ran into an acquaintance, you guys talk." Saying that, she also winked at Zhao Xiaoman in a quirky way. Zhao Xiaoman's little face turned red. "Little brother, unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance. Ha ha ha. Go." Eldarin said, "We all haven't seen each other for more than a year." "Right, not since we graduated from college." Jiang Nan smiled and Zhang Xiaoman said while walking outward to the corridor outside the door, while in Cheesegaze followed Jiang Nan's back and snorted in a small voice, "Humph, a man who likes to womanize." At the window at the very end of the corridor, Jiang Nan Zhang Xiaoman stopped her steps. "Xiaoman, looking at your outfit, you are working as a waitress here, right?" Jiang Nan smiled and said, "You look quite pretty in this outfit." It was also true that when Zhang Xiaoman was in college, she was one of the few pretty girls in her class, with a good figure and high face value. It was also because she had such a good figure and face value that she was able to find a job in this 5-star hotel. For girls, having a pretty face was a treasure in itself, and Zhang Xiaoman made better use of this treasure. The working environment here was good, and there was a good salary. "You're making fun of me." Zhang Xiaoman was slightly embarrassed. "You are the VIP here, while I am the waitress here." "Say what?" Jiang Nan laughed. "I'm not a VIP, I'm following a mixed diet." "Che," still denying it. Zhang Xiaoman gave him a nice blank stare and said, "I all saw you coming down from that very valuable Rolls Royce." "Ha!" Jiang Nan laughed. "That car is not mine, it's someone else's. I'm just sitting on a rubbing car." Still pretending, Zhao Xiaoman said, "Even if the car is not yours, you are still hanging out with these rich people. Are you also a very successful rich person?" "It's a complete misunderstanding," Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile. "As I said, I came here to mingle and happened to bump into each other." "Really?" Zhao Xiaoman still questioned. "Of course it's true. If you really don't believe me, I can't help it. By the way, look at my clothes, they're all from the ground. A rich person would become like this?" Jiang Nan said. This is true." Zhao Xiaoman somewhat believed, said, "In fact I am also pondering through it. Your situation I also understand. The family is rural. This just graduated only more than a year. You become a rich man, it is really unimaginable." He. Jiang Nan smiled and said nothing. "Right, Jiang Nan," Zhao Xiaoman said with a twist of words, We have several classmates who work in Jiang City, do you know? Chapter 50, Crying. I don't know, Jiang Nan said. I ran into you in Jiang City. Is the first classmate I ran into. Who are the other few classmates? I just know Li Xiaochun. I heard her talk about it. The details are not too clear. Li Xiaochun also said that after a period of time, the classmates in Jianghai get together. That's a good idea. Jiang Nan nodded. If the gathering, will you go? Zhao Xiaoman asked. Of course I'll go. It's been a long time since my classmates have seen each other. Jiang Nan said. Which is good. Leave a contact. Zhao Xiaoman took out her cell phone as she said. I'll contact you when we get together. Okay. Of course he told Zhao Xiaoman his cell phone number and microsignal. The two chatted a little more. Zhao Xiaoman went to work, and Jiang Nan returned to the room, just after sitting down, and she cocked her small head and asked in a small voice, Your classmate? Her seat was next to Jiang Nan's. Yeah. Jiang Nan smiled and said, Didn't I say it before? It's as simple as just a classmate? And she asked with another strange look. Then what else? Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile of incomprehension. There's not a bit of anything else. Like, having been passionately in love, being an ex-girlfriend or something like that. You're overthinking it. Great niece. Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile. People Zhao Xiaoman was pretty when she was in college. A lot of boys like it. I'm a beggar. Which can happen with people. At best, it's a crush. Of course, I'm a metaphor. I don't have a crush, because I'm a person who is more able to recognize the truth. And there's no point in having a crush. I want to bite you to death. I told you to each his own. No calling me my great niece. And she gritted her teeth. Jiang Nan. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Elder and Elder Zhao on the side laughed out loud. It's still good to be young. Even when fighting and quarreling, it's all so cute. Yes, but time passes so fast. Without paying attention. It's old. Come, you two youngsters. People also don't fight. We all serve up wine. Let's go one together. Several people ate, drank and chatted until half-afternoon. Jiang Nan and Anqi are also very familiar with, but also understand Anqi, although so young age but a talented woman. She had a good understanding of antiques. Eldarin and Jiang Nan left their contact information with each other, and a dinner party ended. Jiang Nan returned home. Beibei was waiting with eager anticipation. Seeing Jiang Nan enter the door, immediately smiled happily and said, Brother Jiang, I made a good lunch and waited for you, but now you just came back. The food is already cold. I'll go and heat it up. No need. Jiang Nan smiled and said, I've already eaten lunch. In the future when I go out, you don't have to specially wait for me to eat. Beibei was more or less a little lost. That's so. You didn't go out to play? Just stayed bored at home? Jiang Nan said. Yeah, Beibei said. I was wondering when you will come back. I made a good meal. Wait for you to come back can eat. Oh, Jiang Nan smiled. Don't bother so much. Saying that I'm letting you be my full-time maid doesn't really mean that I'm letting you be like your maid and not move an inch from your room. You're free to go and play if you want to. But, I get paid $10,000 a month to do my duty, Bibi said with a crying smile. What's salary not salary? Jiang Nan said. I know that your family is difficult. Know that you are not easy. Know that you are a girl when faced with so much pressure. Only specially to help you. You don't because of one of my salary and have a burden. Or that. Happy to do what do. We can know his fate. Beibei didn't speak anymore. Quietly looking at Jiang Nan. Her eyes red like she was about to cry. Don't cry. Jiang Nan smiled even more helplessly and bitterly. This looks like I'm bullying you. Oh, however, Beibei even directly cried out. And all of a sudden jumped into Jiang Nan's arms, while crying, Brother Jiang, this life is the first time you treat me so well. Chapter 51, Poverty Limits Growth. Don't cry, Jiang Nan comforted with a bit of a headache. Such a dainty and pretty little sister jumped into his arms, a bit at a loss for words. Poverty limits growth. Haven't hugged a girl until now. Cold to so a little, and some tension, and some expectation. The body is delicate and soft. Exactly this feeling. The faint body fragrance drilled into Jiang Nan's nostrils. Damn, a little dizzy. And BB is still small. This age has the best skin. And although she is small, she has a pair of DS and is oppressive. For old men like him who were a few years older, there was even a different kind of attraction. However, Jiang Nan had been admonishing himself in his mind to hold on. It was not bad. He held on and did not take advantage of BB. After a while, Beibei stopped crying and came out from Jiang Nan's arms. Her pearly little appearance was both heartbreaking and charming to watch. Alright, don't cry. Jiang Nan reached out to help her wipe her tears. I'm lucky. I won the lottery and have money. Your hard life is over. What difficulties? Brother help you. Aha. Beibei nodded her little head and said, Brother Jiang, you are really a good person. Jiang Nan, damn, another good person card. Even if he wanted to do something, He couldn't. Fine. Recognizing a sister is also quite good. Bebe, go make me a cup of tea. Jiang Nan was comfortably half lying on the sofa. Today at noon, I drank a lot of wine, and my mouth is a bit dry. Okay. Bebe obediently agreed to go make tea. In a short time, a cup of steaming tea was brought over, and Bebe, like a kitten, obediently sat beside Jiang Nan, and flickered her big, beautiful eyes at Jiang Nan, her eyes not flickering for a moment. Jiang Nan was a bit confused and asked, "Why are you looking at me like this? Do I have flowers on my face?" He. No, Bebe said with a smile, "It's just that the more I look at you, the more handsome you are." He. Jiang Nan said with a smile, "You won't realize it until now. I'm so handsome I'm drunk myself." Che. Bebe rolled a good-looking blank eye. The old king sells his own melon to sell himself. However, Jiang, you are really quite handsome. Find a handsome man like you to marry. Quite good at. So young, can you want to marry someone? Jiang Nan teased and said, "I can't stand the loneliness of single said Jiang Nan while slightly interested in Bebe put out a probe. Still a virgin, big smiley face, girl? The next moment. 100%. Oh, not bad, although it's a live broadcast. It's clean, it's a good girl. Only no. Bebe's small face became red, pouted and said, "Not talking to you? How do you feel? You are so stupid now. You don't understand the meaning of people's words." Jiang Nan was a bit confused. Did I? Yes, of course I do. Humph. Bebe pouted, looking adorable. Jiang Nan. Early evening. Bebe, who had already fallen asleep beside Jiang Nan, woke up and glanced at Jiang Nan, who was using his cell phone to check the information, and asked weakly, "Brother Jiang, what do you want to eat? I'll go and do it." "There's no need to do it. When I'm done with the matter at hand, we'll go out to eat," Jiang Nan said casually. His mind was still focused on the information he was accessing. He was making his next plan on where to get the emerald stone, and the fact that Eldarin and the others had gotten along had made Jiang Nan already uninterested in $1 or $2 million, so he was going to take the plunge this time. Cell phone, nearly an hour of access to information and understanding. He basically had a decision. Go to a trip to the Magic City. Magic City has a thriving gambling culture, and there is also a very large gambling market in Magic City. Compared to the Magic City's gambling market, these Emerald Wool in Shanghai City's gambling stone park is a small fight. Chapter 52, The Fulfillment of a Housekeeper. With the decision made, Jiang Nan put away his cell phone and greeted Bebe. Let's go out for dinner." Aha. Bebe's words came out from her bedroom. "I'll change my clothes. I'll be done soon." "Still changing?" Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile. "Wasn't that one just now quite beautiful? But I just want to change again," Bebe said. Not long after, the bedroom door opened. Bebe walked out, and Jiang Nan just lit up. This time, Bebe changed into a long dress, a hollowed-out heart shape in the chest area, just enough to see her V-shaped deep groove. Very eye-catching. TSK. Bebe, it's too beautiful. Jiang Nan couldn't help but praise. Really can't even help but praise you. Is it really pretty? Bebe was also happy. Of course, whoever dares to say it's not pretty, I'll be in a hurry with him. Jiang Nan had a serious expression. He. Bebe was even happier. "Brother Jiang, do you like it?" "Of course I like it." He. "That's good. I just wore it for you on purpose. Your little mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. Let's go downstairs to eat." "Right, what do you want to eat today?" "If you like to eat the last steak, let's continue to go," Jiang Nan said as he walked out the door. No, Bebe said in a hurry. "It's too spendy, so expensive. Don't think about money. Money is not a problem. Don't be such a loser." Bebe did say, "Living a life should be fine." Jiang Nan, damn. Housekeeper's sense of immediacy. The two entered the elevator, and Bebe stroked her pointed chin and said, "Let me think about what we'll have for dinner today that's economical, affordable and delicious." Jiang Nan, seems like a good candidate to be a wife, so good at living life. Soon the elevator stops. Two people out of the elevator. Bebe is still touching the chin, flashing good-looking eyes, did not figure out what to eat for dinner. Just then Jiang Nan's cell phone rang. He touched out the phone to see that it was Zhang Yuan calling, smiled and answered the call. "Hi, honey, missed me." Bebe, who was thinking about things, just froze and looked at Jiang Nan in shock, a trace of panic flashing across her face. "Screw you," Zhang Yuan on the phone said indignantly. "Who misses you? I'm thinking about your wine. Didn't we say the other day that it's a good deal? You're going to treat yourself when you get a girlfriend." Jiang Nan, the damn problem is that I don't have a girlfriend, but also lazy and he's sophistry. What? Smilingly said, "Not just drink it. Very easy. About a place. We just have to come out to eat. Just good together." Good. That's great. I am worried. Tonight a person boring it. Lily went out to meet friends. Just good we have a good drink. I but already very greedy wine. Alas, unfortunately Lily in the time not let me drink. Zhang Yuan had a bellyful of complaints. Jiang Nan, why is this like a deep-rooted winter? Jiang Nan, you say where to eat. I'll rush over. You decide the location. Send a location over. You're more familiar than me in Shanghai City. That's fine, but say yes. Your treat. You take the money. Jiang Nan, how are you going to cheat? Not hearing Jiang Nan's words, Zhang Yuan's voice on the phone suddenly raised an octave. Really abrasive. Jiang Nan smiled and said, it's not just the money for a meal. Leave it to me. You don't need to worry about it. By the way, why don't you call another person together? Who? Zhang Yuan asked in confusion. Zhu Shishir. Jiang Nan said, I ran into her yesterday. She's also in the neighborhood and not too far away. Since it's a gathering between colleagues, let's call her up. Of course. He. Zhang Yuan said in a pleased voice. Anyway, it's your treat. You pay for it. That is, I'm not afraid of anything if I call up 10 or 8 of them. Jiang Nan, damn. Look at this point of interest. Brother Jiang, the caller is a man, right? At this time Bei asked. Yes, a colleague of mine. Why? Jiang Nan skeptical. Scared me to death. You shouted dear. I thought it was a woman. Bibi patted her chest. The movement was very thought-provoking. Jiang Nan subconsciously glanced at it, but immediately averted his gaze or he would easily commit a crime. Smiling, he said, no need to think about what to eat anymore. Follow me and go drinking with your friends, and order whatever dish you want to eat at that time. Chapter 53, A Beggar's Way of Life. In the rented building near the antique street, Zhu Shishir was sitting in her room fuming, her mind full of Jiang Nan. She wondered, obviously Jiang Nan and her the same, when she went to work by the tigress scolding the dog's blood have to endure to pretend to be a grandson. How suddenly now Jiang Nan is like a different person, and even in the eyes of Masterin, he is a guest of honor, the same as a person who is mixed at the bottom. This is a bit of a big blow to her. Just at this time, the cell phone rang. She took it over to see that it was actually Jiang Nan who called. The first time Busy answered the phone, and inexplicably some nervousness, as if the previously familiar Jiang Nan became very strange. Jiang Nan, what's the matter with the call? Sure, it's like this. The receiver Jiang Nan's voice came out. Zhang Yuan called to have a meal together. Just in the neighborhood. I thought of you. Are you convenient now? Convenient words out. We eat a meal together. All our colleagues, get together and have a chat. Convenient. Of course convenient. Zhu Shishir hurriedly said. Where is the location set? Tell me. I'll rush over. I'll let Zhang Yuan set the location. The location hasn't been sent over yet. It should be soon. I'll send you the location then. Okay. Jiang Nan hung up the phone. Zhu Shishir instantly came into the spirit, rushed to rewash and put on makeup. 20 minutes later, a cab stopped in front of a 2-story small restaurant, and Zhang Yuan stood at the entrance of the small restaurant looking left and right, waiting for someone. Jiang Nan and Bei got out of the car. Jiang Nan, Zhang Yuan shouted, only to realize that Jiang Nan was not alone, but also had a sexy and seductive little loli with him. But looking closely, this pretty little loli had been seen once, at the breakfast stand, when it was also her and Jiang Nan eating breakfast together. While Jiang Nan was surveying the small restaurant in front of him and said with a bitter smile, Zhang Yuan, you picked such a place? What's wrong? Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. It doesn't fit your character. Jiang Nan said, I'm treating you. Shouldn't you have a good slaughter? Yes, I have thought about it. Zhang Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, but think about you earn money is not easy. Give up this idea. Choose such a small restaurant. Eat and drink quite good. We beggars have beggars live. Jiang Nan, put. The sight of Bei can't help but laugh. The heart steals. You are afraid not to know. He has already by lottery winners become rich people. However, she couldn't wait for Jiang Nan to stop spending money, especially when the money was spent on others, not on her. Knowing how difficult it was to earn money, she treasured it. Zhang Yuan glanced at Bei, could not help but marvel in his heart. Really beautiful, so envious of Jiang Nan, behind with such a little sister, to have such a little beauty around himself to follow, how good. At the same time to Jiang Nan asked, Jiang Nan, who is this little sister? My little sister, Jiang Nan said. Really? Zhang Yuan said with a bit of disbelief. Is it a pro sister? Pro. Jiang Nan looked serious, telling lies without blinking. Bei on the side covered her mouth and snickered. How come it doesn't look like it looks like it? Zhang Yuan said. Not a single bit of resemblance. Do siblings have to look the same? Jiang Nan asked rhetorically. Zhang Yuan. Just then, squeak, with a brake, a cab stopped beside it. The door pushed open and Zhu Shishir got out, saying happily, what are we talking about? Wow. Zhang Yuan looked over and let out a gasp. Zhu Shishir, you're dressed up so beautifully today. TSK, I didn't see you would be so beautiful before. If I knew that, I wouldn't have chased after Lily to chase after you. Jiang Nan, Bei Bei, Zhu Shishir, and rolled his eyes to Zhang Yuan. However, Will also took one more glance at Zhu Shishir. She was indeed dressed up beautifully today. It was the first time he had seen Zhu Shishir dressed up so attentively. Suddenly a thought rose up, thinking that this girl was afraid that she was not in the throes of spring, so the eyes locked her threw out a thought. Want a man? The next moment in front of the eyes appeared a string of numbers. 100%. Still really? Your sister? I don't know. Thinking about that stinky man. Chapter 54, Big Brother Take Me. Second floor elegant room. Several people were seated in four corners and Jiang Nan threw the menu to Zhang Yuan. You order, right? Zhang Yuan took the menu, while flipping through it once and pondered. Order a few meat dishes, and then order a few vegetarian dishes. Eat with them, this will save some money. Damn, this dish with meat are so expensive. Jiang Nan, this point out of interest. However, Zhu Shishir let out a giggle and said, Zhang Yuan, you're so goddamned bothered. Do you still want to save money for Jiang Nan? Of course, Zhang Yuan said in a serious manner. Jiang Nan is willing to treat him this time. He is not easy to earn money, although we have to slaughter him, but we also have to run to the standard of eating and drinking well and saving money. We can't eat Jiang Nan to death in one mouthful, or else he will be afraid to dare not treat him in the future. Jiang Nan, giggle. Zhu Shishir laughed a little bit and said while laughing, you're afraid you don't know it. Jiang Nan is not the Jiang Nan before. He's old and rich now. Ha? Zhang Yuan asked unexpectedly. Old rich? What a situation. Jiang Nan, very speechless, said to himself that he kind of regretted letting Zhu Shishir come off, forgetting that she knows some of her old background. Did not wait for Zhu Shishir to say anything. Bei Bei has already interjected. That's it. Brother Jiang is now old and rich. The rent is 30,000 yuan a month to rent a house in Liyuan district. Ha? Zhang Yuan shocked. Really fake. A month's rent on 30,000 yuan. Hiss. Scary. Although this I don't know, but this must be true. Zhu Shishir said. You are not seeing. Jiang Nan made hundreds of thousands of dollars in one stroke doing emerald business. Ha? Zhang Yuan was even more shocked. His mouth opened wide. God. A business makes hundreds of thousands of dollars. His eyes were full of unbelief. Bei Bei also furrowed her nice little brows and looked at Jiang Nan. Brother Jiang, you do jade business? Didn't you buy a lottery ticket and win? Jiang Nan froze. However, he who had already exercised to be good at lying, in a minute was saying, I am doing the jadeite business again, and the lottery also won. He at this time is very egg pain. Really should not call these people together. Now well, their own lies are about to be punctured. BB, looking at Jiang Nan a bit questioningly. Zhang Yuan, shocked, he looked at Jiang Nan. Zhu Shishir, *0 happy face *0, looking fondly at Jiang Nan. The atmosphere was strangely quiet for a while. Jiang Nan was a little hairy in his heart by a few people looking at him, and hurriedly changed the topic. Cough cough cough. Don't freeze. Order food. Order whatever you want to eat. Don't feel bad about the money. Truth. Jiang Nan, you really are now already a tycoon. Listen to the tone of this talk. TSK. Zhang Yuan a face of excitement. This time I must want to point the best dishes. Ha ha ha. ITMD Zhang Yuan actually have a tycoon friend. Too happy. Jiang Nan head full of black lines, helplessly rubbing his face, said, You Zhang Yuan, quickly do not say so. Bull ***** tycoon. This word spread out. Let people make fun of. I have but a little money in hand. When I really have money, and then shout tycoon is not too late. A business has earned hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is not a tycoon. Zhang Yuan was unconvinced and said, In my eyes, this is the tycoon. Big brother, leg still lack of pendant. In the future I Zhang Yuan will mix with you. Big brother take me. I will shout 666. Chapter 55, Spitting out the truth after drinking. This time Zhang Yuan, but not polite, called over the waitress lady, began to gabble order, pickled pepper shredded beef, sweet and sour scallop, spicy fish fillet, plucked bananas, stewed mutton pine nuts corn, spicy shrimp, old jar phoenix claw, pickled pepper loach, farm fish, BB, Zhu Shishir, Jiang Nan, *****, can you order so much to eat? He. Zhang Yuan said smugly, can't eat it, pack it up and take it with you. There's a big brother in there who isn't bad. Jiang Nan, soon, the dishes came up, but even forgot to ask for wine. What to drink? Jiang Nan asked. Good wine, of course. Zhang Yuan said, I'll have a drink. I'll have a drink too. Zhu Shishir and Bei Bei stated. Jiang Nan looked at the waitress lady. What is this, the best wine? Fine Mutai, 888 bottles. Then let's have Mao Tai. 2 bottles first. Jiang Nan said. Ah, Zhang Yuan was still a bit shocked and said, nearly $1,000 of wine. This is a bit too expensive, right? Jiang Nan, why don't we switch to something cheaper, like Old Village Chief? Jiang Nan, directly addressing the waitress lady, he said, that's it, 2 bottles of mutai, as well as drinks, canned beer, come with some of all. Okay. The waitress lady twisted her thin waist and quickly left. Her gait was windy, her heart was happy, and she couldn't wait to bring the wine over, for fear that Jiang Nan and the others would change their minds. To know, this kind of good wine they recommend out. There are a lot of commission. 2 bottles of Moutai marketing out, more than her day's salary. Ha ha ha. Giggle, laughter in the elegant room. A few people eat and chat, very happy. Until after 10 p.m., the potluck was the end. Shu Shirshir and Bei also both drank a lot of beer. Jiang Nan and Zhang Yuan finished 2 bottles of Moutai. Everyone was dizzy and somewhat drunk. They stumbled down the stairs, ready to go their separate ways. Zhang Yuan tongue or some hard, stammered, there. Our rich days is really too cool. Do not have to TMD worry about work, do not have to TMD look at the face of the tigress. So far I still remember. Jiang Nan, a bottle of black tea splashed in the face of the tigress, that is really cool. Ah, I really want to do so. No longer subjected to I really want to do this. No longer be bullied by the tigress. No longer have to pretend to be a grandson. The so-called after drinking and spitting out the truth. Zhang Yuan suppressed the words in his heart and spat them out in a brain. Yes, Jiang Nan knows too much about Zhang Yuan's words. Why wouldn't he? Deeply felt. Go TMD mother tiger. Now I don't have to go to work anymore. Don't have to pretend to be a grandson. The days TMD just feel cool. Oh, Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly. Big brother. Except to stay little brother. I want to mix with you. I also really do not want to see the face of the mother tiger again. Brother, steady, don't be anxious. Jiang Nan said. Wait for a while, I'll build a company or something, then you come over. Good, boss, I'll be waiting for your words. The two were half awake and half drunk. You and I talking, pulling and tugging, both having drunkenness of a few people. Half an hour later, they hadn't gone their separate ways, or the hotel security guard came out to help them call a taxi. The 4 people are considered to get into the car, each going back to their own homes. After a bumpy ride in the car, Jiang Nan and Bei were even more disoriented, practically returning to their place in a daze, the 2 of them hugging each other the whole way. Dizzy, entering the door, Bibi said, I didn't realize that after drinking 2 cans of beer, I would have so much alcohol. Oh, Jiang Nan half-drunk mouth grinning boss said, Bei you will not be the first time to drink, right? Just, is the first time to drink. Ah, Bei said, I've never had a drink before. Well, take a bath and go to sleep. A nap will be fine. I'm also dizzy and about to die. I can't take care of you. Take care of yourself. In the future, you can't drink so much wine. Jiang Nan felt that his alcohol strength was getting stronger and stronger, and said in a hurry. He then changed his slippers and went into the washroom, put out hot water, and just planned to take a hot bath, so that perhaps the strength of the wine could be eased a bit. Just then, he suddenly felt someone behind him hugging him, and there was a very obvious 2 groups of squeezing sensation on his back. Instantly thought of something, turned back to see Bei's delicate little face, and Bei's eyes were a bit mesmerized and said, Brother Jiang, I've thought about it, I'll give you everything I have. I want to be your woman. Chapter 56, Mismatched Lives. Jiang Nan bitterly rubbed his face, looking at Bibi's delicate little face. He really wanted to take a bite out of it, only he knew very well that Bibi was obviously drunk in this situation. Although right now he was hormones raging and enduring it, he didn't want to take advantage of someone's danger. Bei, you've drunk too much. I'll send you back to your room. I didn't drink too much. I'm just a little dizzy. I really didn't drink too much. Brother Jiang, I want to be your woman. Bei was unforgiving. The whole person hung in Jiang Nan's arms like a wombat. Jiang Nan, he was depressed. Bei's eyes were almost open, and she still said she didn't drink too much? Very helplessly, he picked her up, went out of the bathroom, entered Bei's room, and put her on the bed. Brother Jiang, don't leave. However, Bei was in a daze and still tugged and hugged his arm. Jiang Nan, although speechless through and through, he nevertheless comforted. Fine, I'll stay with you for a while, I'll leave when you fall asleep. Facing such a delicate little sister, he simply couldn't get angry. In this way, Bei finally settled down a bit, tightly hugging Jiang Nan and not letting go. Jiang Nan also reclined on the bed, unconsciously dazed and confused, did not know when he slept. The next day, early morning, Bibi's high-octave scream suddenly rang out. The first moment she opened her eyes, she saw a man lying right beside her, and subconsciously let out a hysterical scream. What's wrong? Bibi, what's wrong? Jiang Nan was instantly awakened by the scream, and reflexively sat up and asked, Bebe only then reacted to the fact that it was Jiang Nan lying beside her. Immediately her little face turned scarlet, quickly looked at her body. Fortunately she was still wearing clothes, quietly let out a sigh of relief and said, "Brother Jiang, how did you sleep here in my place?" When she said this, Bebe's little face turned even redder, lowering her head so low that she didn't even dare to look at Jiang Nan. "Yeah, how did I sleep here with you?" Jiang Nan was also a bit confused. He was also half drunk last night and couldn't remember what happened. After a little contemplation, he said, "It should be that both of us were drunk, and we didn't know where we slept when we finished in a daze," and then awkwardly smiled at Bebe. "Bebe, I didn't do anything to you, right? Should not have it." Bibi was also very embarrassed, and had a small face reddened to the base of her neck. "Both of our clothes are fine." That's good. That's good." Jiang Nan was relieved. "Look at this situation. I don't even remember taking a bath last night. You continue to sleep. I'll hurry to take a shower." After saying that, he hurried out of Bebe's room. When Jiang Nan took a shower and came out, he found that Bebe was also coming out of the bedroom with wet hair. It was obvious that she had also just taken a shower. The wet little beauty, that different kind of beauty, made Jiang Nan look twice more, sighing in his heart that it was really good to have a little beauty living with him, and there was an eye-pleasing scenery at all times. "Bebe, let's go downstairs to eat breakfast. By the way, we will sneak around and move around. It's cool in the early morning and the air is the best," Jiang Nan said. "Okay." Bebe nodded obediently. "Wait a moment, my hair is a bit wet. I'll tie it up." Bebe went into the room and tied a ponytail out a little later. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up again. The Bebe he had always seen had long hair draped over her shoulders. The first time he saw her with a ponytail, her entire delicate little face was even more revealed. Perfect. Almost no flaws could be found. The two of them went downstairs and skipped down the road. Bebe came to lead the way because Jiang Nan still didn't know where the nearby breakfast stalls were. Depressing which, Jiang Nan also said pretentiously, "It's not even convenient to eat a breakfast when you live here." He. Bebe laughed. "Who let you live in such a luxurious neighborhood? And you still want to eat soybean milk and donuts for breakfast? It's a completely mismatched life, alright." Jiang Nan, do rich people feel that eating soy milk and donuts is a loss of face? Chapter 57, Hot Soy Milk Donuts. Steaming hot soybean milk donuts. The people around them are eating very well, living in the bottom of the public. Early morning, a bowl of soybean milk, a few donuts, is a very good life. After eating, go to work hard to earn money. A new day of labor and struggle will begin. This is also Jiang Nan's life before, but now is not an edge of the location. Jiang Nan and Bebe leisurely drinking soybean milk and eating donuts, not slow appearance, and the surrounding people who ate in a hurry and were anxious to go to work and work, formed a different picture. While the two ate, Jiang Nan casually said, "Bebe, I'm going out." "Going out? Where to?" Bebe asked. "A trip to Magic City." Jiang Nan answered casually. "You mean to be home alone?" Bebe's movements of drinking soy milk stopped. "Aha." Jiang Nan nodded his head and smiled. "What's wrong? Can't you? You won't be unable to take care of yourself alone, right? You could have lived alone before." "Of course not," Bebe said with a half-petulant smile. "I want to go with you. I haven't been to a city as big as Magic City." "This won't work." Jiang Nan's face became serious. "I do have something to do this time. Not going out to play. Wait for later. I'll take you there when I go to play later." "Okay." Bebe nodded obediently. "Remember to take me there later." "Oh, don't worry." Jiang Nan smiled. "I don't need to remember. You just remember. When it's okay, you tell me and I'll take you there." He. Bebe got happy, looked around, came close to Jiang Nan's ear and whispered, "We both look like this. Do I count myself as already being your little lover?" "Sister." "It's a younger sister," Jiang Nan said in a serious manner. "Didn't I say it? It's a younger sister." "No, I don't want to be a younger sister." Bibi pouted and said, "I want to be a little lover." Jiang Nan, what a beautiful city. Jiang Nan walked out of the airfield and sighed in his heart as he surveyed the bustle in front of him. The time was already half-afternoon, and after a few hours of flying, Jiang Nan had already arrived at Magic City from Shanghai. Jiang Nan didn't bring any luggage, just a backpack and a simple suitcase that was prepared to be used for stones. Reaching out, he stopped a taxi and went straight to the stone-blocking market. Geographic location. The situation of the gambling stone market, he has done his homework in advance, on the internet to check very clearly. Worthy of being the Magic City, it is really quite big. The taxi an hour's journey. Before arriving at the gambling stone market, the suitcase was deposited in the depository, and he backpacked into the stone market. As expected, it is the same as the situation on the internet. This place is very huge, as big as 5 soccer fields. At the same time is also very lively. People come and go, endless streams. There were those who came to see the fun. There were stone gambling enthusiasts. and there were also some so-called masters. This time, Jiang Nan had already made a good disguise before coming, and had made a big purchase in Shanghai City, purchasing a sportswear, plus a duck-tongue hat and sunglasses. The current outfit did not look like a stone gambler, but like a sportsman who came to travel. He had spent more than $100,000 on this outfit, and the brand was Armani. The current Jiang Nan looked at first glance. That was definitely a rich man. Sportswear on more than $100,000 is used to go out for leisure use, can be imagined, is not generally rich to do not this degree. And his backpack, not ordinary backpack, this is a golf backpack, but the inside was not loaded with golf clubs, is used as an ordinary backpack. This dress, just down from the golf course. Chapter 58, Scavenging. Here's more jadeite wool stalls, but placed more upscale, and not randomly placed in a counter above. The pattern is similar to the gambling park in Shanghai City, also has the rich and poor. The most peripheral is the cheap wool, the price is the cheapest, and the price is the same as Shanghai City, 1,000 yuan per kilogram. From the outside to the inside of the gradual price increase, 2,000 per kilogram, 3,000 per kilogram, 5,000 per kilogram, 10,000 per kilogram. There is a transition from the cheap section all the way to the fine section. Of course, from the outside, there is a gradual difference in the color and brilliance of the rough. From the learned side of gambling stones, the closer to the fine goods zone, the higher the chances of being able to cut out jadeite or being able to cut out good jadeite. This time Jiang Nan came prepared. Through this period of time, he has more knowledge of jadeite. Jade among the two kinds of emerald is known as the king of emerald and the most expensive. Two kinds of emerald are imperial green and emerald. So Jiang Nan this time to Magic City is the purpose of the target has been set in the emperor green and emerald above. He has already looked down on small fights, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of small money. He has been super looked down on. The mood was slightly excited. He came to the outermost counter stall and began this scavenging. Yes, Jiang Nan's current situation was described as scavenging. Eyes locked on a counter, thoughts thrown out. There's imperial green or emerald, 0%, almost in less than a second. It's already clear. Shifting to the next counter, there are imperial green or emerald, 0%. Jiang Nan again walked to the next counter, but at this time, the mind is alive. Thought of a problem. Why do you stupidly pull a counter one by one to detect it? Although it is not much time, but it can be completely batched to awe. So it is self-deprecating smile. Stood a little farther away, eyes locked a dozen counters at once, threw out the thought. There are emperor green or emerald, 0%. Just about to leave and proceed to the next batch. Jiang Nan suddenly had another thought in his mind, so he threw out a thought again. There's something worth more than $2 million. The same 0% surfaced in front of his eyes. Well, dead in the water. But Jiang Nan's mind already had a new calculation in mind. Moving to the next batch of counters and changing the command for detection. There's an imperial green or emerald, or something worth more than 20 million. 0%. No luck. Not discouraged in the least though. Shifting the next batch of counters. There's an imperial green or emerald, or something worth over $2 million. 0%. As it turns out, leaks aren't that easy to pick up, but it didn't take long, and it wasn't the least bit laborious. Easy as pie. Jiang Nan began to weave his way through the rows of counters. He acted in a low-key manner, not attracting the attention of others in the slightest. If someone occasionally paid attention, they noticed the Armani logo on Jiang Nan's clothes. A hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. One didn't need to think about it to know that one would exclaim in one's heart that one was rich. Batch by batch of exploration, carried out very quickly. About 10 minutes later, finally in the central region, wool labeled price per kilogram of 5,000 yuan area, Jiang Nan had the first discovery. In the middle of the row of counters, after throwing out the detection command, 100% appeared before his eyes. Finally harvested. Jiang Nan's heart was happy, began to further identify with the method of exclusion. Because Jiang Nan has always been Emperor Green Emerald or more than 2 million at the same time detection. So now need to identify. There are Emperor Green, 0%. There are Emeralds, 0%. There is something worth more than 2 million, 100%. Chapter 59, Beautiful. It was a bit of a shame that there wasn't an Imperial Green or Emerald, but there were emerald wools worth more than $2 million. It was better than nothing. Jiang Nan sighed helplessly in his heart. If other people know what he is now thinking in his heart, must whack him to death have the heart. Nima, more than 2 million jadeite wool is still better than nothing? Jiang Nan began to identify each of the dozen or so counters one by one. Starting from one side, there's something worth more than 2 million, 0%. There are things worth more than $2 million, 0%. On the fifth one, the target was found. Jiang Nan leaned up. This counter above the jadeite wool is not much, because it has been relatively expensive. 5, 0.000 pieces per kilogram, so there is no heap of piles, but a flat layer. Each piece of jadeite wool, are able to visualize. Jiang Nan eyes locked up, each piece of identification, worth more than 2 million, 0%, worth more than 2 million, 0%. The target was locked on the 15th piece, a piece of wool that was about 2 kilograms in visual estimation, and beside it, there was a middle-aged man, who was in the process of selecting it, and the middleman had just put down the piece in hand to be put down, and his eyes were looking at the piece that Jiang Nan had selected. Jiang Nan did not delay at all, quickly walked up and took the wool in his hands. The middle-aged man next to him was also just about to reach out, when he suddenly saw someone coming up from behind and taking it away directly. He was a bit surprised and looked at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan did not do any explanation at all and turned away. Middle-aged man noticed the Armani logo on Jiang Nan's clothes, could not help but smile and shook his head and muttered in a low voice, "Is this the rich man's way of doing things? Betting on selected wool are so rapid. Damn, the speed of this can see the quality of the wool. Alas, maybe people are not bad money, is to play, address more than 100,000 yuan, cannot afford to mess with cannot afford to mess with Sure enough, Jiang Nan's plan was successful. Let the people around him think of himself as a rich man. Even if it was a big purchase, it would reduce the chances of being suspected. Rich and capricious, just here to have fun. What's wrong with that? Throwing the wool into his backpack, Jiang Nan continued to pick. It was probably because he had entered the fine goods area, and in less than a minute there was another discovery. In another detection, the value of 100% surfaced in front of his eyes again. Here the people who wanted to pick the wool right were even less, for the price per kilogram of wool had also been soaring. To this area, the price of wool has risen to $7,000 per kilogram. It can be said that the stone here, not too big a piece, is worth nearly $10,000, and each counter above, about 50 pieces of wool, almost is also on the value of 500,000. These long string of counters of stone, add up to a huge value. The old way, Jiang Nan first of all identified which category it belonged to. There is imperial green, 0%. There are emeralds, 0%. There is something worth more than $2 million, 100%. Ugh, sad. Jiang Nan was again slightly regretful. Later on, the old way, start appraising from one side. Something worth more than $2 million, 0%. There are things worth more than 2 million, 0%. There is something worth over $2 million, 100%. At the third counter, the target was locked, then began to appraise each piece of wool one by one. Very quickly, there is something worth over $2 million, 0%, 0%, 100%. Found the target. Jiang Nan walked up, pocketed it, and belonged to the interest to continue testing it. Worth more than 3 million, 100%. Rub, Maisie, worth more than 4 million, 30%. Okay, that's just over 3 million, close to 4 million, but it's great. Made a small fortune. Mezzo, Chapter 60, 3 views. Have an imperial green or emerald or something over 2 million, 0%. There is an emperor green. Jiang Nan picking up leaks continued in. He gradually deeper. The mood is more and more obvious loss. The entire gambling stone market has been almost finished by his exploration. Still no emperor green or emerald appeared. Alas, he sighed slightly. Check out the information. Is to understand that the emperor green and emerald is very rare and rare. Generally enough to contact the people. Will only be in the Daxing auction, or very rare collectors' hands. A large magic city of the urban market will not even have a piece of it. There is not much jadeite wool left, and it is already in the area of the finest quality. The luster and appearance of the wool looks like it sells very well, and the price had soared to 20,000 per kilogram. But what made Jiang Nan even more depressed was that not only did he not find any imperial green or emerald, he didn't even find any more emerald above $2 million. From this point it can be seen, can make money from the stone gambling people, that is really to really know the business or lucky. Otherwise that would definitely lose money. In the high-quality goods area, there were even fewer people skulking around, mostly people who looked like educated seeming masters, pointing at them and expressing their opinions from time to time. Among them, there is an old man with white hair and a long white beard. Looks like the identity is not simple. Surrounded by several people, the old man is holding a piece of wool that looks very good, fussing with the explanation. You see this luster? You see this head of water? That piece of wool absolutely have good jadeite. And around a few people, very thought nodded and agreed. Right, said great, worthy of being a master, really have unique insights. This makes Jiang Nan cannot help but look more at the wool in the hands of the old master. A thought thrown out. There is imperial green, 0%. There is emerald green, 0%. It's worth over $2 million, 0%. Worth over $1 million. 0%. Damn. Worth over $10. 0%. It's worth more than $10. 0%. Your sister. A piece of waste stone. This made Jiang Nan instantly destroy all 3 views of that crane-haired old man who looked like he had a great depth of learning. It is tempting to walk up and send him a sentence. Shower, is that you? Breathless to withdraw his mind. Not to delay time. Continue to explore the remaining few wool. The last hope on these wool. After all, they are all 20,000 pieces of stone per kilogram. And one by one, the selling looks so good. Can't all be disappointed. However, all the wool materials are detected. Not the result is a complete disappointment. A huge Magic City gambling market unexpectedly did not find a piece of emperor green or emerald. A very perfect ending. And didn't even get one worth $2 million. Jiang Nan rubbed his face in depression and thought for a moment. He couldn't just come to Magic City and get 2 stones to go back, right? Slightly pondered. Decided to lower the grade. At least have that little road fee. So in the wool that has just been explored, lower the standard for a new round of sweeping. There are things worth more than 1 million. 0%. There are worth more than 1 million. The so-called thin margins really do make sense. After lowering the standards, it didn't take long to make a discovery. Still in the most boutique area, lightly after a layer-by-layer screening, a piece of wool worth $1 million was selected. Luckily not too big, visually a little more than a kilogram, the cost price of more than $20,000. The profit was more than $900,000. Jiang Nan said it was barely acceptable. But this mind, if you let other people, it is estimated that 1,000 cuts Jiang Nan's heart have. Damn, $2 million to sell more than 1 million. 500 times the profit is still barely acceptable. We'll only put up the middle finger and say a word. Into the 18 layers of hell. 1,000 cuts. To understand. Chapter 61, An Unexpected Pleasure. Not bad, barely acceptable. The second time he lowered his grade and swept the goods, Jiang Nan harvested 5 stones. However, the value was already limited. Definitely between 1 million and 2 million. Not too much, but at least it was worth 5 million. He assessed the cost at almost 40,000. A barely acceptable profit. He was just about to go away and walk away, when, a miniature heavy truck, into the gambling market, and before and after the heavy truck, there was a black SUV escorting each of them, looking very discreet. A thought rose in Jiang Nan, thinking that it couldn't be a new shipment of emerald wool, right? With this thought, immediately threw out a detection. A cart full of emerald wool? 100%. The corner of Jiang Nan's mouth curved up in an arc. It was really true. Slightly pondering, he threw out a probe again. There is an imperial green or emerald. He just casually probed, almost dead in the water, and didn't want to have an emperor green or emerald or anything else. However, the next moment, 100% surfaced in front of his eyes. Jiang Nan subconsciously let out a cry of surprise. A bit surprised. A little later was ecstasy, and with this shout, he startled a few people beside him, looking at Jiang Nan with grudging eyes. But when he saw him in a Armani, he did not say anything, helplessly skimmed his mouth. Rich people, cannot afford to mess with. Calm mood. Jiang Nan quickly do the final appraisal. There are emeralds? 0%. There are emperor green? 100%. Okay, it was confirmed. It was still the emperor green that Jiang Nan wanted to find the most. He was even more ecstatic in his heart. At this time, the staff came up and started to evacuate the crowd. Everyone get out of the way. Get out of the way. The new goods have arrived. When we set up, everyone will come back to pick. This time Jiang Nan was not in a hurry to go. Looked aside a rest area seats. Walked over. In the rest area there were stalls set up to sell drinks, fruits and cigarettes. Jiang Nan incidentally bought a bottle of cold drinks. Looked for a secluded seat and sat down. Leisurely crossed his legs, while drinking a cold drink while waiting for these new emerald wool to be placed. A few minutes later, the entire car of jadeite wool was dumped on the ground by the heavy truck with an airtop. Jiang Nan took a look at the color and instantly judged that this car was all the cheapest jadeite wool of 1,000 per kilogram in the cheap area. At first glance, it looks like a roadside stone, and the characteristics are very obvious. The heart is beautiful. This situation is already obvious. Spend $1,000 or $2,000. It is possible to get imperial green. Numerous staff gathered up, put a truckload of emerald wool, placed on the counter shelves. Originally, when Jiang Nan came, there were already a lot of vacant counters, which were filled up again at this time. Jiang Nan was not in a hurry. He was not in a good position to pick them out before they were completely finished. About 2 hours later, all the newly pulled jadeite wool was arranged. Jiang Nan moved, leaned up. This previous method, Quickly first a wide range lock, very quickly. The third time he locked 10 counters. He found the imperial green, then began to narrow down the target one by one, locking the counters. Again, it was very quick and only required a single thought. It locked onto the 8th counter. At this time, quite a few people had already gathered above it to pick. The current Jiang Nan was already very experienced. Leaning up to it, the first thing he did was to throw out a thought, his eyes locking onto a few people around the stall. They have imperial green in their hands. 0%. Got that one out of the way and started on the next step. The left half of the pile has imperial green. 100%. Nice. One shot hit. Then split the left half of the pile in half again and throw out the thought. The top half of the pile has imperial green. 0%. Lower half of the pile has imperial green. 100%. Oh, chicken put K. The area was small enough for Jiang Nan to quickly get his hands on it, screening it piece by piece. Chapter 62, Can't Commiserate. There is imperial green. 100%. Found it. Jiang Nan looked at his hand. Only fist size, eyeballing a kilogram or so. So inconspicuous piece of stone. His mouth was smiling crookedly, without stopping, leaving the crowd. Can't wait. Threw out a thought. Worth more than 5 million. 100%. Worth 10 million or more. 100%. Hiss. A little excited. Worth 20 million or more. 100%. Hiss. Nima. A little bit of a surprise. Worth more than 30 million. 0%. Worth more than 25 million. 0%. Why is that still a bit disappointing? Worth over 23 million. 30%. Make do. It's barely acceptable. The color of the sky at this time was already close to evening. The evening breeze was exceptionally cool. The future will not want to stay any longer, and directly went to the cashier's office. The size of this place was much larger than Shanghai City. There were several cashier ladies. Come, pay. Jiang Nan puffed and puffed, taking one stone after another out of his backpack. Several cashier ladies around? Picked so many? Good guy. 8 or 9 pieces? Interesting, but the first time I've seen so many bought at once? A young lady couldn't help but be curious and asked with a smile. Sir, how did you buy so many at once? It's the first time I've seen it operated just like that. Rich and capricious. Jiang Nan said. Does anyone stipulate that it can't be done? No. There is no rule. Sir, want to buy as much as you want to buy as much as you want? I'm just curious. I'm sorry, I apologize. The young lady said in a hurry. Several young ladies, along with the people watching from the side, could not help but shake their heads. It's really rich and capricious. Rich people these days can vigorously build it. Defeated. There must be something. What money? Second generation demolition, second generation, and so, alas, cannot afford to mess with. Cannot afford to mess with. Jiang Nan was happy in his heart. Exactly the result he wanted. At the same time, a thought was thrown out in his mind. There will be people who are overly concerned. 1%. Jiang Nan was speechless. The decimal point was out. But the chances that this point would be suspected of being polycentric could almost be completely ignored. And it had already been thought out before. Come to Magic City's gambling market just once. Not come for a second time. Choose other places for the second time. In the future, we must implement and carry out the purpose of playing a shot to change a place. Soon the settlement results came out. A total of less than $80,000. Jiang Nan dashing eyelids or not blinking, scratch money over. Then carry a backpack, with a few stones to leave, behind a burst of chatter. Loser $80,000 to $80,000 eyelids do not blink. No way. Who let people have money? Alas, some people cannot compare. Born is lying in the pile of money. This life is to live as the defeat is the cause of a lifetime. Jiang Nan, listening in the ear, cannot help but want to turn around and erect a middle finger, shouting, your sister. You too, TMD loser. Lousy, this one netted tens of millions of dollars. To understand, it is getting late. Jiang Nan also did not want to stay up late to return, and found a hotel to stay. Now make money. Cannot condescend to yourself. He chose a Magic City's best hotel, Pudong Oriental Hotel, and want the presidential suite. The Pudong Oriental Hotel is located on the banks of the Huangpu River. It is the most expensive hotel in Shanghai. The hotel has the largest and most expensive presidential suite in Shanghai. The presidential suite costs $160,000 a night. The suite has a 50 square meter bathroom with a 4 square meter jacuzzi and steam room, as well as a private fitness space. In addition, the hotel chef has exclusive access to the suite's fully equipped kitchen, where he can prepare gourmet feasts for guests. Chapter 63, The Shock of $160,000 a night. 160,000 a night room is just comfortable. Jiang Nan sipped red wine and sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, watching the 72-inch LCD TV and enjoying the large room alone. Just came back from working out. Took a hot bath in the large 40 square meter bathroom, and now a glass of red wine. The little life is cool. Just then, I straddle the desert boat, carrying a pipe and hourglass on my back, and holding a pot of spirits in my hand. The long ancient road is long, and I can't say enough about my joys and sorrows, but only that camel running around remains. Cell phone ringing. Jiang Nan touched it to see that it was Zhang Yuan who called. Smiling helplessly, he answered the phone, and Zhang Yuan's voice came out of the receiver. Big brother. About? Jiang Nan. He. Big brother, come out and have a drink together. Lily hasn't come back yet. I'm bored being alone. Jiang Nan, your ing still addicted? Hey. Big brother, don't be anxious. This time I'll treat you, but say in advance. The wine and food should be cheap, otherwise I don't have so much money to pay the bill. Just like before. $50 capped. How about it? Jiang Nan. Big brother, you can't ignore your poor friends from before just because you're rich. I'm genuinely going to follow you. Zhang Yuan saw that Jiang Nan didn't say anything and rambled again. Which, Jiang Nan said helplessly. I am not in Jianghai City at all. How can I drink with you? You weren't in Jianghai City. Where did you go? Zhang Yuan's voice was a bit surprised. Magic City. Jiang Nan said. I came to Magic City to play. Really? Not fooling me, right? Zhang Yuan was still a bit unconvinced. Still don't believe me. Jiang Nan said angrily. Then let you listen to your ears and see. Come on, chat with WeChat. I'll let you see. It's, said hanging up the phone. And Zhang Yuan opened a video chat. The luxurious presidential suite entered Zhang Yuan's line of sight. At once, Zhang Yuan was shocked. Grass. Big brother, where are you? This room is not too extravagant, right? Good guy. Several meters big crystal big chandelier. TSK. The walls are golden. Is it cast in gold? Now believe it. Jiang Nan said. I am now resting in the hotel. The best hotel in Magic City. Pudong Oriental Hotel. Pudong Oriental Hotel? Zhang Yuan said. I haven't heard of it. I've never been to Mordor. Jiang Nan was speechless. Fancifully loaded with learning said. The Pudong Oriental Hotel is located on the banks of the Huangpu River, and is the most expensive hotel in Shanghai. TSK. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but praise. Jiang Nan, you're rich and people have become learned. Ahem. Small thing. Jiang Nan is very proud. Continue to introduce. The hotel has the largest and most expensive presidential suite in Shanghai. The presidential suite room one night price of 160,000 yuan. That is, now I live in the room. Hiss. Grass. Zhang Yuan in the video was shocked with an unusually exaggerated expression. 160,000 a night. Jiang Nan smiled faintly, took the phone and began to turn around. Various places to shoot to Zhang Yuan to see. Continued to introduce. The bathroom in the suite covers an area of 50 square meters, which is equipped with a 4 square meters of jacuzzi and steam bathroom, another with a private fitness space. This, Zhang Yuan stammered, not even knowing what to say. Jiang Nan is also a little pleased, feeling that this force to pretend is not bad. Continue to introduce. In addition, the hotel chef can enter the suite's fully equipped kitchen through a special channel, cooking a gourmet feast for guests. And Zhang Yuan was already full of envy and jealousy. Chapter 64, there are pictures and there is truth. How is it? Introducing it, Jiang Nan said slightly smugly. It's okay, right? I was thinking that spending 160,000 a night liver is hurting. Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly. A little later, he remembered something and said, Jiang Nan, turn around one more time and show me. Jiang Nan was speechless. You're still addicted to looking at it? Alright, show it to you again. Jiang Nan once again took his cell phone and started spinning around, and Zhang Yuan has quietly pressed down the camera recording, and said, introduce it again. I'll write it down, and then I'll have capital to pretend in front of my friends. Jiang Nan, however, on the face of Zhang Yuan, who was drooling and praying, he used a slightly magnetic voice to introduce the hotel again. Pudong Oriental Hotel is located on the banks of the Huangpu River, is the most expensive hotel in Shanghai. The hotel has the largest and most expensive presidential suite in Shanghai. The presidential suite one night price of 160,000. The entire presidential suite was turned around, and the exquisite and luxury of each place was photographed again. And Zhang Yuan in her small proud stopped recording. Backhand is the video sent to the colleagues of the WeChat group. WeChat group are Jiang Nan's ex-colleagues. Heard the message alert sound. Curious to open the video. At once the group exploded. Grip grass, grip grass, grip grass. This is Jiang Nan. Oh my god. Live in the presidential suite. One night 160,000. Really fake. This video P right? This is really Jiang Nan. I kind of can't believe my eyes. Magic City Pudong Oriental Hotel. I know. Magic City's best hotel. The Presidential Suite 160,000 a night. It is true. But, how Jiang Nan can afford such an expensive hotel? Video was sent by Zhang Yuan. At Zhang Yuan, come out and explain. Silly you guys. Directly at the person involved. At Jiang Nan, come out and explain. At Jiang Nan. At Jiang Nan. +1. At Jiang Nan. +2. At Jiang Nan. plus 10,086. Jiang Nan, at this moment, was still saying to Zhang Yuan in the video, "It's okay now, right?" Zhang Yuan, however, immediately hung up the video and sent a sinister expression. Jiang Nan, a little confused. Right at this moment, ding dong ding dong, the WeChat group's alert tone was incessant. Jiang Nan glanced at it. It was the previous work group. Is there something hilarious? It's been a long time since I've seen a work group chatting so much. Click to take a look. Suddenly a face of confusion. Into the eyes. At Jiang Nan, quickly scrolling up through the records, he soon saw the video that Zhang Yuan had sent and understood what was going on. Gritting his teeth, he sent a message to the group. At Zhang Yuan, you get the hell out of here. Zhang Yuan, hey, wicked smile face. Colleagues, welcome big brother who can afford to spend 160,000 total head suite a night. Immediately after that, the group exploded. At Zhang Yuan, Jiang Nan stayed in a 160,000 a night presidential suite really? At Jiang Nan, is this true? You're in Magic City right now, staying at the Pudong Oriental Hotel presidential suite? At Jiang Nan, quickly and honestly explain. In the end, what is going on? You just quit your job. Did you become a tycoon in seconds? At Jiang Nan, there is a picture and the truth. Quickly send 2 pictures out, otherwise I don't believe it. $160,000 a night in the presidential suite. It's too scary. Chapter 65, The World Knows. The WeChat circle was noisy, and Jiang Nan was depressed. He was low-key and extravagant for a time, and he was almost known to the world by Zhang Yuan's bucket in a minute. In the face of his colleagues' inquiries, Jiang Nan had to helplessly reply with a sentence. Not bad. I'm now in the presidential suite of the Oriental Hotel in Pudong, Magic City. Out to play. It's too late in the day to catch up and go back, so I had to find a place to stay. I'm damn. This forced to pretend in death. Hiss. It seems to be true. Can't dare to imagine. One night on 160,000 consumption. Feel liver pain. My 2 years of salary is gone. Jiang Nan, dare to come a few photos. There are pictures and the truth. Blowing powerful who will not Speaking as before and Jiang Nan is not to deal with a colleague Wang Song. Jiang Nan couldn't help but send a sneer, and then casually clicked a few pictures and sent them directly to the group. This time Wang Song was speechless. The co-workers who had seen the photos were even less likely to question it, but the group became even more lively. At Jiang Nan, say where did you quit your job to hang out? It's only been a few days, turned into a tycoon in minutes. I'm a little afraid to recognize it. At Jiang Nan, big brother, accept my knees, I'm going to mix with you. At Jiang Nan, big brother, and me, saddle up, I'm going to mix with you. At Jiang Nan, when are you coming back to Jianhai? Make an appointment and have a meal together. Shy face. The one who spoke was a female colleague from before, also recognized as the division flower in the company. Jiang Nan. The other male co-workers, when they saw this sentence, they were jealous, and they mourned in their hearts. This is really an era of looking at money. Before, Sihua was indifferent to Jiang Nan, but now she's turning into a nymphomaniac in minutes. At Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan inevitably became the center of attention and was bombarded by his colleagues in turn. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly and bitterly, and finally had to say, Fine. I'll treat everyone to dinner when I have the chance. Only then was the public anger calmed, and everyone subsided. The WeChat group quieted down. However, what was not calm was the hearts of each and every coworker. Almost every colleague's heart is very complex. Before and they are the same. In order to a little bit of meager salary, desperate efforts. Look at the face of the tigress play grandson of Jiang Nan, now turned into a tycoon. This makes them both envious and a little unacceptable, even jealous. A colleague who was drinking with his friends, bitterly smiled, put away his cell phone, and said to his friend next to him, alas, another buddy developed. Before a company pretending to be a grandson, a few $1,000s a month, just left a few days ago, and now lives in a presidential suite of 160,000 a night. Hiss. What place's hotel is so expensive? Magic City Pudong Oriental Hotel Presidential Suite. Good guy. The presidential suite is expensive enough, but I didn't expect it to be so outrageously expensive. There is such a thing? What kind of situation? Tell me. I guess there must be a house with the word demolition painted on it. There is a coworker who is working overtime, instantly before full of power, like a deflated ball, do not want to move at all. Heart MMP. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of time to work on the job. People live one night, sleep on 16 million. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it, he said. Zhang Yuan was also busy. WeChat inside a string of messages sent over to chat with him privately. It was his girlfriend Lily. Zhang Yuan, what's going on in Jiang Nan? He. Lily, you don't know yet. Jiang Nan developed. I hold the phi. He is now doing jade business. A business down to earn hundreds of thousands of it. Ha? Lily gave a horrified expression. Then asked, is it really true? Of course it is true. Do I still lie to you? And you did not see the video it. Jiang Nan Modern Live in the hotel are the Magic City's best hotel presidential suite. A night to be 160,000. Scary not? 160,000. A night is gone. Liver pain. Chapter 66, Unemployment Syndrome. The WeChat group had just subsided when Jiang Nan's phone rang, and when he looked at the number, Bei had called. Pressing the answer button, Jiang Nan smiled and said, what's wrong, Bei? How can I miss you. On the phone, Bei's half-petulant tone came over. I haven't heard you speak for a day, so I want to hear you speak. Ha, Jiang Nan laughed. Really, I've only just left for a day. Cut, you still don't believe me. Oh, I'm angry, Bei fake cried. Jiang Nan, brother Jiang, I really miss you. I'm bored at home by myself. Then go out to play or continue your live broadcast There are things to do, will not be bored. Your situation I know very well. Before has been to earn money busy, now nothing to do. Of course boring. This is called unemployment syndrome. It seems to be reasonable. So I have to find something to do? Good. In the future I have to be busy a lot. There is no time to always accompany you. You are need to find something to do. Okay, let's see. What kind of thing will I go find to do? By the way, the most important thing is that I'm still getting paid $10,000 by you. How can I go find another job? Jiang Nan. Okay, I'll think about it again. Or I'll go find a job and I don't want your salary. Jiang Nan. So annoying. I don't know what to choose. Alright. Jiang Nan is completely speechless. Bei this or turned into Tangled Girl. You do not look for a job for the time being. In the future I will have a plan to get a company or something. By then you into the company can be to other places to take $10,000 salary. That is not easy. Aha, this is good. Bibi was happy. Okay, I'm hanging up now. Go to bed early. I'll be back tomorrow. Aha. Bibi agreed good-naturedly. Good night. Wahahaha. Jiang Nan. He. This is my first kiss. Oh. Jiang Nan. The phone hung up. On the soft large bed of the presidential suite, Jiang Nan laid out all the stones he had scavenged on the bed. One by one, he did all of them in his mind, so that when he made a deal with Elder Zhao tomorrow, he would have a bottom in his heart. First, the Imperial Green, he put aside, because this has already been tested. The success rate of 23 million is 30%. Up and down will not be too much. No need to test again. 5 pieces between 1 million and 2 million were also taken out and put aside as a final retest. The focus is on the 2 million or more. Now there is no bottom at all in mind. 3 pieces are grouped together. Arbitrarily selected one of the pieces, remembering the clear look. The thoughts thrown out. Worth more than 3 million. 100%. Very good. Worth over 4 million. 0%. Worth over $3. 5 million. 20%. Worth over $3. 2 million. 80%. Okay. With a reckoning, Jiang Nan began to test the next piece of worth more than 3 million. 0%. Soon the results of the 3 stones were tested and valued at approximately 10 million. Jiang Nan was gorgeous. Taking the red wine on the side, he took 2 sips to celebrate and continued to test the 5 pieces between 1 million and 2 million. Soon, the results came out, approximately valued at 5 million. Adding the Imperial Green, the total value added together, up to 40 million, and it costs less than $80,000. Oh, and if you add the consumption of the presidential suite for this night, it would be more than $200,000. Jiang Nan broke his fingers to calculate the 40 million. How many zeros were after the 4? And the result was a long string. Let Jiang Nan he giggle. The mood that is called a cool. Chapter 67, Pressing the Chat. The next day, half morning, Jiang Nan, dressed in an Armani sweatshirt, walked out of the Shanghai City Airport, the whole person looking energetic. His already handsome face was even more handsome and dashing when he was dressed in an Armani. He dragged his suitcase forward in a robust manner, so that many young ladies in the neighborhood couldn't help but look over. There are even some accompanied by the young ladies, in a whispered discussion. Good wanna go up to accost how to do. Wait online. Quite anxious. Rare golden son-in-law. People and handsome. And rich. Look at that Armani. Visual estimate more than 100,000 ah. Yes, to find a man like this married. A lifetime of food and clothing without worry. But also looks so handsome. Is this the legend? Rich and handsome and coexist in the male god. Taxi. Jiang Nan casually beckoned a taxi. The few young ladies who were talking about it immediately furrowed their brows again. Could it be a fake tycoon? Aren't tycoons all supposed to be transported by a special car? Worth thinking about, but handsome is real. What if my eyes are pregnant? Li Yuan neighborhood. Jiang Nan instructed the driver master, and fished out his cell phone from his pocket to turn it on, although there was no need to turn off the cell phone the entire time on the plane now. When the plane took off, Jiang Nan turned off his cell phone and didn't bother to turn it on again. Instead, he squinted peacefully in a state where no one would disturb him with the phone turned off. That's why it wasn't turned on until now. Just as the phone was turned on, he realized that it prompted a missed call. The time was at 8 o'clock in the morning, and surprisingly, it was Angie who called. After a little thought, he called back. Soon the phone was connected, but the other party didn't speak. Jiang Nan was a little confused about what the situation was, and didn't speak. After a few seconds of silence, still no one spoke. Click. Jiang Nan directly hung up the phone. You sister, what's the situation? A little depressed. And just then, the phone rang. I straddle the desert boat, with a pipe and hourglass on my back, and a pot of spirits in my hand. The long ancient road is long, and I can't say enough about my joys, anger, and sorrows, but only that camel running around remains. Look at the number is again. Angie called. How a situation? Jiang Nan pressed the answer button, and she's cold voice came over. Jiang Nan, you are still considered a man. Call over and do not speak? Jiang Nan? Scratch that. What's the situation? My grandfather is looking for you. And Chi's cold words continued to come over. You come to our house. Jiang Nan. Rub. You sister. Ordering old me? No time. He replied directly with a click. Hang up the phone. And his heart was depressed. Nima. What kind of attitude? Is it a big deal to look pretty? Soon. The phone rings again. I straddle the desert boat and carry a pipe and hourglass on my back. Jiang Nan was a little angry. Just about to hang up directly. Found that it was a different number. It was Eldarin who called. After considering it for a while, Jiang Nan finally answered the phone, but his tone was icy cold and his speech was not very nice. What's the matter with Eldarin? Little brother Jiang. Something. Eldarin hurriedly said, his tone humble. Something to find you to help. And, just now you and my granddaughter are not chatting unpleasantly? Ha! Jiang Nan coldly smiled. It's not an unpleasant chat. It's a pressurized chat. Jiang little brother, if my granddaughter speaks badly, you must not take it to heart. This person from childhood was spoiled by me sex proud. And she is a girl. You let a little more. I let her call you. Originally thought you two are young people. Should be more chatty. I did not think it also made such. Really sorry. I first give you an apology. Finished. Meet up. Let Anchi also give you an apology. I'll let Anchi apologize to you as well. Jiang Nan? Meet me. What's the situation? When did I agree to this? Chapter 68, Nagging. Wait. Jiang Nan continued coldly. Eldarin, I think you're misunderstanding. I don't remember when I promised you a meeting. Eldarin froze, and a little later hurriedly said, little brother Jiang, what's going on? It sounds like the tone is angry. Of course angry. Jiang Nan snorted coldly. Your precious granddaughter ordered me like a henchman. I really can't figure it out. Do I owe her? Egu. Little brother, you mustn't be angry. Eldarin kindly said in a hurry. Didn't I say it? Let her apologize to you. This girl, I can't figure out what's going on. As if she ate gunpowder, especially directed at you. Alas. Jiang little brother, this matter I've always been unable to figure it out. Could it be that there was a quarrel between the two of you? This time it was Jiang Nan's turn to be baffled, and said that there was no quarrel, but only an occasional encounter to see a movie. Could it be that because of this, this girl has been grudging? As soon as this idea was there, Jiang Nan just threw out a probe. Griping about watching a movie? 50%. Sure enough, there was a reason for that. Well, since it was because of the previous misunderstanding, then let's forgive her. Little brother Jiang, could it be that you two really had a fight? Jiang Nan didn't speak anymore, and Eldarin's side asked again. It's not really a quarrel. Jiang Nan smoothly lied. Didn't I say before that we had a little friction over the car accident? Just occasionally mixed a couple of sentences. Nothing much. I guess she is still angry because of this. Well, then I won't generally count with her. Masterin, let's get down to business. What are you looking for from me? Little brother, it's like this. I got a new pair of calligraphy and painting. I want you to have a look. Just this well, then, it is better to go to Master Zhao's 100 old stores. Little brother, come to my house this time. Master Yin said very politely. You haven't come to sit in my house yet. I have ordered people to prepare a sumptuous banquet. If you are not convenient, I will send a car to pick you up. Jiang Nan thought about it a little. Well then, I'll go over there. Sending a car to pick you up is not necessary. Just send me the location. Okay, that's fine. I'll send you the location. Good, Jiang Nan said again and hung up the phone. A little later, a ding-dong beep sounded and a location was sent over. Jiang Nan looked at it and realized that it was on a mountain in the suburbs, froze slightly, and smiled bitterly a little later. He remembered, in the hills in the suburbs, there were several luxurious villas built, and it seemed that one of the villas was the Yin family's. Sure enough, they were rich people. Compared to others, his own Liyuan neighborhood house immediately turned into a doghouse. Several people, drink tea first, the person I invited will arrive soon. On the outskirts of Jiangcheng, inside the gorgeous villa of the Yin family, Eldarin entertained a few old men who were about the same age as him, all of whom were famous figures in the collecting world. They were not from Shanghai, but from various cities, and had gathered here at Eldaran's place today because of a painting. There's no rush, one of them said, as long as the person you hired, Master Yin, can identify the authenticity of the painting. There is no rush even if we wait for 3 days. Yes, another person interjected. I'm also that, although the time of our few old bones is also considered precious, but as long as we can identify the authenticity of this painting and calligraphy, waiting for 3 days is not urgent. Alas, if not for the fact that Master Yin is out of the country and won't be able to come back in a short period of time, we'll go directly to him, and the authenticity of the calligraphy and painting will surely be able to be clarified. Chapter 69, Tangled. Call, not call, call, not call. Liyuan neighborhood. In the room Bei was flipping a coin, torn between calling Jiang Nan or not. Jiang Nan had said he'd be back today, but half the morning had passed and he hadn't come back yet, and she was getting a little anxious waiting. Just then, the doorbell rang. Bei froze for a moment before reacting, rushed to the door, threw the cat's eye to see, really as Jiang Nan dragged suitcase back, immediately opened the door with a big smile. Brother Jiang, you're finally back. Why, waiting for me? Jiang Nan entered the door while smiling. Bei smoothly closed the door and surrounded Jiang Nan's body like a small bird. I'm bored at home alone. Of course I miss you. Looks like I need to hurry up and get a company. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly. Otherwise, you're suffocating. Aha, Bei said happily. Brother Jiang, if you get a company, I'll be your secretary. Jiang Nan, very helplessly said. Why do you want to be a secretary? Can't the others? No way. Bei immediately boarded up her little face and said, if I don't become a secretary, and let another woman be your secretary, I'm afraid she'll you. Jiang Nan, are you still not letting me touch other women? Don't I need to find a girlfriend then? Do you want me to be single for the rest of my life? I'll be your girlfriend. Bei immediately said. This can't be done. Jiang Nan said, you're still small. I'm not small anymore, Bei said while pushing up her breasts. Jiang Nan, Nima, this is indeed not small. One more, don't tempt me so much. Brother can't easily hold on to the crime. Cough cough. Jiang Nan hurriedly coughed twice to divert the topic. Bei, I still have to go out for a trip. Just came back and have to leave? Bei immediately had a small grumpy expression. Her look was pitiful. There's no way, Jiang Nan said helplessly. For the sake of life, you have to labor and run around. Bei, is it against your will to say this? A little later the small eyes turned and said, take me along. Take you along? Jiang Nan pondered for 2 seconds, nodded and said, alright, then you'll go with me. Aha. Bibi got happy and quickly nodded her little head and asked, where to again? A trip to a friend's house, Jiang Nan said as he put the suitcase away to his bedroom to put it away. This thing was worth $40 million. It had taken Jiang Nan half a day to get it, so there was no room for error. Well, Jiang Nan admitted to being pretentious. Although these things were worth $40 million, it really didn't take much effort. I'll go change my clothes. Bibi was excited and ran into the bedroom. Jiang Nan was speechless. Bei was in a super short skirt camisole. It was quite sexy and pretty but still need to change clothes? Alas! Women can't see through. But a little later remembered something. Hurriedly walked to the door of Bei's room. Knocked on the door. Yeah, don't come in. I'm changing clothes. Bibi in the room shouted in a hurry. Jiang Nan, a face of helplessness, clearing his voice, he said, I'm letting you know. The friend I'm going to meet is a very prestigious collector, so it's better for you to wear something formal and dignified, or it won't look like we're frivolous. Oh, so the room's Bibi pondered tone, said a little later, Okay, then I change into a dress. Lady, that kind of thing. Okay, Jiang Nan said. Bei. As an anchor, often roleplayed in all sorts of clothes. Jiang Nan had also thought that if he really married such a woman as Bei, then life must be very colorful. The night all kinds of play. MMP. Think about are excited. Jiang Nan returned to his room, also changed to dress. Armani sweatshirt changed down, replaced with his own Astol goods. Not because of anything else, just want their own image, do not want to change too quickly in front of master and them. Chapter 70, Good Cabbage Gone to the Pigs. Squeak. With a sound of brakes, the cab stopped in front of a luxurious villa in the hills outside Jianghai suburbs. Jiang Nan and Bei got out of the car. Jiang Nan looked at the villa in front of him. Looks like it's time to buy a car that matches your status, or else it really feels a bit inappropriate to take a taxi to a place like this. Even the cab driver, who was looking through the window at the villa in front of him, weakly said, "Two of you, are you sure this is where you want to come?" Jiang Nan pulled out a banknote and threw it to him, saying, "What? Can't you come to a place like this by taking a taxi?" The driver froze for a moment and said, "No, it's not that, I mean, well, I'm talking too much, goodbye you two." After saying this, he hit the steering wheel and started the car to leave. While driving the car, he whispered, "Which one of the cars coming here is not a luxury car?" Wow! Bei flashed her nice big eyes, her long eyelashes blinking, and sighed, "What a big villa, so luxurious." "Well, it's a bit big." Jiang Nan nodded, not having come to this kind of place. The villa had several doors. Surprisingly, he didn't know which one to go in from. MMP. It's a bit depressing for a small citizen to come to this kind of place. Whatever, choose one at random. He chose the closest door and brought Bei to walk through. Result, the doorway was stopped by a security guard. Doing what? A security guard sized up the two with a scrutinizing gaze. Jiang Nan, looking for Eldarin. Humph. The security guard snorted coldly. There are a lot of people looking for our family's old master for treasure appreciation. Do you have an appointment? Appointment? Jiang Nan furrowed his brows. Sort of have one. What's the name? Jiang Nan was speechless. There was an impulse to turn around and walk away. However, walking is not possible. The cab is gone. Walking back to the city, then it is estimated to walk for 2 hours. So he had to helplessly endure and said, "Jiang Nan, wait a moment." The security guard said, "I'll call and ask the housekeeper." After saying that, went to the pavilion at the entrance to dial the phone. The voice is not small, but when the phone went through, the voice immediately became very humble. "Butler Lu, there's a visit from someone called Jiang Nan, saying he has an appointment." "What? No? Good, I know what to do." The security guard hung up the phone. Immediately, his face was full of ice and cold, and he walked out of the pavilion with a bad expression. "Humph, there's no reservation at all. How dare you flail around here? Have you thought about the consequences?" Bei was a little scared. Her little face became a little white, and hugged Jiang Nan's arm. "Jiang, what's going on? Let's just go. These security guards are so fierce." And the security guards see this appearance, looking at Jiang Nan, all ground goods, whispered and chattered, "Such a beautiful little lowly. How to mix with this beggar?" Alas, the good cabbage let the pig arch. Jiang Nan's face has become ugly, but did not say anything to the security guard, but took out his cell phone and dialed Master An's phone. The phone was quickly connected, and Elder An's polite voice came out. "Little brother Jiang, what's the situation? If you're busy, we're not in a hurry. We can wait." "Humph." Jiang Nan coldly snorted and said, "Master An, you are so sincere. I arrived at the door but was stopped by the watchdogs, saying that I was soliciting and deceiving, and deducting a good big hat." An old master is a cry of surprise. A little later realized, what, God, could it be that you were stopped by the security guards? Oops, I'm old and confused. I forgot to order down to the housekeeper. "Little brother, you wait a moment, I'll rush over to greet you." Chapter 71, Face Slapping. Soon, a stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom ran wildly out from the villa. The speed was quite fast, and it was evident that it was in a hurry. Squeak. Arriving at the entrance, the sharp sound of brakes stopped. Bang. The car door opened, and two black-clothed bodyguards and Eldarin got out almost simultaneously. A few security guards immediately nodded their heads on the side like grandchildren. The security guard who stopped Jiang Nan acted even more of a grandson. "Little brother Jiang." Eldarin hurried a few steps to Jiang Nan's body. "Sorry, really too sorry." A little later is when he turned his face and swept towards the several security guards. His face was unusually ugly. "Who stopped my honored guest?" The several security guards were just stunned, but in this situation, it was obvious that they had already seen what was going on. They looked at the security guard who stopped Jiang Nan in unison. As for the security guard who stopped Jiang Nan, at this time, his face had become ugly. He wasn't stupid. This situation had already seen what was going on. Intruding. It's you. Eldarin's face was ice cold as he looked at him. The security guard was on the verge of tears, wanting to explain a sentence, but in this situation, he knew very well how to explain is useless, although it wasn't his fault, but was it meaningful? Pa! Eldarin slapped over. A loud slap. The force used was so great that the security guard was slapped and stumbled. Apologize. Eldarin's face was icy cold. The security guard was completely terrified and trembling. Now why wouldn't he know that by messing with Jiang Nan? He was messing with the wrong person. He hurriedly came to Jiang Nan. Nobleman. I was wrong. While saying this, he slapped himself. Jiang Nan watched with a cold face as the other party slapped himself several times before he said in a cold voice, forget it, can pass you this time, but in the future to speak attention. Even if there is really no reservation of people, but also not so bad language. People have dignity, understand? I know, the security guard said in a hurry. I won't dare again. Jiang Nan was too lazy to bother with him anymore. Little brother. Misunderstanding, it's a complete misunderstanding. Eldarin also hastened to round up the situation. Get on the car. We'll talk inside. Bebe get on the car. Jiang Nan nodded and greeted Bebe. The two people got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Bebe looked at such a good car full of little stars, and also a little nervous. When he got into the car, his movements were very light, as if he was afraid that he couldn't afford to pay for the car if he broke it. Eldarin also got into the car, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom made a U-turn and drove into the villa. Traveling through the villa made Jiang Nan even more aware of the enormity of the villa. Even after entering the gate, the car took more than a minute to reach its destination. Along the way there are a variety of landscapes. Small gardens, ponds, fishing gardens, rockery wooden bridges. Luxury among the intermingled with the breath of nature. Small bridges and flowing water. Weeping willows. Wow, too beautiful. Bebe sighed in a whisper in Jiang Nan's ear. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly and bitterly, thinking that if he was not in a different state of mind from before, and came to this kind of environment at first glance, I'm afraid that he and Bebe would be in the same state of mind, because it was impossible to reach this kind of life in one's lifetime. One would feel very distant and worshipful, but now it's different. Such a luxurious villa. As long as he is willing, it won't take long to have the same, so the feeling is nothing. Not just a villa, small matter, wait for a period of time, he also buy this is not a matter. The car stopped. The bodyguard had already opened the door first. Masterin had already gotten off the car, smiling face waiting at the side. Jiang Nan got out of the car unhurriedly, calm and collected. Bebe was a little nervous, getting out of the car and tightly grasping Jiang Nan's arm, at the door of the main hall, and she was waiting in a pavilion. Her face was not wearing a smile, but it was a normal face. Even with this delicate face, her tall figure made her whole person unusually eye-catching. However, just when she saw that there was Bebe getting off the bus with Jiang Nan, suddenly a small face became icy cold, twisted around and stepped on high heels, clicked, into the hall. Jiang Nan, however, was paying attention to the layout of the surroundings and didn't notice her at all. Chapter 72, Suspicion. And girl, has anyone come? A few old masters in the living room saw Anchi come in and exited to ask. Aha. Anchi nodded. Although her mood was very bad right now, she still squeezed out a smile. Coming. These few old men were her grandfather's old friends. They were all elders. Even if they were in a bad mood, they knew to recognize the big picture. Soon, Eldarin and Jiang Nan entered the hall. Ha. Eldarin happily introducing everyone, this is little brother Jiang. And the moment a few old men saw Jiang Nan, they were the ones who furrowed their brows, their faces not looking very good, skepticism rising. So young? All dressed up in a very unclassy outfit? This is the high-ranking person in Lao's mouth? Fake, right? One of the old men with the most obese figure directly spoke. And Lao, this is the person we're waiting for? The tone was filled with disappointment. Jiang Nan just frowned. Where did he not understand this? It was clearly that this old man was looking down on himself. Yeah. An old man next to him chimed in. So young, really know how to appraise treasures? The tone was again deeply skeptical. Jiang Nan scanned the few old men. The corner of his mouth curved up in an arc. Seeing that the few old men obviously looked down on him, none of them believed him at all. Elder Wang, Elder Liao, that's not true. Eldarin quickly interjected. You two shouldn't look at little brother Jiang's youth, but his eyesight is indeed extraordinary. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Really? Really kind of don't believe it. If that's really the case, wouldn't it be living to a dog's death for a few of us to be so old and recognized as talented in the circle? Several people were still deeply skeptical. Jiang Nan laughed coldly in his heart, pretending that he didn't see it. He didn't want to pay too much attention to these few old guys. This time he came here to rush at Eldarin. He didn't need to care much about the others. Right, En-chi, come here. At this time, Eldarin remembered something and looked towards En-chi and shouted, come over and apologize. En-chi looked at Jiang Nan with complicated eyes, then glanced at Bei on the side, somewhat reluctantly. Jiang Nan remembered that night when he watched a movie with her, and waited with a faint smile, saying nothing. Quickly, apologize. Eldarin is again said, before is not a good thing. Apologize to others. Call not speak properly. So rude to people. Usually how I teach you. Good. Well, En-chi is a little reluctant, slightly knit moth brows, a little choo-choo poor look. Let the man see would like to go over to comfort heartache She looked to Jiang Nan, whispered, I'm sorry, I shouldn't phone that way to speak. Oh, Jiang Nan laughed, didn't hear clearly. What did you say? You, me. En-chi angry violent breathing, full breasts up and down, the pair of out of breath, especially tantalizing. Okay, it seems that you are a girl sake, not and you general knowledge. Jiang Nan looked at her, angry and funny, and a little heartfelt, waved his hand to diverge from the topic. I came to do business, not have to come here to apologize to you alone. Right. Eldarin hurriedly came over to round up the conversation. Busy with business. We are busy with business. En-chi, you go and bring the calligraphy and painting over. Chapter 73, Bamboo Stone. Soon, En-chi carefully came out with a scroll. Coming in front of the coffee table, she carefully and slowly unfolded it. Just from the appearance, the entire scroll had an ancient and rustic aura. Some years old. For one scroll, it took En-chi more than half a minute before it was completely unfolded. Little brother Jiang, you give it a passing glance. Eldarin made a pleased gesture with great anticipation, allowing Jiang Nan to come forward. Jiang Nan nodded slightly and walked over, not touching the ancient painting, but standing aside to watch it carefully. Eldarin, including several other old men, all gathered around and stood quietly at the side. Although not in silence, no one made a sound to disturb. Especially the other few old men were focusing on Jiang Nan with questioning expressions. Jiang Nan looked at the ancient painting without moving. The entire ancient painting was simple in style, but it looked bone-chilling and very spiritual. Above the painting were two bamboos and a stone, and if there was anything more, it was the line of inscription next to it. The words appeared to be in cursive script. Jiang Nan took a glance at the bamboo and the stone, and then focused on the lines of words. He was a complete amateur in calligraphy and painting, and couldn't understand anything. A few lines of small characters, beginning with a two-word nomination, bamboo and stone. Jiang Nan couldn't help but grin. Nima, it was really bamboo and stone. The latter looked like a poem. Bite the green mountain and don't let go. The roots are originally in the broken rock. 1,000 grinding blows are still strong. Let the wind blow from east to west and south to north. Hiss. Before he finished reading it, Jiang Nan drew a breath of cold air. Isn't this the poem by Zhang Banxiao? Then look at the signature. It is really good. Zhang Xie. Sure enough, it is Zhang Banxiao. Then this painting and calligraphy is Zhang Banxiao's. I heard that Zhang Banxiao's paintings and calligraphy are worth a lot of money. A thought just flashed through Jiang Nan's mind, but a little later, there is one more question. Zhang Banxiao's calligraphy and painting is worth money, but usually just $1 million or a few million. For ordinary people is very valuable, but for an old man such a character does not count for anything. After all, the last time an ancient jade, his old man lost more than 40 million. It does not seem to be anything. What exactly is this situation? Jiang Nan pretended to look at the calligraphy and painting, but in his mind a thought flashed. If you really talk about treasure appreciation, he is a layman, and his heart is weak. The only thing he could rely on now was his success rate. After a little thought, he had a plan. First began to use the method of elimination. First to determine whether it is possible to know the purpose of masterin and there. Is Eldarin identifying if this painting is Zhang Banxiao's authentic work? This was the first thing that came to Jiang Nan's mind. The next moment, a string of numbers flashed, 100% before his eyes. Sure enough, it was right. Then it was good to say that Jiang Nan began to test the painting against the word. Zhang Banxiao's real handwriting? 50%. Rub. Jiang Nan was a bit confused. There was still this situation. Shouldn't it be either authentic or a fake? How did it come to a 50%? After a little thought, a possibility came to mind. Throwing out a thought once again. A pair of paintings done with someone? 100%. Damn it. Jiang Nan was speechless. It was really something like that. Lamenting for a moment. He thought for a moment that he needed to know more about this calligraphy and painting in order to be able to pretend to be a bully and hit the faces of those old guys who looked down on him. So he started to continue the test. 2 people completed this word painting? 100%. After a little thought, Jiang Nan was not assured, and also came to a more secure test. More than 2 people completed this word painting. 0%. This was certain. This word painting was the one completed by 2 people. Next, the bamboo was painted by Zhang Banqiao, 0%. The stone was painted by Zhang Banqiao, 0%. What the is going on with? Chapter 74, also a teacher and a friend. This situation puzzled Jiang Nan, neither the stone nor the bamboo. Then, Jiang Nan noticed the inscription on the side and was dumbfounded that he had overlooked this. The inscription is Zhang Banqiao's real handwriting? The next moment in front of him was a string of numbers. 100%. Oh chicken put K. Jiang Nan's heart was beautiful, but there is no arrogance. Pondering, can still get any useful information not? This thought, but also really thought of something. Since in Zhang Banqiao together with the cooperation then must be Zhang Banqiao acquaintances. If this is more able to figure out some of the words will be more forced. So continue to test the road. Zhang Banqiao as friend? 20%. Rub. Jiang Nan was a bit confused again. And again this kind of data came out, which is a bit of a ing pain in the ass. Think a little. Could it be another friend? Another other identity. Also a teacher and a friend or something like that? Continue to try. Zhang Banqiao's teacher? 0%. Zhang Banqiao's wife? 0%. Zhang Banqiao's student? 100%. Mon got it right. Jiang Nan was so happy that he almost laughed out loud, but although he didn't make a sound, the expression of laughter was obvious, which made Eldarin, who had been paying attention, couldn't help but ask, "Little brother, see anything?" "See what?" Jiang Nan asked rhetorically. His words instantly made the faces of the several old masters around him become even more ugly. I told you, at such a young age, it's impossible to be any kind of expert. That's it, Elder, you're 80% deceived, right? Sure enough, at such a young age, if he just knows more than the few of us present, I'd rather slap myself. It was still the fattest old man who despised Jiang Nan the most. With a mocking tone, Eldarin was also a little embarrassed. He had sworn to guarantee that Jiang Nan's eyesight was extraordinary. If it was true that Jiang Nan wasn't at all like what he thought, that would be a slap in the face in front of several old friends. Even in Qi, who was on the side, furrowed her pretty brows and questioned Jiang Nan. "Little brother, do you really not see it?" Eldarin said almost in a bitter tone. "Eldarin, see what?" Jiang Nan asked suspiciously. "You still haven't told me what you want me to look at. Are you asking me if it's whether or not this is a painting? Not bad. I can answer you very clearly that it is a painting." Eldarin froze, and a little later hurriedly explained. Right. I am old and confused. It is for you to see if this painting is Zhang. Masterin wanted to say to see if it's Zhang Banqiao's real handwriting, but before the words were finished, the fattest old man suddenly interrupted and said, "An old man, just ask him what year this painting is from." Right. That's right. That's a wonderful thing to say. Several other old men chimed in. Eldarin froze. In seconds, he understood the mind of a few old friends. This is to properly hit Jiang Nan's face. If Jiang Nan really can't even tell the age of this painting, and also doesn't even know it's Zhang Banqiao's painting at all, then this fun will be great. However, in the way of the face of these old friends, and now he also has a trace of doubt on Jiang Nan. So the conversation turned and said, "Little brother, you see this painting is from what year?" Jiang Nan's face smiled coldly. What tricks the other few old guys were playing in their minds, he could see through it at a glance. Zhang Banqiao, this kind of celebrity, he still has some understanding. During the Kangxi period scholar, Yongjing 10 years, Qianlong first year bachelor. So now to determine, this painting is Kangxi, or Yongjing or Qianlong years on the line. Quietly, a thought thrown out. During the Kangxi year, 0%. Yongjing years, 0%. Qianlong year, 100%. Chapter 75, Maosheng Luan. Knowing the situation, Jiang Nan said lightly, "This painting is from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty." Not bad. That's right. Ha. Masterin was happy, and laughed out loud in excitement. This time at least he wasn't slapped in the face. He was in a good mood. Ha. The other few old men looked slightly stunned, looking at Jiang Nan with some solemnity. Ha. Little brother, then see if this painting is Zhang Banqiao's real work? The old man said while laughing happily. We few old guys are all stumped. An old man. Jiang Nan did not answer immediately, but asked rhetorically, "This painting, even if it is Zhang Banqiao's authentic work, the value will not be too expensive. For the ordinary millions of millions is a large sum of money, which for you this is not much at all. Little brother, this is not a matter of money." An old man said, "As a collector, we are seeking the truth. You also see, I'm surrounded by these old friends. Each in the antique world is a certain reputation. Eyesight cannot be said to have reached the top, but they are not mediocre. And this painting a few of us together are troubled, so only to ask you to come over. This time the other few old guys also nodded in agreement. This way, Jiang Nan nodded, realizing that the people weren't in it for the money at all. It was because they wanted to figure out the truth. After a little thought he figured out that the place where these few old people were troubled should be that this painting looks like some places are Zhang Banqiao's, while some places are not quite like. After all, this painting is their Zhang Banqiao's, but it is with his students and the combined two people's efforts to complete. Of course this is his idea, but also to confirm it, so quietly through a test. A few people were troubled as this painting looks some places are Zhang Banqiao authentic, some places are not but very similar. The next moment, the data in front of my eyes flashed. 100%. Ha, exactly. The inscription looks to be Zhang Banqiao's real handwriting, while the painting of bamboo and stone is not. 100%. Ha, exactly. The bamboo stone was painted by Zhang Banqiao's student, and it should also be very similar to Zhang Banqiao's, which was the reason for the doubts of several old men. This was something Jiang Nan could easily figure out, and when Eldarin saw that Jiang Nan was silent without answering immediately, he once again asked tentatively, "Little brother Jiang, could it be that this painting is not Zhang Banqiao's real work but a fake?" How to say it? Jiang Nan looked like he was organizing his language before saying a little later, "It's not a fake, it's an authentic work no doubt, but," said here wanting to speak again and again, "this makes an old man," including a few old people and Enchi are staring at Jiang Nan, looking forward to the following. Even Eldarin even asked impatiently, "Little brother, but what?" But only a part of this painting is Zhang Banqiao's real handwriting, while a part of it isn't. Everyone was just shocked. Part of it is and part of it isn't? Little brother, tell us in detail. Eldarin was even more impatient to say. It's like this. Jiang Nan sighed with a finger pointing to the inscription above the painting said, "This poem is the old Mr. Zhang Banqiao's handwritten inscription, but the painting of the bamboo and stone is not out of the old Mr. Zhang Banqiao's own handwriting, but one of his students painted. The old Mr. Zhang Banqiao is only mentioning the poem a poem. That is to say, this painting is the combination of two people to complete the effort. So that's how it is. Oh, I understand. I finally understand." As soon as Jiang Nan's words fell, several old men suddenly sighed in a mawkish manner. Originally, how do I say? Look at the inscription. Obviously is Zhang Banqiao's real handwriting, and this painting style is extremely similar to Zhang Banqiao, but it looks like the shape is like God is not like. Not at all out of the hands of Zhang Master. Originally is so. Obviously, because of Jiang Nan's words, their confusion was solved. Sighing, a few old men looked at Jiang Nan's gaze became complicated. The previous skepticism disappeared, and was replaced by a full of admiration. A single glance could see the mystery in this painting. This kind of eye power. A few of them were still shocked. Now, they finally understood that someone so young and dressed in such vulgar and ordinary clothes really had excellent eyesight and extraordinary insight. Chapter 76, Unexplainable. Little brother Jiang, you're really too strong. Eldarin's face was agitated, somewhat at a loss to express the excitement of the stimulation. A few of us have been plagued for so long by a problem that was broken by a single word after you took a look at it. This is really, yes, really can't imagine that little brother so young, have such experience and insight. We are precisely wasted years. Good, alas, such a big age are living on the dog. Really people can't compare. A few old men immediately took the wind at their backs and spoke in a completely different tone than before. It can be said that each old face is really thick, and she couldn't help but have a smile on her face at the side. But a little later when she turned her head to look down at Bebe at the side, the smile immediately disappeared again, and instead, she was a little bit grumpy. By the way, I remember before Liao Lao said that if this little brother can see the authenticity of this painting, to slap himself. At this time a thin and tall old man looked to the fattest old man smilingly teasingly said, Right, there is this. An old man and another old man hilarious not too big, laughingly stood out to prove. The fattest old man immediately blushed, looked at Jiang Nan, looked at the crowd, and stammered, I just said it casually, jokingly, ha. Several old men laughed out loud. Jiang Nan, damn, really old face is thick enough, shameless. Walk, little brother, let's go to the restaurant, have a good drink, and introduce these old guys to you. Eldarin made a gesture of invitation. Jiang Nan did not say anything more, greeted Bei, and went to the restaurant with Eldarin and the others. The environment inside the restaurant was equally luxurious and solemn. Jiang Nan sat at the main seat under Eldarin's arrangement, and Bibi sat beside him, and she sat beside Bibi. The maids of the Yin family were busy serving food and wine, and Eldarin, looking for a topic, glanced at Bibi to Jiang Nan and asked, Little brother Jiang, this little girl is? Sister, Jiang Nan faintly introduced. Bei smiled faintly. She didn't dare to say anything more in this environment. On the other hand, and she on the side was the one whose eyes lit up, and her originally cold little face was instantly flooded with a faint smile. Soon the wine and food came up. The old routine customary opening remarks. Masterin lifted the wine cup, exchanged a few pleasantries, and everyone drank a small mouthful together. Then it was a casual, free-flowing conversation. Now a few old men, in addition to admiration for Jiang Nan, were also very curious. The fattest old man, Liao Lao, with a face full of fat meat trembling asked, "Jiang, little brother, this young and talented, who is the teacher?" The antique world, this line of work, the teacher is very important to the succession. These few old men, including Masterin, also have a lot of disciples. If it is in the antique world just their disciples, all have a certain reputation, not to mention a few of their old men. And if it is laughing at Yanjing's Masterdon, or Master Yun their disciples, then it is even more on a higher level of fame. On this topic, stop here. Jiang Nan's face cooled down as he said, "Just ask the old master about this." "Not bad, not bad," Eldarin immediately interjected. "Little brother Jiang, the master's legacy is mysterious, and the master's legacy in this regard, there has been a deliberate instruction that one cannot talk too much about it outside." "Oh, so that's how it is, so that's how it is. Understood, understood, good, good, we no longer talk about this topic. Drink, drink." The crowd of old people had a look of understanding. Not only did they not question Jiang Nan, but they felt that Jiang Nan was even more inscrutable. Mysterious things always made people more speculative, and Jiang Nan had already shown the corresponding strength, so Jiang Nan did this without being questioned, but instead appeared to be even more inscrutable. Chapter 77, Mind. Everyone changed the topic and chatted, and she looked like she was in a good mood as well, picking up her wine and saying to Bebe, "Little sister Jiang, so you're Jiang Nan's sister, ah?" Bebe laughed a little and didn't argue anything. In front of Anqi, she felt doubly pressured, feeling that Anqi's temperament was so cold and arrogant, and that her family was so high and mighty. "Come on, let's both have a drink," Angie said, "sort of get acquainted. My name is Angie, and you?" "I'm Bibi." Bibi was a little formal as she picked up her drink. "Nice name," Angie said as she clinked glasses with Bibi. Both were slightly drunk on red wine. "How old are you?" Angie seemed to have suddenly become talkative. 18. "I'm 22, Angie said. "That's 4 years older than you, so I'll call you Bibi's sister from now on, right?" "Okay." Bebe nodded her head obediently. "Sister Angie." "Aha." Angie happily agreed. Suddenly remembered something like, said, "Right, sister," all shouted. "Must send a gift." "You wait a moment." Said got up, twisted thin waist, stepped on high heels, clicked quickly left. "Time is not long." Took a LV bag over, handed over to Bebe. Said, "This is a time I went out to play when I bought. Is new not used. I also cannot use. Give you it." "Ha?" Bebe was shocked. As a girl she was equally very fond of bags, and LV bags are expensive as hell. She knew that. After freezing for a moment and reacting, she hurriedly said, "No, no, Sister Angie, this is too expensive." "Nothing," Angie said casually, "it's just a trinket, put it away, just take it if it's for you." Jiang Nan also smiled faintly and said, "No need to be so polite." "Aha." Jiang Nan all spoke. Bebe obediently nodded her little head and spoke happily. A little later but weakly asked to Anqi, "Sister Anqi, how much is this bag?" "Not much," Angie said casually. "More than 40,000, not quite 50,000 dollars." Bebe's hand holding the bag inexplicably just shook, almost didn't cry out in shock, but held back, biting her lips tightly. One could tell that her heart was very unsettled. The banquet went on until half an afternoon. Liao Lao, Wine Lao, a few old men all left contact information with Jiang Nan. One could be described as very respectful. Jiang Nan expressed his beauty, no effort, made a few in the Jianghu or a little status of friends, the future to do something useful on the place, do not have to be blind again. As the saying goes, more friends more road. Jiang Nan, this is to open up a few more roads for themselves. Go or not go does not matter. When he was about to leave, Eldarin said, "Brother Jiang, this time, we must send a car to send you back." "All right." Jiang Nan didn't excuse himself, nodded. "This time it's not really possible without sending you. You can't even get a taxi." Smiled bitterly and said, "It's really inconvenient not to have a car here." And Jiang Nan's casual sentence, "Masterin is more heart," blinking 2 eyes, said, "Jiang, little brother, if you do not mind, I have an idle car here, but the grade is a little low. It is a Range Rover, is an off-road vehicle. If little brother you temporarily used as a substitute for the car can also be put together." Jiang Nan thought a little, not polite at all, nodded and said, "That's fine, then I'll use it temporarily as a substitute. Stabilize it, and have to buy a car. Little brother can that's great. Eldarin also expressed his excitement, and said to the bodyguard at the side, quickly, drive the car over. Okay, the bodyguard promised and quickly went, soon driving a white Range Rover over. The entire car looked very clean and looked like a new car. Nima, this can't be a new car. Right, a thought flashed through Jiang Nan's mind. The next moment a string of data flashed before his eyes. 90%. Ha! Jiang Nan understood 90% new and well maintained. It looked like a new car. The bodyguard got out of the car and respectfully stepped aside. Little brother, do you still need a driver for you? Eldarin said with another smile. No need. Jiang Nan smiled. I have a driver's license. The driver's license was certainly there a long time ago, but it was a pity that he couldn't afford a car. That's good. That's good. There's no need to send it now, Jiang Nan said while waving to signal Bibi to get in the car. He. If Eldarin said, Brother Jiang, the car can be driven for as long as you want. It's idle here in my place. Good. Then I will not be polite. Have time to get together again. Jiang Nan did not look embarrassed in the slightest. Started the car, stepped on the gas and left in style. He was very clear about this situation. Although he didn't do anything, but it was a great favor to help Eldarin and the others. Besides, if he pushed and pushed, that would be rather not pushy. Chapter 78, idly standing on a corpse. The white Range Rover drove out of the villa. Jiang Nan felt the performance of the car. Strong power. And before he drove the van is too much difference. A foot of gas down. The car speeding up. Cool. Looked at the dial on the record. The car is only a total trip of less than 10,000 kilometers. Properly just run out of the break-in period. The heart is even more beautiful. Bebe on the co-pilot is even happier with big eyes smiling into a curved crescent moon. Said, wow, this car is great. Rich. A little later is to look at the hands of the LV bag to turn over and over in love. I did not dream that one day I will be able to have LV bags. Angel's sister is really great. This family is really too rich. More than 1 million cars, tens of thousands of dollars of bags said to send on the send. Jiang Nan smiled faintly and said nothing. If it was him before, receiving such a heavy gift, his heart would have already turned over in shock waves. However, now it was only a slight surprise. It was very calm. More than $1 million of something. Nothing. Small meaning. Driving the Range Rover back to the Liyuan neighborhood when the car was parked in the parking area. Jiang Nan took a look, which made him feel that his identity matched the place where he lived. Otherwise, living in such a neighborhood, going out and taking a taxi is really a bit weird. Back home, half the afternoon Bebe is like having hyperactivity disorder. Happy, holding an LV bag in his hand. A moment to sing, a moment to dance. The appearance and funny and cute make Jiang Nan crying and laughing, sitting on the sofa, watching this little cute live. In the evening, originally Jiang Nan was not hungry, and planned to eat something randomly with Bebe, but the phone rang. It was Zhang Yuan who called. Seeing that it was Zhang Yuan's call, Jiang Nan smiled helplessly, thinking that this bastard must be calling at this point to ask for a dinner date. Pressing the answer button, Zhang Yuan's voice came out from the receiver. Big brother, busy with what? Not busy, idling around quite a bit. Jiang Nan smiled. Hey, big brother, about a meal. My treat. Is this way? Lily came back. Nan want to eat a meal with you. Jiang Nan, your sister, your girlfriend wants to eat with me. How? Big brother, give a face. I'm in the toilet, secretly call. Don't let me in front of Lily lose face. Kneeling beg. Jiang Nan, big brother, don't not say You look like this, I panic in my heart. Well, also don't panic. Is not to eat a meal. Our brothers have what to say. Are before the difficult friends, but you treat even if on your little salary. But also waiting to buy a gift for Lily. This time we go to a good point of the ground. Don't go to the kind of small restaurant. This way I'm treating you to the hotel in Shanghai City. You can pick at random. Really? Zhang Yuan surprise said. Jiang Nan, I love you to death. This time I have enough face. He. Can be in front of Lily, waist plate, hard a time. Cut. He is in love with your Lily. Right. Lousy does not engage in. Hey. Let me think about which hotel to go to. Just mansion hotel it. 5-star hotel. This grade, can it? Okay. Jiang Nan nodded. Then see you at the entrance of the mansion hotel. Okay. Click. Jiang Nan hung up the phone. Brother Jiang. Who's calling? On the side to Bibi was still holding the LV bag lovingly in her hands. Zhang Yuan, an appointment to have dinner together. Jiang Nan said casually, get ready. We'll go out later. Yeah. Bebe immediately cheered. I can take my LV bag and go out and act tough. Jiang Nan. Maisie, is it really good for a little girl to talk like that? Chapter 79, a human model. The humble 40 square meter rented house. Zhang Yuanqing ran out from the toilets in a huff. His waist straightened. Lily, made an appointment with Jiang Nan. Mansion Hotel, Jiang Nan Street. I've said it all before. Jiang Nan isn't the kind of person who doesn't remember his old friends when he's developed. Really? That's great. Lily was overjoyed. Then let's get moving. Don't make people wait for us. Okay, go, move. The two packed up and quickly went downstairs. While going downstairs, Zhang Yuan said, "Is it by bus or taxi?" Lily said after a slight hesitation. "Take a taxi. Don't feel bad about money at a time like this. Waiting for the bus delays time." "Okay, your wife is right. Take a taxi." "Screw you." Lily gave Zhang Yuan a blank stare and said, "Who is your wife now? We haven't gotten a license yet." He. Zhang Yuan smiled badly. "Isn't it the same if you get a license or not? You people are all mine." "Not the same." Lily said, "Give you 2 years time? If you can't mix a human model, we will break up." "Come on, wife. A few more years of forgiveness." "No, not a day more. You also learn from others." Jiang Nan. Zhang Yuan. "I can learn it. Did not see a few days not see?" Jiang Nan is now how powerful. Speaking time came to the roadside. Lily beckoned and stopped a taxi. It did not take long for them to arrive at the Mansion Hotel. Getting out of the cab, Zhang Yuan looked around at the entrance and did not find Jiang Nan, touching out his cell phone to make a call. The call soon connected and Jiang Nan's voice came out of the receiver. "Zhang Yuan, have you arrived?" Arrived. "Jiang Nan, you haven't arrived yet, right?" "Immediately, about 200 meters to go." "Oh, I've already seen the two of you." "Okay." Hanging up. The phone hung up. "Jiang Nan, it'll be over soon," Zhang Yuan said to Lily on the side. "He should be driving over." "Right. Rich, how come he also bought a car?" Lily said. "No," Zhang Yuan said. "The last time is to take a taxi over. He has not had time to buy a car, which only quit his job a few days. Although there is money, but, like his current status, tens of thousands of dollars, more than $100,000 cheap car is absolutely cannot be bought. Drop the status. A good car always have to carefully select a little bit of it." And his words just fell. Squeak. A brake. A white Range Rover stopped beside the two of them. Jiang Nan and Bebe pushed the door and got out of the car. Zhang Yuan was just stunned. Lily also had a surprised expression. "Hold the grass. A Range Rover. Over $1 million. Zhang Yuan just let out a gasp. "Jiang Nan, you bought a car so quickly. Just now I said you haven't bought a food yet." "Not bought," Jiang Nan said lightly. "Someone gave it to me." Ha. Zhang Yuan and Lily were shocked, their mouths wide open. What? Zhang Yuan thought he had heard wrong. "Someone sent it?" "Yeah," Jiang Nan said casually. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "Not." Zhang Yuan felt that his brain was somewhat short-circuited, and his expression was exaggerated. "A Range Rover of more than $1 million. Saying that it was sent?" "Aha." Jiang Nan nodded lightly. "Grip grass. Am I crazy, or is this world crazy?" Zhang Yuan felt a bit hysterical. Why was he so jealous in his heart? Nima, his own favorite lifelong dream struggle goal. People say send it. Chapter 80, The Shield. The shock of the car didn't pass before Lily noticed the LV bag in Bibi's hand. At once, her face changed again, envy and jealousy overflowing as she said, "This bag is so beautiful." Bibi was also happy. "Yeah, I think it's pretty too. How much did you pay for it?" Lily asked with envy. "Someone gave it to me too," Bibi said. "Said it was over 40,000 less than 50,000 dollars. Lily's breath hung in her throat. "Sent again? Damn, how come no one sent me?" The four people entered the hotel, but what they saw in front of them was a bit confusing. 5-star hotel. Originally should be reception lady smiling face to welcome, but now is a mess. The whole splendid hall chicken flying dog jumping, not to mention the reception lady smiling face to welcome. No one at all to take care of. Reception ladies are quite a few, but 3 clusters, 5 groups of chattering about something. Damn, what's the situation? Jiang Nan was puzzled. Yeah, what's the situation? When did a 5-star hotel turn into this? Zhang Yuan was also puzzled. Where's the legendary flight attendant general service? How about changing homes? Lily said, there is no one to entertain at all. How can this be a meal? Lily was a bit heartbroken about the money. Although she had said that Jiang Nan was treating her, her habitual level of spending made her feel inexplicably terrified when she arrived at a place like this. Jiang Nan pondered a little and said to Zhang Yuan, go up and ask how it is. If it doesn't work, we'll change it to another one. Good. Zhang Yuan nodded and walked up. Let's go. It's a mess here. Let's wait at the door. Jiang Nan said. Wait for Zhang Yuan to come over. If there's no way to eat here, we'll change to another one. Okay, listen to you Jiang Nan, Lily said softly. Bibi held Jiang Nan's arm and said even less. When they arrived at the door, Jiang Nan saw the small supermarket across the street. touched out a large bill and gave it to Bibi and said, "A little thirsty, go buy a few bottles of black tea and come over." Aha! Bei nodded, twisted her thin waist, stepped on her high heels and went to the supermarket across the street. "Jiang Nan, this little lover of yours is so pretty," Lily said. "It's true that rich people, they all like little Lolitas. It's a younger sister." Jiang Nan explained with a bitter smile. "It's not what you think. There's a misunderstanding. It's because Bei's family is in a difficult situation. That's why I'm helping her. No need to explain." Lily gave Jiang Nan a blank stare. "It's all the same old story. When you're done, help her into your nest." Jiang Nan, very wronged. What to do? Wait online. Quite urgent. Soon Bei back, full of a bag of a dozen bottles of black tea. A few people opened the black tea. "Just drink a mouthful." Zhang Yuan came out and said, "Change one. This hotel is finished." "Ha?" Lily just froze. "What's going on? A 5-star hotel? Saying it's finished? Bad luck." Zhang Yuan said, "The boss family went out to play. The result of a car accident, all played out, and now the hotel bank has stepped in to take over. There are still some loans have not finished it. This month the hotel staff's salary is not in place. These employees are in a hurry, and also face unemployment. Alas, also really unlucky enough." Zhang Yuan's words but inexplicably touched one of Jiang Nan's nerves. A thought rose in his mind. How about if he discs this hotel over? Of course, he wasn't doing it to make money, but to get himself a shield with a cause. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if the windfall profit he gained from betting on stones were to spread out, it would cause an uproar. It is not likely that it will cause the thoughts of people who are interested in it, and it is not certain that it will be taken to be sliced and studied. This must be done with caution. Chapter 81, The Interval. Depressed. Where should we go to eat? Zhang Yuan rubbed his face. It's so hard to think of this big hotel to have a meat feast, but I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing. Really unlucky. How about going to the VIP House International Hotel? Jiang Nan said. That's the top hotel in Shanghai City. Last time, Jiang Nan had been there with Eldarin and had run into classmate Zhang Yiman there. No, it's better not to go there. Lily said. It's even more expensive than the Mansion Hotel. Besides, the distance is too far. There are more than 10 kilometers if you go over there. Just find a small hotel nearby that's almost the same and eat it. This is true. The road is a bit far. Jiang Nan nodded, slightly contemplating. I remembered a ground. Go, follow me. Saying so, he moved to walk towards the Land Rover. The others hurriedly followed. Where to? Zhang Yuan was even more curious and said, to eat Western food. Jiang Nan said, the road isn't too far. Bei and I have been there once before. The flavor is good. Aha. Bei hurriedly nodded her little head and said, yes, the steaks there are very tasty, but it's just a bit expensive, more than 1,000 apiece. Ah, so expensive. Lily was shocked. For the four of us, it's over 1,000 apiece. Wouldn't that cost a lot of money? It's better to change the place. Lily, don't worry about it. Zhang Yuan said. Jiang Nan spends 160,000 for one night's stay. A meal is only a few $1,000s. It's nothing. Yeah. Jiang Nan also smiled. Lily, don't worry about it. It's all a small amount. And there's one more thing I want to talk to Zhang Yuan about. Ha? Zhang Yuan froze for a moment. What is it that Jiang Nan wants to talk to me about? In the time it took to speak, it arrived in front of the Land Rover. Jiang Nan pulled open the door and got into the car at the same time saying, there's no rush. I'll talk to you slowly during dinner. Aha. Zhang Yuan agreed. Also long ago did not have the heart to listen. Is a silly smile on his face to survey the white Range Rover. Get in the car. Jiang Nan said while starting the car very breathlessly. Could it be that you are planning to hang the outside of the car to go over? He. Bei, who ran to the passenger side, was amused and said with a smile, wouldn't that be a spare tire? He. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. Put, spare tire? Lily even burst out laughing. Zhang Yuan, crying face, got into the car, but instantly attracted attention by the luxurious interior of the car. TSK, is worthy of more than $1 million of car. Great. Damn, when I can have that would be so good. Oomph. Lily snorted coldly, dreaming at night. Giggle. Bibi teased and laughed happily. Jiang Nan, wife, you just hit my confidence like that. Zhang Yuan cried out. What do you mean by blowing your confidence? Lily said, it's being realistic. Ugh, fine. Whatever you say. Zhang Yuan sighed. Jiang Nan said with a smile while driving, Zhang Yuan, give you something? Yes. Immediately, Zhang Yuan was very happy. What big brother sends must be something good. Not bad. Jiang Nan smiled brightly. Perfect for you. What exactly is it? Zhang Yuan became more expectant. Wife spray. You deserve it. Zhang Yuan almost didn't hold his breath. Giggle. Lily and Bibi were both laughing their asses off. Zhang Yuan. Tears streamed down his face. Chapter 82, Not Bad for Money. Soon arrived at the Western restaurant. Picked a location with a peaceful environment and sat down. The waitress lady wore a uniform and twisted her thin waist up. What would a few of you like to eat? Put the menu down and waited for the crowd to order. The best steak here. 4 servings. Jiang Nan ordered first, then said to Zhang Yuan, Lily and Bei Bei, there are a lot of people today. Besides the steak and ordering some other dishes, order a few more. Remember, it's not bad. The waitress at the side smilingly looked at Jiang Nan, but in her heart, she was very surprised. This person just came, a stall goods. She thought she would only order some cheap dishes, did not expect to come up as the best steak. This is more than 1,000 ah. The original is a tycoon. This will do, the other don't want it, Lily said in a hurry. Alright, this will do. Zhang Yuan was also quick to state his position. I said, order a few more dishes, since you guys don't order. Then, I'll order. Jiang Nan was speechless and took the menu, ordering without the slightest bit of entanglement. 1 vegetable and fruit salad, 1 bacon and golden needle roll, 1 broccoli and mushroom bisque, 4 fried bacon chicken rolls, 4 grilled lemon chicken thighs with French fries, 1 red braised beef, 1 sirloin steak with red wine and lesser sauce, and honey grilled chicken wings. The price tags of these dishes, all of which were under $100. The price was simply Jiang Nan's disregard, and in one breath, he ordered a large list. And the Lily and Zhang Yuan on the side were so shocked that their mouths were wide open, and hurriedly said, too much, simply can't eat it all. Can't eat it, you 2 pack it when you leave. Jiang Nan smiled, turned his words and said to the waitress lady again, alright, hurry up and get ready, hurry up. In addition, come with a bottle of whiskey and some drinks. Okay sir. The waitress lady put away the menu and twisted her thin waist just about to leave. Jiang Nan again thought of something and ordered, right, 4 lattes first. Okay. Sir, wait a moment, the coffee will be up soon. The waitress lady left. Wow, handsome. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Nan with an expression of envy and jealousy and said, is this the life of a rich man? Jiang Nan, the operation you just ordered was simply too flirty. Lily was also looking at Jiang Nan with a complicated expression. She had just had such a feeling, if there was such a man as a boyfriend. How good. Jiang Nan smiled, beautifully. The life of not having to worry about money was really wonderful. Soon, coffee came up. While the 4 of them were drinking coffee, Jiang Nan said, Zhang Yuan, don't do it in the sales company, come and mix with me. Ah, Zhang Yuan was a shock, then a surprise, big brother, I don't think about it. I'm waiting for you to say this, whether I can mix a human model in my life depends on you. Jiang Nan, say, boss, what am I going to do with you? Zhang Yuan rubbed his hands together excitedly, looks like the time has come for me, Zhang Yuan, to show off my skills. Lily was also looking at Jiang Nan nervously. I have a plan. Jiang Nan said, acquire the mansion hotel. Ha, ha, ha. Zhang Yuan, Lily, and Bibi were collectively surprised. Acquiring the hotel. Zhang Yuan was surprised. Why did you suddenly think of acquiring a hotel? Jiang Nan, do you know anything about the restaurant industry? Do you know anything about the operation of a hotel? Yes, Lily echoed. Didn't Zhang Yuan say that you are in the jade business? Why did you suddenly think of getting a hotel? Chapter 83, worth having. You guys have no idea. Jiang Nan smiled and said, emerald business. It seems to make money fast, but the risk is too big. Although I seem to be full of scenery now, but once a business loss, I'm afraid that there will be no return of blood money. Poor hair left. So, while the hands of the present have a little capital, to find a reliable, stable business to do, and the catering industry is a stable industry, people always need to eat. This point can't be eliminated no matter what time it is. Aha, this is true. Zhang Yuan and Lily both nodded. Lily said, I've also heard that the jadeite business is very risky. There's something like 1 cut is poor, 1 cut is rich, 1 cut wears sackcloth and so on. As you all know, I followed my cousin's uncle in the jadeite business, and my cousin's uncle, who has been in the jadeite business for so many years, also advised me that it would be best to find a stable business to do, and that he would sponsor me with a sum of money as a capital. Jiang Nan continued to lie. Oh, that's so. Zhang Yuan and Lily nodded. Since your cousin's uncle, who has been in the emerald business for his whole life, doesn't even suggest you to do emerald business, then this is really worth thinking about. It seems that this business is not that good. And, Jiang Nan is pulling a lie without a red face or heart. I went to Magic City to live in a 160,000 yuan presidential suite for 1 night, not to lose money, but to experience, which will be more insightful in the operation of the hotel. Wow, so that's how it is, Zhang Yuan said. Jiang Nan, you are a far-sighted admire. Jiang Nan, You are genuinely admiring, but also patting the horse's ass? With this thought, threw a test over. Flattering horse's ass? 80%. Jiang Nan. Damn. That is 20% believe in their own words. Whatever. It's just fooling around anyway. Zhang Yuan. The next thing for you is to get in touch with the bank and acquire the mansion hotel. Jiang Nan said. After that's done, you'll follow me around all the time and be the hotel's chief executive. Wow. Chief executive. Zhang Yuan was so excited that his eyebrows were flying. Great. Great. Jiang Nan. I love you to death. Lily. Your husband moved on. Jiang Nan looked at Lily speechlessly. Lily glared at Zhang Yuan. A little later but looked at Jiang Nan again. Jiang Nan, I also don't want to do it in the sales company anymore. I don't want to face that smelly face of the mother tiger. Can I also work in your hotel? Of course, Jiang Nan said. This do not have to ask me. Ask your husband on the line. He will be the general manager. Personnel arrangements under his control. I guess you blowing the ear. Finished and then read to sell the force. Hey. Estimated that he can arrange a good position for you. When did you become so annoying too? Lily instantly blushed and threw Jiang Nan a blank stare. He. Zhang Yuan also said with a bad smile. Wife, you finally have the time to beg me. Screw you. Lily glared at him. Not to beg you. You are a Jiang Nan colleague. I am also a Jiang Nan colleague. We are as close as Jiang Nan's relationship. Why should I ask you? Give me to learn to be good, or go back to have to kneel on the remote control. Zhang Yuan instantly cried and lowered his head to goad. Zhang Yuan. Jiang Nan smiled and shouted. What's wrong? Zhang Yuan raised his head and asked. What else does Big Brother command? It's still the same. Jiang Nan's expression was serious. Wife's tube spray. You deserve it. Zhang Yuan. So want to kill someone? What should I do? Waiting online. Quite urgent. He. BB and Lily snickering. Chapter 84. It's like the end of the world. Wow. This steak is so good. Lily took a knife and fork and took small bites of the steak, her excitement overflowing. Aha. Zhang Yuan was unable to resist nodding his head. It's simply fantastic. This is the best steak my generation has ever eaten in their lives. Jiang Nan. It's just too spendy. Lily was saying again. Spending so much money on a meal. Thinking about it is defeating. Jiang Nan. Sister Lily is right. Bebe agreed with Lily's opinion and said. Indeed, spending money like this is too loser. BB. Control your husband. Don't let him spend money so lavishly all the time. Lily said. Although it is said that there is money now, but also to prepare for emergencies. Extra money to put in the bank, or put into the stock market, but also money to generate money at. Jiang Nan. When did become a husband? Obviously is a sister. Okay? Aha. Bebe nodded her little head in a serious manner. Looks like I need to keep a close eye on it in the future. Jiang Nan. Bebe. Your characterization is also fast enough? While puffing and puffing as he ate his steak, Jiang Nan swore that he would never let Bebe and Lily sit together again. Two women sitting together is too scary. It's like the end of the world. The end of a man's good life. A few people are eating happily. Jiang Nan's phone rings. Touch out the cell phone to see. It is Angie called. Jiang Nan blinked his eyes. This chick called a few meanings? Sulking for 2 seconds, he answered the phone. Jiang Nan. And Chi's voice on the phone was calm. This made Jiang Nan, who was used to Angie's bad language, a little surprised. Yes. Jiang Nan answered tentatively. Doing what? Angie's voice was still calm. Eating dinner. Jiang Nan's nerves were on high alert as he replied tentatively. Dinner so late? Then after eating dinner have something to do? How about coming out to watch a movie together? And Chi said here. A slight pause, and hastily added, I mean, that night you invited me to watch a movie. I'm not used to owing favors. So, Jiang Nan, you also do not owe favors. The last time to see the movie out, you threw me 500 yuan, did not forget? Although the heart so think, mouth a bit also did not delay. Took a look at the time, is already more than 9 p.m. Said, I am in the dinner with friends, just ate soon, estimated that the end should be more than 10 o'clock, will not be too late, if you don't mind, after dinner I'll go over to find you, in that case, and Chi's voice was obviously a bit lost, since there's something going on, let's make a date for another day, that's fine, Jiang Nan said, then I'll ask you out on another day, okay, 88, hanging up the phone. Lily on the side was listening with her ears open. BB, however, was mindlessly and beautifully eating her steak. Lily had a strange look in her eyes at Jiang Nan and then at BB, but said nothing and lowered her head to eat the steak. Zhang Yuan was even more unconcerned about this issue, puffing and puffing as he ate his steak. The steak was eaten with the immediacy of gnawing on a pig bone. When he came out of the Western restaurant, Jiang Nan drove his Range Rover and directly sent Lily and Zhang Yuan home. When he got out of the car, he once again instructed Zhang Yuan, The matter of the Grand Mansion Hotel should be tightened up. Every second counts, and the intervention will begin tomorrow. I understand. Zhang Yuan nodded. Boss, just don't worry. I'll definitely do a good job on this matter. Jiang Nan glanced at the old neighborhood rental building that Zhang Yuan and Lily rented and added, when the hotel is done, the hotel will get you to a room. So you'll go live in the hotel between you and you won't have to live here at a snail's pace. Jiang Nan's words made Lily's eyes instantly light up and looked towards Zhang Yuan and said, did you hear me? Take out 120% of your strength and hurry up to fix the hotel. He. Zhang Yuan is also mouth or happy crooked, with my selling properties to talk dead people alive mouth absolutely take. Jiang Nan, Mo Ming heart a little false, because selling properties, Zhang Yuan's performance is not good, almost and he has a spell, all belong to the kind of hanging tail. Chapter 85, A Small Gathering. Back in the Li Yuan neighborhood, the car was parked in the parking space, the two of them got out of the car. Beibei held Jiang Nan's arm and said happily, this kind of life is simply too good. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, was enduring pain, because his arm was leaning so close to Beibei, and his arm was squeezed. The feeling made his inexplicable hormones soar a bit, and there was a tendency of wanting to drive the animalization of the beast. Going upstairs, Jiang Nan was afraid that he couldn't help himself and gave birth to any criminal thoughts, pretending to be sleepy and said, Bibi, it's already very late. Good night, go and rest early. Aha. Beibei nodded her little head obediently and entered the room. Jiang Nan looked at her small waist disappearing from sight, inexplicably still a little reluctant. Alas, sighing, he said in his heart that this little girl didn't seem to have the slightest idea of experiencing life a little deeper. If she is a little more active, maybe the two people will be dry fire. The first thing I want to do is to get rid of it. It is really a little sister mouth said to be a little lover a husband but the body is not honest at all. Can only be when the little sister to see. Jiang Nan cannot have the habit of initiative, especially for such a little sister. But living with such a small special thing is really a kind of torment, pain and pleasure. Calming his mood, Jiang Nan entered the bedroom, then unlocked the door and began to busy himself. There are still important things left to accomplish. Small cutting machine set up, leather box jadeite wool out, has been busy for half an hour. Several pieces of stone is considered all open window, and each piece of stone Jiang Nan have thought of the base price to be reported to Master Zhao. This time, he wants to report the price close to the real price, although these stones are very valuable, but from this to reflect, he earned money is not too much like. Otherwise, he was afraid that Elder Zhao would be too interested in his mooted cousin uncle and had to meet then it would be over. Last time, Master Zhao was interested in Ma Shu's cousin's uncle. This was something to be cautious about. Getting everything done, Jiang Nan comfortably took a hot bath and rested. The next day, Jiang Nan was sleeping soundly when the phone rang. I straddled the desert boat, carrying a pipe and hourglass on my back, with a pot of strong wine in my hand. The long ancient road is long, and I can't say enough about my joys and sorrows. Jiang Nan was awakened and glanced at the time which was already close to 10 a.m. Bitter smile, now really can sleep. He touched his cell phone and saw that it was his classmate Zhang Yiman who called him. Remember before Zhang Yiman said, recently in Shanghai City classmates intend to prepare to get together. Could it be because of this matter? Pressing the answer button, Zhang Yiman's nice voice came over. Jiang Nan, what are you doing? Still sleeping, Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile. Cut, it's so cozy. Zhang Yiman's somewhat small complaining voice came over. It's so nice to still be sleeping now. Look at us office workers, we have to get up early, just to make a phone call now. We all have to run to the restroom to sneak in. Quickly, don't complain. Jiang Nan smiled. How good is your working environment? The restroom is hallowed with splendor. Humph, you're the only one who can talk. Obviously this was something Zhang Yiman loved to hear. What is it that Yiman called me about? Is it the class reunion? How to say? Zhang Yiman said, not the reunion thing I said before. That time has not been set, but I contacted Li Xiaochun yesterday. She knows that you are also in the city of Shanghai. Said that you want to have a small gathering, just the three of us. How about it? What do you mean? Li Xiaochun is still waiting for me to return the call? What time? Jiang Nan thought for a moment and asked. Today at noon. That, okay. Jiang Nan said. Where is the location? Your hotel? Cut. You silly our hotel, how high consumption? How can it? And the staff here, are all familiar? How awkward. Then where is the location? So that more than 11 o'clock. You come to the hotel and I meet it. I know a private food restaurant, cheap and affordable, and the flavor is great, is a little out of the way. By then I take you with me to go. Good, then it's a deal. Good, see you later, see you later. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Nan stroked his chin, thinking that it looked like the trip to Master Zhao's century-old store would have to be pushed back. However, it was better this way. He was worried that going to Master Zhao's place too often would make Master Zhao even more suspicious. Chapter 86, Habit. Jiang Nan got up and went out of the bedroom to wash up, and saw that Bei had already gotten up early and was tidying up her room. She was wearing a maid outfit today, with a slim little waist and white calves. Well, great. Looking at it was so pleasing to the eyes. Brother Jiang, you're up. Bei shouted happily when she saw Jiang Nan come out of the room. Bei, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? Jiang Nan asked as he nodded and went to wash up at the same time. Nope, waiting for you to join me. Bei ruffled her long hair. Her soft long hair was like a waterfall, paired with her delicate melon face. People couldn't get enough of it. I'm going out later, Jiang Nan said. Just don't wait for me. Go down and eat by yourself or order takeout. Going out. Bei was more or less a little bit sultry. I'm not really hungry, so I won't eat. If you go out, take me with you? It's not convenient today, Jiang Nan said. It's a gathering of a few classmates, and you're not my classmate, so it would be awkward to go. It's like this, Bei said helplessly. Okay. Jiang Nan washed up and pondered what clothes should be worn to go appropriately. Armani sportswear, although the grade is good enough, but wearing sportswear to go is obviously not appropriate, and his own suit formal wear are not branded, ground floor goods. It seems that can only make do. When there is time to grab to buy a few sets of clothes to do, changed clothes, cleaned up, out of the bedroom, found Bei somewhat lonely on the sofa holding the cushion to watch TV, a little unhappy look, walked over and rubbed her long hair. Good girl, go out and play when you're bored at home. Good, Bei said obediently. If you have something to do, go and get busy. I can take care of myself. Okay. Jiang Nan smiled and left to go downstairs. He got into the Range Rover and went straight to the VIP House International Hotel. Liyuan neighborhood live from the VIP and a little far away. Although there was no delay on the move, Jiang Nan arrived at the time, but also has been more than 11 o'clock. He also did not call, went directly to the lobby to see Zhang Yimin is not in. However, when he arrived at the lobby, he did not find Zhang Yimin's figure among the many hospitality ladies. Only then did he arrive at the entrance of the hotel and felt out his cell phone to make a call. The phone was very much connected, but hung up again in seconds. Obviously it was not convenient for Zhang Yimin to answer the phone. Jiang Nan, only to wait helplessly. Not long, about a minute or so, the phone rang. I crossed the desert boat, carrying a pipe and hourglass on my back. Jiang Nan took a look at the call from Zhang Yimin and answered the phone. Zhang Yimin's nice voice immediately rang. Jiang Nan, have you arrived? Yes, I'm at the entrance of the hotel. Wait for a while, I'll sneak out in a while. Jiang Nan, okay, damn sneak out. To do thief-like. However, think about the previous self is not, because afraid of being late every day with the grandson like. Looking around, not far away there is a small supermarket. He rushed over to buy some drinks, intending to drink while waiting. Habitually asked for a few bottles of black tea, carried out in a simple plastic bag. Although it is the brand of Imero, but now he is not interested in using the success rate to see if there is a prize. When he came out from the door of the supermarket, he found that Zhang Yimin was already at the door of the hotel looking around to find him again. Zhang Yimin had taken off her uniform and changed into a pair of jeans. Her thighs were straight and slender, very eye-catching. Jiang Nan walked over while watching, stating that this leg could score more than 95 points, because he could not see Jiang Nan. He was feeling out his cell phone from his pocket, looking like he wanted to make a call. Hi, Zhang Yimin. Jiang Nan's greeted. Zhang Yimin followed the sound and looked over, saw Jiang Nan, and instantly spread a beautiful smile. Jiang Nan went to buy something to drink. Jiang Nan walked over to her and a bottle of black tea was handed over. Zhang Yimin was not polite and took it, while saying, "Go, let's hurry over. Li Xiaochun has already rushed over. Her road is closer than ours." While saying this, she went to the side of the road to stop a taxi. Chapter 87, Borrowing a Friend's. There's a car, Jiang Nan said. No need to stop a cab. Have a car? Zhang Yimin froze for a moment. Jiang Nan, you bought a car. Jiang Nan smiled and walked towards the Range Rover while saying, "Come on." Wow. Zhang Yimin's nice big eyes stared greatly. Range Rover, more than $1 million. A little later, while following Jiang Nan over, her face complexly looked at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, you're developed. By such a good car? A friend's. Jiang Nan said with a smile. Really? Zhang Yimin asked in disbelief. It's not the car you bought. Really not. Jiang Nan said. This is nothing to lie about. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhang Yimin patted her bulging breasts with a tantalizing view. Then with a look of afterthought. Scared me. Thought you were already a tycoon. Get in the car. Jiang Nan said with a smile and got into the driver's seat. Zhang Yimin, on the other hand, got into the passenger seat and surveyed the car's interior. This car is really good. It's worthy of being more than $1 million. Luxurious and atmospheric. Jiang Nan smiled and didn't say anything. Jiang Nan, This social circle of yours can be Jiang Yiman said. Last time it was a dinner with a big brother. And now you can borrow a car of more than $1 million from a friend. Very good deal with more iron. Jiang Nan laughed and changed the topic. By the way, what does Li Xiaochun do now? Jiang Nan's impression of Li Xiaochun was also quite deep, because she, like Jiang Yiman, belonged to the high-value beauties in her class. Although not a school flower-level existence, but only slightly worse, she works at Jianghai Hospital. Jiang Nan was surprised. The major we studied in college wasn't medical. How did she go to the hospital? Cut. Jiang Yiman threw Jiang Nan a blank stare. Narrow-minded is not. Who said to go to the hospital must be a doctor? She is in the hospital to do logistics. The hospital has any activity, she is to do the implementation. Oh, so that's it. Jiang Nan smiled awkwardly. Indeed narrow-minded. I thought she went to be a doctor. Misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. Right. Jiang Nan, do you have a girlfriend? Jiang Yiman asked casually. Jiang Nan could hear that it was not that kind of asking if he had a girlfriend, but rather a casual generalization of the meaning of going out with him. No. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. Like me, this kind of beggar. I am afraid that the girlfriend does not exist, and it is impossible to have it in this lifetime. Cut. Jiang Yiman rolled his eyes. Don't be so unconfident. Quite handsome. Only the material conditions are poor. In fact, if you have a house and a car, on your handsome, I am considering to be able to develop a little with you. Jiang Nan laughed. How about you? Your boyfriend must have a car and a house. Right. On your such a beautiful face, such a good body, there must be a lot of people chasing after it? I don't have a boyfriend yet, Jiang Yiman said. Chasing is, of course there are people chasing, only I can't even look at the eyes. Directly reject. Alas, Jiang Nan, you are not aware. What if finding a handsome and rich boyfriend who knows how to love people is really not easy? You just don't complain. Jiang Nan said smilingly. Finding a girlfriend who is beautiful and has a good figure is even more difficult for beggars like us. According to you, we share the same disease? Yes. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly and joked. Why don't we get together and get a pair? Jiang Yiman scrutinized Jiang Nan, really looking like he was considering. About 4 seconds later, suddenly said with a smile, Jiang Nan, you look so handsome. Why don't you be my BFF? This can be there. Jiang Nan. What? You're still not happy? Jiang Yiman pouted her tantalizing little mouth. No, how dare I? Jiang Nan looked scared. Jiang Yiman was happy. You'll be my BFF from now on. Cough cough cough. Jiang Nan lightly coughed twice. I would like to know, what exactly are some of the jobs in the profession of bosom friend? Well, Jiang Yiman pinched her pointed and nice chin, thought a little and said, the general process is, when I'm in a bad mood, accompany me to chat with me la. When I want to reject a boring boy, be a shield to act as a boyfriend la. I'm alone and lonely, and I'm a good friend. Boyfriend, watch a movie with me when I'm alone, and lean on me with your shoulder when I'm tired. Jiang Nan, damn, this proper spare tire Chapter 88, slightly disappointed. The trip took about half an hour, with Jiang Yiman pointing out the way. The Land Rover stopped at the entrance of a remote courtyard outside the city. Although this place was remote, there were quite a few cars parked. It seemed that there were not many people who came to eat, and it should be that the dishes had unique characteristics. The gate of the private courtyard was a moon-style archway that looked a bit ancient. At the entrance hangs a plaque inscribed in block letters, fish in iron pot with sauce. It looked quite intentional. While Li Xiaochun was waiting at the entrance, the Land Rover arrived. She did not notice that it was Jiang Nan and Jiang Yiman. Instead, her attention was focused on a cab that had just stopped. As a result, the cab door opened and the people who came down were not Jiang Nan and Jiang Yiman. Li Xiaochun's face was slightly disappointed. Just then, Jiang Nan and Jiang Yiman were getting out of the car. Xiaochun. While getting out of the car, Jiang Yiman called out. Li Xiaochun looked over and saw the two people who were getting out of the car, and after paying more attention to Jiang Nan, her attention was focused on the Land Rover. Bang! Jiang Nan closed the car door and looked at Li Xiaochun with a faint smile. Still very familiar with her delicate little face and exquisite figure, Li Xiaochun was not tall, only less than 1 meter 6. Her figure was on the small and exquisite side, with a different kind of beauty. As with her old habits, she was still used to wearing a high ponytail, and in her small figure, but she looked very energetic. Xiaochun, long time no see. Jiang Nan smiled and greeted. Jiang Nan. Li Xiaochun also smiled and Jiang Nan greeted. Said a little later, I really did not expect, only 1 year after graduating from college, you mixed so well, all by a car, and is more than 100 million Range Rover. Cut. Did not wait for Jiang Nan to say anything. Jiang Yiman said, it's not what he bought, it's what he borrowed from his friend. Oh, so it was borrowed. Li Xiaochun's face suddenly looked more able to accept the release. Let's go. Go in, order the food and chat while we eat. Jiang Yiman said. This family's pouring sauce fish is especially well done. And it's not expensive. The three of us, $300 is enough. AA system, 100 each. While walking into the courtyard, Jiang Nan said, AA is not necessary. I'll treat you. No way. No way. Li Xiaochun said. Everyone is just getting together after not seeing each other for a long time. It's not like you're treating Jiang Nan. You two sisters. I'm a man. Jiang Nan smiled and said, my treat. Don't argue. Give me some face as a man. Li Xiaochun said. That's not good. Jiang Nan, this time I asked you to get together with me. I just want to not see you for a long time. And it's all in Shanghai. So, okay. Jiang Nan smiled and said, classmates for so many years. Your temperament and character I also know. No need to explain too much. What? That's that. My treat. I can get together with the two sisters. The heart is very happy. Alright, Xiao Chun. Jiang Yiman said. If he invites, he invites. I've already decided to let him be my BFF. Really? Li Xiaochun also laughed. Jiang Yiman, when did you also like to play the BFF thing? What? Jiang Yiman said. This has not encountered Jiang Nanit. He looks so handsome, considered to be a boyfriend, material aspects and does not meet the standard. So handsome man let go and a little bit of a pity. So do girlfriends hello. Jiang Nan, Li Xiaochun. During the time of talking, several people entered the inner courtyard. Jiang Yiman was quite familiar with the place, and under her guidance, she chose a room. The room looked clean and simple, with the same antique atmosphere. The old-fashioned 8 immortals table, the 8 immortals chair, and the teapot was also one of those old-fashioned porcelain teapots. Chapter 89, toward the end of the day, 3 people sat down. Just less than 2 minutes the dishes come up. The most striking is a fish, quite big. Visual estimate has more than 2 pounds. The rest was a few small plates of cold dishes. The dishes come up quite fast here. Jiang Nan smiled, because the fish here are all done before. Jiang Yiman said, stewed in a big iron pot. Just pour the sauce after it comes out of the pot. The flavor is especially good. Try it. That's right. Jiang Nan nodded his head and took a closer look at the pouring sauce fish. There was a layer of thickened pouring sauce on top. It looked pretty good. Picked up chopsticks. Tasted a mouthful. The fragrance of the entrance. The flavor is very good. Then in the Western restaurant to eat more than 1,000 a steak flavor is not bad at all. Couldn't help but nod his head and said, aha, it does taste good. How much is the fish here? $100 a piece. Jiang Yiman said, this kind of flavor is very affordable. This kind of fish practice is an ancestral secret recipe. It is this family's private dish. Not bad. Jiang Nan nodded. Looks like this is a good place to eat. Affordable and in an elegant environment. Yeah, Jiang Yiman said happily. This lets us working class people. Occasionally we can also come to open the meat. Come on. Xiaochun also eat it. Our old classmates no outsiders. Right. Jiang Nan you drink something. I and Xiaochun we too come to some drinks on the line. Then let's have some beer. The 3 people casually ate and chatted. The more Jiang Nan ate, the more he felt that the fish was delicious and full of flavor. Xiaochun heard Jiang Yiman say that you work in a hospital? Jiang Nan looked at Li Xiaochun. Yes. Li Xiaochun helplessly said. This is not no way it. I also want to find a good job like Yiman. The salary can be a little more, but unfortunately I am not tall enough. Interviewed once did not pass. Not to mention me. Jiang Nan, what do you do now? Jiang Nan smiled, do a little business. Not secure that kind of. Jiang Nan mixed very well. Jiang Yiman interface said, social circle a lot of rich people. Oh, Jiang Nan smiled, are helpless to socialize. Several people are casually chatting to him. Jiang Nan's phone rang. Touch out to see. Is Zhang Yuan called? Embarrassed, he smiled. I'll take a call. After saying that, he went to the door and pressed the answer button. Zhang Yuan's excited voice came out. Boss, it's done. The hotel is done. Oh, so fast. Efficiency is good. That is of course. Do not see who I am. The old driver out. That is absolutely. Let me think about what words are more appropriate. Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's voice was not big though. That was Jiang Yiman and Li Xiaochun in the room could hear it. The two didn't listen purposely and were chatting casually. Jiang Nan looks even more handsome than when he was in school. Li Xiaochun said. You little ninny. It can't be springtime. Is it interesting to Jiang Nan? If it's interesting I'm willing to be a peacemaker. Asterisk. Li Xiaochun some shy said. I said the truth. Don't you think it? But there is no other aspect of the meaning. Cluck. Still shy. Are not a little girl. Afraid of what? Just at this time, Jiang Nan outside the phone voice came in. How much money acquired? 20 million. Well, not bad. The other side first want to deposit how much? 200 million. Good. Just WeChat able to turn over. I will turn to you now. You finalize things. The two people who are talking in the room are just stunned, almost heart to heart at the same time to look at the door. Their mouths were slightly open, and their expressions were somewhat shocked. Chapter 90, Contact Again at Night. Jiang Nan transferred 200,000 to Zhang Yuan from WeChat. Things were done, and returned to his room, but he saw the two sisters, Zhang Yimin and Li Xiaochun, looking at him with expressions like ghosts. Jiang Nan was a bit confused. Unexplained, he weakly asked, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me with this kind of eyes?" "Jiang Nan, what kind of business are you in? You just opened your mouth and shut up for $20 million, and the deposit is $200,000. Zhang Yimin said, "Honestly, are you to already be a tycoon? Thinking too much." Jiang Nan smiled. "I'm just taking care of business for my friend. Running errands. It's 20 million, 200,000 or something like that is not false, but I'm responsible for the handler. It's not my money." "Oh, is this way ah?" Zhang Yimin, a handsome little face, frightened look said. "Scared me. I thought you have been doing tens of millions of dollars of big business at Land Rover car is also you this friend right?" "Yes." Jiang Nan had a serious face. He didn't want to say how big of a business he was doing now. That would be thought that he was deliberately pretending to be a b-boy. It was good to keep a low profile when you were making money. "I was also surprised just now," Li Xiaochun said. "Among our classmates, I'm afraid there aren't many people who can do tens of millions of dollars in business. I guess it's just Dong Kun, that rich second generation, who relies on his dad to be rich, and can do such a large sum of money in business." When she spoke, she was habitually very serious, and her serious look had a different kind of beauty. Yeah. Zhang Yimin also beauty expression slightly exaggerated. "I heard from my classmates. Among us middle school students, Li Zhe mixed the best. Now is a company manager. Annual salary big hundreds of thousands of it. Really envious." Yeah, Li Xiaochun also said. "It's nice to have a job like this. However, I heard that person Li Zhe is very arrogant. When he sees his old classmates, he is all high and mighty, thinking that he is marvelous." The two people chatted very high. Jiang Nan, he also did not interject. "Li Zhe, this person he also knows. When he went to school is this stinking behavior, but I did not expect to also mix really good." Okay, do not chat about him. That kind of people have money. What is the big deal? We eat vegetables, although we are poor, but get together to be happy," Zhang Yimin said with a look of contentment. Pretty face with a smile. "Well, look at how good Jiang Nan's classmates are. Although they don't have any money, but they have a good temper, and they are handsome." On the subject of handsome dumping, Li Zhe ate streets it. "Jiang Nan, come on, have a bite of fish." Li Xiaochun clamped a piece of fish into Jiang Nan's small dinner plate. Jiang Nan, "Ha, Xiaochun, you're blatantly our class handsome in front of me. No, I can't stand this aggravation. Here, Jiang Nan, eat mine." Zhang Yimin put a piece of fish into Jiang Nan's small dinner plate. Jiang Nan, giggle. The two sisters laughed happily. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly and bitterly, puffing and puffing at the fish. But just after taking a bite, the phone rang again. Jiang Nan touched it out and saw that, and she called. "Sorry, I'll take another call." Jiang Nan didn't leave this time either, directly answered the phone, and Xi's voice came over. "Jiang Nan, what are you doing?" "Having dinner with my classmates." "What's up, Angie? Is something wrong?" "I have an old object in hand. Can't quite figure it out. Want you to help me look at it." Then wait for me a moment, have time to go over a trip." "Are you at home?" On the side of Li Xiaochun, when he heard the name of Angel, is froze for a moment. God, and their hospital director's 1,000 golden name, the same name. "Since you have something busy, even if I first go to ask grandpa, if really can not then ask you." "Good," Jiang Nan said. "Call me again if there is something." "Okay, then I'll hang up first. By the way, there's one more thing. Do you have time in the evening?" "Have time? Then come out to watch a movie together. You invited me once. I don't like to owe people favors." Okay, then call after the night." Chapter 91, Coincidence. Jiang Nan hung up the phone. Zhang Yimin stared at him with a pair of big beautiful eyes. "Jiang Nan, you have quite a lot of business so while 2 phone calls really busy." "Coincidence, just coincidence." Jiang Nan smiled. "This is not the point," Zhang Yimin said. "The focus is the woman's phone. As my best friend, honestly explain, is not your girlfriend?" Jiang Nan, "Is it really?" Zhang Yimin squinted a pair of big eyes. Her long eyelashes looked beautiful. "Didn't you say no before? So it's a little liar." Jiang Nan, "An ordinary friend only. Is it that you and a boy on the phone is your boyfriend? What if we talk on the phone again? Am I your boyfriend?" He. Zhang Yimin laughed. "Teasing you." Jiang Nan, Okay, eat fish. If this one is not enough, ask for another one." Zhang Yimin said with a quirky gulling. "It's Jiang Nan's treat anyway." Jiang Nan, One person chatted first, and the meal lasted more than an hour. Not daring to take too long, the two sisters were still working in the afternoon. Coming out of the private restaurant, Jiang Nan said, "Get in the car. I'll send you guys back. He. This is good." Jiang Yuman was very happy. Luxury car transportation. This treatment is fantastic. A few people chatted about interesting things from college along the way. All happy. There was constant laughter in the car. Jiang Nan was also in a good mood. A gathering between classmates, recalling the past events of school days. Unhappy, quite good. First sent Jiang Yuman back to the hotel. Jiang Nan and send Li Xiaochun back to the hospital. Jianghai Hospital. And she was sitting in the dean's office. She only came to the hospital once in a while to see her dad. But her dad, the dean, was in a meeting in the conference room. She could only stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down from the top of her head, watching the cars coming and going outside, to kill the boredom. But the mood is quite good. Just before Jiang Nan threw the phone. The evening can go to the movies together. She is pondering, the evening time to wear a piece of what kind of clothes more appropriate. Just at this moment, suddenly a white Range Rover drove into the hospital's gate. The license plate number she was too familiar with. It was exactly their family car. The one that Grandpa gave to Jiang Nan. What the hell? This immediately caught her attention. The white Range Rover stopped in the hospital's courtyard. Jiang Nan and a little beauty got out of the car at the same time, and were happily chatting. And she's little face instantly became a little unsightly, and she felt out her cell phone, dialing Jiang Nan's number. Jiang Nan was talking to Li Xiaochun. "Jiang Nan, do you want to sit in my office? I'll make you a cup of tea." "No need. Some other time." "Say, this hospital looks quite upscale?" Yeah. Jianghai Hospital is the top hospital in Jianghai. Just then the cell phone rang. I straddled the desert boat and carried a pipe and hourglass on my back. Felt out his cell phone. Saw that it was Chi who called. Smiled at Li Xiaochun. "I'll take a call. You're still busy." Li Xiaochun smiled. She smiled beautifully. Jiang Nan pressed the answer button, and Chi's voice immediately rang out. "Jiang Nan, what are you doing?" "I'm on my way home." Jiang Nan said. "Why? Is there something wrong?" Click. The phone hung up. Jiang Nan, and Chi on the top floor, a delicate little face, angry, eyes some small grudge staring through the window at Jiang Nan downstairs. "Little liar. You little liar." Then pulled the curtains with a stab. Jiang Nan is also confused. "What? Your sister?" While how suddenly hung up. He helplessly put away his cell phone. Li Xiaochun saw him finish the call and said, "Then if you don't go up and sit down, I'll go up." "Okay." Jiang Nan nodded. "Get in touch more often in the future," Li Xiaochun said as she turned to walk away. "Contact more." Jiang Nan nodded. In his heart, he was still depressed about the fact that Chi had just hung up the phone. This little ninny was pretty is really pretty. This temper is really weird. Chapter 92, Necessity. Li Yuan Neighborhood. Jiang Nan's car had just parked in the parking space when his cell phone rang. Touching it out to see that it was Jiang Yuan calling, pressed the answer button. "Boss, it's done, but there's still a formal contract to be signed, and you'll have to come and sign it in person at that time. And the other thing is that $20 million has to be delivered." "Is the date set?" Jiang Nan asked after thinking for a while. "Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow," Jiang Yuan said. "By the way, boss, how to arrange the hotel staff? Are we taking over with the original class or what?" "Of course the original class will take over," Jiang Nan said, "so that the hotel can go to operate down. Otherwise there is no these employees. That is not the end of the road. Refinding employees how troublesome. So simple reason you should understand Otherwise in the future this general manager how do you win? He. Jiang Yuan does not return the favor in the slightest, fawningly smiling. "Boss, I also think so. In that case, I go to the hotel a trip to let these employees to settle down. They are now on tenterhooks." "Good, I'll leave it to you. Remember to get things done. Tell the employees, when the boss is changed, give them a bonus increase, so that everyone's mind is stabilized first." Good, Jiang Yuan said. "With this sentence from you, boss, it will be better. These employees know about this matter, then they must be down to earth." Jiang Nan took over the hotel, not for the sake of making much money, it was just to serve as a facade, so the hotel must look red hot, and it doesn't need him to worry much about it. Hey, boss, such a big thing is done. Let's have a good celebration at night. Jiang Yuan's voice came over again. Jiang Nan, damn, is a foodie. However, Jiang Nan still knows Jiang Yuan very well, nearly a year of colleagues. This goods in addition to like to greet a little cup. Good character, people are still righteous, is a friend that can be handed over, and the ability is also there. The future career is big, there is such an assistant beside him, miscellaneous things to him to do is very necessary. Celebration can be. Jiang Nan said, you and Lily you two can just celebrate. I have something to do tonight. In that case, okay, boss, got it. I also want you to be happy. Zhang Yuan immediately said. Then we'll celebrate another day. Okay, there's nothing else. I'll hang up. When I look at the time and decide when to go and sign, I'll notify you in advance. You make the arrangements. Okay, click. Jiang Nan hung up the phone and went upstairs. There was no way to make an appointment to watch a movie with Angie at night. The celebration could only be pushed back a bit. In the evening, simply ordered takeout and ate dinner. Jiang Nan sat at home and watched TV with Bebe, waiting for Anxi's call in the meantime. Being able to watch a movie with this superb girl felt good just thinking about it. With Jiang Nan accompanying her, Bibi was very happy, watching soap operas while eating chips and giggling from time to time. Time passed little by little. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and Chi's phone call has not come. Jiang Nan is a little depressed. Say goodbye to watching a movie together? Thinking about it very helplessly touched out the cell phone. Dialed in Chi's phone. Soon the phone was connected. Angie's side did not speak. Angie, what's going on? Is there something else busy? Not about watching the movie. However, without waiting for Jiang Nan's words to finish, Angie's cold voice came over. Not going. I don't want to hear you talk. Click. The phone hung up. Air. Jiang Nan was dumbfounded. What's the situation? How did this niece suddenly flip her face again? This thing flips her face faster than a book. Brother Jiang, why do you want to go to the movies? The sight of Bebe, but the ears are quite sharp, turned the small head and asked. Jiang Nan heart some angry. Nima, said Flip-Flop on the flip-flop, is not that the family is rich, looks beautiful, I do not rare. So Gambling said, good, want to go if we two go to the movies. Of course, want to go. Ah. Bebe was happy like a little bird. I'll go change my clothes. Jiang Nan, this little baby really loves changing clothes? Chapter 93, re-entering a century-old shop. The next day, half morning, brother Jiang, can't I go with you? The clingy Bebe watched Jiang Nan leave with his suitcase, his eyes grumbling. No way. Jiang Nan said, today things are not suitable to take you. If you are bored at home, you can go out to play. When the hotel receives well, you don't need to be bored at home. You can just find something to do. Aha, okay, I'll send you downstairs. Jiang Nan was helpless and loving towards this clingy little cutie. Bebe took his arm to send him downstairs and watched him drive away. Just like a sweet little wife, the white Range Rover blended into the traffic. Jiang Nan played music and drove towards the antique street without slowing down. The heart is happy. Sighing still have a car to travel convenient. Sure. Jiang Nan dragged his suitcase and saw Zhu Shishir at first sight when he entered the 100-year-old store. Jiang Nan, you came over. Zhu Shishir discovered Jiang Nan and smiled happily. Is Elder Zhao around? Yes, in the backyard. I'll call him. Zhu Shishir said as she was about to go shout at someone. No need. Jiang Nan blocked and said. I'll go directly to the backyard. I just took something to show him. I need to go to the backyard to cut it. That's so. Okay then. Zhu Shishir nodded her head. You get busy first. I'll go over. Jiang Nan smiled and tugged the suitcase into the backyard. He was also familiar with this place. In the backyard, Elder Zhao was watching his apprentice carving a jadeite pendant in a room, from time to time whispering on the side and pointing out. The important thing is to grasp the main natural grain of the jadeite so that the beauty of the jadeite can be maximized to the maximum extent set out. Elder Zhao. Jiang Nan shouted. Egu, little brother, you're here. Elder Zhao was startled and turned his head to look over. Spotting Jiang Nan. Elder Zhao, I went to Burma again, and brought over a few pieces of jadeite from my cousin's uncle, so take a look at the color. Good. Come, let me see. Elder Zhao greeted him from the room and took Jiang Nan directly to the room where the cuts were made. Entering the room without any nonsense from Elder Zhao, Jiang Nan directly opened the suitcase and took out several pieces of jadeite wool inside. Master Zhao immediately took out a random piece and carefully watched it through the cut window. Just one look, is a mouthful of cold air, hiss, then very quickly took out a small flashlight from his pocket and watched more carefully. Jiang Nan was smiling faintly at the side. The appearance of several stones, he had completely memorized. At that time, the old man took a stone that was valued at around 1.5 million, although he does not know much, but, from the cut, the whole piece of jadeite stone skin is only less than 2 millimeters thick, as well as the very watery and ghostly green color seen inside. Can also probably judge that this is a piece of quite good jadeite, otherwise it would not be worth more than 1 million, although in the Jiang Nan of these emerald, this belongs to the low grade, but if for the usual stone gamblers, fortunate to be able to get such a piece of emerald, that is the surprise of surprises, has already done the legendary one cut rich, hiss. After carefully checking for more than a minute, Master Zhao again drew a breath of cold air and turned his head to look at Jiang Nan. Little brother, how much did this piece of wool get? Jiang Nan smiled. My cousin uncle said, this time the things are big price to get. From the window can see inside the jadeite must be very good. This piece of fey wool. 4 million to get. Oh. Really? Master Zhao said with a look of some disappointment. I thought this time you are picking up a big leak, and tens of thousands of dollars to get a piece of this kind of wool. If that's the case, then it really is a fortune, although it cannot be sure. But from the window to see, this piece of jadeite color is very good. It should be able to be in the more than 1 million. Jiang Nan laughed in his heart. It seems that this old man is also quite ambitious, hoping that he will pick up a big leak. But the big leak is indeed true, but not tens of thousands of dollars to get it. 20 thousands of dollars to get it. Chapter 94, Mindset. Let's cut this one first, then we'll take our time to look at the others. Little brother, you've gotten quite a lot of all of them this time. Elder Zhao glanced at the other stones. Yeah, it's not easy to go to Burma once. My cousin uncle let me bring back a bit more this time. Jiang Nan snorted. Without saying anything else, Elder Zhao walked towards the small cutting machine while saying, such a good jadeite. I'll do it myself this time. Elder Zhao, you're so old. Is it still convenient? It's fine. Just let your disciple cut it. Jiang Nan humbly conceded. It's fine. Elder Zhao said. I'm hardy. While saying this, he turned on the small cutting machine and started cutting. ZZ. The movements were unusually skillful. Jiang Nan sighed on the side. Worthy of being an old driver. The small cutting machine went deep and navigated very well. Soon a piece of jadeite was cut. Elder Zhao closed the small cutting machine at the first time, picked up the two halves of the piece of emerald to check, just looked at it twice, and said with a haha smile, little brother, I'm still worried that you've lost money, but this time I'm relieved that there's no loss. That's good. Elder Zhao, take a look. If you take it, how much can it be worth? Jiang Nan smiled. This I need to take a closer look at. Elder Zhao took out his flashlight again while saying, little brother, let's take our time. Is it okay to look at one piece and then another? Of course. Good. Then let's finalize this piece first. Elder Zhao carefully examined it. Jiang Nan waited on the side unhurriedly. Elder Zhao examined it very carefully, first with a pair of naked eyes, and later took out a magnifying glass. After almost 10 minutes, he put away the magnifying glass and looked like he had already checked it out. Jiang Nan quietly threw a test. To Elder Zhao, can give one, 5 million, 100%, can give one, 6 million, 20%, can give one, 55 million, 50%. The heart also has a bottom, and before his own estimate is similar. This thing, if you get to the auction, there is no chance that it will be able to fetch 6 million. But still, Jiang Nan was too lazy to toss it. Little brother, this piece of jadeite 5 million I can eat. What do you think? At this time, Elder Zhao spoke. Okay. Jiang Nan smiled. Still the same sentence. Zhao old man, I believe you. Ha ha ha. Good. Zhao old man was very happy. Little brother, you are the most straightforward person I have ever seen. Never treat my words at a second price. This trust really makes me feel that I made the right friend. You are not aware of. Before I have seen a lot of people grading for the price to fight, for fear of less money to sell. However, my temperament is the price of a bite. The result of the sale does not work. This kind of people in the future I am not willing to deal with. The old man has the same temper as me. Jiang Nan smiled and said, just likes pain. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Nan was able to see the success rate, he would have a hard time imagining that Elder Zhao was really this kind of person who had one thing to say. If he were an ordinary person, then he would definitely try to test the price, hoping to sell it for more money. Of course, for an ordinary person, selling an extra $10,000 would be quite a lot of money. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, didn't care. This was also a difference in mentality. Little brother, your cousin's eyesight is good. 4 million will dare to go out. How to open the window alone. But it's an unknown. Maybe it will lose. But I didn't expect the luck to be really good. But also able to earn 100,000. Ha ha ha. Master Zhao was very happy. Between this he also had tens of thousands of profit. It is guaranteed to make a profit. It's luck. Jiang Nan smiled and accompanied Elder Zhao in his play. Come, let's look at the next piece. Chapter 95, it can be arranged. Under Jiang Nan's deliberate arrangement, the Emperor Green and the valuable jadeite wool were arranged to the back, because Jiang Nan was worried that Master Zhao, realizing that it was Emperor Green and other valuable jadeite, would no longer have the heart to get relatively cheap jadeite. But is even so, has always been literary, looks educated and cultured old man Zhao, with the later cutting in the middle, from time to time burst out a grip grass, no way. Before more than 1 million, he was shocked enough, and later on more than 2 million worth of shock wave after wave. He completely lost his mind. Even the apprentices who were carving the jadeite in the next room were shocked and could no longer sit down and ran over. There was also Zhu Shishir from the front store and another sales clerk young lady who also ran in. When they knew that this batch of jadeite brought by Jiang Nan was already worth more than $10 million, it was shocking beyond words. The stones that were not cut right now, there were only two. Under Jiang Nan's special arrangement, both were the most valuable. One was imperial green, the other was valued at $2 million. Now in the cutting room, it was no longer just Master Zhao and Jiang Nan. Master Zhao's disciples plus Zhu Shishir and another sales clerk young lady, 7 or 8 people were gathered around. Elder Zhao exhaled a long breath to calm his mood and looked at the remaining 2 pieces of jadeite wool. Continue to look at the next piece. I don't know if there will be a bigger surprise. I don't think so. Where is the luck so good to be able to cut out so many good emeralds today? After all, it is very amazing. It is impossible to have such good luck again. Elder Zhao, a 50-something years old and the oldest disciple, said. Truly, he was a bit jealous. I also think it's also impossible to have such good luck again. I also feel the same way. How can one person's luck be this good? The other disciples all chimed in. Today this kind of result has already made them a little unacceptable. According to Jiang Nan's statement, the jadeite that has just finished cutting, before more than 1 million, each piece he can earn more than 100,000, and more than 2 million of that piece, enough to earn millions. This is simply too shocking. Originally Jiang Nan's previous intention was that these more than 2 million jadeite, he would also directly say that it was more than 2 million to get, so that he did not have much profit in the middle. There is about 100,000, not too much to let Master Zhao too shocked, but then it turned out that wasn't the case, and his idea would be even more suspicious instead, because before cutting the offer, he tested how much Master Zhao valued the jadeite wool in the open window. From that, he saw a huge difference, because the first piece of jadeite wool that was over $2 million, the old master's heart valuation was also over $1 million. This makes his heart is immediately more than one idea. If he is to say more than 2 million, will and Zhao old master create a big gap? And Master Zhao in this aspect is already deep attainment. If the two appear so big gap, I'm afraid more will attract Master Zhao's suspicion. So he had a bright idea and simply quoted a price that was similar to that of the old master, so that the old master will be able to gladly accept. After all, it is similar to his eyesight. As for the middle of the profit is big, can only say that it is good luck. So the jadeite worth more than $2 million cut. It caused this result. Jiang Nan netted more than $1 million. Even Elder Zhao was shocked and couldn't help but shout, "Grip grass." At the same time there was some envy. The other disciples were all startled and ran over. Learning of this situation were all red-eyed. One by one, they are thinking, a piece of jadeite earns more than $1 million. If this kind of thing turns to their head, how good it should be. Chapter 96, Acting Mode. When Elder Zhao took the last 2 pieces of jadeite wool, Jiang Nan first handed him the one worth $2 million. Old habits. Elder Zhao first took it in his hand and carefully viewed it, and then paired it with a flashlight to carefully view it again. A moment later, he said, "Little brother, how much did you get this piece?" Jiang Nan quietly sent out a test. Estimated at 1 million. 50%. Rub. Does not look good. Jiang Nan's heart instantly is a calculation. Estimated at 900,000. 80%. Jiang Nan was helpless, depressed in his heart. It seems that this time he is going to give the crowd a bigger wave of shock. Said, 1 million. Little brother, if it's not a burst of luck, I'm afraid to lose. Elder Zhao said, with my eyesight, the chances of cutting out a jadeite that can be worth 1 million is too small. 900,000 would still be possible. I guess this time it must be a loss. Master's eyesight. It's still quite accurate. Aha, I guess so. But last time I earned more than 1 million. Even if this time I lose 100,000 tens of thousands, is it still earned? Right. A group of disciples chimed in one sentence and I chimed in with a lot of chatter. Zhu Shishir looked at Jiang Nan with complicated eyes without saying anything. Why isn't she in this mentality? The first few pieces together have already earned more than 1 million. The 2 pieces behind, even if each one loses 100,000 or so, that's at least 1 million. Gosh, this is 1 million. Think about it, is scalp numb. On her salary, half a lifetime is only 1 million. Alas, before the unobtrusive co-workers, now become a tycoon. If you can have the opportunity to develop the development, can become a boyfriend and girlfriend will be good? It could be said that everyone's heart now had a small plan. Let's wait and see. Cut the stone. Elder Zhao walked over to the small cutting machine. The jadeite wool was stuck on the metal slot. The small cutting machine was activated and started cutting. Time passed by second. Everyone held their breath. Not long. Done. Elder Zhao picked up 2 pieces of jadeite. The first look was to draw a breath of cold air. Hiss. Others in addition to Jiang Nan. But also one by one all are not turning their eyes staring at Master Zhao. Master, is it another piece of very valuable jade? See, water green. Old Master Zhao spoke with a bit of a stutter. Hiss. Ah, God. Seawater green. A group of disciples were shocked. Seawater green? Jiang Nan chanted in a small voice. He knew nothing about this, except for checking the information when he had learned about the Emperor Green and Emerald. He hadn't paid much attention to the others. Looking at this situation, it was also a relatively valuable kind of emerald, but it wasn't particularly valuable, because the bottom price of this thing, which he was already very clear about, was just over $3 million. If let a person know his current thoughts, more than 3 million is still just estimated to kick him to death. Old boss, isn't it worth a lot of money? Zhu Shishir seemingly also couldn't help but ask. As a jade store clerk, she had some rough understanding of jadeite, but seawater green she really didn't know, because there was no such jadeite in the store. Of course, Elder Zhao smiled bitterly. This is also considered a kind of precious jadeite. With the size of this piece of jadeite, it's about 3 million. Ah, 3 million. Zhu Shishir's shocked eyes widened as she looked towards Jiang Nan. The expression of excitement on her face mixed with an indescribable sentiment. Good guy, what about 3 million? Jiang Nan turned on his acting mode and also looked surprised. Getting rich? Isn't this getting rich? Yeah. Zhu Shishir said excitedly. Bought it for 1 million. Now it's worth 3 million. A net profit of 2 million. Gosh, can't dare to imagine. Looking at Zhu Shishir's excited appearance, Jiang Nan said, if I tell you it is just $1 or $2 million to buy over, I don't know how you feel. Chapter 97, still the same words. Elder Zhao, how much did you eat this piece of seawater green jadeite? Acting mode ended. Jiang Nan returned to his words. This I have to take a good look at. Zhao old man immediately was solemn in color. A little later his thought of what look, little brother, this piece of jade I think you deserve to go to the auction house. That way you can maximize the value. As an old friend, I do not like to do pit friends. I mean, if I eat this piece of emerald, I'm in the get to the auction house, sold at a higher price, and from which the profit. Master, you're overthinking it. I said it or that. I believe you. Jiang Nan said, it's only $2 to $3 million. Too lazy to go to an auction house. The surrounding people, something that's only $2 or $3 million? $2 or $3 million of something so despised? Ah, alright, little brother. Since you said so, then I'll take a good look. Elder Zhao nodded and began to take a magnifying glass and began to look at it carefully. Very cautious. Time 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed. Elder Zhao didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, using the magnifying glass to view it bit by bit. A few disciples, seemingly finding the opportunity to learn, one by one gathered around the side, watching intently. So many people in the room, quiet as a crow, not a single person to speak. Jiang Nan, who had waited for a while, but was bored of waiting and was a little thirsty, looked to Zhu Shishir. Shishir, a little thirsty, just pour me a cup of tea. Good. Zhu Shishir hurriedly twisted her thin waist and ran out to pour the tea. Soon a cup of tea was poured over and a chair was brought over, signaling Jiang Nan to sit down. It could be described as very considerate. Jiang Nan looked at the other people are standing, but their attention is on the emerald. As for the sight of Zhu Shishir is and another clerk miss he also do not have to worry about. Nonchalantly sat down, crossed his legs while drinking tea while waiting. Enough, nearly 20 minutes. Zhao old man is considered to stop. But again, he touched his chin, pondered for almost half a minute, and looked up to Jiang Nan. Little brother, this piece of seawater green, if I eat it, I can offer it to 1 million. Do you think it's okay? Of course I still say that. You'd better go to the auction house. If what I expect is not bad, it can be auctioned out for a better price. Elder Zhao, still the same sentence. I trust you. Jiang Nan smiled and said, this piece of jadeite is for you. Jiang Nan didn't even test it on Elder Zhao this time, and the difference of 100,000 from the expected price was acceptable to him. After all, Elder Zhao had so much money to eat this thing, taking the risk, so the price offered should be more cautious. According to Master Zhao's person, he knew that it would be the same old thing. If he wanted 2 million, Master Zhao's agreement or disagreement would be between 50%. However, he didn't want to destroy the trust that had been built up between the two after meeting for $100,000. After all, it was already more than $3 million. Important point. Besides, he urgently needed 20 million to buy the hotel. This piece of jadeite is not immediately out of the way. 20 million is not enough to put together. As for the next imperial green, if the price difference was too much, he would consider going to an auction house. Of course, the first thing to look at the price given by Master Zhao. The bottom price he must have gotten clear, not afraid of losing. If the same difference of only 100,000 800,000, then lazy to go to what auction house? After all, 180,000 is very easy for himself to get. Good. Elder Zhao nodded seriously. Little brother, you are still so painstaking. I won't say anything else. You will be one of my best friends in the future, and I won't hide it from you. This thing is too valuable. I won't make it into jewelry myself. I will have to get it to the auction house out of the post and out of the market, and in the middle of it, I should earn some money. Elder Zhao, to say this is just out of line. Jiang Nan smiled and said, I'm not saving myself the trouble. Auction house or something, I haven't touched it, besides I've already earned it. Ha ha ha. Good, good. Zhao old man suddenly happy and laughed, surprisingly forgot. Little brother, you are the biggest winner. This piece of seawater green, you fully earned more than 2 million it. Alas, luck is still so good, really can't imagine. When can I have such good luck is good, even if only once. Chapter 98, Extreme. There was still one last stone left. Moreover, this stone really didn't sell very well, like it was picked up from the river, without any color or luster to speak of. It was also an indisputable fact that this stone was originally obtained by Jiang Nan from the cheapest peripheral stall. It would be strange for it to sell well. There is also an important point. Jiang Nan cut, large fist so big imperial green wool. Stone skin is 2 centimeters thick. From the thickness of this point of view, then inside the emerald is not much bigger than an egg too much. As a layman Jiang Nan looked at the part of the open window reveals the green color is very chaotic. From his not good jadeite knowledge, is not a good jadeite, even a little like the information introduced in the miscellaneous jade, a kind of jadeite barely counts as jadeite. The transparency is not good, the luster is not good, the waterhead is not enough. It is also the legendary seedless and colorless. Eating 1 million jadeite Zhao old man. Let people pour over a cup of tea to drink. After calming down a bit, before it is looking down this last piece of stone, very casually took over, glanced after a faint smile and said, little brother, your batch of goods. There is only such a piece of poor quality jadeite. How much money to get it? And Jiang Nan has quietly sent out a test to see what Master Zhao's heart estimated. 500,000. 0%. Sure enough, Elder Zhao was not at all optimistic about this stone. Jiang Nan also secretly felt that he had made the right decision to start the test from 500,000, rather than from 1 million. The test continued. 400,000, 0%. 300,000, 0%. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly and bitterly in his heart. This is too unpromising, right? Simply direct. Jump detection. 100,000, 0%. Rub. 50,000, 0%. IING. 10,000, 50%. Jiang Nan a little want to tears. Zhao old man even heart valuation of 10,000 or barely. This is too no way to engage in. Had to helplessly said. 50,000 to get the hands of. Oh, Zhao old man a smile, little brother. This loss, this piece of jade, the current situation, to be able to value 10,000 is also barely. Of course, this has been a matter of indifference. Even if 50,000 are lost, this trip for you is also not a matter at all. Also, Jiang Nan could only helplessly agree and said, this thing just depends on luck. Loss is loss. Zhao Lao's words are right. All loss is only $50,000. And next to a group of apprentices watching the fun, already no longer interested in watching, turned to leave. Master, we work to go. Master, we work to go. Zhao Lao very casually took the jadeite wool and walked to the small cutting machine, stuck in the metal slot to cut. A little bit of careful meaning or not, cutting action is very fast. That means quickly cut the end of the close. This piece of jade has been dispensable existence. ZZ, soon emerald cut. Master Zhao turned off the small cutting machine, very casually picked up and took a look, but with just this glance, his face changed dramatically, and his entire body was frozen on the spot as if he was electrocuted. What's wrong, Elder Zhao? Jiang Nan asked, feigning confusion. Elder Zhao's tongue hardened, and for a moment he couldn't even speak. A little later as quickly took out a magnifying glass, to the inside only egg-sized jade, carefully looked up. Jiang Nan was also slightly interested and came up to have a look. The whole piece of jadeite is really like an egg. There is a chaotic miscellaneous jade skin on the periphery, just like the egg skin, while inside is a very deep green color. The green was very extreme, so that the first time a person saw it, they would be a bit mesmerized and could not move their eyes. Chapter 99, Approach. With a magnifying glass to check for a moment, Zhao old master only is unable to hold back a cry of surprise. My god, surprisingly really is the Emperor green. Due to too much excitement, his voice was very loud, which made a group of young disciples who had just left, dabbing and then all ran back. What? Master, cut out the Emperor green? Really cut out the Emperor green? Yes. Master Zhao's face was excited. Imperial green. Cut out Imperial green. I have not cut out Imperial green for more than 10 years. Hiss. it's really Emperor Green. God, how can luck be so unbelievable? The wool bought for $50,000 actually cut out the Emperor Green. A crowd of disciples looked at Jiang Nan, greatly stricken. Their eyes were all kinds of envy, jealousy and hatred. And Zhu Shishir on the side had already covered her small mouth in surprise. Having come to work in the jade store, she had also heard a little about Imperial Green, although she had not seen such a jade, but she knew that it was very valuable and worth a lot of money. Jiang Nan also pretended to be shocked for a moment, then turned to Elder Zhao and asked, Elder Zhao, how much is this thing if you eat it? Little brother, you'll have to go to the auction house for this one. Elder Zhao said, Imperial Green is too valuable, and this price is too unpredictable. Jiang Nan froze for a moment. Elder Zhao, you mean you can't eat it? Yes, little brother. The Emperor Green is too valuable. The price that goes up and down is too big. The only way to maximize the benefits is to go to an auction house. In that case, then fine. Jiang Nan nodded. Go to the auction house when you have the chance. Now that 20 million was also able to come up with enough, he wasn't in a hurry to use the money. Right, before, little brother, you said you weren't familiar with the auction house, right? Elder Zhao said as if he remembered something. Yeah, haven't dealt with auction houses. Jiang Nan nodded his head. This matter is good to talk about. Elder Zhao smiled and said, contact in Lao. He's familiar with the people from the Magic City row house and often deals with them. This is good. Jiang Nan's eyes instantly lit up. Thanks for reminding Elder Zhao. Little brother is polite. Our relationship. We are not allowed to say such polite words in the future. Elder Zhao said with some displeasure. Also, I'll give you a suggestion. The pricing of this piece of Imperial Green auction is set to 20 million should still be appropriate. Good. Many thanks. However, without waiting for Jiang Nan's thanks to finish, Elder Zhao just glared and said with a look of feigned anger, I said no thanks. Good. Jiang Nan smiled. No saying thank you. A little later, he said, today's luck is good. There is such a big harvest. It is worth congratulating. Zhao Lao, let's go have a drink together at noon. Good. Elder Zhao said happily, but as promised, I'll be the host and I'll treat. How can this be a good idea? Jiang Nan said, I'll be the host. No way. Little brother, you are not allowed to compete with me. You are coming to me. I have to do my duty as the host. Jiang Nan, ha ha ha. It's settled. Elder Zhao was happy. Right, by the way, call Master in to get him together and talk about going to the auction house. This can be had. Jiang Nan nodded. This was indeed a good idea, saving him from having to call Elder Zhao again. Elder Zhao was clean and crisp, immediately taking out his cell phone to make a call. The call was soon connected. Elder Zhao, come to my place. Go out to eat together at noon. One. Little brother Jiang is here. By the way, there is a little something you said. Ha ha ha. Jiang little brother is also in awe. The handset came out an old man's voice. Good. I will rush over in a while. How about this? Elder Zhao said after thinking for a while. You don't come over either. Let's go to the VIP building to meet up and forget about it. Good. Then I'll see you at the VIP building. See you at the VIP building. The phone hung up. Chapter 100, Congratulations. Little brother, this piece of Imperial Green, you keep it. Elder Zhao handed the Imperial Green to Jiang Nan. The item was not big, but it was worth more than $20 million. Jiang Nan put it away. I'm going to change my clothes. Little brother, you go to the store in front first and have a cup of tea. Elder Zhao said. Good. Jiang Nan nodded. Jiang Nan, come with me. Zhu Shishir, who had the eyesight to see, said in a hurry, leading Jiang Nan to the store in front and pouring tea for Jiang Nan. A cup of hot tea was served. Zhu Shishir said with a complicated mood. Jiang Nan, congratulations. Just lucky. Jiang Nan smiled and said, by the way, a moment to eat together. Is this good? Zhu Shishir said with some hesitation. Jiang Nan thought for a moment. If it's not convenient, wait for the evening and I'll treat you alone. As an old colleague, Zhu Shishir had seen this situation for herself, so it was appropriate to treat her to a meal. Good. Zhu Shishir agreed this time very painfully. Then I'm sure I won't be polite. You've become a tycoon. I'll just follow and get some light. Hee. I also want to go. Another sales clerk young lady also came over. Take me one, okay? A look of especially wanting to get together. Does not matter. Jiang Nan smiled, but it's just adding a pair of chopsticks. Hee. That's great. The sales clerk young lady smiled happily, her long eyelashes fluttering. The person was not particularly pretty, but she had her own unique flavor. Then when you get off work, just call me, Jiang Nan said. Okay. Zhu Shishir nodded obediently. The white Land Rover Range Rover parked in front of the VIP House International Hotel. Jiang Nan and Elder Zhao got out of the car. Jiang Nan looked around at the same time. Elder An's Rolls Royce appeared to have not arrived yet. Let's go upstairs first and ask for a room before calling Eldarin, Elder Zhao said. Good. Jiang Nan nodded. The two entered the hall. Jiang Nan looked at the group of hospitality ladies, mainly to see if Zhang Yimin was among them. There was an old classmate here, so if he came over, he would have to say hello if he ran into any. Just at this moment, there was already a hospitality lady twisting her thin waist and walking over. Jiang Nan smiled. It was none other than Zhang Yimin. When the car stopped, Zhang Yimin noticed Jiang Nan through the window. Coming over for dinner again? Zhang Yimin walked over to Jiang Nan and glanced at Elder Zhao next to him and asked in a small, tentative voice. Aha. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Little brother, this is that classmate of yours from last time, right? Elder Zhao noticed Zhang Yimin and said with a smile. Yeah, Elder Zhao has a good memory. Last time, the two ran into each other during dinner, and they both met Elder Zhao and Eldarin. He. Old Master Zhao smiled. I'll go up first. There's no rush. You guys chat first. After saying this, Elder Zhao turned around and went to the elevator first, appearing to have the suspicion of being a light bulb here. This instead made Jiang Nan froze, and a little later smiled awkwardly. Put. Zhang Yimin laughed. The old man treats the two of us as boyfriend and girlfriend. Let's go. Then I'll entertain you and take you upstairs. This can be had. Jiang Nan smiled. Old classmates leading the way. I'm most solid in my heart. Cut. Zhang Yimin threw him a blank stare while leading the way. What old classmate? Didn't you say yes, bosom friend? Jiang Nan. Chapter 101, Flamboyant but not real. Ha 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 ha. Luck is so good that little brother Jiang actually cut out an emperor green? And Lao, who was informed of the situation in the room, laughed happily, and she also looked at Jiang Nan in a daze, but an extremely beautiful little face was still cold. It's just luck. Just luck. Jiang Nan laughed. Ha ha ha. 5 million pieces of jadeite wool that arrived. Cut out the emperor green. This luck is not generally good. Elder Zhao said with a big smile to An Lao and the others. This luck is really against the heavens, but I now have a doubt. Eldarin looked at Jiang Nan with a smile. Little brother, you also don't know that this is good luck. Is it because your eyes are too good? The reason why an old man would think so, because of the association. Jiang Nan's eyesight is superb in treasure appreciation. That is not the same ability in gambling stones? Not because of luck, but because it was really because the eyesight was poisonous enough. Jiang Nan smiled. Mainly because of good luck. If we are talking about eyesight, this also has a certain relationship. After all, my cousin's uncle has delved into this area for decades. An old master blinked his eyes a few times, thought of something like saying, little brother, your cousin uncle is not in the treasure appreciation is also very powerful? Now Masterin was thinking of a question. Was Jiang Nan's knowledge in treasure appreciation learned from his cousin's uncle? Jiang Nan had always avoided talking about this aspect. It's not bad. Jiang Nan smiled. Oh, I understand. Understand. Eldarin had a look of understanding. He basically had the result in his mind now. Jiang Nan should have learned from his cousin's uncle whether in stone gambling or treasure appreciation. Let's not talk about this. Drink. Jiang Nan sidetracked the topic. Right. Eldarin also picked up his wine glass and agreed. Come on, let's drink. He also knew that Jiang Nan did not like to talk about this aspect of the topic. Everyone digressed and casually chatted as they drank. The entire time. And she had an icy little face and didn't say much. Jiang Nan didn't bother with her either. He was convinced about this changeable little beauty. Although she was indeed pretty and had a good figure, she could only stay away from her. The banquet went on until the end of the half-afternoon, and an appointment was made to go to the Magic City auction house 5 days later. And at that time, she accompanied Jiang Nan. After Eldarin and Elder Zhao left, Jiang Nan greeted Zhang Yimin and prepared to leave. Zhang Yimin looked at the Rolls-Royce Phantom that drove away and said to Jiang Nan, doing business and eating with these super rich bigwigs, you must be the one spending money. Yes. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. Does it feel like it's not easy to do business? Indeed. Zhang Yimin said deeply. Just the four of you. A meal of more than 50,000 is really heartbreaking. Yes. Jiang Nan continued to smile bitterly. There's really no way. They're all big shots. Eating at a low level doesn't work. Unlike us, go to a private restaurant, spend a few hundred on the line, and that fish is still delicious. The dishes here are thieves and expensive, and the flavor isn't very good. Cluck. Zhang Yimin laughed. Would have been. This place to eat to the identity. Flashy. The dishes do look beautiful. The taste is not good. However, the rich people still come to the. There's no way. For face. Jiang Nan smiled. Also, Zhang Yimin knitted her nice eyebrows. Her look was a bit helpless, but also had a different kind of beauty. Right. Have you ever wanted to change a job? Jiang Nan said as he changed the topic. He was thinking that his hotel will be acquired successfully soon. Zhang Yimin can go over to do it if she is willing. After all, it is the right profession. and as an old classmate, he can take care of what he can take care of. For the time being, I haven't had the idea of changing jobs. Jiang Nan said, the environment of this job is not bad, and the salary is okay. That's good. Jiang Nan was not in a position to say anything more. I'm leaving, we'll get together again sometime. Go. Jiang Nan waved her hand. A meal cost $50,000. Don't go home and cry secretly. Jiang Nan. Chapter 102, Situation. On the way home, Jiang Nan thought for a moment and went to the mansion hotel, intending to go over and see where and what the situation was now. When he arrived, the parking area outside the hotel was empty, and it was clear that the hotel hadn't started business yet. The car stopped and he got out and entered the hotel lobby. In the lobby, the hospitality ladies were chatting. Seeing someone come in, a hospitality lady, twisting her thin waist, came up and said, I'm sorry sir, the hotel wasn't open for business at that time. How? Jiang Nan deliberately asked. Did this hotel close down? No, the hospitality young lady hurriedly explained. It's just that the hotel is going to change to a new owner. It's still in the process of handing over. The hotel should be able to operate normally very soon. I hope that Mr. will come over again to take care of the business at that time. That's so. Jiang Nan nodded and turned to leave. He was still satisfied with the hospitality young lady's answer. While leaving, the sound of a group of hospitality misses talking came from behind him. I wonder what kind of person the new boss will be. Yeah, hopefully it will be a good boss. Isn't word spreading that the new boss will give us a bonus increase after he officially takes over? If this is really so good, bonuses not bonuses and so on is still secondary. The important thing is that the hotel do not have any more accidents. Find a job is quite difficult. Do it here and all aspects are familiar with. I am worried. Change the boss. Can enough to mix well in Shanghai? After all, Shanghai mixed fish and dragons. To the hotel to eat. Lodging guests what people have. Not a little backstage offended people can't take it in their pockets. Yes, the previous boss, because of the young master of the Yin family rely on that tree, only to be able to mix well in Shanghai city. And family young master? Jiang Nan's footsteps paused for a moment. It was also surnamed Nan. I wonder if there was any relationship with young master and, after leaving the hotel and getting into the car, he thought for a moment, now that he had money in his hand, the hotel should be contracted and taken down earlier so that it could be officially run. Otherwise, after a long time, the clientele will be lost even more. Thinking of this, he fished out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed Zhang Yuan's number. In the cheap rental house, Zhang Yuan was enjoying a few small dishes and blowing on a bottle of beer. Lily was trying on a few sets of clothes she had just bought. The mood was also good. The two of them were already quitting their jobs and preparing to go to the hotels in Jiang Nan for a big job. New hopes and a great mood. We are different and have different situations. At this time, Zhang Yuan's cell phone rang. Zhang Yuan took a look at it and saw that it was Jiang Nan's call and answered it quickly. Boss, what's your order? Jiang Nan's voice came from the receiver. If we go to the signing now, when will it be over between now and then? Very soon, Zhang Yuan said. The contract is all ready. It's very simple. Just go to the bank and sign. Pay of course. Good. Then let's go now. I'll go over and pick you up. Good. Jiang Nan hung up the phone. Zhang Yuan, what's the matter? It's Jiang Nan who called, right? Lily, who was trying on clothes, was just wearing fitted underwear. Her plump breasts and slim little waist were exposed. Not bad. Going to sign the contract. Boss will come over to pick us up in a while. That's great. Lily said happily. I'm still afraid of any changes. The contract is signed. This is a relief. Come on, help me see. Which dress to wear to see Jiang Nan is better? Zhang Yuan, are you my wife or Jiang Nan's wife? Said rather grudgingly, wife, you dress up beautifully just to see Jiang Nan, not afraid of my heart sadness. Che, Lily gave him a blank stare. What do you think? I'm not to pay attention to the image of it. I'm not letting you also bought 2 sets of clothes. The future dressed properly a little bit? He. Zhang Yuan got happy. I think, wear this purple dress. It matches your temperament the most. Commercial bank. Executive governor's office. The suited and booted executive governor took out a sealed bag, took out the contract inside and said with a smile, Mr. Jiang, sign over. The money will be transferred over and the contract will come into effect. Good. Jiang Nan checked the contract. Zhang Yuan and Lily stood behind him like 2 attendants. Both of them were dressed more formally. Lily was in a long purple dress, and Zhang Yuan was in a suit and tie. After carefully checking the contract, there are no loopholes in all aspects. Jiang Nan nodded, and signed, then transferred 20 million to the bank account. The hotel took over successfully. Chapter 103, Flight Attendants Fulfillment. Coming out from the bank, it was about to be close to evening. The executive governor sent out and said, I'll call right away. To the manager of the mansion hotel, this period of time, It's her who's maintaining the basic operation of the hotel. What is the manager's name? Jiang Nan asked. Without waiting for the executive governor to say anything, Zhang Yuan interjected. Lulu, boss, I've already contacted her and recognize her. Good, then there's nothing more to it. Jiang Nan nodded at the straight-line governor and said, goodbye, Mr. Jiang, go well. While getting into the car, Jiang Nan said, let's go to the hotel. Good. Zhang Yuan and Lily nodded in agreement. The journey wasn't too far, and it didn't take long to reach the entrance of the mansion hotel. The three people got off the bus and just entered the lobby, which was already overcrowded, but it was arranged neatly, standing in many rows. The foremost is a height of 1 meter 7, and in chi height about the same height of the young lady. Well-built, long hair, high pull, exquisite goose egg face, skin white and tender, age looks about 22 or 23 years old. A hotel uniform, to see the first glance gives a kind of stewardess of the sense of immediacy. Behind them were several rows of hospitality ladies in uniform. Behind them was a team of chefs wearing chef uniforms. Even further back looking at the costumes were the logistics staff. This situation Jiang Nan understood at a glance. The parade to greet. While Jiang Nan was sizing up the crowd was also sizing him up, especially the particularly pretty googly egg-faced young lady at the very front, flickering her long eyelashes as she sized him up. Boss, this is the manager Lulu. Zhang Yuan pointed at the googly egg-faced young lady, and just then, the beautiful manager Lulu spoke, looking at Jiang Nan, but it was Zhang Yuan who asked, Mr. Jiang, that's the new boss Jiang, right? Not bad. Zhang Yuan nodded. This is the new boss. Good day, boss Jiang. With the asserted identity, Lulu just slightly bowed her head and performed a polite etiquette. The several rows of people behind followed in unison, slightly bending down and performing a ceremonial etiquette. Good day, boss Jiang. There was a large number of people, and their voices were loud and clear. Hello everyone. Jiang Nan lightly smiled and laughed. I will take over this hotel in the future. All the employees continue to do their own work. Before I also said that I will add more bonuses. This promise will definitely be honored. Now I will announce that all the employees, this month, add 2,000 bonuses, just took over the hotel. It is important to appease the staff. This Jiang Nan understand. Wow, great. The new boss is giving security. So happy yo. The crowd was all cheers at once, and there was also the sound of whispering. So this is the new boss ah. At noontime came a triplet. Yes, I did not expect him to be the new boss. Think about the good fear, and say what offended words. If I had known, I would have said a few more words. Pulling the relationship is also good ah. Whispering is exactly a few hospitality ladies who have seen Jiang Nan at noon. Jiang Nan smiled and ignored it, saying, okay, everyone dispersed, back to their jobs. Then he looked at the beautiful manager. Sister, you come with me. Okay, boss. The beautiful manager nodded her head obediently, and was very sensible to lead the way in front. A few people entered the elevator and the employees in the hall dispersed. While the elevator was going up, the beautiful manager said on the side, Boss, I've already prepared your office. The previous boss's one was empty, because I was worried about bad luck, so I made a utility room. Your new office has an office room, a living room and a bedroom as well as a gymnasium. If you're dissatisfied with it again, boss, I'll be making adjustments. Jiang Nan didn't say anything and smiled. He couldn't help but look more at this little beauty, thinking quite considerate. Chapter 104, Talent. The top floor of the hotel, led by the beautiful manager. Jiang Nan surveyed his room. Well, it was very good, very satisfied. The decor was luxurious. It looked high class, and there was a lot of space. TSK. Zhang Yuan on the side. Envious as anything, fantastic. This office is fantastic. Lily also had 2 little stars in her eyes. This was like a heaven and a hell compared to the cheap rooms the two of them had. That manager Lu, wasn't that room of the previous boss also big and so beautiful? Zhang Yuan remembered something and asked with blinking eyes. Aha! The beautiful manager nodded. It's similar to this one. It's the best 2 suite rooms in the hotel. Ha. Lu Yuan looked to Jiang Nan and smiled fawningly. Boss, give that room to Lily and I. We're not afraid of bad luck. Sure. Jiang Nan smiled and looked at Lily. How about it? Do you agree, Lily? Aha. Lily nodded her head happily. I'm willing. I don't think there's anything bad luck. Which house doesn't live with people? And which people don't die? Ha. Jiang Nan laughed. Good. That room will be given to you too. Thank you, boss. He. Fantastic. Zhang Yuan, due to too much excitement, picked up Lily and said, we will definitely be more passionate at night in such a nice big room. You're annoying. Someone is there. Lily's face was red, peeking at Jiang Nan with her eyes and hammering Zhang Yuan with her small fists. Jiang Nan raised his eyes to the sky, looking like he didn't hear it. The beautiful manager on the side also had a slightly red face, but was very good at improvising, digressing and saying, "Boss, the room I live in is right next door to yours, so in the future, if you have anything to order, you can directly call out to me, or call me." Jiang Nan nodded. A little later, he remembered something and said, "Is it okay for the restaurant to order food today?" "Not today," the beautiful manager said. "The ingredients and other things are not prepared. Just a simple meal for the employees can be. But tomorrow, it will be possible. I will order it down and start preparing tomorrow's ingredients this evening." "Oh, good." Jiang Nan nodded. "Well done. The hotel now you are the most familiar with the situation. Be more attentive. The management aspect depends on you. Don't worry, boss, I will do my best," the beautiful manager said with a serious expression. The serious look had a different flavor, very eye-catching. It was undeniable that this little beauty had a lot of flavor and was quite attractive to men. This made Jiang Nan have one more thought. Was this kind of beauty having an affair with the previous boss? Was it due to some kind of subterfuge that she sat in this manager's position? If that was the case, it could be a bit disgusting. Quietly he threw out a test. Having an affair with the previous boss, 0%. Oh, surprisingly, no, a bit of a surprise. Seems like this girl isn't one of those women who are all over the place. It's on your own ability to sit in the manager's position. 100%. Trying again. Jiang Nan was more satisfied, and on a whim, he threw out another test obscenely. "It's a virgin. 100%. Ha, not bad." Having gotten a satisfactory result, Jiang Nan asked, "By the way, sister, what was your previous salary?" 20,000. The beautiful manager said, adding a little later, "It's Yenjing University. Master's degree in management. Not bad." Jiang Nan lamented this thing is still a school bully. Really rely on the ability to sit on the position of the manager. Smiled and said, "Do a good job. Your bonus this month plus 5,000. Finished. Look at the performance in the future. If the performance is good, the salary I will be in the increase for you, although the contact time is not long." But Jiang Nan already have a feeling. This little beauty is very capable. Can be in the case of the boss accident stabilized hotel. The ability to deal with this is very good, and they just stayed in the hotel. The room and so on has been arranged. The aspect of meticulous consideration, meticulous mind. This point is also very good. The most important thing is that she is most familiar with the hotel. Other people have two eyes. Stabilizing her is also very important. Chapter 105, Hello Boss. Thank you boss. The beautiful manager didn't show too much excitement. It looked like she should have thought Jiang Nan was saying pretty words. Jiang Nan could also see that, and just smiled at this. "Alright, you go, the next thing much rely on you. Just took over. I'm not familiar with it." "Okay, boss." The beautiful manager twisted her thin waist and left. "Zhang Yuan, Lily, you two will stay at the hotel tonight, right?" Jiang Nan looked at the two of them. "Aha," Zhang Yuan said happily. "That Thai rental house. I never want to go back." "That's good." Jiang Nan nodded. "Just fine. The hotel will be handed over to you guys. Synergize with the female manager. If there's anything you guys can handle together, don't worry, boss." Zhang Yuan patted his chest and swore to guarantee. Jiang Nan didn't say anything else and turned around to go out of the room and downstairs. "Boss, I'll see you off." Zhang Yuan chased Jiang Nan downstairs, and Lily followed along to send him down. It could be described as being a good little follower. Coming out of the elevator, the group of hospitality ladies who were in the lobby saw Jiang Nan and immediately just stood up straight. "Good day boss." "Good day boss." Jiang Nan smiled. This felt beautiful. Just walked out of the hotel door. The phone rang. I straddled the desert boat, carrying a pipe and hourglass on my back. Looking at it, it was Zhu Shishir who called. While answering the phone, he waved his hand at Zhang Yuan and Lily and said, "You two go back." It was only then that Zhang Yuan and Lily did not send them back. The answer button was pressed and Zhu Shishir's voice came over. "Jiang Nan, we're off work. Where are we going to eat?" "You guys are still Antique Street, right?" Jiang Nan asked rhetorically. "Yeah, this way you guys wait for me at the intersection. I'll drive over to pick you guys up, and you guys decide where you're going to eat at that time." "Good. See you in a while." Jiang Nan hung up the phone, got into the Range Rover and started the car, blending into the traffic. The journey wasn't far, arriving at the intersection of Antique Street in more than 20 minutes. Zhu Shishir and another sales clerk young lady were waiting at the curb, each holding a bag, makeup slightly thick, while wearing sexy hot. The top was wearing a deep V-short shirt, and the bottom was a super short skirt with beautiful legs exposed. Obviously, deliberately dressed up. Jiang Nan's car leaned up, rolled down the window and smiled. The two beauties are dressed up so beautifully today. That's right. Zhu Shishir was very happy, half-joking tone. to go to dinner with the tycoon. Of course I have to dress up a little bit prettier, in case the tycoon looks at it. Won't it be like catching a golden son-in-law? Jiang Nan, giggle giggle. The other sales clerk lady laughed happily. The two pulled open the car door and got into the car. Zhu Shishir got into the driver's seat. Jiang Nan was the one who felt a burst of fragrant wind on his face. It seemed that Zhu Shishir used a lot of perfume. At this time, the sky was already getting dark. Are you guys off work so late? Jiang Nan asked curiously. Zhu Shishir gave him a blank stare and said, don't we need to wash and dress up? Oh. Jiang Nan had a look of understanding, finally realizing why he called so late in the evening, and said, I'll admit wherever you two want to eat and go, otherwise you'll definitely say that I've made a small fortune today, and I'm still withholding, and no need to go somewhere too expensive. Another sales clerk young lady said, just find a similar one nearby. There's a Western restaurant nearby. Let's go there for Western food. The atmosphere is good and the flavor is okay. Zhu Shishir said, and it's not too expensive. Money is not a problem. Jiang Nan said, in the face of you two I don't have to say too much. Today I got lucky and made a small profit. So the most important thing is that you two can have fun. It's quite good for everyone to come out and play together. Zhu Shishir said, it doesn't always have to cost much. Alright then, point the way. Jiang Nan said as he started the car. Go straight first, turn left after 2 kilometers. Chapter 106, Runner-Up. Arriving at their destination, a French Western restaurant that was not too large in scale, but the decor was quite atmospheric. Looking for a secluded location, a few people sat down. Jiang Nan slightly scanned the menu. Coffee latte, $18. Parisian cabbage, 25 blocks. Cabbage and mint, 15 blocks. The various dishes weren't too expensive, and it wouldn't cost much to eat Western food in a place like this. The two sisters ordered the food. Jiang Nan smiled. Don't be polite. Order whatever you want to eat. I won't be polite with you. You've become a tycoon now. Zhu Shishir happily smiled and checked the menu. The other shopkeeper sister and Jiang Nan were slightly more restrained, just nodding their little heads in a good manner. Aha! Soon the two sisters ordered their meals. White wine French conch, beetle rib pot, frozen diced eggplant, spinach salad, multi-flavored fish soup, French maple syrup toast, French flame pancakes, French fish rolls. The food was pretty hearty, but it didn't cost much. A few people ate and chatted, and Jiang Nan also learned the name of the other store girl, Zhuang Dai Dai. Jiang Nan and Zhu Shishir chatted about the interesting things they did when they worked together before, while Zhuang Dai Dai listened and didn't interrupt much. About an hour later, the three of them were all full, and it was still early in the day. Zhu Shishir proposed, why don't we go to KTV and sing? I still have a card here. I can play for 2 hours without spending money. Money is not a problem. Jiang Nan smiled and said, go if you want to play. You still have the card. I'll pay. No way. Zhu Shishir but said, I don't go to sing much. The card is useless to keep. This time I can't let you spend money again. Although now you are a rich man, but letting you invite to sing after having a meal. It looks like we are too greedy. Jiang Nan, this 300 and 200 he really doesn't care. He. Okay, it's settled. Let's go to KTV and sing. Use my card. Zhu Shishir shot the board. Jiang Nan also did not say anything else. The journey is not far. 10 minutes to reach a KTV that is not large. Looking at the specifications of the KTV, it belonged to the kind of civilian consumption. The style is not too high. The consumer group is mainly facing the public. Before Jiang Nan is also only come to this grade of KTV, but still bring customers to. He cannot afford to come to consume, although now he is nothing, but for the previous him, cannot afford. Several people entered the KTV. On the wall opposite the hall is a huge poster of a sexy beauty, flaming red lips, hot body, and posed of flirtatious action. Next to a word, woman I am the biggest, coupled with the lights inside, it immediately gave people a manic feeling. Zhu Shishir swiped her card, a private room on the 3rd floor for 2 hours. The three people went upstairs. Behind them, a handsome service boy, carrying drinks and fruit plates, followed behind. When Jiang Nan brought clients here before, because they were all men, they also had to order a princess to accompany the singing, and today obviously do not need. She has 2 girls beside her. Into the private room, the service boy put down the wine and fruit tray, and in passing politely asked, is there anything you need? Jiang Nan looked at it. There were only 6 bottles of beer, and all the beer in KTV was in those small bottles, although it was expensive as hell. Apparently this was the customary configuration for private rooms. Fruit plates with a small amount of beer. Bring some more beer over. Jiang Nan commanded. Good, the young boy said and went out. Pick a song. Pick a song. Jiang Nan smiled lightly and said to the 2 sisters, Jiang Nan, which song are you good at singing? I'll help you choose. Zhu Shishir walked over to choose a song. I'll count. You two sing. I don't sing very well. Once I went to a competition. I only got the runner-up. Put. Zhu Shishir and Zhuang Dai both couldn't help but laugh out loud. You look really poor. Zhu Shishir said. Quickly say it. What song to choose? Today you, the runner-up, must be the first to sing. Then let's have a desert camel song. Chapter 107, The Worse It Gets. I'm going to cross this desert to find my true self, with only a camel by my side to keep me company. Jiang Nan's song Desert Camel, with a divine voice and wildly high notes. Shocked Zhu Shishir and Zhuang Dai were on the side with their small mouths wide open. Very unexpected. It was also true that Jiang Nan sang very well. If it wasn't because his family was poor, he had wanted to choose the path of music before. But considering that it was too difficult to make a name for himself, not because he could make a name for himself just because he sang well, and that the cost was huge, and there was no stable income until he made a name for himself, that's why he gave up. In the past, he would always say that apart from good looks and good singing, he had no other advantages, but now he can only helplessly change his words. In addition to money, no other advantages. There's no way. Being rich is the biggest advantage now. A song ended. Jiang Nan, I didn't expect you to sing so well. Yes, it's simply too good. The two sisters sincerely marveled. It's just okay. Jiang Nan smiled. It's your turn. I'll sing one. Zhu Shishir was also hooked and took over the mic. She sang well too. Jiang Nan and Zhuang Dai shouted and cheered from the side. Soon a few people got into the mood. At first it was a songfest, and then it was a songfest and drinking at the same time. KTV was the place that made people manic. Manic music that made the whole person manic, with a bottle of beer to drink. Unknowingly, singing to the excitement, a few people will embrace together. Zhu Shishir and Jiang Nan are familiar with some. The whole person melted into Jiang Nan's arms, and Zhuang Dai was a bit formal at first, but later also completely let go, and both of them lay into Jiang Nan's arms, singing and getting high, while playing. With the gradual addition of beer, Zhu Shishir was even more excited and restless, not caring whether Zhuang Dai was next to her, and Jiang Nan kissed passionately together. This environment, Jiang Nan also drank a lot of beer, the same manic and indulgent. Later on, even Zhuang Dish also confused and Jiang Nan hugged and kissed and tangled together. It can be said that the atmosphere makes people hot. A few people were all unclothed, and their jackets were all taken off. Fortunately, 2 hours to end. Otherwise, a long time, maybe out of the whole thing. Indeed, indulgence is the devil. KTV out. Jiang Nan is still the most sober one, although drinking a lot of wine, but only some dizziness and excitement. Zhuang Dishui is also quite okay, barely able to hold Jiang Nan's arm and walk. Zhu Shishir, on the other hand, was already stumbling, and Jiang Nan had to hold her thin waist and support her with force before she could walk. The three people barely got into the car. Jiang Nan stayed awake and threw out a test. The chance of something happening while driving in this situation, 50%. The result of the test. Jiang Nan was shocked, but did not dare to drive. In case something happened, it was too late to regret. Zhuang Dai, call the chauffeur to send you back? Jiang Nan said. I also drank a lot of wine. It's dangerous to drive. Okay, call the chauffeur. Call the chauffeur to be safe. You must not drive. Too happy tonight, drank too much wine. Even though she had gotten into the car, Zhuang Dai was still holding Jiang Nan's arm tightly, half leaning on Jiang Nan, looking like she was also a very dependent on Jiang Nan, and did not want to leave him for a moment. Jiang Nan felt out his cell phone, called a chauffeur, and waited for the chauffeur to drive over, and Zhu Shishir whined more up. Are some delirium? Tightly hugged Jiang Nan, but also whimpered and cried up. Jiang Nan was helpless for a while. Comfort said, Zhu Shishir, what's wrong? Is it hard to drink too much? Or send you to the hospital? Oh, Zhu Shishir but while crying said, Jiang Nan, I like you. What to do? I want to be with you so much. Together. Jiang Nan, depressed through. This sister is really drunk. See the future cannot let her drink so much wine. Oh, hold me tight. Never leave me okay. Zhu Shishir had a snotty nose and a tear. Jiang Nan had to helplessly comfort well. I won't leave you. Well, it's fine. Just sleep tomorrow. Oh, Zhu Shishir just hugged Jiang Nan and cried. It could be seen that it was sincere. Sincerely like Jiang Nan, borrowed the strength of wine, only then spoke out. After all, now Jiang Nan in all aspects are too good. Rich, handsome, generous, singing very good. Simply has been a lantern are difficult to find a good man. Jiang Nan had no choice but to let her cry. It didn't matter if he persuaded her now. Zhuang Dai. He looked at Zhuang Dai and asked, are you guys staying at Master Zhao's store? Yes, we are staying on the second floor. Zhuang Dai said, but right now, both Shishir and I are drunk. Especially Shishir is drunk like this, which makes the boss see Her words didn't continue, but she looked like she was in a difficult situation. Oh, Jiang Nan blinked. This was indeed a problem. The two sisters drinking into this state, and one of them was unclothed, going back but when it was bad. Chapter 108, Taking the Blame. After a moment's consideration, Jiang Nan said, which is to find a hotel nearby, so you two can stay for the night, and then go back to the store tomorrow when the booze has worn off. Aha! Zhuang Dai nodded, leaning obediently on Jiang Nan's shoulder and said, this is the best. Jiang Nan had considered whether to bring the two of them back to his mansion hotel and arrange for 2 rooms. However, thinking about it was better to forget about it. He had just taken over the mansion hotel. As the boss, it was not too proper to bring 2 sisters to kill back in the middle of the night. Not too long, the valet arrived, the nearest hotel. Jiang Nan threw the key to him while instructing. Okay, sir. The chauffeur glanced at the 2 beauties in Jiang Nan's arms and instantly smiled, a look of understanding, and hurriedly took the keys and drove. Jiang Nan. From the eyes of the chauffeur he understood. This one thought he was taking the 2 girls to a big smiley face room. This look is still really like this. The thing itself would think the same thing when it saw this look. Alas! Sad. Backstabbing. 5 minutes later, the nearest hotel arrived. The chauffeur parked the car, got out of the car and said prettily, Sir, $50. Jiang Nan, this money is really good. 5 minutes $50. If the previous self, absolutely neat to scold him for adulterer, paid the money. Chauffeur from the trunk out of his folding small battery car, before leaving said, Mr. Play well, a pair of 2. Mr. Body is tough enough. Jiang Nan, good want to beat up people how to do? Wait online, quite urgent. Depressed holding Zhu Shishir, also dragged Zhuang Dai into the hotel to ask for a room, and the front desk waitress lady, are a little looked down. One of them whispered and chattered, to be a room, even if it is really 3 together, but also more to be a room to cover up a little okay. So blatant really good? Jiang Nan, I really want to have a sentence of MMP to send to that waitress. After opening the room, Jiang Nan sent 2 people upstairs while saying to Zhuang Dai, take care of Zhu Shishir. Can you take care of her? If not, add money and let a waitress take care of her. Can. Zhuang Dai said. Zhu Shishir also really drink too high. This time has not cried. Passed out. Put good in bed, let her sleep on the line. Also good care. Arrived at the room where he stayed, Jiang Nan put Zhu Shishir on the bed and put it away, and said to Zhuang Dai, then I'll leave it to you. Aha. Zhuang Dai nodded her head obediently. Without much stay, Jiang Nan turned to leave. Zhuang Dai sent out. When Jiang Nan was about to enter the elevator, she suddenly said, Jiang Nan, we will be friends from now on, right? Jiang Nan froze for a moment and said, of course, what's wrong? Nothing. Zhuang Dai circle was also a bit red-eyed. I'm very happy tonight, and I'm a bit afraid that I won't have the chance to be able to have fun with you like this again in the future. There will be a chance. Jiang Nan smiled. Call me if you want to come out to play in the future. Aha. Zhuang Dai immediately smiled. That's good. That's good. Jiang Nan waved his hand and entered the elevator. When he came out of the elevator to leave, the waitress lady at the front desk was surprised and looked at him. Jiang Nan glared to look over and left the hotel straight away. Behind him came the waitress young lady whispered chatter. How to go? How a situation? Jiang Nan, out of the hotel. He also did not call the chauffeur again. The car did not move. Directly taxi back to the Liyuan neighborhood. Arrived at the door. Took a look at the time. Already almost 0 o'clock. Do not want a surprise baby. Directly touched the key to open the door. As a result, just after entering the door, Bebe's nice voice came over. Brother Jiang, you finally came back. Jiang Nan looked over. Bebe was surprisingly still awake, waiting for him, and was hugging a cushion on the sofa watching TV. Bebe, it's so late. Why are you still up? I couldn't sleep when you didn't come back. Bebe said as she came up to him, looking him up and down, her little nose sniffing. Drinking again. Jiang Nan looked at her cute appearance and lovingly rubbed her long hair. Alright, I'm back. Now you can go to sleep. Aha. Bebe nodded obediently, turned around and just took 2 steps to go back to her own bedroom, then stopped again, turned back and said in an ancient spirit of surprise, Brother Jiang, why don't we have a kiss goodbye before we go to sleep? Jiang Nan, giggle. Bibi laughed. Okay, go to sleep. I have good news for you tomorrow. What's the good news? Bibi was more interested. I've said I'll tell you tomorrow. Jiang Nan said with a majestic look, and now you're asking. Oh well, good night. Bibi went to the bedroom with a small helpless look. Chapter 109, The Feeling of Home. When Jiang Nan woke up in a daze, it was already noon the following day. The sun was up to his butt, getting up and washing up. Just as he went out the door, Bebe popped up and said, Brother Jiang, you finally woke up. I've been waiting all morning. Waited all morning? Jiang Nan was a bit confused and asked, waiting for what? Hate it. Bibi pouted and said, didn't you say that you have a good thing to tell me today? Oh, Jiang Nan finally remembered, having forgotten about this long ago. Quickly say in the end what is the good thing? Bebe somewhat impatiently urged, grabbing Future's arm and shaking it. Cute and adorable. She was dressed kawaii today, and looked even more adorable and mesmerizing. The hotel has been acquired over. In a moment I will take you there. It's crowded and lively. What kind of job do you want to do? Choose one yourself. Wow, that's great. Bebe happily hugged Jiang Nan at once, and gave a kiss to Jiang Nan's face. Immediately, there was a pink strawberry mark on Jiang Nan's face. Hee. Bebe looked at the strawberry print on Jiang Nan's face and said with a happy smile, Brother Jiang, this lip print is quite pretty. Jiang Nan, after entering the restroom and taking a look in the mirror, it still did look good. After all, Bebe's pair of lips were long and beautiful. However, this thing can't go out with this. It had to be washed off. As he washed up in the restroom, Bibi asked outside, what does Brother Jiang eat for breakfast? I'll go buy it. Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile, it's noon now, what else to eat for breakfast? But he also basically understood that Bebe must have not eaten breakfast as well. And it wasn't that he had slept until noon like this. He might have gotten up early in the morning. With this thought, he also didn't ask Bibi. His eyes locked onto her, quietly sending out a probe. Didn't have breakfast. 100%. Got up before 7 o'clock. 100%. LOL. That's really how it is. This girl is so heartbreaking. Going downstairs, Jiang Nan took Bebe to the door to take a taxi. Bebe blinked her long eyelashes and asked doubtfully, Brother Jiang, where is our car? A sentence of our home. Make Jiang Nan heart inexplicably warm. Look to Bebe. There is this little girl in. Really gave himself a sense of home. Inexplicably is to reach out and stop her waist. Hugged in the arms. Bebe very good behavior snuggled in Jiang Nan's arms. Or surprised to ask, Jiang brother, our car. Go there. Is it an old man took back? No. Jiang Nan rubbed her long hair. Last night drank too much. Did not dare to drive. I took a taxi back. The car in front of the hotel. We now go to pick up. Oh, so that's how it is. Good day boss. Boss good. When Jiang Nan brought Bebe into the hotel lobby, the hospitality ladies, one by one, stood up straight and greeted him. Today was a very different scene from yesterday. The hospitality ladies had already entered their working state. Although, probably due to the fact that the hotel had been in operation for 2 days, there were almost no guests. However, everyone stayed at their workstations. Wow, Brother Jiang, you're so majestic, Bebe happily exclaimed. Pay attention to the temperament. Temperament. Jiang Nan walked slowly and whispered to Bebe, you're the boss's sister now. Be classy. Hee. Bibi was amused and snickered. Jiang Nan, terrific. A good serious drawing style was stirred up by Bibi. Chapter 110, Mannequin. Arriving at the top floor, in the corridor, he ran into Zhang Yuan. Hi, boss, you're here, Sister Bebe. She's even prettier today. Zhang Yuan was dressed in a suit, dressed like a man. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Zhang Yuan, Bebe said. How's business today? Jiang Nan asked while entering his boss's office. It should be, probably, not great. Jiang Nan, I'm not too sure. Zhang Yuan smiled awkwardly and followed Jiang Nan into the office, hastily pouring tea for Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, damn, if this is in the Qing dynasty, a proper eunuch. Tea poured, Zhang Yuan said, I'll call the manager. Let her come up to talk about the situation. She is clear. Jiang Nan nodded. Zhang Yuan made the call. Soon the beautiful manager came up and entered the room with a smile. Boss, you're here. Aha. Jiang Nan nodded as he looked at her exquisite pretty face. How is it today? So far, not a single guest. The beautiful manager smiled lightly. But this is normal. After all, it stopped operating for 2 days and needs time to recover. There's no rush. Jiang Nan nodded. But there is one thing that is more urgent. Oh, the beautiful manager blinked her eyes. Boss, what is it? The two of us haven't eaten yet. Jiang Nan pointed at Bebe. How about you ask the kitchen to make a few of the hotel's best dishes, and I'll try them. Okay. The beautiful manager smiled. Boss, you talk so funny. I thought it was something big. Obviously. Jiang Nan's words surprised her. Is it not a big deal? Jiang Nan asked rhetorically. Oh, it is. The beautiful manager hurriedly said with a bitter smile. Boss, I was wrong. I apologize. Go. Jiang Nan waved his hand. I'll order the kitchen. The beautiful manager said as she left. It'll be ready soon. I'll send someone to send it directly to the boss's room. Jiang Nan nodded. Boss, this is abalone congee. This is silver ear bird's nest soup. This is clear stewed tuna. This is Buddha jumping over the wall. This is crab and shark's fin. Several dishes that looked very exquisite were brought up, and the beautiful manager was doing the introduction. Jiang Nan looked at these several dishes. They were indeed very eye-catching, with exquisite appearance and looked very tempting. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "How much are these few dishes worth?" "Boss, these few dishes are basically considered the most expensive dishes here in our place, and the price is around 100,000 if you want all of the several dishes." "How much profit is there?" Jiang Nan asked after thinking for a while. "About 50%, the beautiful manager said. "The raw materials for these dishes are all very expensive, and some of them have to be procured through special channels." "Understood." Jiang Nan nodded. "Alright, go get busy. I'll taste how these dishes taste." "Okay." The beautiful manager nodded and left. "Zhang Yuan, where's Lily? Have her come over as well? Let's eat together." Jiang Nan looked at Zhang Yuan. "Ha?" Zhang Yuan was shocked and said, "Boss, this isn't right. Such an expensive dish. Call when I tell you to. So abrasive." Jiang Nan glared at him. He. Well, Zhang Yuan fished out his cell phone and dialed. "Lily, quickly go upstairs. Come to Jiang Nan's office. Good things. This flavor is not great." Yeah, such an expensive dish. How come it doesn't taste good?" As the four of them ate their dishes, Jiang Nan was the first to say. Zhang Yuan concurred. "People are eating the nutritional value, not the flavor, so you guys shouldn't complain." Lily said, "But the flavor wasn't great when she ate it. It wasn't as good as the steak that was over 1,000 servings. Maybe the chef in the hotel is not good at his craft." Zhang Yuan said again. Jiang Nan thought for a moment. "Makes sense. Looks like we need to meet the chef." Chapter 111, Stealing the Master. "You are the chef here?" Jiang Nan looked at the chef in front of him, a little bit surprised. It was a girl, a short hair, more than 20 years old, with delicate features, but put together it did give a sense of the immediacy of a wild girl, and somewhere a little bit sorry for the name of woman. Airfield. This makes Jiang Nan can't help but spit in his heart. Quite beautiful, a different kind of girl. It's a pity, can't afford to Yes, boss. The beautiful manager introduced on the side. She is the chef of the fine cuisine, Chinese cuisine, senior technician. "But how come these dishes are so bad?" Jiang Nan said nonchalantly. "Boss, then can I ask a question?" The little girl still looked a bit bratty and defiant in her tone as she asked Jiang Nan. Still a bit defiant. Jiang Nan was instantly interested in this attitude of hers and said, "Of course you can. As my employee, you can directly react to any questions. I just want to ask, boss, have you eaten these dishes before?" Her words made Jiang Nan just stare. The beautiful manager at the side was also stunned, and a little later had seen what was going on and said to the beautiful chef, Luo, how to talk, cough. Jiang Nan but has been embarrassed, smile interface. "It's okay, I admit, I have not eaten these dishes before." Since the boss you have not eaten, that cannot be presumptuous judgment. You can go to a more upscale restaurant to eat to see. My practice is absolutely very authentic. "Oh." Jiang Nan was slightly silent, nodded his head a little later and said, "Well, I was wrong this time. It seems that I'm an amateur when it comes to catering, but these dishes are really not to my liking." Jiang Nan word chef girl laughed, said, "Boss, these dishes are not just not to your appetite. In fact, not to the appetite of many people. But this practice can better retain the nutritional value of these valuable materials. Many guests do eat this kind of food, to be fame, identity and face, and not the so-called taste. To taste, if, by the side of some street snacks, roadside barbecue stalls flavor is the best." "Oh, so that's how it is." Jiang Nan nodded in understanding. A little later, remembering something, he looked at the beautiful chef and said, "Right, you're a senior technician, so if I let you taste a dish, can you make it as it is?" "It can be tried." The chef girl nodded. "Good then," Jiang Nan said. "Go get ready, take off this chef's clothes and change into civilian clothes. Wait a while and go out with me. I'll let you taste a dish, and when you're done, come to this dish and make it for me." The fish and pouring sauce that Jiang Nan remembered tasted really great. If his own chef could make it, wouldn't it be convenient to eat it? "Okay, boss." The beautiful chef nodded, her personality seeming straightforward and not dragging her feet in the slightest. It was worthy of being a girl who was used to having short hair, and she really did have a bit of a woman's flavor. "Boss, there's nothing going on here, right?" the beautiful manager asked. "Nope." Jiang Nan nodded. "That's good, then I'll leave as well," she said and left with the beautiful chef. "Boss, how embarrassing." At this time, Zhang Yuan said with a bitter smile, "We haven't eaten any of these dishes, and being directly ordered out by someone else. It's so disgraceful." "Not much." Jiang Nan smiled. "We were poor before. This is nothing to hide." "Right. I'll take you guys to eat a kind of fish in a while. The flavor is especially good." "Eat fish?" Lily blinked her eyes for a moment. Smart as she was, she immediately thought of something. "Jiang Nan, you're just going to take the chef to taste this kind of fish and then learn it over yourself, right?" "Not bad." Jiang Nan said. Let's go steal the master. Zhang Yuan. Lily. Chapter 112, in plain sight. This is it? The Land Rover stopped and Zhang Yuan, Lily, Bei, Jiang Nan, and Beauty Chef got out. The beautiful chef tons of quadrangle. Jiang Nan nodded. Go in. This family's poured fish is an ancestral secret recipe. Entering the courtyard, as if it was a home, Jiang Nan led the way, casually choosing a vacant room. A few people sat on over. There was no one coming over to entertain either. Don't you need to order food here? The beautiful chef said curiously. No need, Jiang Nan said. It's basically a fixed dish here, and the main reason to come here to eat is to eat fish in pouring sauce. While a few people chatted, the dish was delivered. A large fish nearly a foot long, plus a few small cold dishes. The waitress lady said in passing, a few of you have beer and drinks next to it. If one fish is not enough, feel free to speak. I'll send it over again. 2 more fish, Jiang Nan said directly. Okay, send it over soon. The young lady turned around and left after saying that. The service attitude here is quite distinctive. Zhang Yuan smiled. It's a bit like going to a buffet. It's just so casual here. It's mainly for the poured fish, and you don't drink much here either, as there's only beer and drinks. It's mainly about enjoying the food, Jiang Nan explained. With the experience of having been here once, he now transformed into an old driver. It's also very good. Oh, Lily nodded and said, it has character. I was going to ask if it was ready to eat. Bibi, however, had already picked up her chopsticks and was staring at the fish like a little glutton. You're the one who's greedy. Jiang Nan rubbed her head and said, wait for a while, let our chef taste the dishes first. As he said this, he looked at the beautiful chef. All be quiet, don't disturb me, the beautiful chef said, picked up chopsticks, clamped a piece of fish in his mouth, closed his eyes, and slowly chewed and savored. Everyone stopped talking and waited on the sidelines, nearly half a minute before she ate a head of fish, then switched to another part and took another bite in her mouth and slowly chewed and savored it. After swallowing once again, only then was she saying, this fish is quite complicated to make. I tasted the flavor of 16 kinds of spices from it, of which there are 5 kinds of them to when stewing the fish, and 11 kinds of them inside the pouring sauce. Grip? Jiang Nan was a bit shocked, and his speech returned to the norm. No longer endowed, so powerful. This can be tasted out? Beautiful chef. Wow, so divine? Zhang Yuan was also shocked and looked at the beautiful chef with burning eyes, as if this beautiful woman had suddenly become unusually attractive. Lily and Bibi were similarly shocked. Damn, is this tongue a dog's tongue? So powerful. But, the beautiful chef continued, it's harder to grasp the amount of these spices. Crowd, this is already amazing alright. If you can't grasp the amount of these spices, it's more difficult to make such a flavor. And there's no denying that this fish is very well done, with a distinctive flavor. Jiang Nan said after a little thought. You mean there's no way to make such a flavor, right? It requires careful speculation and experimentation. And I'm going to go out for a turn to see the way they stew fish. The beautiful chef stood up as she spoke. Cough cough, Jiang Nan said with some weakness. Sister, remember to come secretly, don't be blatant. People, this is an ancestral private recipe. Boss, don't worry, I will pay attention, the beautiful chef said as he went out. Chapter 113, leave it to me. The beautiful chef left. Bibi weakly asked, can we eat now? Jiang Nan, Zhang Yuan, Lily, it's ready, eat, Jiang Nan said helplessly. You're such a little glutton. He. Bei was happy, moved the chopsticks and ate, a mouthful of fish into his mouth. Couldn't help but be happy with his nice big eyes squinting into a crescent moon. Yummy, yummy, you guys taste it, the fish tastes great. Really? Zhang Yuan and Lily also opened their mouths. Jiang Nan, however, quietly locked his gaze on the pouring sauce fish and threw out a probe. A total of 16 condiments were used. 100%. It's still true. This niece has a set of awesome awe. Thinking about it a little bit. Continue probing. The fish stew used 100% kinds. The pouring sauce only used 11 kinds. 100%. Awesome indeed. It really deserves to be a top chef. Jiang Nan thought about his mind while also eating the fish. It wasn't long before the beautiful chef returned. Together with her, there was also the waitress lady who delivered the fish. The 2 newly delivered fish were put down and the waitress lady left. Without waiting for Jiang Nan to say anything, Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to ask first. How was it? Did you succeed in stealing the master? The beautiful chef. She rolled her eyes and said, I didn't go to steal the master. I just went to see it. The technique is very simple. Using a large iron pot to stew slowly over a low fire. But the time aspect is currently unclear. Jiang Nan blinked his eyes. Immediately had a calculation. This he could easily know. Throwing out a probe with a thought. The fish in pouring sauce should be stewed for more than half an hour. 100%. The fish in the sauce should be stewed for more than an hour. 100%. Fish in sauce to be simmered for more than 2 hours. 90%. Jiang Nan thought for a moment and probed again. The topped fish should be stewed for 2 hours. 100%. Okay. Done. Already all the results. He casually found an excuse and said, I'm able to solve the problem of how long the fish has to be stewed. I have a friend who is familiar with the owner here, and will be able to find out by asking around from the side. That's great, the beautiful chef said, another little bit more mastered. As for the question of condiments, when I go back, full of configurations to try. Jiang Nan thought for a moment and asked, these 16 condiments, are you able to identify what they are? Of course, the beautiful chef said, if I can't identify them, can I be sure that they are 16 condiments? As a technician extraordinaire, we are specially trained in this area. Then it's like this, Jiang Nan said, when we go back, you write out the names of the 16 condiments and give them to me, and I'll find a way to get you the dosages of these 16 condiments. Ha! The beautiful chef was stunned. Boss, you even have a way for this? Didn't you say that people are the secret recipes of the ancestral silk dishes? People are dead. Solutions are alive. Jiang Nan said, money makes the devil grind. Nothing else, just money. Beautiful chef. Zhang Yuan, that's flirty enough. Alright, mission accomplished. Next everyone eat fish. Jiang Nan said, right, eat fish. Zhang Yuan concurred, and took 2 bottles of beer and drank 3 bottles of drinks. The beer was open to 1 bottle for him and Jiang Nan. As for the 3 sisters, they drank the drinks. Chapter 114, Optimization. Hotel, Jiang Nan's boss office. For fish stew, pepper, fennel, good ginger, white fruit, cardamom. For pouring the sauce, cloves, cinnamon, nutmeg, mu kong, tangerine peel, sesame leaves, chili peppers, dried ginger, Angelica de Hurica. Jiang Nan looked at the list of condiments that the beautiful chef had written to him. It also stated that 5 of the spices were for fish stew. There were also the following 16 kinds that were for pouring sauce. Jiang Nan looked at it for a moment and was a bit depressed. He was completely clueless about the dosage of these condiments, even though the words of the probe were clueless. After thinking for a while, he said to the beautiful chef next to him, Sister, can you label the usual customary dosage of these condiments? Yes, this is fine. The beautiful chef nodded, took the sheet, took out a pen, and began to write down the usual amount under each condiment. Pepper 5 milligrams, fennel 3 milligrams, good ginger 2 milligrams, white fruit 5 milligrams. It was quickly filled out and handed over to Jiang Nan once again. Alright, you go and get busy. Jiang Nan looked satisfied and waved his hand. Just leave the next thing to me. I'll give you the list when I have news. Okay, boss. The beautiful chef nodded and left. Jiang Nan put the list away. This would have to wait for the evening and a trip to the private dining hall to be able to conduct the test. There was no way it had to be eye-locked to the target to work. Evening. Jiang Nan once again took Bibi to eat fish. This time it was just the 2 of them. The main purpose was not to eat either. After asking for a room and having the fish and pouring sauce sent up, Jiang Nan said to the waitress lady, one more. Okay, the 2 of you are quite capable of eating. The waitress lady said with a smile. It can't be helped. The fish here is so delicious. We're obsessed. Jiang Nan smiled and laughed all the same. The waitress sister left. Jiang Nan said to the gluttonous Bibi, alright, you start eating. Aha. Bebe happily ate, at the same time saying, Brother Jiang, you also eat. In the future will you bring me here every day to eat fish? Jiang Nan. He didn't explain anything to Bebe. He just told her to come and eat fish. Soon another fish was brought up. Jiang Nan locked the target and started testing. Pepper dosage 5 milligrams or more. 0%. Pepper dosage 6 milligrams or more. 0%. It seemed like the amount was too much. Pepper dosage under 5 milligrams. 100%. Pepper dosage 4 milligrams. 100%. Oh, very good. Jiang Nan smiled. So quickly fixed a condiment. In a good mood. Regroup and continue with the next flavor. The amount of fennel. The test was quick, and having a rough dosage made it much easier. After about 5 minutes, all the spices were done. Looking at the revised dosage chart, Jiang Nan was satisfied. He was just about to put it away to eat the fish in peace. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. If he tested himself with the success rate method, could the pouring sauce fish be optimized a bit more and made tastier? I wonder if it would work. With this thought, he immediately threw out a test. Is it possible to optimize the spice recipe for the fish in pouring sauce? The next moment a string of numbers floated by in front of his eyes. 100%. Grasshopper. That's really possible. Jiang Nan was moved. After thinking for a moment, he began to try another test. The optimized spice recipe. The amount of peppercorns is 4 milligrams. 100%. Well, it was obvious that this didn't need to be mobilized. Jiang Nan had a judgment. then began testing the next condiment, the amount of fennel. Again about 5 minutes later, after a round of testing, just 2 of the condiment dosages were going to have a change, and the variations are pretty big. It's white nuts and cloves. The white fruit was going to be increased by 18 milligrams, while the cloves were reduced by another 6 milligrams. Jiang Nan saved the optimized list as well, and when he went back, he asked the beautiful chef to do both cases and taste the results. Chapter 115, Convinced. After eating the fish and returning to the hotel, it was already slightly dark. Jiang Nan then decided to stay at the hotel, and the rooms here were good enough. As for Bebe, he could only rearrange a room for her, calling the beautiful manager. It didn't take long for the beautiful manager to go upstairs and come to Jiang Nan's office. Boss, what are your orders? Arrange a room for Bibi, Jiang Nan said. Okay, the beautiful manager said, looking towards Bebe. Little sister, what kind of room do you want to live in? I want to live next door to brother Jiang, Bebe said as she batted her long eyelashes. Beauty manager, laughing bitterly in her heart. Jiang Nan's next door is her room. Helplessly smiling awkwardly, she said, little sister, can we get the wrong room? Because my room is next door to the boss's. If you really want to live in the next room, I'll vacate the room for you. This way, Bebe thought for a moment. Are there 2 bedrooms inside brother John's room? If there are, I'll just live in one of them. That's how we live when we're at home anyway. Beautiful manager. Look at Jiang Nan. Look at Bebe. This is already living together, ah? Jiang Nan. A look at the eyes of the beautiful manager knew that she misunderstood. Explained, we are shared. Beauty manager. Oomph. Also sophistry. But, if the 2 people don't mind, Jiang Nan's boss's office is spacious enough and also has 2 bedrooms of different sizes, so it's perfectly fine to live with 2 people. So he said, boss, since you guys were doing this before, let the little sister live in one of the small side bedrooms. Jiang Nan was a bit embarrassed. Before it was no way. There were just a few rooms in the Liyuan neighborhood, but nowadays, there are so many rooms on the top floor of the hotel, and then let Bebe squeeze into a room with herself. This thing, it would be strange if other people don't misunderstand it. Since there are extra rooms, let's rearrange one for Bebe. Although I am treating her as a younger sister, but it's not appropriate to live in a room with me. And Jiang Nan's words just fell. Bebe's eyes reddened. Brother Jiang, do you dislike me? Didn't you say, I want to be a wife for you, ah? Jiang Nan, head full of black lines. Beautiful manager, don't want to listen to it anymore. This sounds numb. Quickly found an excuse and said, boss, I still have things to do. Busy. You guys discuss it again. Discuss it well and tell me. I'll go to arrange, said twisting a thin waist stepping on high heels. Kaka laughed. Jiang Nan, very speechless, but at this time, suddenly remembered something, shouted at the back of the beautiful manager. Sister, wait a moment. The beautiful manager stopped. God turned back, smiled bitterly and said, boss, my name is Lulu. You can call me Lulu. You can also call me Manager Lu. Call me sister. This feels inappropriate in the hotel, ah, does it? Jiang Nan stroked his chin and asked. He didn't feel there was anything inappropriate. The beautiful manager smiled even more bitterly. Alright then, count me out. Alright then, I'll call you Maisie Lu from now on. Jiang Nan said. Beautiful manager, is there any difference between Maisie Lu and Maisie? Here, you give this list to the chef girl. Jiang Nan touched the list of poured fish and handed it to the beautiful manager. As for the optimized ones, Jiang Nan still kept them for the time being, intending to first taste how the taste of the poured fish made from the clone list of poured fish tasted. This one? The beautiful manager was a bit puzzled. You give it to her, she will naturally understand. Okay, boss. The beautiful manager nodded and did not ask any more questions, twisting her thin waist and turning to leave. Bei, on the other hand, timidly looked at Jiang Nan, tears coming down her eyes. Brother Jiang, I'm going to share a room with you. Jiang Nan could only say helplessly. Okay, serve you. Chapter 116, Perfection. The next day, early morning, in the sweltering kitchen, the beautiful chef was concentrating with her heart. The fish was being stewed on the iron pot, and the pouring sauce that she was meticulously making. The fish was a common carp that was specially ordered to be purchased back, because all the fish used at the private dining place were carp. 2 hours later, ceasefire, fish out of the pot. This time 5 fish were stewed. The pouring sauce was already configured, and she skillfully got a fish onto a plate and poured the sauce. It was followed by a sprinkling of a little parsley in the same manner as the private dish there. The fish in the pouring sauce was done. She first bent down and sniffed it, nodding her head in satisfaction, distinguishing it from the sense of smell. It tasted almost exactly the same as the private dining hall side. Then she picked up her chopsticks and tasted a bite. At the first bite, she smiled. Oh yeah, perfect. The same flavor as the private dining hall side. Then came the careful feeling and savoring. Only the careful feeling was more or less slightly different, but it was only her sensitive tongue that could feel it so much, while the usual guests couldn't feel it at all. The beautiful chef was satisfied with this. After all, even though she knew the exact amount of ingredients, there were still subtle errors when using them, so with her sense to be able to recognize some differences is not a failure at all. Satisfied, she brought 2 plates, got 2 fish out of the iron pot and put them in place, then poured the sauce. After finishing, she personally carried the fish out of the kitchen. Jiang Nan's office. He was looking at the accounts sent over by the beautiful manager. The phone rang. I touched it out and saw that it was Zhu Shishir who called. Inexplicably remembered. Last night when singing, too impulsive and hugged and kissed the scene. Could not help but helplessly smiled. Answered the phone. What's wrong, Shishir? Is there something wrong? Can't I call you without it? Zhu Shishir's voice came from the receiver. Of course I can. Jiang Nan smiled awkwardly. It's really nothing. Zhu Shishir said. It's just that I'm at work, quite bored. I miss you, so I made a call to hear your voice. Jiang Nan, what are you doing? Are you busy? Zhu Shishir's voice was more or less despondent. Not too busy, more or less, blindly busy. Jiang Nan said. Okay, then you're busy. I just wanted to hear your voice. Now that I've heard it, I'm hanging up. Jiang Nan, click. The phone hung up. The beautiful manager who was standing right next to Jiang Nan vaguely heard the call. Secretly, she pouted her little mouth, and said, sure enough, rich people are all towards 3, with a little lowly around. There are other women outside. Alas, this boss is quite handsome. The person's temperament is also good, but unfortunately there are too many women around. Otherwise you can really consider being a boyfriend. Jiang Nan helplessly put away the phone and continued to check the information. The hotel situation. He needed to have a general understanding of this aspect of the accounts. Just at this moment, bang bang bang, a knock on the door outside sounded. Who? Jiang Nan asked. Me, the chef. The beautiful chef's voice sounded outside. Come in. Door pushed open. The beautiful chef came in with 2 fish, saw that the beautiful manager was also there, nodded, and did not greet her too much. It was still the same character she was used to, unruly and untamed, not really treating the leader as a leader. Even Jiang Nan she didn't really pee too much, let alone the beautiful manager. The fish is done, the beautiful chef said. I've tasted the flavor and it's okay, boss you taste it. Chapter 117, Honey Confidence. It's done. Jiang Nan got happy and greeted the beautiful manager. Come, a piece to taste. Is this good? The beautiful manager was a bit formal, but her heart was quite comfortable. Jiang Nan the boss was quite good to get along with, and it was really comfortable to work together. What's there? Eat a piece, Jiang Nan said with a glare. Okay. The beautiful manager was also no longer polite, picked up the chopsticks and ate the fish together with Jiang Nan. The flavor is really good. The beautiful manager only ate a mouthful as praise. What kind of fish is this? I don't remember that our hotel used to have this kind of fish. Jiang Nan tasted a bite and was also very satisfied, and as expected, the flavor of the private dishes made over there was almost exactly the same. It's a new dish, the beautiful chef explained. The boss likes to eat it, so we purposely went to steal it and learned it. The beautiful manager couldn't help but look at Jiang Nan, instantly labeling him as a foodie, not bad, worthy of being a top chef. Jiang Nan took a big bite while not mincing his words of praise. The beautiful chef smiled. Being praised by the boss was something to be happy about. Hey, I have an idea. Just at this moment, the beautiful manager suddenly stopped eating and said. Jiang Nan looked at her delicate little face with a questioning look. The flavor of this dish is so good, we can totally promote it as a special dish in the hotel. The beautiful manager said excitedly. I've eaten a lot of dishes, but I've never eaten this kind of fish. This kind of fish is very distinctive, too, and so fresh, can completely be promoted as a specialty dish. Aha! The beautiful chef also nodded and said, it's a good idea. Lolo, is the cost of this dish high? The manager looked at the beautiful chef and asked. Of course it's not high, the beautiful chef said. The fish is the most common carp, and it costs less than $50 to make one fish. That's great, the beautiful manager said. With this kind of flavor, it can be completely launched as a special dish, and the price will be set at 688 apiece. Grass. 688, slaughtering so hard? Jiang Nan himself was shocked. Boss, after all, a hotel like ours will lower the tone if the consumption is too low, the beautiful manager explained. So even though the cost is low, the price cannot be too low. Also true. Jiang Nan nodded. Be pushy, beauty manager. Very breathlessly, she threw Jiang Nan a blank stare. Wait a minute. Jiang Nan suddenly remembered something and said, don't be busy pushing this kind of fish first. I still have an optimized fish making plan here. Try it out and then decide which kind of fish to push. There's more? The beautiful chef was puzzled. blinking her big soulful eyes at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan took out the optimized list of condiments and handed it to her. Not too much difference in terms of condiments, with some slight adjustments. You can do a comparison again according to this. The beautiful chef took it and glanced at it, immediately noticing that there was only a change in 2 condiments, and asked suspiciously, "Boss, this kind of condiment proportioning method, where did you get it from again?" If I say, I mobilized it slightly with my personal feelings, I don't know if it's possible, Jiang Nan said. Beautiful manager. Beautiful chef. Boss, are you sure that the fish made according to this mobilization of yours can be eaten? The beautiful chef said. The amount of one of the spices is a bit too much. Try it, Jiang Nan said with a smile, giving off that honeyed confidence for no reason. He was now confident in his own success rate. Chapter 118, Unrivaled. Telling the truth. The beautiful chef returned to the kitchen to continue her work, remixing the pouring sauce. In fact, the process of mixing the pouring sauce did not take too long, mainly because the fish had to be stewed for 2 hours. The pouring sauce needed about 10 minutes or so to be configured, very quickly. Configured according to the new recipe program, the beautiful chef once again got out of the fish topping, then first sniffed. Suddenly the aroma came to the nose. It was too much better than the previous fish that had a good feeling from the senses of smell. Wow! She was slightly surprised, really not expecting this. Then with great anticipation, she took her chopsticks and placed a bite of fish in her mouth, and then her eyes went wide. The whole person froze. That unique flavor, stimulating her taste buds, tasted delicious and special. While slowly chewing and savoring, she was more and more shocked. God, how could it come out like this? This is simply unimaginable. Fresh and delicious, but also fragrant. As a top chef, she was also considered more than half a gourmet, and had tasted countless dishes, but she had not yet eaten such a delicious fish. Let's give up the nutritional value and such for now, but the flavor of this fish was simply the perfect of the perfect. After swallowing a mouthful of fish, she looked at the one fish on her plate. Her heart was unusually complex. She simply couldn't imagine that just the adjustment of 2 spices had made such a big difference. It was simply a bit like a chemical reaction to bring about such a drastic change. She couldn't imagine even more. How did Jiang Nan get such a program? This new boss was suddenly like a mystery in her mind. It took her a long time to calm down. Exhaling deeply, she picked up the optimized list of condiments and concentrated on rereading all of them, then closed her eyes and silently memorized them in her mind. And after making sure that she remembered them well, she directly threw the list into the fireplace and burned it. She had already profoundly realized that this dish already had an unparalleled value. Such a taste was enough to attract countless foodies week after week. Boss, it's done. He once again carried the fish and delivered it to Jiang Nan's office. With complicated eyes, he looked at Jiang Nan. I'll taste it. Jiang Nan was busy eating the fish, completely not noticing the beautiful chef's strange appearance. He clamped a piece of fish in his mouth. At once, even Jiang Nan's eyes were wide open, froze for a moment, quickly chewed, gulped down a mouthful, and then without any image, added another big bite in his mouth, rapidly chewing, gulp swallowed, which only seems to be able to break the car. A face of unbelievable said, how can it be so delicious? Good guy, I grew up so big, have not eaten such delicious fish. Boss, the program was given to me by you. Did you really make it blind? I really don't know that such a matching program can make such delicious fish, the beautiful chef asked. I don't know. Jiang Nan clamped another piece of fish, put it in his mouth, busy eating it. It is simply too delicious, which still cares about the other, while eating while saying, I just blindly get it. Could it be that a blind cat meets a dead rat, and makes such a delicious fish? Beautiful chef. Right, call the beautiful manager and ask him to come over and try this fish. I think pushing this kind of fish is more promising, Jiang Nan said as he was busy eating. Good. The beauty host was helpless, took out her cell phone and called the beauty manager's phone. The call was connected. The beautiful chef simply came. Manager, the boss is looking for you to come up. Click. Hang up the phone. Habitual very tawdry operation. Chapter 119, Wonderful Uses. My gosh, how can this fish be so delicious? The shocked shout of the beautiful manager who ate the first bite of fish resounded in Jiang Nan's office. Jiang Nan smiled. A little later, he said, how about the hotel push this kind of fish if it plays a signature dish? Simply fantastic, the beautiful manager said with some loss of temper. Such a delicious, 688 is not working, at least 1668, and such a flavor, can be completely as our hotel's signature dish to push. Yes, that's how it is, according to our hotel's signature dish to push. The main, I have thought about it, and carat 0 carat and star. The beautiful manager set up a never-ending, the whole person in the edge of losing their temper. Jiang Nan, or the first time to see this girl, so unladylike, so manic. A good half a day beauty manager is only stopped, set her a variety of promotional programs and so on. Jiang Nan are listening to tired, but not in order not to combat her enthusiasm, or said with a smile, well, this matter will be given to you to be solely responsible for, said, there are rewards, yes, directly to your hotel shares dividends, the beautiful manager and the chef, this time were shocked, they didn't expect Jiang Nan to be so generous, and Jiang Nan's acquisition of this hotel is just as a cover, really rely on this hotel to earn money, that can only earn a few small money? So it was not taken seriously at all. Good, boss, don't worry, this time is definitely going to be a big deal. The beautiful manager, however, was exceptionally excited and swore to guarantee it. Even the beautiful chef this time is no longer like so diffident to come, pumped up the general motivation. The two sisters left. Jiang Nan smiled and said, I didn't think there was this unexpected harvest, just a mouthful. I didn't expect to develop a dish. This thing is really unexpected. The wonderful use of success rate is really endless. After a day or so of reprieve, the hotel's business had picked up, one after another. Guests who had checked in after dining arrived, and the beautiful manager has already started to arrange the promotion of pouring sauce fish as the main dish. Does everyone understand? As long as there are guests who want to order food, whenever there is an opportunity, recommend our pouring sauce fish. The beautiful manager summoned all the hospitality ladies to do the command. Understood manager. Understood manager. And in the back kitchen, the beautiful chef directly 100 or more iron pot stew. For a hotel of such kind of class as the Mansion Hotel, such cheap ingredients were no longer a burden at all. Even if you make more and not able to sell it, it doesn't matter. There are so many employees in the store, even if it's an extra meal for them, and the taste of such a good fish. The beautiful manager also wanted to let the staff all taste it, and then they did the promotion. They will have more confidence. After all, after eating it personally, they would know how delicious the fish was. Late afternoon. It was the prime time period for the hotel's guests to check in and eat, and from time to time there were guests arriving. Room 808 on the 26th floor. This gentleman, are you interested in trying our hotel's new staple dish? The fish in pouring sauce, which is delicious and cooked by special means, making it richer in nutritional value and healthier to drink. How about the price? 1,688. Well, the grade is okay, have a taste. The hospitality lady wasted no time in recommending it. 6th floor. Room 023. Sir, the fish in pouring sauce is our hotel's special staple dish. You must try it. It will definitely be very satisfying. Good, then let's have one. The fish in pouring sauce was pushed out one by one. It wasn't long. Shouting sounds rang out from different rooms. Oh my god, how can this fish be so delicious? I've never eaten such a good fish before. Wow, sure enough, this is indescribable. Everyone taste it. Who can tell me what kind of fish this is? How can it be so delicious? Oh, I have lived half a lifetime. The first time I ate such a delicious fish. Oh, don't stop me. Allow me to cry for a while. Waiter, one more. No, two more. Chapter 120, Flavorful. The next day, it was almost noon, and Jiang Nan was still huffing and puffing, and the hotel was already busy. A luxury car stopped and guests got off and entered the hotel. The fish here is done too authentic. You'll know if you come with me this time to taste the flavor. This flavor is absolutely you guys haven't eaten. Hospitality, quickly set a room. By the way, your signature dish pouring juice fish with two. Boss, this time is to come to the right. Wait for you to taste the taste of fish here. You will know, that is absolutely the earth's delicious. As the poem wrote, this taste should only be on the sky. Once the earth a few times taste. They came over for dinner at noon, and they were all old guests bringing new guests to taste the fish here. Compared to yesterday, the number of guests had increased several times. The beautiful manager stood in the hall looking at this situation, smiling with a flavorful smile and happy in her heart. Although she had thought that having such a good dish would make the hotel's business pick up, she hadn't expected that it would cause such an effect. She had underestimated the foodie's desire for good food. It was at this time that the cell phone rang. Touching it out to see that it was Jiang Nan calling, she hurriedly answered the phone. Boss, what's the order? Jiang Nan had just gotten up and his lazy voice came over. Have the chef prepare a fish in pouring sauce and send it over. He had slept until noon and had just gotten up and was hungry. The beautiful manager froze for a moment and laughed bitterly. Because of the surge of guests, the amount of fish in pouring sauce was already in short supply, and there was a need to wait for a certain amount of time before it could be made. Boss, I'm sorry, today suddenly increased a lot of guests. Pouring sauce fish are already all on the table. Have to wait a while before, said to the end of the time. The beautiful manager voice pressed very low. Jiang Nan is stunned. Some unhappy. The stomach is rumbling. Fish are gone? How to get this pouring sauce fish of the original intention of mine is to eat for their own convenience. Now the fish are engaged in no. You let me eat what? Let me eat you? Jiang Nan's sentence EQ instantly made the beautiful manager's face red to the root of her neck, wildly rolling his eyes. His heart muttered really nasty. But, inexplicably there is a feeling of stealing joy again? Okay, then you let the chef get something else. Send it up. I'll deal with it first. Jiang Nan again said helplessly and hung up the phone. The beautiful manager shrugged helplessly and went to the kitchen. Jiang Nan made the call and was also quite depressed as he went to wash up, but there had been no sign of Bei's figure. Some strange. Shouldn't this little girl come over as soon as she woke up herself? Jiang Nan was a bit used to seeing her sexy and delicate little figure. After washing up, he felt out his cell phone to call Bei's phone. Soon the phone was connected, and Bei's well-behaved and nice voice came over. Brother Jiang. Bei, where have you been? Jiang Nan asked while sitting on the sofa and pouring himself a cup of tea. He was now even more accustomed to the fact that when he woke up, Bei would come over and serve tea and pour water in a considerate manner. I'm in the hall now. The front desk to collect money at. Do cashier. I let the manager to arrange the work for me? I want to know how much money our hotel can enter in a day, so that we can do the heart of the number. Today has entered a lot of money. It have been several 100,000. Jiang Nan. Brother Jiang. Do you have something? There are guests to pay money again. I'm very busy. Hanging up the phone. Click. The phone hung up. Jiang Nan. Chapter 121, Hitching a Ride. Early evening. Jiang Nan salty half laying on the sofa, while leisurely crossing his legs and drinking tea, pondering whether he still needed to prepare something for the auction trip 2 days later. Just then, the phone rang. I straddled the desert boat, carrying a pipe and hourglass on my back. He took his cell phone from the side and saw that it was Angie calling. Slightly stunned, his heart puzzled. It's not even the day of the auction yet. Why did the girl call over? Isn't she indifferent to herself? Doubtful answered the phone. Also did not speak, waiting for Angie to speak first. After all, this girl is very strange. However, the other party's Angie was also silent. The two people had a tacit understanding to remain silent. After about 2 seconds, it appeared as if Angie couldn't carry it anymore before Angie's somewhat icy voice came from the receiver. Jiang Nan. Yes. Jiang Nan's voice was a bit cold and hard as he replied. Why don't you say anything? Angie's voice seemed to be even more angry. Does being there mean you have to talk? It could be heard that Angie was furious. Jiang Nan. Not saying anything. Anyway, the phone call was from Angie, and she had no business looking for her herself. A few moments later, it was still Angie who first said, my grandfather asked me to ask you to have a meal together. He heard that there is a hotel that has made a special flavor of fish, and he wants to go with you to try it and get together. Jiang Nan froze for a moment. Why did it sound like he was talking about the poured fish made by his own hotel? How about it? Do you have time? I'll tell Grandpa if I have time. I'll hang up if I don't. And Angie's voice was still a bit helpless and sulky. Since it's Grandpa An's invitation, let's eat together. Jiang Nan replied with a sentence. Good. Let's meet at the entrance of the Mansion Hotel. Do you know the Mansion Hotel? It's over on East China Road. No. Jiang Nan helplessly skimmed his mouth. Really his own hotel? This cannot know it. People are here now. There was also the fact that I didn't expect the poured fish to spread so quickly. An elder had heard about it. Well, I hung up. To the hotel. Then call. And she said and hung up. Jiang Nan threw his cell phone aside and rubbed his face. Nima. It's coming to his own hotel for dinner. As the host he has to treat himself this time, otherwise it would seem too petty. But in their own hotel consumption, spending money can be too much less. Well, very good. It seems that they have a hotel in the future to invite friends to eat. Quite convenient. Unexpected harvest. Time was not long. Bang bang. A knock sounded. Along with the knock, the beautiful manager's nice voice sounded outside the door. Boss, come in. Jiang Nan said as he took a sip of tea at the same time. The beautiful manager knocked on the door and came in, twisted her thin waist and came in front of Jiang Nan. Her exquisite goose-egg face was still so fair and charming. Boss, just now I got a report from the front desk. The Yin family in Shanghai City, Master Yin has booked a luxury private room of the highest grade. Jiang Nan blinked his eyes for a moment, thinking that Elder Yin was fast enough. It seemed that the same he was planning to treat the guests. The private room had already been booked. But how many meanings did the beautiful manager report to himself about this matter? He hadn't purposely explained it down yet? And the beautiful manager cannot pay attention to Jiang Nan's heart of the small. Continued, boss. And family in Jiangcheng City power is very big. I come as to remind the boss. Take this opportunity and in family to get on the relationship. The future in the city of Shanghai only to be able to have a backing. To do what is relatively easy. Oh, of course I understand. The beautiful manager deliberately on a trip because of this matter. A little meditation. Jiang Nan said, sister, that you think how to do? I suggest a free bill. The beautiful manager said, so that the Yin family will definitely have a good feeling. Want to mix well in Shanghai City? No contacts cannot. Offended people. Black and white. Someone looking for trouble. For the hotel is a very difficult thing. Chapter 122, Learning from a Master. Alright, it's decided. Jiang Nan nodded his head. But the starting point was different from what the beautiful manager had said. He was doing this because he was friends with Eldarin. Good. The beautiful manager nodded. I know how to arrange it. After saying that, she twisted her thin waist and turned around to leave. It didn't take too long. Jiang Nan drank 2 cups of tea comfortably in his office. Feeling that it was about time, he touched his cell phone to call Eldarin. Soon the call was connected, and the sound of Eldarin's happy and loud laughter came from the receiver. Little brother Jiang, have you already arrived? Yes, I've arrived at the hotel. Eldarin, where have you arrived? Jiang Nan said. I'll be there soon as well. Eldarin said smilingly, also invited Elder Zhao. He is also on his way to the hotel. Good, then I'll wait for you at the entrance of the hotel. Jiang Nan said. Good. Both parties hung up the phone. Jiang Nan organized his clothes and went downstairs. He usually stayed in the office and wasn't used to going down to join in the fun. Just after coming out of the elevator and arriving at the lobby, he saw Bebe sitting at the cashier's desk, busy collecting money in her uniform. Lily was also wearing the uniform of a hospitality lady and was welcoming guests. And Zhang Yuan was busy discussing some miscellaneous matters being handled by the beautiful manager. Hello boss. Good day boss. The hospitality ladies, seeing Jiang Nan, hurriedly stood up straight and greeted him. The beautiful manager and Zhang Yuan saw Jiang Nan coming down, and were also busy coming over. Boss, get busy with yourselves. Jiang Nan waved his hand and went straight out of the hotel, waiting at the entrance. The beautiful manager and Zhang Yuan were both looking at Jiang Nan outside through the window in confusion. What is the boss doing? The beautiful manager asked suspiciously. I don't know, boss, making it so mysterious. Zhang Yuan said. About 5 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped at the hotel's parking space. Wow, big client. A few hospitality ladies in the hotel saw the situation and immediately paid attention. The beautiful manager was even more concerned. She was also keeping an eye out for the meal ordered by the Yin family's Eldarin. Elder Master and she had met once, came to the hotel once before. That time or the previous hotel owner purposely asked a friend to ask Elder Masterin and the second young master of the Yin family to come to the hotel as a guest, and then the Yin family climbed into the relationship. It is precisely in this way, the previous hotel owner recognized the Yin family's second young master, that is, Enchi's brother, Shanghai City Society a brother. With his cover, the hotel can be relatively smooth to open down. When the beautiful manager saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom, the first thing she considered was whether or not someone from the Yin family had arrived, and therefore paid more attention. Sure enough, the door of the car opened, and surrounded by bodyguards, Eldarin got out of the car, and right at this moment, what shocked the beautiful manager was that Jiang Nan greeted him with a faint smile, as if he looked like he was familiar with looking at the old man. This made the beautiful manager just stare. A little later, he saw Eldarin, looking at Jiang Nan, laughing happily. Ha ha ha, Jiang little brother let you wait for a long time. Jiang Nan just smiled lightly. Not a problem, just arrived as well. He was not the least bit formal in front of Eldarin, and he seemed to be on cloud 9. The beautiful manager's good-looking eyes were wide open, somewhat confused. What is this situation? Wait a moment, Elder Zhao. Eldarin said. Good. Nan smiled and said. And Eldarin also looked aside at a glance at Enchisum slightly angry said, and girl, you want to follow Jiang little brother to learn? How this attitude? Need to ask good to know? And she looked at Jiang Nan with a somewhat angry and depressed expression and said, Mr. Jiang is good. Jiang Nan? Somewhat confused. How is Mr. Jiang's situation? And on the side of the old man and haha laughed and interfaced, Jiang little brother, and girl secretly and said that she wanted to worship you as a teacher, but wiped not below the direct and you said, this is not. Let me this old man open mouth. Jiang little brother, I hope you do not refuse Jiang Nan, understood, so this is the real purpose of this meal, and she wants to learn from a master. Chapter 123, The Clown. Soon Elder Zhao arrived as well. Several people arrived and entered the hotel. The beautiful manager and some others with unsettled hearts greeted them and whispered beside Jiang Nan, Boss, so Eldarin and you know each other? A friend. Jiang Nan smiled faintly. The beautiful manager instantly rolled her eyes furiously. Your sister, you didn't say anything to me before you became a friend, and made me babble in front of you to say a set of words that would bring the relationship closer. This makes the beautiful manager feel like a clown before. Some grudging look to Jiang Nan. Of course, she didn't forget to lead the way in front, taking the crowd to the reserved private room. You two know each other? Angie saw Jiang Nan and the manager girl talking in a small chatter, and instantly asked as if she was concerned about this kind of thing. The manager girl didn't know how to answer for a moment, and Jiang Nan just nodded slightly and replied succinctly, Recognize. dabbling in womanizing everywhere, and she gave an extremely small cold snort and didn't say anything else. Elder and Elder Zhao, on the other hand, happily chatted as they walked, chatting about the topics that their elderly people shared. When they arrived at the private room, the few people took their seats. Team Jiang Nan's manager girl ordered, "Bring 2 more fish in pouring sauce, and when you're done, serve the other dishes most plentifully." "Good." The manager girl nodded and went out. Eldarin froze for a moment, then smiled and didn't say anything. He was thinking that this meal was his treat. Although Jiang Nan had overstepped his bounds by ordering what dishes he wanted, which made him a little surprised and unhappy, but he wouldn't show that there was any displeasure. And it was a happy smile. "Ha ha ha. Little brother, I heard that a fish was introduced here. The flavor is very great. The first time I thought of you to come over together to taste it and get together. I also want to get old too." Jiang Nan smiled and said, "I was also thinking whether I want to come out and get together. I didn't expect that you and Lao came to the phone. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Eldarin and Elder Zhao both laughed. It was all the usual routine of meeting and chatting, and they were polite to each other. A few people casually chatted. Soon the dishes came up. There were a total of 3 pouring sauce fish. The others did not have a good flavor, but they were all on the elaborate and famous dishes. Come, all taste this fish. Today gathered together is for the fish. We will make an exception. Not drink first, but eat fish first." An old man took out chopsticks while signaling a big group. Jiang Nan smiled and ate it nonchalantly. It wasn't his first time to eat it, but the deliciousness of this fish made him have an appetite when he saw it. Everyone moved their chopsticks. A mouthful of fish entered his mouth, and immediately Elder Zhao Eldaran's eyes stared wide open in a very surprised manner. "Aha! It's really great. It's really delicious. It turns out to be really so delicious. I thought there was some exaggeration. I didn't expect the taste of this fish to be so great." Eldarin was a little out of his element in his praise. The deliciousness of the poured fish completely conquered the taste buds of this old master with a very tricky mouth. That's it. It's so delicious. I didn't realize that fish can be made so delicious." An old man, "This time, it's the right time to come. If you didn't call me over, I still don't know it." Elder Zhao also said while savoring the fish. Very excited. And she acted the most calmly, but also her nice big eyes narrowed into a crescent moon as she felt the deliciousness of the fish. She couldn't even remember how long it had been since she had food that interested her. And this fish not only interested her, but also made her love it a million times over. It tasted simply fantastic. She had never had any food that tasted this good. Chapter 124, Value. Yummy, yummy, come on, everyone don't stop. The 2 old men, who had always been calm and collected, also got high and ate without caring about their image. Jiang Nan smiled. It seemed that the temptation of food was really big. "How many years has it been since I've encountered such a cuisine?" Old master inside. As a person of his level, he had been exposed to too many cuisines, and it was really hard to find something tasty. Yeah. Elder Zhao similarly sighed. "I haven't heard of this kind of fish from the Mansion Hotel before. I heard that it's a new dish from this hotel that just changed owners." Eldarin knew a bit more about the inside explanation. "This is great. We'll come and eat often in the future," Elder Zhao said while chewing the fish with a big mouthful. "Not bad. In the future, the 2 old masters should come and patronize often." Jiang Nan smiled. "No matter when you come, it's free." "Ha, Eldarin." Elder Zhao as well as Chi immediately looked at Jiang Nan in confusion. "Little brother, what do you mean by that?" Eldarin asked. He. Jiang Nan smiled. "Because I'm the newly changed owner of this hotel." "Ah, what? You're the owner of our hotel?" A few people stared in surprise. "Yes." Jiang Nan's smile did not diminish. "I am now the new boss of this hotel." The newly changed boss that in Lao's mouth just said, "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Eldarin and Elder Zhao looked at each other and laughed out loud. I didn't expect it. Eldarin even said, "I asked little brother to come here to eat fish, but it's actually in little brother's hotel." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Elder Zhao also laughed out loud and said, "Little brother still really can toss, in addition to doing the jade business, but also engaged in catering. It's not out of the question." Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile. "Master Zhao, you also know that doing the jadeite business, this line of risk is too big. The last few times I was lucky, I made some money, but the future cannot be said. It is unlikely that it will be lost, so I used this capital to invest in catering." Oh, so that's how it is. Zhao old man nodded. Understand. Little brother do so right. Catering industry no matter what time is reliable. Is a person have to eat. Ha ha ha. This is good. In the future we have a place to eat. An old man smiled and said, "In the future, the meal will come to the little brother here. However, are doing business, the little brother must collect money. Otherwise that cannot be done." The meaning in his words was very obvious. he would take care of Jiang Nan's business in the future. No, Jiang Nan said. As far as our relationship is concerned, come and order whatever you want, but the money can't be collected. No way. An old expression seriously said, little brother, you are so engaged in hitting our face. Absolutely not. Well, I say a word. This time count it as you please, but in the future, we come to eat, must pay according to the bill. Otherwise you let us in the future how to board the door? And Lao, this is out of line. All are friends. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. Friends are friends, business is business. An old man said, in the future, I trouble little brother's road is still behind. When there are things that need you to pass through the eyes of little brother, it is all about righteousness. If I come to eat in the future and don't pay for it, in the future, let me how to have the face to go out. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly and bitterly. Okay, then in the future I will order down. And Lao, your meals are all 20% off. Jiang Nan understood in his heart that Lao was doing so because he would have to beg for himself, because he was valuable. This can be had. An old man said with a bold smile. There are quite a lot of friends I want to make. I will also recommend to them little brother's hotel. Their own meals or there is any wedding banquet and so on are over. Then thank you, An Lao. Although Jiang Nan did not care about the income of this hotel at all, but elder in his intent on helping. This heart to thank. Chapter 125, Accident. Squeak. A series of sharp braking sounds rang out in the parking area of the mansion hotel. It was clear. Small white Land Rovers, more than a dozen of them. Bang 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 bang. Continuous car door sound, open sound. Followed by a large gang of people get off. One look fierce, bald tattoos, hands also hold a baseball bat. Fierce and vicious general. The people next to see the scared rush to dodge. Horrified at this scene. Whispered chatter. Grass. What a situation. Society. This is to make things At the head of this is not the family's second young master's personal little brother Biaozi? To finish, I heard that the new boss of the mansion hotel, it seems that he did not go to pay a visit to Jianghai's social first brother, the second young master of the family. Alas, bad. I heard that the mansion hotel's new fish is particularly delicious, specially come to taste. Look at this, look is not eaten. To enter the hotel, guests also dare not enter the hotel. Stationed outside to watch. Some passing by saw the situation, also very interested in stopping down to watch the fun. Brothers, a moment to listen to my orders. I say smash on smash. Damn, what a mix in Shanghai. Even do not go to the boss there to report. I see is tired of living. The one who spoke was the gang's bald leader, the family's second young master's personal little brother, Biaozi. A crowd of people led by Biaozi raging, killed into the hotel. More people watching the crowd trailed to the hotel's large glass windows, probing inside to watch, waiting to see the hilarity of the hotel being smashed. Ouch, Maya. A group of hospitality ladies in the hotel lobby were busy working, and were frightened by this sudden onslaught, making a mess. The hall manager was so scared that her legs were trembling, and she even wanted to go to the toilet, but reason told her that she couldn't mess up at this time. Suppressing the panic in her heart, she busily said in the intercom, Manager, come to the hall. Something has happened. Something big has happened. Someone is causing trouble on the doorstep. Originally the beautiful manager was waiting at the door of Jiang Nan's room where they ate, and when she heard the situation in the intercom, she hurriedly turned into the elevator, and at the same time said to the hall manager in the intercom, I'll go down right away, and you stabilize them first. Okay. The lobby manager was on the verge of crying. She stiffly greeted them and said weakly, Several, what are you going to do? Do what? Biaozi coldly snorted, full of anger, you a small waiter, not qualified to talk to the old man, go to call your boss down. I give him a lesson. Let him know in the Shanghai mix, should know what kind of rules, give him 2 minutes of time. If 2 minutes cannot arrive in front of me, see the rod in the hands of the little brother behind me, that can be open to smash. Hall manager more afraid, looking at 40 or 50 people, a tall horse bald tattoos, holding a baseball bat, fierce look, the back of the whooshing cold, stammering half a day is only to squeeze out a sentence. Our manager will soon come down. Also just when her words fell, Zhang Yuan got the news and ran over in a hurry, and when he saw this battle, he was also startled. Nima, so many people, can't afford to mess with them. However, as a man, he still stood up, pretended to be calm and walked over, and said with some undertones, what are you guys going to do? Who are you? Biaozi looked at Zhang Yuan. I am the chief administrator here. Zhang Yuan forced himself to be calm. You're a ING chief steward. Say, let your boss come here. You're not ING qualified. Zhang Yuan, he wanted to be angry, but he was looking at too many people. He couldn't do it. At this time, the elevator door opened with a creak. The beautiful manager hurriedly walked out of the elevator. Chapter 126, Misunderstanding. I'm the manager here. You're Biao, right? The beautiful manager came out of the elevator and recognized Biao Zi at a glance. She had seen Biao Zi before when he followed the family's second young master to the hotel. Ha! Biao Zi grinned. Maisie, since you know me, it's better. I heard that the owner of the hotel here has changed. Let him come down. I'll give him a lecture on the rules. Okay, wait a moment. The beautiful manager smiled. If she said that she would have been extremely worried before. But she wasn't worried now, because Jiang Nan was drinking with Eldarin. After saying that, she took out her cell phone and dialed Jiang Nan's number. In the hotel private room. Come on, little brother Jiang, let's both have a drink. Just focusing on eating fish. I forgot to drink. Ha ha ha. Out of order. Out of order. Elder Zhao picked up a cup of wine and was saying to Jiang Nan. Just at this moment, Jiang Nan's cell phone rang. Have to answer the phone first, Eldarin said with a smile. Jiang Nan smiled and looked at his cell phone. Surprisingly, it was the beautiful manager who had called, and was instantly puzzled. After picking up the phone, the beautiful manager's voice came out from the receiver. Boss, something happened in the hotel. Someone came to cause trouble and brought people to beat the door. What? Jiang Nan was just stunned. A little later his face was cold. Someone made trouble and brought people to beat the door? What, someone dared to come to little brother's hotel to cause trouble? Elder Zhao on the side heard it truly, and also immediately his face chilled. What's the situation? Jiang Nan asked into the phone. Boss, it should be in family's second young master's people. The leader is in family's second young master's henchman, Biao Zi, and family's second young master? Jiang Nan was a little confused. Next to him, Eldarin was just stunned, thinking that could it be that second grandson in E who made him careless? And she was also stunned, thinking could it be his second brother? What's the second youngest member of the Yin family? Jiang Nan asked suspiciously. Eldarin at the side. This little ancestor net adds to the chaos. Chi, must not be wrong, is her second brother? Other people in Jianghai City, no one dares to be so horizontal. Just, is the grandson of Master In? The beautiful manager whispered on the phone. Jiang Nan was surprised. Then the phone looked at Eldarin. Eldarin said with a bitter smile. Little brother, let's hang up the phone first. It's possible that it's a misunderstanding. Let's go down and take a look. No, we drink first. Drink well and then go down to see. After saying this, he immediately turned his head to the two bodyguards behind him and said, you two go down and see if Lao Er is down there. If so, let him come up to see me. Yes. The two bodyguards agreed and turned around to leave the room. Jiang Nan, he saw that the ones who came to cause trouble were probably people from the Yin family. Manager's sister. Master N's two bodyguards went down. You don't need to care about this matter. I'll handle it. Okay, boss. Click. Jiang Nan hung up the phone. Come, little brother, drink. It should be a misunderstanding. In a moment I will introduce someone for you to recognize. The old man raised his glass somewhat awkwardly and said, let's drink first. Good. Jiang Nan smiled faintly and drank a glass of wine with Eldarin. The hotel lobby. Squeak. The elevator door opened and two of Elder N's bodyguards walked out of the elevator. Biao Zi, who was eyeing the two bodyguards, saw the two bodyguards as a stunned, then immediately as a smiling face to please and said, the two big brothers, how will you be here? Should not be accompanied by the old master? Chapter 127, I'm afraid I won't survive an episode. What? Just you? The second young master isn't here? One of the two bodyguards with a slightly taller figure was surprised and asked. The second young master did not come? Biaozi's somewhat confused situation said. This looks like The slightly taller bodyguard thought for a moment and said to the other bodyguard, I'll go up and ask the old master what to do. You stay here first. Good. The other bodyguard nodded. The slightly taller bodyguard turned around and went up the elevator. The whole time, he didn't pay much attention to Biao Zi. Biao Zi. However, his body trembled, hearing something from the two people's words, and weakly asked, is it difficult for the old master to be here? This is not nonsense? The bodyguard left behind said, the old master is not here. We will be here. Biao Zi was dumbfounded in frozen place, not knowing what to do. The people outside the hotel who were watching through the window were dumbfounded. What's going on? Seems to be unable to fight. What's going on with the two bodyguards? Are they bodyguards hired by the hotel owner? Not sure. Don't know. Not sure. You guys ignorant triad. Hotel private room. The bodyguard pushed the door into the room. Old master. The second young master is not here. Only Biao Zi. Only Biao Zi? Old master In's face went cold. Have him come up to see me? Yes. The bodyguard said and turned around and left the room. Entering the elevator, he quickly reached the downstairs. The elevator door opened. He walked out with an expressionless face, looked at Biao Zi, and hooked his finger. Follow me, the old master wants to see you. Ha! Biao Zi immediately leg is a tremble. A little timidly said, Big brother, cannot and I say a little, above in the end what is the situation? Some other day I invite to Big Brother dinner. His heart is now false of force. Simply cannot figure out what the hell is going on? Humph. The slightly taller bodyguard snorted coldly. You're in trouble. Come here to cause trouble. Know what relationship the new boss here has with the old master. He is a valued guest that the old master has to honor. Ah, my god. Biao Zi was so scared that he almost sat on his butt on the ground, his face turning waxy. The old master's honored guest. He had clearly realized what was going on. Let's go. Don't delay any longer. If we make the old dowager mad, no one will be able to eat. The bodyguard said and turned towards the elevator. The other bodyguard followed closely behind. Biao Zi instantly wimped out, drooping his head and following behind, looking like a grandson. Outside watching the scene immediately exploded. I rub. How does it look like the troublemaker egged? That's it. See now a pair of grandson-like. Oh, this time the fun is big, imposing to do things. As a result, turned into this kind of grandson. The truth, I guess, the new boss of the mansion hotel backstage tough, cannot be messed with. Aha, makes sense. That's what I think too. Brother Biao, what do we do? One of the crowd of junior brothers asked as he watched Biao go upstairs. Asterisk Q. Tiger. Biao Zi glared at him. Wait, what else? The bald little brother who spoke, rubbed his shiny scalp, looked aggrieved, and didn't dare to fart. Put. Next to a little brother is snickering. You ing speak at this time. Aren't you? Don't you see that things are not good? This is still out to mix. If it is in the TD series, I am afraid that I cannot live for one episode. The two bodyguards took Biao Zi upstairs and entered the room. Old master, people have been brought. And Biao Zi saw the old master sitting on the seat. Immediately both legs were soft and wanted to kneel down, crying and saying, Old master, you are here. I really do not know that you are here. Is it disturbing your meal? Chapter 128, beaten to a pig's head. Humph. Eldarin snorted coldly, his gaze icy cold. Tell me what you're doing? Biao Zi stammered for a moment not knowing how to answer. Did you bring someone to the hotel to cause trouble? Eldarin again. His face became more ugly and said, Biao Zi really don't know what to say. A clenched teeth, to himself pumped up the mouth, while saying, Old master I was wrong. I really do not know the boss here and the old man you are friends. Otherwise lend me a gall. I do not dare to come to make trouble. Slap. The ears were smacked loudly. Humph. Eldarin snorted coldly, and just watched Biao Zi snapping his own mouth, for more than half a minute. Only then did he change to a smiling face and look at Jiang Nan. Little brother, for the sake of him knowing his mistakes, just let him go. Give me face. He's the person of my indisputable grandson. From the arrival of Biao Zi, Jiang Nan's face was very cold, similarly looking at Biao Zi inserting his own mouth without speaking. Now that Eldarin spoke, Jiang Nan slightly frowned and pondered for a moment and said, Since this is the case, Eldarin, you have spoken, which will let him go. Thank you brother for being generous, Eldarin hurriedly said, then looked at Biao Zi, hurry up and get lost. In addition, you ask an E to come over, immediately, right away, understand? Got it. Biao Zi hurriedly replied, and busied himself to leave. His own face was swollen by his own whip, a thick circle. In front of the old master did not dare to pretend. Every slap down is with all the force. Come, little brother, let's continue to drink. Eldarin lifted his glass. A misunderstanding. This one is considered to be lifted over. Yes, come everyone share a drink. Elder Zhao also picked up his wine cup to round off the situation. After all, this matter had happened to the Yin family. It was fortunate that Eldarin was here, or else I'm afraid there would be a bad get divide. Jiang Nan smiled faintly and raised his wine glass. Come on, it's a small matter. I won't take it to heart. Let's all drink together. Although he said this, he was now full of thoughts. This made him realize a problem. Just having money doesn't work. You must also have the means of self-defense. Otherwise when you run into this kind of situation, if it wasn't for the fact that Master Zhao just happened to be here, at least this immediate loss would have to be eaten. And you would have to pretend to be a grandson and get punched in the face. And now he didn't want to pretend to be a grandson anymore. If before there is no way, but now, can see the success rate, have money and still pretend to be a grandson, then it is really a grandson in the bone. The next imperative was to hurry up and get enough force on his side. Master An always has two bodyguards beside him, and he has already thought that now his money is not a problem. He can completely hire a few bodyguards with good hands. Someone comes to make trouble. If you don't obey, just do it. Squeak. The elevator door in the lobby opened. Biao Zi, his face swollen like a pig's head, walked out of the elevator. Oh my god. Holy, good lord. What's going on here? The crowd was shocked. A little brother was busy running up and said, Brother Biao, who beat you up like this? No, it's not over with him, tell me. I'll avenge you. Scram. Biao Zi is in the heart of bad luck, Laozi himself smoked. You find who to revenge. Put, puff. A sentence exported. At once the surrounding hospitality ladies couldn't help but laugh out loud. Originally, his current appearance was very funny, and now he couldn't hold it in even more. Biao Zi saw the situation, immediately covered his face, and could not wait to find a place to drill in. Nima, when he came here, he was great, but now he has become this kind of wimpy. Tama, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. A second he did not want to stay longer, shouted and fled in a hurry. A crowd of minions grossly followed. Outside to watch the fun is even more a person cannot help but laugh, but afraid of inviting right and wrong, cover their mouths and sneer. Nima, really funny, came to pretend to be a grandpa, now become a grandson. Ha ha ha, cannot stand it, allow me to a sister's arms to laugh for a while, you damn, but also to the sister's arms to laugh for a while. Is heaven sent to funny, right? Chapter 129, to speed. Boss, something happened. In the car Biao Zi dialed an E, the second youngest member of the Yin family. What? What's the situation? A hotel's new boss didn't get it done? Boss, don't mention it. The old lady was there. And the new boss is a friend. The old lady also said, let you quickly to the hotel to come to a trip. To speed. What? The old lady is there. In the end, what is the situation? So messy. Tell me carefully. It's like this. I brought people to the hotel. Finished. The old master's bodyguard came down. Biao Zi said the cause and effect once again. There is this situation? Well, you come back. I give the old master a call to ask. Hotel private room. Eldarin was chatting with Jiang Nan when the phone rang, and when he saw that it was an E calling, he smiled in embarrassment and said, Little brother, I'll take a call. After saying that, he looked up. Jiang Nan nodded slightly and chatted with Elder Zhao. Eldarin went out of the room and walked out for a distance before he was answering the phone, and opened his mouth to curse. You little bastard, netting me trouble. Grandpa, what's going on? Humph, you hurry over. I'll introduce you to someone. Grandpa and said, the new boss of the magnificent hotel, is the high person I told you about before? Hiss, and he just drew a breath of cold air. Such a coincidence? Not so much. Eldarin said, alright, you know what to do. Hurry over. I know Grandpa. The phone hung up. Eldarin went back to his room, and a few people continued to chat while eating and drinking. It wasn't much longer. N.E., who was dressed in a suit and still had a pair of glasses, and looked quite civilized at first glance, came to the room. Come, little brother Jiang, let me introduce you. This is my grandson, and Chi's brother N.E. Eldarin immediately stood up to introduce. Jiang Nan glanced at it. It was really a bit similar to N.Chi. Quite handsome, but was a bit surprised. How many older brothers did N.Chi have and which one was this one? From this kind of dress and temperament, it was not like the second young master who had mixed with the society before. He smiled and nodded, introducing himself. Jiang Nan, brother Jiang, and he also smiled. I've heard my sister talk about you, brother. And Chi, however, blushed and glared at him, and he shrugged helplessly. Alright, sit down, let's all go eat together. Eldarin said, okay, Grandpa, and he looked just as well behaved as Chi. Just after sitting down, and he was the one who picked up a glass of wine, looked at Jiang Nan and said, Brother Jiang, I'm sorry for just now. I didn't know that the brother of my subordinates even ran to you, Brother Jiang, to look for trouble. I've already taught him a hard lesson. I hope that Brother Jiang can forgive me. Jiang Nan was slightly surprised for a moment, thinking that this was really the second young master of the Yin family's social mixer. It didn't look like it at first glance. However, his face did not show anything, smiled and said, it's already fine, and Lao, it's already been said that it's a misunderstanding. That's good, and he said with a smile. The two drank a glass of wine together. Brother Jiang, I haven't met you before, but I've heard both my sister and grandfather talk about you. You're a tall man, and he looked quite talkative. Where, overpraise. Jiang Nan spoke politely. Today's matter is a big water washed away the Dragon King temple. Family doesn't recognize family. Brother Jiang, we are also considered to know each other today. In the future in Jianghai, there are any trivial small things, you can directly talk to me, although the big things can't be done, but some small things can still be dealt with. Good, since this is the case, in the future I have something, absolutely will not be polite. Jiang Nan rather like the temper of an E now. It doesn't sound like so arrogant, talking quite leveled look. Ha ha ha, come on, let's all have a drink together. Elder An was very happy and raised his wine cup. Right, no fighting. Elder Zhao also raised his wine cup. The atmosphere in the room looked peaceful as hell. Chapter 130, The building is crooked. 2 days later, the hotel's guests beyond imagination warmed up. Originally because of the accident, cold and quiet hotel is now a busy scene. Especially dining has almost been able to do peak room full. In this era of advanced communication, pouring sauce fish quickly between the upper-class people in Shanghai City has become a household name. No way. A variety of WeChat group, circle of friends, spread the power is too powerful. Of course, the most important thing is that the flavor of the fish and sauce is too amazing, so it is so strong to be accepted by people, and friends recommend each other. It can be said that the upper-class people, on the contrary, the desire for food is greater. Too much to eat, tired of eating, want to find a kind of delicious food is very difficult, and the emergence of fish and sauce is like becoming their savior, at least until they are tired of eating it, and money didn't need to count too much for them. It so happened that the class of Jiang Nan Hotel and the price of the fish and sauce also matched the consumption group of the upper class. All aspects of the fit, resulting in the pouring sauce fish fire, resulting in the mansion hotel had a hot business. There is another point, come to the guests, although it is to eat fish and sauce, but other dishes will also order, bringing a chain of consumption, resulting in the current luxury hotel. The daily income is considerable. Jiang Nan originally wanted to mess around casually, but he didn't expect this kind of unexpected surprise. Responsible for Bei collection of money, happy little mouth are smiling crooked. The beautiful manager was even more energized, because Jiang Nan had already fulfilled his promise and discussed with her about giving her and the beautiful chef shares and dividends. The better the business did, the more share dividends they would receive, and a perfect reward system had been formulated. Jiang Nan still said that, in the hotel's income he did not value. Although the hotel is now very red hot, the daily profit has been as high as more than 100,000, but for him, dispensable. So taking out a few percentage points of share dividends out was not a thing at all, but this greatly mobilizes the enthusiasm of the beautiful manager and the beautiful chef. The hotel would then be even more red hot, and what Jiang Nan needed was this superficial phenomenon. The hotel acquired only a few 2 or 3 days, has basically been on track. Jiang Nan is happy about this. Not worrying about it is better than anything else, and tomorrow we'll go to the Magic City auction house, and Jiang Nan has a plan. This time to go to the Magic City auction house is to explore the road, such as this Emperor Green out. He intends to kill this time directly to Burma. The goal is the Emperor Green and Emerald, a one-time to get back dozens of pieces, and then in the auction house to sell. God does not know the ghosts and ghosts. In the future, the higher and higher the jadeite business, Zhao Laozi's place to go again is not possible, unless it is occasionally get a piece of ordinary jadeite over to play. Do a blindfold, not so much so that Zhao Old Master suspected himself. Suddenly do not engage in jadeite. This is a noteworthy problem. The following day, Shanghai City airfield entrance, and she was wearing a white dress with a hollowed-out lace edge, standing quietly next to the Rolls-Royce Phantom, wearing sunglasses. The whole person's temperament was outstanding, waiting for Jiang Nan's arrival. Absolute beauty, perfect body, unique temperament, so that the passing pedestrians, all are secretly watching. Women were envious and jealous. Men, on the other hand, were secretly drooling. An anchor, who also happened to be passing by, took a selfie stick and took pictures while walking. When he noticed Angie, he quietly adjusted the lens to shoot at Angie. At once and she appeared in the live broadcast room. At the same time the anchor said in the live broadcast room, "Old Iron guys, how is this girl? He. Asterisk. Such a superb long-legged girl. This face value, this body against the sky. This will not be a 1 or 2 line movie star, right? Wow. This is also too beautiful. And a Rolls Royce next to it. This is the legendary white rich beauty. Ah. If I can pick up such a girlfriend, death is worth it." Upstairs, toads want to eat swan meat. You only it. You dare to say you don't have such a lewd idea? Lousy has, just don't say. What can you do? Grandson, have the balls to report your address. Meet and chat. Wow. Society. Dry up. Guangdong warhorse tattoo on the body. From now on is the social man. Life and death look down. Do it if you don't want to. Alas, since the ancient red face, the fruit is not true. Just for the live broadcast to see a glance on the dry up, you guys are really dead. Asterisk. One by one look at the girl. The building is crooked. Chapter 131, First Class. Angie felt something and looked over in the direction of the anchor. Frightened, the anchor shrunk his neck and hurriedly turned the camera to stop filming and slipped along the crowd. He also noticed that not far from Angie, but there were 2 black-clothed bodyguards standing. A black suit and black sunglasses. At a glance is a character that cannot be messed with. and the live broadcast room is not relentless, and it is a mess. I want to see Miss. I want to see Miss. Anchor, hurry up and give the camera to Miss Sister, or I will curse you to die in the whole family. Asterisk 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 anchor. Believe it or not, I will throw eggs to you. The anchor is almost crying. It's hard to get a little bit of fans. I'm afraid that they are all going to turn into black powder. Ah, Miss, it's coming. Just at this moment, one of the bodyguards said, and not far away, the white Range Rover driven by Jiang Nan drove over. The car stopped next to An-chi, and Jiang Nan pushed the door and got out. Hi, sorry for being a little late. And she was the one whose eyes lit up and her whole body froze for a moment. Today's Jiang Nan, simply handsome a little too much, did not habitually wear his ground floor goods, but a light gray Armani suit, a pair of very trendy Versace leather shoes. Both looked low-key and temperamental, and the whole person was also set off as handsome as hell. You're really pretty today. Jiang Nan unabashedly sized up An-chi, although he had seen it countless times, An-chi's beauty was still so mesmerizing. Well, great in every way, he secretly sighed. This girl is simply a god's favorite. High face value, good figure, good temperament, good cultivation, and good family background. The only shortcoming was that her temper was a bit eccentric, making people incomprehensible, but yet she really couldn't get angry. Oomph, let a girl wait for you. Are you good at it? Angie said with a somewhat slightly angry look. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. There was a traffic jam on the road, after all, and she was accompanying him to the auction house this time. All the more reason to be accommodating. Let's go. The plane is about to take off. And she said, stepping on her high heels and twisting her thin waist. She moved first. Jiang Nan helplessly shook his head and followed. The two black-clothed bodyguards then got into the car and drove off. Wow, this is first class? Sure enough, the treatment is too different from economy class. After getting on the airplane and arriving at the first-class cabin that An-chi had booked in advance, Jiang Nan couldn't help but sigh. Oomph, don't pretend. An-chi, however, gave him a blank stare and said, obviously a high person, but also pretending all day long like a beggar. Are you not tired? Jiang Nan, did I pretend? However, this misunderstanding seems to look good. Cough cough cough. Jiang Nan lightly coughed twice and calmly sat down. This is all recognized by you. And she threw him a flirtatious blank stare without saying anything. Jiang Nan was quite happy. Seemingly, she believed him more after he pretended. Then let's pretend. The years of pretending must be great. What would you two like to drink? The beautiful stewardess came up with a standard smile. A cocktail, Angie said lightly. Jiang Nan was confused and asked doubtfully, are there cocktails available on the airplane? Why didn't I know? This gentleman, you haven't sat in first class before, right? The flight attendant on the side smiled and explained. First class will have exquisite cocktails provided, but the normal economy class does not. Jiang Nan was embarrassed. Sir, what would you like to drink? The flight attendant was very good at changing the topic. A cocktail as well. Jiang Nan smiled. Both of you wait a moment. It will be here soon. The flight attendant retreated, and she threw him a blank stare. Jiang Nan shrugged and said nothing, felt out his cell phone and looked up the information to give himself a refresher course, which made him realize the difference between first class and economy class. In addition to the spacious and comfortable space, and the possibility of more exquisite drinks, it was surprising that he could enjoy the massage brought by the flight attendants for free. TSK. This one is good, but it's waived this time. It's inconvenient with Angie around. Wait for the next time, and enjoy the massage from the flight attendant. Chapter 132, No Wine in Your Dimple. The journey in first class was comfortable, and it was even more comfortable with such a superb girl like An-chi accompanying him. He and An-chi casually chatted. Neither felt it was too long before the plane arrived in Magic City and began to land. While getting off the airplane, An-chi said, Jiang Nan, the reserve price for the Imperial Green Jadeite auction. Have you considered it? Okay. Jiang Nan nodded. 20 million, the price that old Zhao referenced. Well, that's good. An-chi nodded. Then her words changed. Someone picked us up after we got off the plane. It was an auctioneer from the Magic City auction house. We have a good personal relationship. Someone picked us up. That's great. Jiang Nan nodded his head inside, sighing that the An family's connections were indeed too broadly socialized. The two had just walked out of the airport when a voice called out, Hey, An-chi. It was a woman's voice, slightly husky, with a nice vocal line. Jiang Nan looked over at the voice and his eyes lit up. Nice pretty girl, long blonde hair with big wavy curls, hot body, straight front and pouting back. She was smiling at Angie. There are two small dimples on the delicate face, and the moment he saw it, it made Jiang Nan think of a sentence. Your dimples have no wine, but I am drunk like a dog. Could it be that all the friends that a beautiful woman knows are also beautiful? Jiang Nan sighed in his heart. It is not common to see such a beautiful beauty as Angel. However, This girl is not bad, although it is different from Angel's beauty and has another flavor. However, it belongs to the same level as Angel. And this is? The curly-haired beauty noticed Jiang Nan beside Anchi and looked at him with slight interest. Jiang Nan, Angie introduced. He, so handsome. He's your boyfriend, right? The curly-haired beauty smiled, looking interested in Jiang Nan. Go on. No, it's not. Just a friend. Angie's face flushed. Really? Of course it's true. Angie said. Okay, don't be such a nymphomaniac. Let's not talk about it. Let's go to the auction house. Okay, get in the car. The curly-haired beauty pulled open the door of a red Porsche Cayenne next to her as she spoke, and glanced at Jiang Nan before getting on the car. Jiang Nan politely smiled faintly. Several people got into the car. The car drove and blended into the traffic. The curly-haired girl said while driving, handsome guy, introduce yourself. My name is Zhu Yuyu. Zhu Yuyu? Jiang Nan smiled. Very nice name. Thanks for the compliment. The curly-haired beauty smiled at Jiang Nan. Her two dimples were so beautiful that people were mesmerized. Angie, but you haven't been here for a while. I've missed you. The curly-haired girl changed the topic and chatted with Angie. Yeah, there's been a lot going on lately and I've missed you too. Angie said. Mouth full. Don't come see me even if you miss me. Didn't I say it? There are more things. Two girls' useless gossip topic chatting up. Jiang Nan listened to two ears, completely unable to insert words. Simply keep silent. Through the window to check the scenery outside. But the curly-haired girl Zhu Yuyu's slightly hoarse voice, good-sounding voice, will always attract him to listen to this girl. Such a nice voice was simply a pleasure. And let Jiang Nan inexplicably gave birth to an evil idea. Such a girl if you do wife. What activities at night? Call up do not know how wonderful it will be. It took about an hour to reach the auction house in Magic City. There was no way Magic City was just too big. The Porsche Cayenne was directly parked in the underground parking lot of the Magic City auction house, with Zhu Yuyu leading the way. The three people directly take a shortcut from the underground parking garage to take the elevator directly to the auction house's treasure appraisal office. The door of the treasure identification office is tightly guarded. There are more than 10 security guards. Serious face. The most important thing is also equipped with a gun. After the door inside is a long corridor. Corridor on both sides is a small room. Are all aspects of the industry experts to do appraisal place. Not to mention going in. Seeing the scene gives people a sense of oppression. Jiang Nan first came to this kind of place, more or less a little apprehensive. Fortunately, Zhu Yuyu led the way. The security guard did not ask questions. The three people came in directly. At the door of each room, there were indicator lights showing whether there were guests or no guests. Under the leadership of Zhu Yuyu, three people along the corridor walked a good distance. Only in the 28th room. See the lighted green light, said the room temporarily no one guests. Zhu Yuyu knocked on the door, and then pushed the door, leading Jiang Nan and Anchi inside. The room wasn't too big. A desk, an old man, drinking tea. Elder Zhang, Yuyu said with a smile, I brought a friend over. Chapter 133, The Beginning. The old man nodded and didn't say anything with a faint smile. It seemed to be an old man who usually spoke relatively little. Jiang Nan, take the stuff out. Anchi said. Jiang Nan nodded and took out 2 pieces of imperial green from his backpack and placed them on the table in front of the old man. When the old man looked over, his eyes just lit up, and with a smile on his face, he said, Imperial green. Good stuff. Haven't seen it in a long time. While saying that, picked up the magnifying glass placed on the side, carefully watched up, while the curly-haired girl Zhu Yuyu made a gesture to signal everyone to keep quiet, and she nodded in understanding. Jiang Nan also followed suit and nodded to show that he understood. The room was quiet. Time passed minute by minute. It made people look very carefully. Jiang Nan was a bit bored waiting. It was nearly 10 minutes. Only then did the old master stop and nodded with satisfaction. Affirmative tone. Not bad. It's imperial green. After saying that, he glanced at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan smiled. The old man also did not talk nonsense. Took out a ticket from the drawer of the table. Signed the emperor green on it. Then signed and stamped it again. Then along with the imperial green and the ticket, he handed it over to Zhu Yuyu and said, You bring it over to arrange the auction. Okay, Elder Zhang. Zhu Yuyu took it. Elder Zhang. We'll leave first. Zhu Yuyu greeted Ray again and the three of them left. After exiting the treasure appraisal office, Zhu Yuyu said, Anchi, I can't accompany you guys. I have to take the imperial green over to arrange for the auction. So when the auction is over, let's have a meal together. Okay, you go. Angie nodded. See you later, handsome. Zhu Yuyu looked at Jiang Nan and winked mischievously at him. See you later. Jiang Nan smiled. His heart was inexplicably touched, and he said that this girl could be really seductive. Zhu Yuyu shook her long wavy hair, turned around and twisted her thin waist and left, her delicate figure attracting people to commit crimes. Jiang Nan looked at her back. Humph. Next to her, and she snorted coldly. Still looking. Be careful of looking into your eyes and not being able to pull them out. Jiang Nan laughed awkwardly and said, which is not. Che, mouth is heart. And she threw him a flirtatious blank stare. Let's find a place to eat. The auction won't start until afternoon. Good. Jiang Nan nodded. You're familiar with this place. You say where to eat. I'll treat you. Nonsense. And she dug her small mouth. You're a big man. Do you still want me to treat you? Jiang Nan. There's really no common language with this girl. There's a Western restaurant nearby. Let's eat over there. And she said as she twisted her thin waist to lead the way in front. Jiang Nan skimmed his lips without saying anything and followed up. Dealing with this sister. He was understanding to speak lest he be zapped. The auction started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Nan lightly entered the auction venue under the leadership of Anqi. As guests with items up for bid, their seats were arranged in the front position. It was a relatively good position. The entire auction venue had a not-so-small area, just like a movie theater, with gradually increasing steps, allowing everyone to clearly see the auction stage. The entire auction venue set up 1,000 seats, can accommodate up to 1,000 people. At this moment, more than half of the seats were already occupied, and the entire hall was very lively. The sounds of conversations were endless. Jiang Nan and Anqi sat side by side. Anqi habitually didn't talk much, and Jiang Nan casually surveyed the auction venue, familiarizing himself with the environment here, because this should be a place he would often come to in the future. About half an hour later, the back door of the auction venue opened, and the first thing that happened was that several heavily armed security personnel entered the venue. At once, the auction venue also quieted down. Jiang Nan saw and understood that the auction was going to start officially. Chapter 134, True Love. Soon, an acquaintance came up. Zhu Yuyu. She changed into a tight-fitting dark flower cheongsam, and her entire perfect figure, even more so, was set off chiseled, attracting people's imagination. This figure is also too good. Jiang Nan sighed. To F do not know how many girls to die of envy. If this is a girlfriend, that hand feeling? Still not happy to death. There was also a small exclamation from the audience. So beautiful. This body is great. The best on earth. Zhu Yuyu fell on the auction stage with a generous smile, then said, hello everyone, I am the auctioneer of this auction. Clattering. Applause rang out from below. Thank you all for your love and applause. Zhu Yuyu's temperament was generous, and her smile was charming without being unobtrusive. And next, let's get to the point. Please go on to our first auction item of the day. The applause stopped. A young lady also wearing a cheongsam came up holding a tray. The top of the tray was covered with a gauze scarf, so it was impossible to see what was on it. The young lady walked up to the auction stage and placed the items on the square auction booth in the center of the auction stage, then backed up and stood aside. The young lady's face value and figure were also very good, but compared to Zhu Yuyu, it immediately became unimpressive. Snap! The focusing light turned on above the auction item, and the synchronized 74-inch LCD large screen at the back of the auction table lit up, displaying the tray that had been enlarged countless times on the auction table, as well as the covered auction items. This made everyone's eyes leave Zhu Yuyu and look expectantly at the auction items in the tray. Zhu Yuyu twisted her thin waist and walked up, gently lifting off the veil, revealing an ancient, rusty, and somewhat mutilated bronze ancient sword. And Zhu Yuyu's slightly hoarse and nice voice sounded. The first auction item is a mutilated bronze sword from the Warring States period, with a reserve price of 2 million. Each time the price increase shall not be less than 50,000, and the bidding will now begin. No one bids below, but the murmur rings out. Too bad. Mutilated. Yes, if it is complete is good. Then the collection value will greatly increase. It seems everyone is watching. Surprisingly no one has bid. Jiang Nan stroked his chin and thought for a moment. His slightly interested eyes locked onto the bronze ancient sword and threw out a probe. Worth more than 2 million. 100%. Worth more than 3 million. 10%. Worth over 5 million. 100%. Worth over 6 million. 50%. Ha! Jiang Nan laughed. With a base price of 2 million, there was still a profit to be had. If no one made a bid, he himself could totally buy it and make a small profit from it. It was so convenient to see the success rate. It was a pity that Jiang Nan's wishful thinking fell flat. After everyone watched for a few moments, someone finally started bidding. 2.05 million. With the beginning, it seemed like everyone was not being polite, and someone else bid on the auction. 1 million. 15 million. 2 million. 3 million. Someone directly added $100,000. This time the bidding stopped again, and someone looked at the direction of the bid of 3 million. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. Zhu Yuyu opened her mouth. Slightly hoarse and nice voice said, 3 million, is there still a bid? 2, 4 million. Once again, someone made a bid. The surrounding whispered, this price isn't low. I don't think anyone should bid. Any higher and it won't be worth much. After another 20 seconds of waiting, no one spoke. Zhu Yuyu spoke again. 2, 4 million, is there anyone else bidding again? No one spoke. Zhu Yuyu waited a little 2 seconds and started to pick up the auction gavel, shouting, 2, 4 million, the first time. As her words fell, another bid was placed once again. 2, 45 million. The crowd murmured even louder. However, right after that once again a voice raised the price and shouted, 2, 6 million. Wow, this price, awesome. Yeah, this is true love. Otherwise it wouldn't be at this price. Zhu Yuyu waited for 2 seconds to make the final determination again. 2, 6 million. First time. 2, 6 million. Second time. 2, 6 million. Third time. The auction is successful. At the same time as the words fell, the auction hammer fell. There was a short break. The second auction item was brought up. Chapter 135, Strange Auction Items. Jiang Nan's Emperor Green was brought up as the 11th auction item. When the Emperor Green was brought up, Zhu Yuyu, who was on the auction stage, quietly glanced at Jiang Nan. This look from her caused many men to look at Jiang Nan with hostility in their eyes. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly and bitterly at this. The next auction item is Imperial Green. Zhu Yuyu habitually said, the degree of size everyone has seen. I don't need to go into too much detail. The reserve price of 20 million. Each time the price increase can't be less than 200,000. Start bidding. The following murmur rings out. Wow, Emperor Green, good stuff. It's been a long time since I've seen it in the auction. Worthy of the Emperor Green, is beautiful. You see this color, really mesmerizing. Only a pity, jadeite is not my favorite. This time like to collect emerald must have begun to itch. As expected, someone has already started to bid. 22 million. Right after that someone raised the price. 25 million. 21 million. There were 5 or 6 families bidding, and it looked like the competition was rather fierce. 22 million. Good guy. The momentum is really strong. It's hard to appear the Emperor Green, really sought after by jadeite lovers. Yes, if not do not know jade, I also want to insert a bar. I heard that the recent jade collection prospects are considerable, especially the Emperor Green Emerald and so on the rarer jade. 5 million. 23 million. Finally, there are 2 chase very tight. The price increase is very fierce. There is a kind of imperative look. It may also be because of the momentum of this imperative to win the other family suppressed. The price out to 23 million, but no one to raise the price. Waiting for half a minute. There is no one to raise the price. Zhu Yuyu can only helplessly look at Jiang Nan. Began to shout, 23 million, there is no increase in price? There was a silence below. 2 seconds later no one spoke. Zhu Yuyu began to make a final confirmation. 23 million for the first time. Anyone else raise the price? There was a slight pause and no movement, so he had to continue shouting. 23 million for the second time. A pause of 2 seconds. Now there is no one to raise the price. Then in the chances of an unexpected situation is not great. 23 million for the third time. Sold. Pa. The auction gavel fell. Not bad. It sold for 23 million. Angie, who was next to her, said to Jiang Nan, yeah, I'm quite content. Jiang Nan smiled. After all, it's only something bought for a few tens of thousands of dollars. Chi, throwing him a blank stare. The auction continued. Jiang Nan watched with slight interest, occasionally throwing over a probe with interest. However, picking up leaks in this kind of place was obviously not the place to do so. There was almost on little chance. As time passed, one by one, the auction items were auctioned off, and the auction came to an end. Jiang Nan could no longer remember how many auction items were brought up. Zhu Yuyu's slightly hoarse and nice voice said, next is the last auction item of the day. But today this auction item is rather strange. Her words immediately whetted everyone's appetite, and their eyes burned to the square disc on the auction table. Zhu Yuyu walked towards it and lifted the veil. Inside it appeared to be a piece of animal skin. Not too big, about 1 meter. Jiang Nan was also very interested. This was something he couldn't tell what the hell it was at all. Obviously, Jiang Nan was not the only one who was interested. After a short period of silence, the following was a mess. Beautiful auctioneer, what is this thing? Someone shouted and asked. Yeah, same question. Did not understand at all. How a situation? Magic City Auction House is not an expert appraisal group? Could it be that without identifying what it is, it was brought over for auction? Reasonable. This matter is strange, puzzling. Everyone be quiet. Zhu Yuyu said with a smile. This is the case. This auction object is more special. Our Magic City expert appraisal group also did not see what kind of thing this is in the end, but can be sure that this is an old object, but the age is not good to determine. From the texture of the point of view, it should be a piece of animal skin, but what is the animal skin made of cannot be identified. As she spoke, she lifted up the animal skin and presented it for everyone to see. Through the enlarged large LCD screen, it was clear to see that it looked like an animal skin and was very old. This is the back of the beast skin, Zhu Yuyu continued, and on the front of it, there are some strange lines that look like an incomplete map. While saying that she turned the beast skin a bit, the side with the strange lines towards everyone could be seen clearly, curved lines. Indeed it looked like a map, but the edges quickly broke off where they were, and if you looked closely it would have been half a map or something. What about this thing? It can't be characterized at the moment, Zhu Yuyu continued. It is in the hands of the owner of the collection. There has been a period of time. It looks like it should be a good thing, but because of the inability to penetrate, so it is put up for auction. The reserve price of it, 1 million. There is a willingness to get their hands on to play with it. Can be bidding, by the way, can be free to raise the price. There is no base price restrictions. Now the bidding begins. Zhu Yuyu's words have just fallen. Someone said with a smile, you can freely raise the price. Add $1 is also okay? According to the rules it's like this. Zhu Yuyu smiled. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Laughter rang out. Slightly after that was the sound of murmuring. It's obvious that the auction house wants as long as it doesn't go to auction. Yes, yes, this thing can't be eaten. Can't understand it at all. The Magic City auction house's expert appraisal group is out of the question. So who else has the means to be able to figure out what it is? $1 million is not too much money, but it's obviously a waste of money. Makes sense. I guess no one is bidding. Oh, not necessarily. In case there is that kind of person who thinks they are smart and will be lucky enough to pick up the pieces. Even An-Chi was less interested in touching her pointed chin and said to Jiang Nan next to her, this thing is quite interesting. However, Jiang Nan did not pay any attention to her. This made An-Chi throw Jiang Nan a blank stare in a depressed manner. Jiang Nan still didn't pay attention to her and was staring at the beast skin. Jiang Nan was busy, throwing out probes one by one. Worth more than 2 million. 100%. Worth more than 3 million. 100%. Rub. It's good stuff. Worth more than 5 million. 100%. Still not the limit? Worth 10 million. 100%. Rub. Picked up treasure again. Worth over 100 million. 100%. Hiss. Jiang Nan drew a mouthful of cold air in his heart and suddenly thought of a problem. There was a strange thing. It wouldn't be like the trigger finger-like quadruple that he encountered before was a priceless treasure, right? He was very unsettled in his heart and continued probing. And it was that kind of extreme probing. Worth more than 10 million billion. 100%. The truth is out. It's really another priceless treasure. Something that can't be measured by money. Nima. I didn't expect to pick up a treasure here. Chapter 136, Getting It Right. Is there anyone bidding? Zhu Yuyu shouted as she looked at the crowd of people who were chatting animatedly but not shouting out their bids. She didn't have the patience to wait any longer. There was really no one to bid, so she had to announce the abortive auction. And just then, 101 million. Someone shouted. Zhu Yuyu heard the voice is still somewhat familiar, looked over, very surprised. It is actually Jiang Nan? And at the same time, flush all the people around looked at Jiang Nan. He just became the center of attention. Jiang Nan, what's wrong with you? And she who was beside her furrowed her brows and subconsciously asked, and a little later immediately remembered something with a startled look. A thought rose in her mind. Could it be that Jiang Nan had seen something from amongst this strange beast skin that no one could understand? After all, she was the only one who knew that behind Jiang Nan's handsome and youthful face was a very powerful insight and eyesight. And the surrounding murmurs rose. Ouch, hey, there's really someone bidding. Oh, really, let me say right. There are always some who think they are smart and like to pick up the leakage. And it is a brat. See the understanding, the generation of good and great. It makes sense. I think so. Zhu Yuyu looked at Jiang Nan unexpectedly, but also did not forget his own job. After waiting for a moment shouted, 10, 000. Anyone else raise the price yet? At this time other people are also very interested in looking around to see if there is anyone to raise the price. After waiting for about half a minute, there was no one to be headstrong again. There were only murmurs. Sure enough, no one at all looks good. The Magic City Auction House Appraisal Group cannot understand the things. This kid even bid. I really do not understand what he thinks in his head. Weird things happen every year. Just get used to it. Zhu Yuyu began to do the final confirmation. 101 million. For the first time, is there any further increase in price? No one answered. 101 million. Second time. 101 million. Third time. Sold. Snap. The auction gavel fell. Coming out of the auction house, Jiang Nan had more than 20 million on his card. In addition, holding the strange piece of beast skin in his hand, he couldn't understand what kind of skin it was even after looking at it left and right, and while walking, he curiously did a test. Cowhide, 0%, sheep skin, 0%, rabbit skin, 0%, wolf skin, 0%, tiger skin, 0%. Jiang Nan, after thinking for a moment, his eyes lit up with a more macro detection. Beast skin, 0%. Wipe, hell no. Thought for a moment. It's not fur, 0%. It's fur, 100%. It's fur yes, but it's not like it's beast skin. This thing is wacky. Just then, Chi, who was on the side, spoke. Jiang Nan, this thing can be seen through? Her expression was serious. Can't. Jiang Nan withdrew his mind and turned his head to look at her and said, ah, can't see through it? And Chi was surprised. Can't see through? How did you shoot and buy it? Feeling quite good, quite curious, so I bought it. Chi, it seems to bite him to death how to do. Online waiting, quite urgent. Really? Chi again not really believe asked. You are a high person. Is not to see what? This is really not? Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile, but he read in Chi's mind, because of the misunderstanding that he was a high person, thinking that he could see what was going on with the beast skin. With an electric thought, he immediately found a suitable excuse and said, but this thing is rather strange. I want to take it down first and then study it carefully. After all, it's only $1 million. This amount of money is nothing to me. Aha, that's right. Angie was clearly convinced and nodded her head in deep thought. Chapter 137, Zhu Yuyu's mind. Coming out of the auction house, it was already close to evening. Jiang Nan and Chi were waiting outside the auction house. The appointment with Zhu Yuyu was to have dinner together. Not long after, Zhu Yuyu drove her red Porsche Cayenne directly out of the underground garage. The Porsche Cayenne stopped beside Jiang Nan and Anchi. Zhu Yuyu rolled up the window and smiled. Get on the car. The two dimples looked at Jiang Nan, who was again intoxicated. He said that this niece is really seductive. However, he was too busy to look away, or else he would be able to see his thoughts and would be laughed at for not being able to move when he saw a woman. And then he would be miserable. Two people get into the car, and Chi went to the passenger seat. Jiang Nan had no choice but to go to the back row. The heart is a little depressed, as a man should sit in the driver's seat and drive. Take the girl for a ride. That is the most enjoyable. But obviously now the conditions do not allow. Can only act as a good boy. Zhu Yuyu asked while driving the car into the traffic. What do you want to eat? Mainly what do you want to eat? And Chi said, I'll treat you this time. It's still my treat. Zhu Yuyu said, most of the time you treated me before. I'm embarrassed. Although you are rich, it's not good to be friends all the time. It's only a few dollars for a meal. Angie said, don't argue over this. Don't argue. It's still my treat. Okay, Missy. Zhu Yuyu looked helpless, thought for a moment and looked at Jiang Nan and said, handsome guy, what do you want to eat? Jiang Nan smiled and said, actually, what I want to say is that it doesn't matter what I eat. This time it should be my treat. Angie is here to help me. And you, sister, are also helping me. Giggle. Zhu Yuyu laughed. I already thought you two were a family, but it turns out that you're not yet. It's not. And she's pretty face turned red again. A man like him? Who would like him if he's a man with no manners? Jiang Nan, Zhu Yuyu said with a smile and a joking tone. If you don't like it, I can get down to it. Such a little handsome man, but it is very sought after. If you don't hold on to it, it will slip away if you don't pay attention to it. Zhu Yuyu, as an auctioneer, her eyes were poisonous. Jiang Nan was dressed in Armani and was dating Yanchi. The first time she thought that the family lineage must be extraordinary, and from the details more noticed when Jiang Nan took out the emperor green, very casual look. Tens of millions of things do not seem to care much. This made her even more certain that Jiang Nan must be from a big family with money. She wasn't like Angel. Her family had money. She came to Magic City to fight on her own car, or a loan to buy it. To be able to find a rich and handsome man to marry was the thing she wanted most. A person to fight is really too tired, especially she has such a posture. Both bring her a great advantage, but also will be a lot of people miss. Let her be careful to watch out. That kind of tiredness was physically and mentally exhausting. Humph. And she said with a cold snort, if you like it, you chase after it. I don't like such a man. Although she said this, it was in a gambling tone. Jiang Nan, being talked about this kind of topic by two sisters, how does it have an immediate feeling of being? Cluck cluck cluck. Zhu Yuyu laughed. Slightly hoarse voice. Laugh even better. Okay, no kidding. As if our two women no one wants. How about we go eat seafood? Okay. Angie nodded. Okay. Jiang Nan also said, but it's still the same thing. I'm buying today. I see. Okay. Zhu Yuyu said. Anchi, we are two women and he's a man. Help or not first. Let him treat. is that genteel? Okay, since Yodio also said so, let's do it like this. And she said, anyone who wants to treat can do it. It's not even close to this amount of money. Also, Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. Zhu Yuyu, don't compare me to you really rich people, okay? But she didn't say anything. She was also a person who loved face. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken out a loan to buy a car. As a working class person, although it was a high salary, a car like a Porsche Cayenne was still a struggle for her to consume. But, again, buy it. Only then is there a different social circle. Chapter 138, Zapped. A mid-grade Western restaurant. A quiet elegant room. Jiang Nan, Zhu Yuyu had two more people eating and chatting, and she had gone to the restroom and hadn't returned yet. Jiang Nan, what's the deal with you photographing that animal skin? Zhu Yuyu was nibbling on a crab leg while blinking her nice big eyes at Jiang Nan. The slightly hoarse voice, even while eating, was equally well pronounced. It feels fun. Jiang Nan smiled and said, it's only $1 million. Such a small amount of money. Zhu Yuyu, solid. 1 million is a tiny bit of small money. My beloved car is almost ready to buy out. She looked more carefully at Jiang Nan, and with a sure look, this was exactly the person she was looking for. Handsome, rich, and does not look like so many rich second-generation arrogant unbeatable. Simply gathering all the advantages in one. Perfect. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. Cough cough cough. Jiang Nan lightly coughed twice, being a bit uncomfortable looking at Zhu Yuyu's hot and somewhat aggressive gaze. Giggle. Zhu Yuyu laughed. What? Afraid of being looked at by women? Jiang Nan awkwardly smiled. Of course not. Just think. Sister, you are quite familiar with yourself. Of course. Zhu Yuyu said. Like us, we rely on ourselves to fight, climbing and rolling in society. Of course, we'll no longer be like a big girl so delicate, to live, to survive, want to live a good life. Everything depends on oneself. This is true. Jiang Nan nodded deeply. As a beggar, why wouldn't he be like that before? Not to mention a woman. Many female co-workers and female classmates around him were similarly like this, going to great lengths to have a good job. This made him suddenly have a new understanding of Zhu Yuyu, who he had always thought was a rich girl just like Anqi, because the two are very good friends. And Zhu Yuyu appeared, driving a Porsche Cayenne, although it is not too expensive car, but Zhu Yuyu is only how old? And his age is about the same, a little more than 20 years old, can have such a car? Usually because of the family has money. Have a realization. Jiang Nan, slightly interested in the quiet gaze lock live Yodo, issued a probe. Poor family children. 100%. Sure enough. Working class. 100%. Salary 10. 000 plus. 100%. Salary 20. 000 plus. 100%. Salary 30. 000 plus. 50%. About the situation Jiang Nan learned, it was still a good high salary. Then before their own to be too much too strong. But now well, can only And Jiang Nan suddenly slightly interested again, quietly probed again. It's a virgin. 100%. Rub. This can be done. Jiang Nan more and more sent the interest. There is a boyfriend. 0%. Nima. Boyfriend or not? This is not right. So extreme girl. No boyfriend to say no. Could it be? Jiang Nan thought of a possibility. It's a lily. 0%. Rub. Not? Then. The eyes are too high for ordinary men to see. 100%. So it is. Jiang Nan, is it convenient to ask, what do you do? Zhu Yuyu finished eating the crab legs and replaced it with a prawn, asking while taking small bites. Following my cousin's uncle in the jadeite business. Jiang Nan picked up the red wine and took a small sip, saying the excuse that he had thought of before and that Angie and the girls knew. Wow, emerald business. Zhu Yuyu's eyes just lit up. This is a profitable business. Likewise the risks are great. Jiang Nan smiled. However, my cousin uncle did a long time some. This aspect of the eye is better. It is considered to be barely can mix life. By the way, sister can leave a phone number. In the future, I have the possibility to often come to the auction house to auction emerald. At that time also need you to help. He had already thought about it. Paved the way in advance. But with more imperial green emerald jadeite over, Zhu Yuyu will not be surprised. Of course. Zhu Yuyu said happily. My cell phone. WeChat.